In the sweltering heat of August, the air was filled with the cacophony of cicadas intermingling with the incessant honking of horns, reverberating through the bustling streets. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly on the gray asphalt, causing the very pavement to appear distorted in the heat haze. Beneath the sparse patches of shade, a group of young individuals huddled together, smoking as they awaited the traffic light. Suddenly, one of them, engulfed in a cloud of smoke, seemed to notice something, letting out a soft exclamation as his gaze fixed upon a corner of the street. "What are you looking at, Arno?" inquired one of his companions. Arno, seemingly lost in thought, stared blankly at the street corner before finally speaking. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His friend paused, momentarily taken aback, then slowly replied, "Generally, blind individuals are accompanied by someone or guided by service dog. In more modern cities, there are also auditory signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, they might rely on sound and a cane to navigate their way across." Arno shook his head, but what if there's no one to assist? No guide dog, no auditory signals, and even the cane is being used to carry cooking oil. "Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and in an instant, he was rooted to the spot. Across the street stood a boy clad in a black short-sleeve shirt, his eyes obscured by several layers of thick black fabric, completely shielding him from light. In his left hand, he clutched a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand grasped a cane resting on his shoulder, resembling a yoke at the end of the cane. A large bucket of golden peanut oil glimmered under the sunlight. With his eyes covered in black satin, cane on shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other, this bewildering sight immediately captured the attention of a crowd. "Hey, look at that person. How peculiar. Can he see the road with all that fabric over his eyes? Did you not notice the cane in his hand? He's clearly blind. In this day and age, blind people usually wear sunglasses. Who would wrap their eyes in cloth on such a hot day?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walk without a cane, using it instead to carry things?" Today's youth really know how to have fun. The summer cicadas could not drown out the hushed whispers of passers-by, who curiously scrutinized the boy, speculating whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending, while glancing eagerly at the flickering red light that moment, a bright voice broke through the murmurs. "Brother, can I help you cross the road?" It was a young girl in a school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, with droplets of sweat adorning her cheeks. Her large, dark eyes were filled with concern as she gazed at the boy, pure and innocent. The boy paused in surprise, turning his head to face the girl, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Surety suspended a bag of vegetables from his right hand, freeing his left to wipe the sweat from his brow, and gently clasped the little girl's hand in his own. With a soft thud, the green light illuminated. The youth took a confident stride, leading the little girl across the street. The girl, visibly anxious, glanced around nervously, her steps measured and timid. As for the young man, he walked with unwavering steadiness. To the onlookers, this moment bore little resemblance to a kind-hearted girl aiding a blind person. Rather, it appeared as though a caring older brother was escorting a younger friend. The street was not wide, and within mere seconds, they reached the opposite side. The young man expressed his gratitude to the girl and, without a backward glance, made his way toward a secluded alley. "He's not blind," Arno declared with certainty, having witnessed the scene unfold. "He must be able to see." One of the younger individuals behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I get it. He's cosplaying as the blind monk." A resounding slap landed sharply on the back of his head, and Arno grumbled, "Fool, all you do is play games. Who in their right mind would cosplay as the blind monk in the middle of the street? Are they trying to get themselves killed?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered softly, "Besides the blind monk's eye covering is red, this cosplay doesn't even resemble it." "Arno, you can't be serious. Be quiet." "Oh." As the two bickered, a quiet young man observed the retreating figure of the boy, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's wrong?" Arno noticed his gaze. "I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed," the young man nodded. "When my cousin was still in elementary school, he mentioned that a student from their school had an accident, resulting in vision impairment and requiring a black satin bandage over his eyes. There were also reports of mental health issues." "Mental health issues?" Arno paused, recalling the earlier encounter. "I didn't notice anything amiss. That was 10 years ago." Perhaps he has recovered since then. However, the incident caused quite a stir, and within days, that student withdrew from school and reportedly transferred to a special institution for the visually impaired. At that moment, another individual chimed in enthusiastically. By the way, what exactly was the accident? It must have been something severe to cause blindness, and mental issues could have been something supernatural. I'm not sure. He hesitated, but I've heard it was even more outrageous than that. A tragic soul, Arno sighed. What was his name? I believe it was Lin Chia. Amidst the evening glow, Lin Chia pushed open the door. Almost instantaneously, the aroma of vegetables wafted from within, infiltrating his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and stepped inside, carrying his belongings. Creak! The old door emitted a shrill creak, drowning out the sounds of cooking from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman pushed open the kitchen door and, upon seeing Lin Chia burdened with numerous bags, exclaimed and hurried forward. Xiaoqi, why have you brought back so many things at once again? The woman hastily wiped her hands on her apron and helped Lin Chia take the items, chattering away. A whole bucket of peanut oil? Are you misusing the government's subsidies again? Annie, the government provides subsidies for the disabled to support their livelihoods, and using them to buy oil is simply making the most of it, Lin Chia replied with a smile. Nonsense. That money is meant for your college education. It cannot be squandered. Let me tell you, my earnings are sufficient to provide for the three of us. You mustn't spend recklessly. Auntie gently wiped the oil bucket, her expression pained as she murmured, such a large bucket of oil, and it's a brand name. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Before Lin Chia could respond, Annie suddenly realized something. Wait, how did you manage to bring back so much? Oh, I encountered a few kind-hearted people on the way, and they helped me carry it back, Lin Chia said calmly. Good, good. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you remember to thank them properly? I did. Lin Chia shifted the topic. Annie, where's Jean? He's on the balcony doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from a mental hospital is here for the routine checkup. He's resting in the room. You should go and see him. I'll start cooking and call you both when it's ready. Lin Chia hesitated for a moment, then responded with an O and turned towards the bedroom. Hello, I am Dr. Lee from Sunshine Mental Hospital. As Lin Chia entered the room, the young man, sitting on a small stool, stood up, speaking gently, his large black-framed glasses lending him an air of refinement. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't it Dr. Han who came before? Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year. Dr. Lee smiled, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Chia nodded slightly, acknowledging the change. It was understandable Dr. Han, being of considerable age and skillful in his practice, deserved the promotion, and it was only natural for a younger doctor to take over the routine checkups. Noticing Lin Chia seated, Dr. Lee cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize as I am new here. I am not yet familiar with your case. Let me gather some basic information. Lin Chia nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Lin Chia? Yes, you're 17 years old, correct. Your birthday? October 5th. The records indicate that you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues. Yes, doctor. Lee pondered for a moment and asked, have you ever changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Chia responded, slightly taken aback. Dr. Lee scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. Ahem. It seems I overthought it. He gestured to the age noted in the medical record, then pointed to the words 10 years ago. You see, you lost your sight 10 years ago at the age of 7, and your name happens to be Lin Chia, so I assumed you changed it after becoming blind. Lin Chia remained silent for a long while before shaking his head. No, I have never changed my name. My parents bestowed the name Lin Chia upon me even before I was born. Well, that is rather. Ahem, Dr. Lee began, but quickly realized the potential rudeness of his statement and promptly fell silent. Quite a coincidence, Lin Chia replied nonchalantly. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Dr. Lee, feeling somewhat awkward, swiftly redirected the conversation. It appears the medical record does not elaborate on the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If you could share, I would appreciate it. Before Lin Chia could respond, Dr. Lee hastily added, I mean, no offense, understanding my patients better allows for more effective treatment, of course. If you prefer not to discuss it, I won't press the matter. Lin Chia sat quietly, his eyes seemingly fixed on Dr. Lee beneath the black ribbon. After a moment, he spoke slowly. There is nothing I cannot share, but you may find it hard to believe, and you might even send me back to the psychiatric hospital. No, no, no. Let's not define our relationship as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a casual conversation between friends. It won't come to that, Dr. Lee replied, half jokingly. Even if you told me you were pulled into an alchemical furnace by the supreme lousy, I would believe you. Lin Chier remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. As a child, I was fond of astronomy. Yes, and then? One night, I lay on the eaves of my childhood home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Lee chuckled. Lin Chier shook his head, and his next words caused Dr. Lee's smile to freeze on his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Chier stated earnestly, gesturing with his hands in front of him. An archangel enveloped in golden radiance, with 6 white wings. The room fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Dr. Lee regained his composure. An archangel? Yes. What was it doing? It was doing nothing. It resembled a golden statue, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at the earth as if watching over. I rubbed the corners of his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Chia, do you know how far the moon is from the earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Lin Chier replied calmly. Nearly 400,000 kilometers, I reiterated. Even with the most advanced astronomical telescope, one can only barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet, you claim that at the tender age of 7, you lay beneath the eaves of your childhood home and beheld an angel on the moon with your naked eye. Not I who beheld him, Lin Chier replied softly. It was he who saw me. I merely lifted my gaze, and my eyes felt as if they were drawn through space, locking with his. So, you were suggesting that he compelled you? One might say, so otherwise. How could I have perceived the moon's surface? I possess no supernatural sight. But if an angel truly exists upon the moon, why has humanity not discovered it after all these years? I do not know. Lin Chier shook his head. Perhaps that seraph is unwilling to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly comprehend the moon? Lin Chier spoke with such sincerity that Dr. Lee felt an urge to call for a car to transport him back to the psychiatric hospital. As a physician specializing in mental health, Lee had encountered a myriad of psychiatric conditions throughout his career, but he had formulated a rule. The more serious the delusion, the more coherent and seemingly logical the individual appeared. And what are your eyes? What transpired? Lin Chier extended his hand, gently caressing the black satin covering his eyes, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. That day, I locked eyes with him for but a moment, and then I was blinded. Dr. Lee opened his mouth, glanced down at the case file in his hands, and fell into silence. I end the section detailing the cause of blindness. Only 4 words were inscribed. Cause unknown. So what truly transpired that year? Could it be that Lin Chier indeed witnessed a seraph upon the moon? What other explanation could there be for his sudden blindness? This thought flickered momentarily in Dr. Lee's mind before he swiftly extinguished it. That was close. He almost succumbed to the musings of a patient with delusions. He could vividly imagine the expressions of the doctors 10 years ago when young Lin Chier, having lost his sight, uttered those very words. It was no wonder the child was forcibly retained in the institution regardless of perspective. His statements were those of a person grappling with severe mental illness. Such individuals were not uncommon in the facility. There were those who claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, spending their days hanging from the monkey bars. Others, who believed themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless in their rooms, and yet others who mistook everyone for their spouse, often audaciously groping unsuspecting individuals. The last patient was a middle-aged man with a rather unappealing demeanor. You speak of events long past. What is your perspective now? How do you regard this matter? Dr. Lee adjusted his demeanor and continued with the examination process. Merely delusions, Lin Chier responded calmly. That day, I accidentally tumbled from the eaves, striking my head upon the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a certain nerve was damaged, resulting in my blindness. He was unaware of how many times he had recited this explanation mechanical and composed. Dr. Lee raised his eyebrows, scribbling something on the medical record before engaging in casual conversation with Lin Chier. Approximately 20 minutes later, he glanced at the time, stood up with a smile, and said, "All right, let's conclude the follow-up for now. Your condition has improved significantly. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well." He shook hands with Lin Xie, offering words of encouragement. Lin Xie smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Ah, Dr. Li, please stay for a meal, his aunt warmly urged as she noticed his departure. Oh no, I have another patient to attend to, so I shall not impose. He politely bid farewell to her and exited through the door. The moment the door closed, Lin Xie's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion. Perhaps, he murmured to himself. Brother, dinner's ready. His cousin Yang Jin called out, emerging from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Yang Jin, for years younger than Lin Xie and just starting middle school, had grown up alongside him ever since Lin Xie's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's home. Their bond was closer than that of brothers. I'm coming, Lin Xie replied, as he settled at the small dining table. A sudden warmth radiated from his feet, momentarily startling him before a smile crept across his face. Yang Jin glanced under the table and playfully scolded. Oh, you little rascal. Usually so lazy, yet you arrive faster than anyone when it's mealtime. A small black dog poked its head out from beneath the table, its tongue lolling out as it huffed warm breaths, approaching Lin Xie and licking his feet affectionately. 3 individuals and 1 dog. This was home. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably comforting. For 10 years, it had been this way. Lin Xie patted the dog on the head, selecting a piece of meat from the scant offerings on the plate and placing it in Yang Jin's bowl. Give it a bone to chew on. Yang Jin did not refuse given their brotherly bond. Further words would only feel distant. His concern lay elsewhere. Brother, is your eyesight really much better now? Lin Xie smiled gently. Yes, I can see now, though I still cannot tolerate bright light. This black cloth will need to remain for a few more days, not a few days. Shao Qi, and has told you how crucial eyesight is. Even if you can see now, do not rush to remove the black cloth. What if the sunlight damages it again? That would be such a pity. Let's be cautious and keep it on a bit longer. His aunt hastily advised. Understood. Aunt by the way, brother, I saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll get them for you to see. Yang Jin suddenly exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lin Xie shook his head with a smile. Ah, Jin, while sunglasses can block light, they are nowhere near as effective as the black cloth. I still cannot wear them. All right, then, Yang Jin replied, somewhat disappointed. However, once my eyes have fully healed, I shall take it with me on daily excursions, and I shall procure a pair for you as well, so that we may explore together. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jin's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as he responded with an emphatic agreement. By the way, Shao Qi, your aunt has arranged for your transfer when this semester commences. You will be able to transition from the special school to a regular high school. It seemed that a thought had crossed her mind as she spoke, but are you truly certain? Regular high schools differ significantly from special schools, and given your circumstances, what if? There is no what if, Aunt. Lin Xie interjected, my eyesight has improved, and if I wish to gain admission to a prestigious university, I must stand on the same starting line as others. Why, child, even if you do not gain admission to a top university, it is of no concern. I shall always support you. Brother, I can support you too. Lin Xie's body trembled slightly, and beneath the black satin, his eyes remained concealed. His lips pressed into a thin line before curling into a smile, a firm shake of his head following. Though he spoke not, both Yang Jin and his aunt could sense the strength of his resolve. Even the little black dog at his feet nuzzled against Lin Xie's ankle. Woof! Upon returning to his room, Lin Xie closed the door behind him, but he refrained from switching on the lights. It was late at night, and the scattered starlight outside illuminated the ground. In the dimness of the room, Lin Xie seated himself at his desk and slowly removed the black satin from over his eyes. In the mirror on the desk, a handsome young face was reflected. Lin Xie possessed striking features had he removed the blindfold and tidied himself a bit. Coupled with his enigmatic, aloof aura, he would undoubtedly be deemed the most attractive boy in school. Alas, his long-term concealment under the black satin, coupled with his identity as a person with disabilities, completely overshadowed his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Xie's eyes remained closed, his brow furrowed slightly. The eyelids that shrouded his eyes trembled as if striving to open, even his hands clenched into fists, exerting force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for a considerable time before he could bear it no longer, suddenly relaxing and gasping for breath. A few beads of sweat trickled down Lin Chia's cheeks, and a flicker of anger surfaced between his brows. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Why is it that every time it is just that fraction? When will he be able to open his eyes once more and behold this world with his own gaze? He claimed he could see now, but he had spoken untruths. His eyes, indeed, could not open, not even a sliver. Yet, he had not lied. For even with his eyes shut, he could vividly see everything around him. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to having eyes all over his body, perceiving everything from every angle, clearer and further than he had ever seen before. First, he was incapable of it. During the initial 5 years of his blindness, he was indistinguishable from other genuine blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the tactile feedback of his cane to navigate this world. Yet, inexplicably, 5 years ago, his eyes began to undergo a transformation, allowing him to gradually perceive his surroundings. Initially, he could only discern objects a few centimeters in front of him, but as time passed, his vision expanded, becoming clearer and more distant. Now, after 5 years, he could perceive a range of up to 10 meters. For a person with normal eyesight, seeing 10 meters might suggest severe impairment. But for a boy who has lost his sight, those 10 meters symbolize everything. Crucially, the 10 meters he sees transcends physical barriers. In other words, within the 10-meter radius surrounding Lin Chia, he possesses an absolute field of vision. To put it bluntly, he can see through objects more elegantly. He can observe every speck of dust suspended in the air, every component within a machine, and every subtle movement of a magician beneath the table. The origin of this extraordinary ability seems to lie within the eyes that have been sealed beneath black satin for a decade. Despite possessing this almost supernatural gift, Lin Chia remains unsatisfied. While the 10-meter absolute vision is indeed remarkable, he yearns to behold the world through his own eyes. This is the unwavering determination of a youth. Though he failed to open his eyes today, he could distinctly sense that the moment of true awakening was drawing near. After his evening routine, Lin Chia, as usual, retired early to bed. The years of living without sight had not been entirely detrimental at the very least. They had instilled in him the habit of sleeping early. However, as he lay in bed, an image resurfaced in his mind unbidden. Beneath the dark canopy of the cosmos, on the desolate surface of the moon, the gray-white terrain reflected the dim starlight. In the center of the largest crater stood a figure, reminiscent of sculpture. That figure remained still, as if it had existed since time immemorial, radiating a sacred golden light, a presence so formidable that it would compel all beings to prostrate themselves. Behind it, 6 exaggeratedly large wings unfurled, casting a colossal shadow over the silvery gray ground, obscuring the sunlight that streamed from behind. Yet, the image that was indelibly etched in Lin Chia's mind, one he could not shake off, was that of its eyes. Those eyes, imbued with divine authority, burned with a furnace-like intensity, glaring as fiercely as the sun at close range. In that fleeting moment when he beheld those eyes, his world was engulfed in darkness. 10 years prior, he had spoken the truth, only to be diagnosed with a mental illness. But he understood in his heart what was real and what was merely delusion. Ever since he had witnessed the seraph on the moon, he realized that this world was far from the simplistic facade it presented. Gradually, Lin Chia succumbed to a deep slumber. He was unaware that at the very moment he slipped into slumber, 2 brilliant beams of golden light shot forth from the crevices of his eyes, flickering and vanishing in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. In a world shrouded in mist, Lin Chia wandered alone. The fog swirled around him, seemingly endless. Although he traversed the void, each step he took resonated with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath his feet. Lin Chia glanced down at his form, letting out a sigh. Another one of these dreams. It knocks on my door every night. It's rather exhausting, you know? Lin Chia shook his head in resignation and took a step forward. In the next moment, the surrounding mist recoiled, revealing before him an oddly styled modern edifice. Its peculiarity lay in the fact that while it embodied modern architectural aesthetics, certain details exuded an aura of mystery. For instance, the grand iron gate adorned with carvings of celestial deities, the light fixtures that burned like orbs of fire, and the hovering, intricately patterned tiles. Beneath his feet, that IT was as though a blend of contemporary architecture and elements from ancient mythological temples had coalesced, creating an incongruous yet ineffably beautiful structure. This building was familiar to Lin Xie, reminiscent of the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence lay in the inscription that once read Sunshine Mental Hospital above the entrance, now transformed into another phrase. The Asylum of the Gods, a most perplexing place, Lin Xie murmured, shaking his head as he stepped forward, approaching the grand iron gate. 5 years ago, not only had his body begun to change, but so too had his dreams. For 5 consecutive years, he had dreamt of the same scene, where the focal point was this enigmatic asylum of the gods. However, the doors of this asylum remained steadfastly shut, impervious to any attempts at entry. Lin Xie had circled the asylum countless times, with only the imposing iron gate serving as its sole entrance. Though the surrounding walls were not particularly high, the most absurd aspect was that each time Lin Xie leaped, the height of the walls would inexplicably increase. As for brute force, even if Lin Xie were to hurl himself against the door, it would not budge in the slightest. It appeared there was but one method to gain entry. Knocking. Lin Xie grasped the circular handle of the iron gate, inhaled deeply, and struck the surface with a heavy thud. Clang. The sound reverberated through the asylum like the tolling of an ancient bell, causing the gate to tremble slightly, yet it did not open. Clang. Another strike, and still the gate remained closed. Lin Xie seemed unfazed and unperturbed, displaying remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he had come to a profound understanding of the rules governing this dream. Aside from knocking, no other means could unlock the iron gate, and within this dream, apart from knocking, it appeared he could do nothing else. Fortunately, in the realm of dreams, fatigue did not beset him. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, Lin Xie resembled a diligent laborer, tirelessly knocking on doors throughout the night. Chapter 4. The Day of Survival. A week later, at Songnan Second High School. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth covering his eyes? Dressed in our school uniform, he must be one of us. He is holding a white cane. It appears he is blind. Strange, I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's a freshman this year? Honestly, with those layers of black cloth around his eyes, he looks rather dashing. But how does a blind person attend classes? I don't think our school has any special classes for that. Who knows? As expected, the moment Lin Xie stepped through the school gates, he garnered a wave of attention. However, he had experienced such situations countless times before, and he walked down the maple leaf avenue of the school with an air of indifference, making his way toward the classroom building. Before arriving, Lin Xie had prepared himself for the inevitable confrontations with unruly students. As was often depicted in mindless stories where a so-called school bully would emerge to mock him, laying the groundwork for a subsequent display of prowess. Yet, curiously, there were no troublemakers in sight. Instead, several students approached him, offering assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xie feeling inexplicably disappointed. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could there be so many oblivious troublemakers? Furthermore, even if there were small cliques, they now valued camaraderie, often helping each other resolve conflicts. To bully a disabled person would only lead to their own disgrace and ruin. Ascending the stairs, Lin Xie soon located his classroom, Class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school for his first year, he was now a transfer student, an interloper in this established environment. Typically, in films and novels, transfer students are portrayed as being neglected, isolated, and unfortunate. As various cliques have already formed during the first year, without taking the initiative, it is challenging to truly integrate into the class. Lin Xie was acutely aware that he was not the kind of person to take the initiative, even if he had mingled with them during his first year. His aloof demeanor would likely have left him solitary to this day. Nonetheless, he found solace in solitude. It allowed him to focus on his studies without distractions. If forced to cultivate relationships with others, he would find it counterproductive. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Lin Xie took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and stepped inside. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous chatter ceased abruptly, the air falling into an eerie silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, the classroom erupted into a flurry of voices. You must be Lin Xie. Your seat is ready for you, right over there. Lin Xie, can you not see? Let me guide you there. Classmate, please walk a bit slower. There are many things on the path. Hey you. Quickly put your backpack away. Before Lin Xie could react, several classmates approached him, carefully guiding him to his seat. A tall boy directly took Lin Xie's backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xie safely arrived at his desk. Lin Xie thought to himself, "Oh, this is not quite what I expected. Lin Xie, I am the class monitor, Jiang Qian. If you need anything, you can come to me," said a girl with a ponytail, patting her chest proudly. "I'm Li Yifei. If you're going to eat, just call me, and I'll take you," added the boy who helped with his backpack, smiling warmly. "And I'm Wang Xiao," chimed in another classmate. Many gathered around him, enthusiastically greeting him. For a moment, Lin Xie felt a bit bewildered. "Do you know me?" Lin Xie asked, his expression peculiar. "Our homeroom teacher mentioned you," Jiang Qian replied. "However, what left the deepest impression on us was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, handing them out to us while earnestly asking us to take care of you." A thunderclap seemed to resonate in Lin Xie's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could no longer comprehend what the classmates were saying. He merely stared blankly at the classroom. The image of the hunchbacked, middle-aged woman carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs flooding his thoughts as she implored the students. "Classmates, please help my nephew. His eyesight isn't good, and he is a bit aloof, so please look after him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful. My nephew is quite handsome as well. You'll surely like him. This child, Xie, may appear cold, but he has a warm heart. Once you get to know him, you'll get along splendidly." Unbeknownst to him, the black satin ribbon around his wrist had begun to dampen. "It," he murmured softly. As the students chattered away, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon noticing Lin Xie sitting in the front row, she first offered him a few words of comfort and then introduced herself to the class before commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today we will discuss the history and challenges of modern Daxia, perhaps due to Lin Xie's presence. The teacher skipped the preliminary reading of the textbook and directly delved into its contents. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with its unique customs and cultures. Even in that era of underdeveloped technology, we could still embark on ships to visit various countries and experience the collision of cultures. However, on the 9th of March, a mysterious fog suddenly appeared in Antarctica and, at an astonishing speed, spread to engulf nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering edifices crafted by humanity, the ancient forests that have withstood the test of time, and the fathomless oceans, all are shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Countless nations have succumbed to this fog, their fates unknown. Yet, this unfathomable mist inexplicably halted just before encroaching upon the territory of the Great Xia. The reason remains a mystery, but it halted in such an extraordinary manner. Over the course of a century, myriad theories and conjectures have emerged. Some suggest that this mist is a form of life that, having consumed the Earth, is now satiated and has paused near the Great Xia. Others posit that the unique magnetic field of the Great Xia obstructs the mist's expansion, while some assert that the 5 millennia of cultural heritage of the Great Xia is at play, safeguarding this land. The composition of the mist exceeds human comprehension. Whether through light, sound, electromagnetic waves, or other detection methods, none can penetrate this veil. No one knows if the nations consumed by the mist a century ago still exist. Experts surmise that the likelihood of their survival within the mist is exceedingly low, as inhalation or even mere contact with the skin can prove fatal. Over the past century, our nation has dispatched numerous well-equipped exploration teams into the mist, yet none have returned. 50 years ago, our first satellite was successfully launched, and the images transmitted from space revealed a planet enveloped in a grayish hue, with only the Great Xia remaining as a bastion of purity. Present-day Great Xia resembles an isolated island on this planet, and we may very well be its last survivors. Thus, the day the mist appeared, March 9th, is commemorated as Survival Day. Chapter 5. The boundless void under a moonlit sky. The bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and clusters of students emerged from the classroom, laughter echoing in the night. After a day of trials, this moment is perhaps their most liberating. With no homework, no teachers, just a few friends gathered around, they can return home, enjoy a warm bath, and comfortably retreat to bed. What bliss! Amidst this scattered crowd, a sizable group of over a dozen individuals surged forth, marching in unison towards the school gates. At their center, a young boy wrapped in black satin resembled a filling tightly encased within a dumpling. This formidable procession immediately captured the attention of all nearby students. In truth, I could walk home alone, Lin Xie mused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his frustration. I can see. Although my eyes do not handle bright light well. That's enough, Lin Chia. Jiang Qian interjected, her tone firm. We promised your aunt we would take good care of you, and we shall. Indeed, Chia, our homes are in the same direction. It's only natural. I'm also on the way. Lin Chia thought to himself. Truthfully, he now wished to be the one left alone, having lingered in darkness for too long. He was unaccustomed to such concern from others, and it left him feeling quite awkward. Certainly, Aunt and Yang Jin do not count, as they are his family. However, given their good intentions, he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections and could only helplessly follow the crowd forward. The intersection ahead required a right turn, though he could accompany them a little further. I must turn here. I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. As they distanced themselves from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Chia gradually bid their farewells, and within a few minutes, only 5 individuals remained by his side. The previously boisterous atmosphere began to quiet, and the space felt suddenly more expansive. Lin Chia exhaled deeply. Do you really think the mist will revive and engulf the great Xia once more? Li Yifei, carrying his bag, turned with a hint of curiosity. Haven't you heard what those experts say? The probability of the mist reviving is quite low. Perhaps there will be no changes in the next century. As for what happens 100 years from now, we won't be around to worry about it, Jiang Qian replied, rolling her eyes. Oh, you know well that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we manage to get into college and Haven Tea even enjoyed life before the mist swallows the entire Great Xia? That would be terribly unfortunate. So that's your excuse for idling away your days and not focusing on your studies? Jiang Qian stepped in front of Li Yifei, her expression serious. I must remind you. Teacher Wang has already stated that if you place last in this exam again, you will have to move your desk to the front of the classroom. I know, Li Yifei replied sheepishly. However, I truly don't believe the mist will revive. Suddenly, Wang Xiao, who had been walking at the front, spoke up. After all, the mist is merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reaches a certain critical point, it will gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age, when glaciers cover the Earth. They eventually receded with rising temperatures, heralding a new era. I understand what you're saying. Isn't it referred to as the theory of natural disasters? It seems to have considerable acceptance now, Jiang Qian nodded. But what if this mist is not a natural phenomenon? At that moment, Lin Chia, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. Chia, you don't actually believe in those so-called theologians' claims that this mist is related to supernatural forces, do you? It's the 21st century, we must trust science. There aren't so many ghostly phenomena in the world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Lin Chia remained silent. He was well aware of the existence of things beyond the realm of science, though he saw no need to divulge such matters to outsiders. Li Yifei muttered quietly. I think if such things did exist, the world would certainly be more fascinating. Why bother with such futile discussions? These matters are not our concern. Rather than fretting about whether the mist will revive, it would be more practical to enjoy some extra sleep during the upcoming 3-day holiday, Jiang Qian laughed. Indeed, the holiday is the most tangible. At this moment, in the old district of Changnan City, a man ambled along the desolate and dimly lit street, a signboard resting on his shoulder. The antiquated street lamps cast a faint glow, elongating his silhouette. He glanced at his phone, approached a narrow alleyway, and came to a halt. This is it, he muttered, setting down the signboard and adjusting its position. Beneath the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the signboard flickered in and out of view, and upon the black background, a few strikingly red characters stood out. No entry ahead. Leaning against the lamppost, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before donning his earphones. Captain, the third signboard is in place. Received, commence. Understood. The man, cigarette in mouth, strode up to the signboard, placed his thumb against his teeth, and bit down hard. A droplet of blood oozed from the wound, and he crouched down, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long horizontal line across the bold characters. No entry ahead. His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable aura erupted from him, radiating outward. He tilted his head back to gaze at the obsidian night sky, whispering in a voice only he could hear, forbidden ruins, void of no restraint. In the next moment, the crimson bloodstain on the signboard rapidly faded, as if absorbed, and then the bold characters "No entry ahead" blazed with a sudden red luminescence before gradually reverting to their original state. The man sank to the ground, exhaling a long breath, expressing his slight annoyance. Damn it. Drained again. At that moment, had anyone gazed down upon Changnan City from the heavens, they would have noticed 3 flickering lights near the old town, swiftly outlining a dark red equilateral triangle with these points as its vertices. As the triangle formed, half of the old town, enveloped by it, gradually vanished as if erased from the map. However, from the ground, the old town appeared unchanged. Meanwhile, at the center of this triangle, 6 black-red cloaks streaked across the sky like lightning. The foremost man gazed up at the dark red heavens, gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ghost-faced men are commencing the cleansing operation. Chapter 6. Ghost-faced man outside the old town. The man who had initiated the forbidden ruins sat beside the signboard, glancing back at the eerily still half of the old town, shaking his head in resignation. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and began playing a match. 3 game. Bro, what are you doing sitting here playing on your phone at this hour? Aren't you afraid of getting cold? Before long, a passerby crossed the street and chuckled upon seeing this scene. The man glanced up briefly before returning to his game, feeling idle and restless. The passerby laughed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the man. The man waved his hand, replying seriously, "Not during work hours, no smoking." "Hey, playing on the street counts as work?" The passerby quipped, amused. "Well, I suppose." The pedestrian shrugged, stood up, and walked towards the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly inquired. "Home. You cannot return, at least not at this moment." The pedestrian raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "This road is currently impassable. You can only return once it is cleared." The man pointed to a sign behind him, following his gesture. The pedestrian gazed at the perplexing sign standing in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to speak, the words "no entry ahead" flickered momentarily. The pedestrian's expression turned blank, and after a few seconds, he stiffly turned around, retracing his steps with a look of confusion in his eyes. The man seemed entirely unperturbed, and just as he was about to continue his game, another man's voice suddenly crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongqing." At the sound of this name, the man abruptly sat up, the casualness and fatigue on his face replaced by an air of utmost seriousness. "What is going on, Captain?" "We have encountered a problem. Among the ghost-faced individuals, one has ascended to become a ghost-faced king, and while we were engaged in eliminating the others, it severely injured Hong Ying and escaped the confines of the forbidden ruins through the sewer." "The ghost-faced king?" Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. "Which direction did it flee?" "I will intercept it." "No, Kongqing, you are not adept at combat. You cannot defeat the ghost-faced king. I will pursue it." Zhao Kongqing hesitated. "Then what about me?" After the ghost-faced king fled, 2 other ghost-faced individuals took the opportunity to escape into the sewer while the rest are engaged in clearing the remaining ones. "Which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." A glint of determination flashed in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the other end of the street, leaping into a black van, slamming the accelerator, and roaring away amidst a cacophony of noise. On the passenger seat, a neatly folded black and red cloak lay alongside a sheathed straight sword. "All right. I need to turn here. I'm leaving now." Wang Xiao paused and turned to speak to the 4 behind him. Just then, Li Yifei, as if suddenly recalling something, spoke up. "Wang Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, is your home near the old city?" "Yes, why?" "It's nothing. Just be cautious on your way back." Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave it halfway. It makes one feel quite uneasy." Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. "I've heard that the old city has been quite unsafe lately. There's a serial killer." "A serial killer? Is that true?" Jiang Qian expressed skepticism. "Of course it is." Li Yifei glanced around and lowered his voice. "You may not be aware, but in recent days, over 10 people have died in the old city." "Over 10 people? That's impossible. If there was such a commotion, it would have been reported in the news." Wang Xiao shook his head. "Greetings, it is indeed perplexing. I must convey that this incident is shrouded in mystery. There are influential individuals who have suppressed the whispers surrounding it. Were it not for my father's employment at the police station, I would remain oblivious to the situation." "Perplexing? What is perplexing?" "It is said that the deceased had their faces entirely flayed, leaving nothing but a gruesome mass of bloodied flesh and protruding eyeballs, executed with utmost brutality." A chilling evening breeze swept through, and upon hearing this, a shiver coursed from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, speaking of such things at this hour?" Jiang Qian's complexion paled, and she instinctively surveyed the desolate street, her irritation palpable. This area is already adjacent to the old city, a remote part of Tsangnan City, with evening classes having just concluded around 10 o'clock. Not a single passerby graced the road, which, coupled with Li Yifei's words, truly instilled a sense of dread. It was not only her, even the two sturdy men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a twinge of fear. Wang Xiao cast a furtive glance at the narrow path he was about to traverse, suddenly engulfed by an unsettling feeling. If Li Yifei's remarks merely incited fear, Lin Qiye's subsequent statement sent shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye spoke in a somber tone. "Are you certain these deeds were committed by humans?" As if struck, Jiang Qian trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's expressions twitched, their gazes toward Lin Qiye turning peculiarly inquisitive. "Ah, you, with your bushy brows and large eyes, who would have thought you were the one harboring the deepest secrets?" Li Yifei stared at Lin Qiye in astonishment. "Do you share this sentiment as well?" Silence. Jiang Qian could no longer endure it. She fiercely pinched Li Yifei's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. "Must we indulge in ghost stories at this hour? I still need to return home." Li Yifei clutched his arm, grimacing in discomfort, muttering under his breath that this was not merely a ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged, declaring he would not engage in such nonsense, for he did not believe in these phantoms and specters. With that, he gradually vanished into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei another glare, took a few steps forward, and abruptly halted. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes as she turned to say, "Have you noticed a foul odor?" "A foul odor?" "Yes, the sort that emanates from something decaying. I don't detect it. What about you, Lu Yuan?" "I don't smell anything either." Before Lu Yuan and Li Yifei could finish their statements, their expressions abruptly shifted, as they clasped their noses in terror, glancing around in panic. Just as Lin Qiye was about to utter something, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench invaded his nostrils, akin to tossing a piece of putrid meat, rotting for days, into a cesspool mingled with a dozen rotten eggs. Merely inhaling it sent his stomach churning violently. This was the foulest odor Lin Qiye had ever encountered in his life. As for the most sensitive-nosed Jiang Qian, she immediately crouched down and began to retch. "Damn it! What on earth is that foul smell?" Li Yifei exclaimed, covering his nose. "I have no idea," Lin Qiye replied, his brow slightly furrowing. After a moment, he pointed toward the narrow alley from which Wang Xiao had just departed. The direction of the stench seemed to emanate from that very location. In the next instant, a chilling scream pierced the stillness of the night, reverberating through the air. Wang Xiao, Li Yifei, along with the others, shouted in unison upon recognizing the familiar voice. They exchanged glances before hastily sprinting towards the alley Wang Xiao had exited. Lin Qiye remained rooted in place, frowning as he gazed into the dimly lit passage, his expression growing grave. Though he was uncertain of what had transpired, an unsettling premonition gnawed at his mind. On the outskirts of the old district, a psychopathic killer, a bizarre stench, and screams, it all felt amiss. He hesitated momentarily, wrestling with his thoughts. After a resigned sigh, he reluctantly grasped his cane and dashed toward the alley. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Qiye would have shunned such affairs, preferring to retreat in the opposite direction, as far away as possible. The very act of screaming suggested dire circumstances. If it was indeed a matter of urgency, it could only lead to trouble, robbery, murder, or perhaps witnessing a heinous crime. He wished to remain uninvolved in any of it. His curiosity was not so fervent that he felt compelled to uncover the truth, nor did he possess an abundance of compassion to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not skilled in combat. What if he were to lose his life in the process? However, the current situation felt different. Had they not taken it upon themselves to escort Lin Qiye home, Wang Xiao might have returned via another route or at an earlier time, thus avoiding this predicament altogether. While he preferred to mind his own business, he loathed the idea of being indebted to others even more. Regardless, he felt compelled to ascertain what was occurring. If only to show some consideration, should danger arise, he could always flee. Though blindfolded, Lin Qiye moved swiftly, his pace quickening as he approached the source of the screams. The stench grew increasingly pungent. "Ah!" A second scream echoed from around the corner, this time a woman's voice. "Jiang Qian." Lin Qiye abruptly halted at the alley's bend, his mental perception revealing the presence of Jiang Qian and her companions. Not far ahead, Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she gazed forward, trembling uncontrollably. Before her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes fixed ahead, equally trembling. Beyond that point, Lin Qiye could sense nothing further. His eyes remained closed, preventing him from visually surveying the world around him, and his mental perception extended only 10 meters, resulting in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within a distance of 10 meters, he perceives everything. Beyond that, he becomes a true blind man. What could have frightened Jiang Qian and the others to such a degree? Although he is unable to see, his sense of hearing is remarkably acute, allowing him to discern the rustling sounds not far away. It resembles the feral gnawing of something, carried out with wild abandon and evident delight. It sounds akin to the way a ravenous dog devours a bone. What has transpired? Lin Qie inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Qian seemed startled by Lin Qie's sudden appearance, her hands anxiously clutching at his clothing, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster. The monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. The color drained from Lin Qie's face instantly. Run. Both Lin Qie and Li Yifei shouted in unison. No sooner had the word escaped their lips than Lu Yuan, like a frenzied wild dog, spun around and sprinted away, colliding with Lin Qie's shoulder and stumbling, only to scramble to his feet and dash away desperately. Monster! Help! Someone! A monster! He screamed as he ran. Lin Qie, caught off guard by the sudden collision, staggered but quickly regained his balance, just as a dull thud echoed from afar. It sounded as though a grizzly bear was charging toward him, pounding the ground with tremendous force. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in terror, and with an unknown surge of strength, she sprang to her feet and screamed as she fled. As for Li Yifei, he had already taken off the moment he uttered the word run, his speed surpassing that of Lu Yuan, who had just shoved Lin Qie aside. Had Lu Yuan not collided with Lin Qie, he would have already been far ahead. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, he, like Jiang Qian, found himself lagging behind. At that juncture, it seemed all had forgotten Lin Qie's status as a disabled individual. The classmates who had fervently vowed to escort him home had entirely abandoned him in their panic, confronted with such a gruesome and terrifying scene. Fear enveloped the minds of everyone present. Just a few steps into his flight, Lin Qie sensed something intruding within his mental awareness of 10 meters. It resembled a person. Yet it also did not. It bore the semblance of humanity, possessing limbs and a head, but at that moment, it moved like a hyena, running on all fours. Its physique as formidable as that of a grizzly bear. Most alarmingly, atop its head was a grotesque visage, pale and contorted. Its elongated, crimson tongue slithered like a serpent, extending half a meter from its mouth, writhing with unsettling agility. Lin Qie's expression darkened considerably. Its speed was astonishing, within mere strides. It had leapt from beyond 10 meters into his sphere of mental perception, and it was closing in on him at an alarming pace. He could feel a gust of wind surging from behind. Beside him, Jiang Qian experienced the same sensation. Her face went pale, terror and panic flooding her being. She stiffly turned her head, desperate to gauge how far the monster was from her. It should still be a long way off, right? Do not look back. Lin Qie's voice suddenly echoed from the side. Yet, it was too late. Jiang Qian's pupils constricted in shock as the grotesque and terrifying visage of the specter loomed close to her face. The fetid scent of blood wafting from it was overwhelming. Atte! The piercing scream reverberated through the alley once more. She shut her eyes tightly, instinctively turning to unfasten her backpack, intending to hurl it at the ghastly figure. Panic engulfed her. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no trained warrior. In such a life-and-death moment, whoever faltered first would lose their chance at survival. The specter seized the straps of her backpack, its brute strength transmitting through to Jiang Qian, who suddenly lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. A heavy shadow fell upon her, crashing down, and the next moment, the night was drenched in crimson. Chapter 8. His eyes. Jiang Qian was dead. Lin Qie witnessed every moment of her demise. The monster descended from above, slicing through her neck with claws as effortlessly as if cutting through tofu, then gleefully began to feast, until her final breath. Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Qie's mind grasped every detail with clarity, his stomach churning, nearly succumbing to nausea. Despite having endured much suffering and hardship, his maturity surpassed that of his peers, yet he was seeing such a gruesome sight for the first time. And this was not the time to succumb to sickness. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qie turned and sprinted toward the opposite end of the alley while the monster savored Jiang Qian's lifeless form. The original escape route had been sealed off by the creature, forcing him to reverse his course towards the direction where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. The monster seemed more preoccupied with the corpse, failing to pursue him, which offered Lin Qie a slight reprieve. He did not know what that monster truly was, but it was unequivocally beyond the realm of humanity and the known beasts of the world. If someone were to claim it was a mutated primate from radiation, he might entertain the notion. Its size, strength, and speed were not something an ordinary human could contend with. Yet, that was merely a possibility. In this fog-laden world, having witnessed the existence of seraphim, he did not believe that science was the sole truth in existence. He held faith in the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Xie felt an uncanny familiarity with the creature's form, as if he had heard of it before. While lost in these thoughts, something else entered his mental perception, prompting Lin Xie to come to an abrupt halt. His breathing grew increasingly labored. 10 meters ahead of him, the figure of the monster reappeared, and he was certain this was not the same one from earlier. Although it bore a similar grotesque appearance, it was undeniably a different entity. The most telling evidence was that this creature cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao in its arms, continuing its gruesome feast. At this moment, Wang Xiao's visage had entirely vanished, leaving behind only a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Were it not for the peculiar nature of his attire, Lin Xie might have failed to recognize him altogether. This was the second monster, the very one that had slain Wang Xiao. Previously, while in the company of Jiang Qian and others, he had not discerned the scene from 10 meters away, instinctively believing there to be only a single creature. In hindsight, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The behavior of the monster that had killed Jiang Qian indicated a preference for feasting on corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Xie would not have been able to flee the scene. Yet, immediately following Wang Xiao's death, another monster had pursued Lin Xie and his companions. This could only signify that another beast was already indulging in Wang Xiao's remains. A narrow alleyway, 2 monsters, completely sealing off all avenues of retreat for Lin Xie. His complexion turned ashen, a long-forgotten emotion named despair resurfacing within his heart. In the span of 17 years, he had truly encountered despair on only 2 occasions. The first was a decade ago when he beheld the eyes upon the moon. The second was now, before him. The creature that had devoured Wang Xiao's face discarded his corpse as one would refuse, turning its gaze towards Lin Xie, its crimson tongue licking the blood from the corners of its mouth. In that moment, Lin Xie felt an urge to curse. Why must misfortune befall me once more? As a child, I could see seraphs while climbing rooftops, only to be blinded and fall, leading others to believe I had succumbed to madness, resulting in a year spent in a psychiatric hospital. Now, just as I was on the verge of a new beginning, ready to study diligently for the college entrance examination, I encounter this grotesque creature. While others may never face such horrors in a lifetime, I am confronted with 2 at once. It is absurd. Under the weight of impending death, years of suppressed frustration and indignation within Lin Xie erupted like a volcano. This fierce anger blazed brightly, compressing the fear in his heart into insignificance, unleashing a surge of resolve from an unknown source. Gripping his cane tightly, he faced the poised monster, his chest heaving violently. At this moment, the creature before him seemed more than just a monster that had fed on human flesh. It embodied all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even his aunt and Yang Jin were oblivious to the seething fury concealed within this repressed youth. He would not yield. Perhaps even he was unaware that beneath the tumult of emotions, the eyes that had remained shut for a decade trembled violently, on the verge of opening. The monster, eyeing the tender and delicate Lin Xie as if he were a coveted beauty, let out a shrill cry and leaped into the air. "Damn it, I fear you not," Lin Xie roared, raising his cane and charging towards the leaping monster. The distance between them rapidly diminished. At the moment when the monster's claw was about to slice through Lin Xie's throat, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal blow. However, despite his acute awareness of the creature's movements, Lin Xie's physical prowess fell short. The claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trace of blood in its wake. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed and whisked away by the swirling wind, lost to the chaos. With his eyes closed, Lin Xie seized the opportunity, letting out a fierce shout as he thrust his cane forcefully into the creature's abdomen. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Lin Xie felt a sudden lightness in his grip, only to be met with a tremendous force from behind as the monster's tail struck him aside. He tumbled to the ground, rolling painfully before managing to rise, only to discover that his cane had shattered into 2 pieces, originally designed for guidance. The cane was not particularly robust, and it proved inadequate against the formidable beast. "Damn it," he cursed, throwing the broken half of the cane to the ground in frustration. After finally seizing an opportunity, it had been rendered useless. The fracture of the cane ignited a tempest of emotions within Lin Xie. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, leaving crimson trails. "I refuse to accept this," he roared. In that moment of emotional upheaval, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It was as if a gentle spring breeze had transformed into life-giving rain. A refreshing wave flowed from his heart to the stagnant recesses of his mind. With a delicate touch, it pierced through the metaphorical paper barrier, causing it to burst open. Lin Chiye felt an explosion akin to a sun within his being. An unprecedented warmth enveloping him entirely, his eyelids felt as though they were being scorched. Thus, instinctively, he opened his eyes, which had been shut for a decade. The last image they beheld was another pair of eyes, the eyes of a seraph. In an instant, a brilliant beam of radiant light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, reaching skyward. At that moment, the night was as bright as day. Chapter 9. The Broken Cane. How dazzling. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible. No fire could be this bright. Moreover, there are no buildings in Songnan City that could reach such heights. Hurry, capture this. Share it on social media. This soaring pillar of light was so blinding that half of Songnan City noticed it, and pedestrians paused in their tracks, buzzing with excitement over its cause. Some speculated it was an explosion, others suggested an optical experiment, while a few believed it was a divine manifestation. Yet, only a select few understood the true significance of this radiant column. 2 minutes earlier, in the old city, on the deserted street, ripples of space began to undulate, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas shrouding the area. Moments later, 5 figures cloaked in black and red emerged from within. One individual cast a glance around, stepped forward, and picked up the forbidding no entry sign from the ground, folding it shut. At the moment this sign was retracted, the silent old town fragmented like a bubble, revealing the true essence of the ancient district within. Ominous blood saturated the aged streets with a crimson hue, while scattered. Grotesque remnants littered the area. If Lin Chiye were to witness this scene, he would discover that the dismembered pieces strewn across the ground belonged to the monstrous ghostly faces he had encountered. There were at least 34 of them, densely packed. The "no" has been cleared, announced the person holding the sign, his tone calm, indicating that the logistics team could be summoned to clean the battlefield. Where's old Zhao? He went after those 2 fleeing ghostly figures. It was our oversight. The wounded woman clasped her right shoulder, her expression somewhat despondent. Don't say that, Hong Ying. None of us anticipated that a ghost-faced king was hidden among those ghostly figures, a man reassured her. The captain should be fine facing the ghost-faced king alone. Right? Of course, there's no need for concern. The captain is a formidable powerhouse at the 3rd realm of the river boundary. He will be unharmed. The man paused, only hoping that those 2 fleeing ghostly figures would not cause casualties among ordinary people. Just as his words hung in the air, a blazing beam of light surged into the sky from another direction, illuminating half of the heavens. The 5 individuals turned simultaneously, their eyes wide with astonishment. A forbidden ruin has emerged. This energy fluctuation is beyond comprehension. This must be at least a powerhouse of the 5th realm. Or perhaps even the 6th. How could such a being be drawn to the small city of Songnan? No, this doesn't seem like a human forbidden ruin, the man said, his brow furrowing. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback before a realization dawned upon her. Are you suggesting this resembles a divine forbidden ruin, a divine realm? Upon hearing the term divine, the other's gazes sharpened. Which deity? Intense, sacred, powerful, and imbued with a creative essence. If I am not mistaken, this should be. The man fixated on the fading beam of light, articulating each word with deliberate gravity. Divine Code 003, the King of Angels, Michael. Lin Chiye felt an overwhelming discomfort. At the very center of this golden beam, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair, with boundless energy surging forth from his eyes. Lin Chiye felt as though he had returned to a decade prior, gazing across the vast cosmos, and once again encountering those eyes. The aura of supreme divinity remained vividly etched in his memory. The distinction lay in the fact that, 10 years ago, this aura emanated from the moon, whereas now, it radiated from his own eyes. The essence of the seraphim and divine might surge wildly from his gaze, transforming his eyes into 2 burning suns, as if they aimed to reduce all to oblivion. A decade ago, the seraph Michael locked eyes with him from the moon. 10 years later, Lin Chiye opened his eyes, the residual power of the seraph erupting in its entirety. Fortunately, the remnants of the seraphic power lingering in Lin Chiye's eyes were not overwhelming. After a radiant beam persisted for 7 or 8 seconds, it gradually dissipated, and Lin Chiye's body descended from the air, staggering as he regained his balance. Within his gaze, the resplendent golden light began to fade, ultimately leaving behind a faint golden halo. If the previous brilliance could be likened to that of the sun, the current luminosity resembled but a flickering candle flame. The earlier burst of golden radiance was undeniably formidable, yet it did not belong to him. In contrast, The golden shimmer nestled within Lin Chia's eyes was a manifestation of true dominion, an ephemeral vestige of seraphic power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chia slowly raised his head. The pitch-black night sky, the dilapidated streets, the horrifying monsters, and the blood-soaked ground. This was hardly a picturesque tableau unfolding before him, yet he smiled. He smiled with unabashed joy. After 10 long years, he had once again beheld this world with his own eyes. In that moment, the bloody monstrosity appeared somewhat endearing to Lin Chia. Even before the seraphic might erupted from within him, these two creatures had been pinned to the ground by its formidable force, nearly crushed into oblivion. Only after the golden beam had vanished did they regain their senses, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings, before turning their focus back to Lin Chia. Their eyes once more glimmering with a ravenous thirst for blood. With a bizarre screech, one of the creatures lunged at Lin Chia. In stark contrast to before, Lin Chia now exhibited a remarkable calmness. At the moment the monster moved, he instinctively calculated its trajectory and deftly rolled aside. While his speed may have seemed slow compared to the beast, his reaction time was astonishingly quick. Those precious seconds of anticipatory judgment afforded him the chance to evade. This was not an act of clairvoyance. Rather, after the awakening of his eyes, his perceptual abilities underwent a transformative evolution. His mental perception range expanded from 10 meters to 20, a feat that had taken him 5 years to achieve previously. Now, it had doubled in an instant. Furthermore, his dynamic vision within this 20-meter radius was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person, his reflexes bordering on the extraordinary. In the heat of close-quarters combat, he could almost predict his opponent's actions with uncanny precision. As for any additional abilities bestowed by these eyes, Lin Chia had yet to fully comprehend them. However, given the current circumstances, he had no time for leisurely exploration. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, the monster surged past the spot where Lin Chia had just stood, crashing into a substantial section of the wall. Propelling itself off the debris, it launched toward him once more. At that moment, Lin Chia executed a swift roll to evade the creature's landing point, swiftly reaching for the half-broken cane that had fallen nearby. Rising quickly, he crouched low, his eyes fixed intently on the rapidly approaching monster, gripping the cane tightly in both hands. The monster dragged out trails of residual shadows. The tempest had stirred, lifting the black hair from Lin Chia's forehead. With a sudden surge of power in its hind limbs, its entire body soared into the air. This time, Lin Chia did not evade. Gripping tightly onto a fragment of his cane, he fixed his gaze intently upon the creature's eyes. The monster's sharp claws lunged forth, aiming directly at Lin Chia's neck. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Chia's pupils dilated abruptly. A faint golden halo in his eyes flared to life, reminiscent of added kindling to a fire, illuminating them like 2 blazing furnaces. A surge of divine might coursed through Lin Chia's eyes, forcefully penetrating the monster's body. In that fleeting moment, the creature's perception of Lin Chia transformed, depicting him as a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Thus, under this divine presence, the monster's body fell into a brief paralysis. In that ephemeral interval, Lin Chia raised the fragment of his cane high and accurately pierced the monster's right eye. The jagged remnant impaled the creature's brain, extinguishing all traces of its vitality. Yet, even so, the momentum of its leap persisted. Its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, crashing down upon Lin Chia, who was still clutching the broken rod, forcefully knocking him to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Chia's ability to slay this beast stemmed solely from his abnormal dynamic vision and the celestial authority of the seraphim. His physical strength remained unchanged. The creature weighed at least 200 kilograms, a burden he could not shake off in such a short span. Moreover, after wielding the divine might of the seraphim, Lin Chia felt as if he had been completely drained, his entire body devoid of strength, and a wave of dizziness overcame him. Yet, in that moment, a second monster, which had been lurking nearby, sprang into action. This hidden predator finally revealed its grotesque fangs. Its limbs moved with lightning speed, darting beneath the flickering glow of the dim streetlights, casting shadows that danced like ethereal phantoms, a blood-red tongue twisting grotesquely. Lin Chia could perceive its movements clearly, but in his weakened state, evasion was impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the creature's menacing fangs loomed larger before him. As the monster closed in within 2 meters, Lin Chia's pupils suddenly constricted. Within his sensory range, a figure faster than the monster was rapidly approaching. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human. In a flash, Lin Chiye felt a blur before his eyes as a silhouette descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The rush of wind from its descent billowed a dark crimson cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man, neither handsome nor unattractive. He resembled an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, someone whose presence would instinctively be overlooked. However, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a shining sword. He crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the creature less than a meter away, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of the knife at his back. With a sharp sound, the blade slid from its sheath, the pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight, slicing through the heavy air in a silent arc toward the foe. It was a straightforward, unadorned straight blade. The edge of the knife traced a crescent in the air, colliding with the creature's claws and igniting a flurry of sparks. Zhao Conqing let out a low growl, his muscles taut, as he suddenly lunged forward a half step. To his astonishment, the creature, as formidable as a grizzly bear, was forced back several paces. Lin Xie watched in disbelief. Having faced this monster before, he understood its terrifying strength, yet here was a man compelling it to retreat. Who was he? After pushing the creature back, Zhao Conqing moved with a unique grace, as if attached to the beast, his straight blade slashing repeatedly, leaving grotesque gashes upon its body. The creature howled in agony, its eyes filled with malice as its elongated, spear-like limbs rose, intent on slaying this contemptible human before it. However, two flashes of steel severed its forelimbs with precision, before the creature could utter another scream. Zhao Conqing's eyes glinted with cold light as he struck with lightning speed at the monster's neck. The pale blue blade effortlessly cleaved through flesh, and in an instant, the creature's head was sent soaring, rolling grotesquely to the ground. With a click, the blade returned to its sheath, the dark crimson cloak now stained with the creature's blood. Yet the color blended so seamlessly that it was nearly imperceptible. Zhao Conqing did not spare a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag before pulling out his walkie-talkie. The two escaping ghost-faced beings had been dealt with. Summoned the logistics team to clean up the battlefield. After speaking, he stowed the walkie-talkie and approached Lin Xie, who had just extricated himself. Silently, the two men regarded each other in the moonlit night, beside the pool of blood. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Conqing could no longer contain himself and initiated the conversation. "Did I look handsome just now?" Lin Xie, gazing into his eyes for a moment and realizing he was sincere, could only respond softly, "Yes, handsome." "That's right," Zhao Conqing chuckled. "Do you wish to be as handsome as I am?" "Not particularly." Zhao Conqing's lips twitched slightly. "Why not? It's easy to die." Lin Xie's expression was earnest. For a moment, Zhao Conqing found himself at a loss for words. "But you just witnessed it. You possess supernatural abilities that ordinary people dream of. Don't you want to be like a superhero in the movies?" "Not really. Because it's easy to die?" "Yes." Zhao Conqing rubbed the corners of his eyes, realizing that the youth before him appeared to be quite formidable. Yet, he found himself entangled in this predicament, and he possessed such immense power. "Let us change our location. This is not a suitable place for discourse. We should have a proper conversation," Zhao Conqing suggested after a moment of contemplation. "By the way, I am Zhao Conqing, and I assure you, I am not a villain." Lin Xie blinked and nodded obediently. "I believe you. Please wait here while I fetch my backpack. My study materials are inside." "Go ahead." Zhao Conqing waved his hand in resignation and sat down on the curb, feeling somewhat disheartened. If an ordinary person were to face such a situation, they would have been utterly terrified. Yet this boy was thinking about retrieving his study materials. Most astonishingly, he had outright rejected Zhao's advances. "Damn it, I exerted all my effort. Those previous strikes were executed with such flair. I have never fought so fiercely even during practice with the captain. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is faring. The Ghost-Faced King is no trifling adversary." Zhao Conqing sat on the roadside, smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. After a brief moment of realization, he sprang to his feet and swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Where had that boy vanished to? Zhao Conqing stood frozen for several seconds, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Damn it, the boy actually ran away? "Brother, why are you so late returning today?" Yang Jin inquired, observing Lin Xie's weary visage. "Where is your cane?" Lin Xie changed into his slippers, forcing a smile. "I encountered a bit of trouble on the way and accidentally lost it." To avoid Yang Jin noticing the scar near his temple, Lin Xie wrapped a piece of black satin around it again. However, the cane was indeed broken, and rather than bring it home to worry his family, He chose to dispose of it. It's fine. We can simply get another one, Yang Jin remarked. Yes, it's resolved. Little Black, the pet, scampered across the balcony, nudging Lin Chiye's calf with its head before rolling over to expose its belly. Lin Chiye squatted down helplessly, rubbing its belly as he asked, Has Auntie not returned yet? Mother is working the night shift and won't be back until morning. All right, have you finished your homework? There's just a little left. It's quite excessive for middle school to assign this much work. Lin Chiye stood up, voicing his complaint. He then turned to Yang Jin. If you're too tired, there is no need to finish it tonight. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I will speak to him. Yang Jin smiled. I'll be done soon. Lin Chiye nodded. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'll head to bed. Make sure you sleep early after finishing. Okay. Lin Chiye trudged wearily into his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Yang Jin's voice came through once more. Is there truly nothing on your mind? No. Get some rest. By the way, the milk is in the fridge. If you wake up early tomorrow, feel free to heat it up yourself. Understood, brother. Good night. Good night. As the door gently closed, Yang Jin stood outside, cradling the small black dog, silently observing Lin Chiye's room. He softly stroked the dog's head. Do you sense it too? Woof. He gazed up at the dim moonlight outside, murmuring, he carries a sin of blood. Chapter 11. Opening the door, Lin Chiye was genuinely fatigued, both mentally and physically. He never anticipated that on his very first day of transferring schools, he would encounter such events, meeting monsters, being betrayed by classmates, engaging in perilous battles, inexplicably opening his eyes, and then encountering a mysterious superhero who slipped away unnoticed. Lin Chiye was no fool. He realized that his experiences tonight undoubtedly touched upon the secrets of this world, the flesh-eating monsters, the golden light emanating from his body, and the man who single-handedly vanquished the creatures. That man was no ordinary individual, and judging by his use of a walkie-talkie, it was clear he was part of a vast organization, one that likely operated in secrecy to confront such bizarre occurrences. He had witnessed the light on his body and perhaps even glimpsed himself defeating monsters, which might explain his desire to recruit Lin into their ranks. To claim he was entirely indifferent to these hidden truths would be a lie. He yearned to uncover the nature of the events he had experienced tonight and to comprehend what was unfolding within him. Yet, he was reluctant to allow his curiosity to ensnare him in this whirlpool of intrigue. Some secrets, once uncovered, become inescapable. He had no desire to be a hero defending humanity. All he wished to protect was his own home. Soon, he succumbed to slumber, and the familiar mist descended once more. In the dream, Lin Chiye surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Are you still unwilling to leave me be? Battling monsters while awake, and now you come knocking in my dreams. What a wretched fate. Navigating with ease through the familiar terrain, he soon beheld the outline of a psychiatric hospital. On an ancient plaque to his right, bold characters were etched, Asylum of the Gods. Lin Chiye approached the entrance and halted, reaching for the circular handle. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, the ground trembled slightly. The surrounding mist began to swirl violently. Grasping the handle, Lin Chiye wore a perplexed expression. What on earth? I haven't even knocked yet, and it's already shaking? It wasn't like this before. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Could it be that his awakening today was the cause? He looked down at his dream body, and his eyes gradually began to shine. In the past, Lin Chiye's form in dreams had been translucent, fragile like drifting mist. However, today his form had noticeably solidified, though it remained devoid of physical substance. No longer transparent, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the imposing door that had barred him for 5 long years, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps today, success was within reach. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the circular ring tightly and forcefully collided with the door. Ding! An ancient chime resonated from within the psychiatric institution, amplified many-fold compared to before. Fortunately, Lin Chiye, in his current incorporeal state, was spared the agony of a ruptured eardrum. In the instant the bell tolled, the entire asylum trembled violently once more. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Chiye's eyes. Ding! 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 Without pause, he struck the door 3 more times, causing the building to sway as if beset by an earthquake. Finally, after the last blow, a resounding crash echoed from within the asylum, and then silence enveloped the air. Just as Lin Chiye prepared to strike again, the great door emitted a deep, creaking sound and began to move slowly. The door opened. With a resonant thud, as the grand entrance swung wide, Lin Chiye beheld an ancient and dimly lit corridor. The floor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while orbs of flame flickered mysteriously from the walls. Lin Xie ventured down the corridor and soon encountered a junction, where a modern sign hung above, indicating directions. To the left lay the wards, and to the right, the activity area. Observing the sign, Lin Xie murmured to himself, "This layout is strikingly reminiscent of the asylum I once resided in." After a moment's hesitation, he chose to enter the activity area first. The activity rooms were few, yet adequately equipped. A multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for chess and leisure, a study for reading and learning, and even an open circular lawn adorned with various sports equipment. Indeed, it was just as he remembered. This dream was peculiar. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion. Upon finishing his exploration of the activity area, he turned back towards the wards section. As he approached the entrance to the wards, Lin Xie suddenly halted. This place felt different. He gazed down the dark, monotonous corridor and murmured to himself. He distinctly remembered that during his time at Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, the wards spanned several floors, and while the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. Yet here, before him, the ward area was confined to a single floor with only 6 rooms. The doors of these 6 rooms were adorned with bizarre symbols and intricate designs, densely packed, resembling some form of seal, causing Lin Xie to feel dizzy merely by glancing at them. He forcibly averted his gaze from the doors, steadied his mind, and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward, an ancient nameplate hung, with each room's door marked by a unique emblem. In the first ward where Lin Xie currently stands, the doorplate is adorned with a large black circle. Conversely, the doorplate of the second ward features an object resembling a staff or a pen. As Lin Xie strides along the corridor, he arrives at the 6th ward, yet remains perplexed by the doorplates. He gazes at the enigmatic door before him, lost in contemplation. Within the confines of this dreamlike psychiatric hospital, the ward area starkly contrasts with his memories of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Thus, he ponders whether there truly reside patients within these wards, or if, as the name of the institution suggests, they are inhabited by deities. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xie gradually extends his hand towards the doorknob of the 6th ward. It is not out of recklessness. On one hand, this is merely his dream, and any potential mishap would have minimal impact on him. On the other, he has knocked on the door of this psychiatric hospital day after day for 5 years and is unwilling to depart in confusion. Deep within his subconscious, he senses that perhaps there exists a secret related to himself within this institution. After all, why do the arrangements here mirror those of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital he once resided in? As Lin Xie's hand draws near, his fingertips brush against the doorknob, eliciting a cool sensation. Contrary to his expectations of resistance or pain, his hand naturally rests upon the knob. With a firm tug, he attempts to open the door, but it remains immovable. He steadies himself and exerts all his strength to pull once more, yet the door does not yield. Disheartened, he abandons this door and approaches the 5th ward, pulling with all his might. Still, it does not budge. He proceeds to the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd wards, trying each one in turn, only to be met with the same stubbornness, until finally, he stands before the 1st ward. With a mindset prepared for failure, he pulls vigorously at the 1st ward's door. A soft click resonates from the doorknob as the intricate patterns and designs engraved upon the door suddenly fracture and gradually dissipate into the air. Startled, Lin Xie takes several steps back, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The door has opened. Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night Among the 6 Wards. Only the first door is capable of being opened. Is this the sole door designated to grant access, or does it signify that, akin to the formidable door he has knocked upon for 5 years, only his current strength permits him to open this initial threshold? After 5 years of persistent knocking, his spiritual perception has intensified, allowing him to open this door and enter the hospital. Do the subsequent wards, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th also require an enhancement of his abilities to unlock their mysteries? Lin Xie remains uncertain, yet he has no time to dwell on these thoughts. For before him, the door of the ward, once shrouded in seals, is now slowly creaking open. The confines of the ward were modest, shrouded in dim light, with a solitary chair positioned at its center, upon which sat a woman clad in a dress of starry black, her gaze vacantly fixed ahead. Apart from this solitary figure and the chair, the shadowy chamber was devoid of any other presence. Lin Xie approached the door cautiously, hesitating momentarily before allowing a formal smile to grace his face as he waved at the woman within. "Greetings, I am Lin Xie," regardless of her identity. Extending a courteous gesture seemed prudent. After all, it is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. A touch of politeness would surely not provoke a deity, even if she were one. However, despite Lin Chiye's stiff smile, the woman in black remained as unmoving as a statue. Gritting his teeth, he boldly stepped into the room. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, a series of words materialized on the wall behind the woman. Ward No. 1 patient. Nick's task: assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon achieving designated treatment progress levels 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress 0 Nix. Upon deciphering the text on the wall, Lin Chiye inhaled sharply. Although he was not well versed in mythology, he had indeed heard of Nix, the goddess of night, one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. This was a being of immense stature within the pantheon. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was none other than the illustrious goddess of the night. Her demeanor exuded an air of aloof elegance. Her flawless features rendered her a vision of beauty, with silky black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. The deep-hued starry black gown she wore mirrored the profound essence of the night, accentuating her alabaster skin, which appeared as delicate as the finest snow. Despite her vacant stare, the aura she emanated far surpassed anything humanly possible. Even the most formidable empresses in history could scarcely be compared to her. Nix, she was divine, a sovereign, the sovereign of the night. Lin Chiye stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix from a close distance. He had beheld a deity before, and in comparison to the radiant angel from the moon, he felt that something was amiss with Nix. Was it divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all were lacking? Lin Chiye could not ascertain, yet he surmised that her current state was intricately linked to her affliction. But how could this be? A goddess, a being perched atop the mythological hierarchy. How could she fall ill? Was her malady a natural occurrence, or a result of human intervention? If it were naturally occurring, Lin Chiye found it hard to believe. Yet, if it were induced by an external force, what kind of entity possessed the capability to afflict the goddess of night with an ailment, particularly one of a mental nature? According to the text on the wall, Lin Chiye was now tasked with attempting to aid Nix in her recovery, but what precisely was the nature of her illness? Lin Chiye, once a patient of mental illness, possessed some understanding of psychiatric disorders. Broadly speaking, these conditions could be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and so forth. In order to treat Nikes, it was imperative to ascertain the nature of her affliction. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chiye crouched before Nikes and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly into her ear. Suddenly, Nike's body trembled, startling Lin Chiye, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. In the next moment, Nike's head stiffly turned toward Lin Chiye, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. Lin Chiye swallowed hard, paralyzed with trepidation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Chiye felt a prickling sensation from being scrutinized, Nike's expression began to shift. From vacant to puzzled, from puzzled to astonished, and from astonished to tearfully overwhelmed. Nike's body trembled slightly, tears pooling in her eyes, and her lips parted with great difficulty. After a prolonged silence, she hoarsely uttered, "At last, I have found you, my child." At that moment, Lin Chiye felt a jolt of electricity surge from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of bewilderment. She? Me? Child? Huh? Lin Chiye truly could not recall what his parents looked like, having been entrusted to his aunt after their departure. Yet, his mother should, perhaps, likely be a human, not the goddess of night. No, wait. How could this foreign goddess of night speak such fluent Chinese? Of course, it is my dream. It is not surprising to comprehend the language of a deity. Perhaps this is a transmission of brainwaves? As Lin Chiye spiraled into his thoughts, Nikes rose to her feet, extending her arms and staggering towards him with increasing speed and fervor. At this moment, Lin Chiye's mind was a chaotic mess, and he instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of night. However, the goddess of night merely rushed past him, seizing the small vase perched on the windowsill behind him. Nikes clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you." Lin Chiye? Immediately thereafter, Nike's gaze fell upon the chair she had occupied for an indeterminate duration. After a brief moment of astonishment, she lunged forward, embracing both the chair and the vase, weeping uncontrollably. "Hypnos, my child, you are here too." Confused, Lin Chiye stood there like a statue, watching as Nikes mournfully recognized the vase, the chair, the wall, and even the air as her children, crying profusely. "Lin Chiye, I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is rather grave." As dawn broke, Lin Xie languidly awoke from his slumber, gazing at the bare ceiling above, releasing a resigned sigh. After spending an entire night with Nix, Lin Xie felt an overwhelming sense of malaise. Just as he prepared to rise, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. In his mind, the enigmatic asylum for deities, shrouded in mist, floated before him, and he sensed a profound connection to the institution. At this moment, slumber was unnecessary. He could channel his consciousness into the asylum at will. Was this the benefit of unlocking the door? Lin Qiyu endeavored to link his consciousness to the asylum, eager to perceive all that transpired within its confines. However, the 5 sealed wards remained inaccessible. Outside, Nix cradled a vase and a chair, engaged in a solitary discourse with the surrounding air, oblivious to her own mutterings. Lin Xie sat upon his bed, gloomily rubbing the corners of his eyes. Healing. Yet I am not a physician. How am I to aid her? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Xie's eyes, as if an idea had struck him. His gaze narrowed slightly, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. He ran away in Songnan City. Within a towering edifice, the door creaked open, revealing Zhao Kongqing, who entered with a listless demeanor, punctuating the silence with intermittent sighs. Old Zhao, what troubles you? The 5 individuals seated within cast curious glances at Zhao Kongqing's forlorn visage. Were you injured last night? Observing his expression, they speculated that heartbreak was a more plausible explanation. Good heavens, old Zhao, is your wife seeking a divorce? Do not speak nonsense. The 5 began to conjecture amongst themselves, and after a pause, the reticent Zhao Kongqing exhaled a deep sigh. Am I truly so devoid of charm? In unison, they rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance of his lament, each returning to their respective tasks, some sharpening knives, others polishing firearms, a few engrossed in their phones, while others succumbed to slumber. No, I am earnestly inquiring, Zhao Kongqing implored, his frustration mounting. Noticing the lack of response, Hong Ying, who was busy cleaning her weapon, sighed. Brother Kongqing, are you feeling triggered? In a manner of speaking, Zhao Kongqing replied, pausing momentarily. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins last night. At this revelation, all eyes turned to him, their previous activities forgotten, and their gazes ignited with anticipation. The individual suspected to be the agent of the Seraphim? Indeed. Is he formidable? Who is he? You are overthinking it. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuations are likely remnants of the Seraphim's power imprinted upon him. He is still a neophyte, just embarking upon the threshold of the realm. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in their eyes. It was believed that a being of Klein caliber had arrived in Songnan City. However, it was reasonable to surmise that if that exceedingly dangerous deity had indeed chosen a representative and elevated them to such a level, the higher-ups would certainly be aware of it. The man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, the Seraph had selected a proxy and bestowed upon them the divine relic, a matter of great significance that required immediate reporting to the higher authorities. By the way, Lao Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he now? Such an important individual, did you not bring him back? He escaped. Zhao Kongqing responded with a hint of melancholy. He told me he was going to fetch his backpack, and then took advantage of my momentary distraction to flee. The others fell silent. Just as they prepared to voice their grievances, the door to the room swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, his face still bearing traces of blood, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. Upon seeing him, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, immediately rose to their feet. Captain, are you all right? The captain waved his hand, shedding the bloodied cloak, and settled onto a small stool beside the door, fatigue etched across his features. I'm fine, but the demon-faced king has escaped. The expressions of the group grew solemn. The captain continued, last night, I pursued the demon-faced king to the suburbs north of the city and engaged it in combat. It was severely wounded, but it resorted to self-harm to force its escape. Does this mean the demon-faced king might have already fled Songnan City? No, not necessarily. The man seated on the sofa spoke up suddenly. Everyone turned to him, the captain's brow slightly raised. Go on, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan slowly stood, retrieving a map of the Songnan vicinity from beneath the sofa and spreading it out on the floor. Songnan City was situated in a relatively remote area, distanced from nearby cities. The captain had battled the demon-faced king in the northern suburbs last night, and the closest city beyond Songnan was several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan circled a point on the map. What of it? Hong Ying inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, the captain's eyes began to gleam with insight. The demon-faced king had sustained grave injuries. Without recuperating its strength, it could not traverse such a vast distance. Wu Xiangnan added. And if the demon-faced king wishes to regain its power, it must resort to consuming humans, which implies that it will inevitably return to Cangnan City. Precisely. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow slightly. But Cangnan City is so vast. We have no idea from where it might emerge. The sewers, Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, marking a curved line on the map with a red pin. The demon-faced king is fond of navigating through the sewers, and it previously escaped via that route. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern suburbs, suggesting that the demon-faced king's reappearance is highly likely in a location along this sewer line. Immediately dispatch teams to search along this sewer. This time, we must not let it escape. The captain's eyes glinted with determination as he issued his command. Understood. By the way, there is one more thing. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing, determined to bring back the agent of the Seraph. His potential was immense and must not fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In a certain sense, this matter held greater priority than eliminating the Phantom King. Zhao Kongqing immediately puffed out his chest, declaring, "Leave this to me. I will personally apprehend this young man." Hasn't he already fled? How can you possibly find him? Honging murmured softly. He is wearing the uniform of second high school. I'll be waiting at the school gate today. I'm confident I can catch him. A confident smile appeared on Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin asked curiously, noticing Lin Qiye was not in his uniform and lacked a backpack. I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be going for now. Lin Qiye replied as he slipped on his shoes and opened the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She returned just an hour ago. I understand. Make sure to head to school early. Do not follow my example. Okay. Lin Xia closed the door and silently removed the black satin from his eyes, tucking it into his pocket. His vision restored, yet he had not disclosed this to his aunt or Yang Jin. The first reason being that his aunt had worked the night shift and they had not crossed paths. The second reason was that Lin Xia had just recently acquired this newfound sight and could not yet fully control its power. The golden light occasionally flickered from the depths of his eyes, although it was not overly conspicuous should his aunt or the others catch sight of it. They would undoubtedly urge him to investigate further, wasting money unnecessarily. He intended to announce this development once he could master his vision entirely. However, since he was already out, Lin Xia deemed it unnecessary to wear the black satin, as it would draw too much attention. He retrieved the sunglasses that Yang Jin had bought for him and donned them, striding confidently towards the bus station. After more than an hour of jolting travel, Lin Xia finally arrived at his destination, Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. The last time he had visited this place was a decade ago. Over these 10 years, Lin Xia had undergone significant changes, and so had the hospital. All the old walls had been refurbished, the entrance was now twice as wide, and 2 modern high-rises had replaced the original 3-story building. Even the words Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital had been transformed into a gilded embossed sign. Standing at the entrance, Lin Qiye found it impossible to reconcile the modern hospital before him with the small building of his memories. The only unchanged aspect was perhaps the elderly gatekeeper, who had become quite stooped and had much grayer hair. The old gentleman seemed to recognize Lin Qiye, squinting his eyes and raising his right hand to point at him. Just as Lin Qiye thought the old man remembered him and was about to greet him, the gentleman shouted, "You there, foolish boy. You're blocking the cars behind you." Chapter 14. I have a friend. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Qiye pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Seated across from him was a middle-aged male doctor, clad in a white coat, sporting a remarkably sparse Mediterranean hairline, clearly a symbol of wisdom. Lin Qiye settled into the chair as the doctor languidly inquired, "Pray tell, what seems to be the ailment?" "I am in good health," Lin Qiye replied. "If you are in good health, then what brings you here?" "I may not have any afflictions myself, but I have a friend who suffers from a grave mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Qiye with a peculiar expression, a smile playing on his lips as he tousled the few strands of hair atop his head. "The friend you speak of, could it be you yourself?" Lin Qiye solemnly retorted, "No, I assure you, it is indeed a friend." "Very well. Then enlighten me about your friend's condition. What specific symptoms does she exhibit?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate. The doctor chuckled. "Then perhaps you could embody your friend and demonstrate her behavior to me." Lin Qiye cast a strange glance at the doctor, hesitating briefly before reluctantly nodding. He gradually rose from his seat and, under the doctor's watchful gaze, walked directly to him. He extended his arm, cradling the middle-aged physician's head against his chest. while his other hand gently stroked the few remaining strands of hair on the doctor's crown, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he softly murmured, "My dear child, Father has finally found you." The doctor replied. In the following 10 minutes, Lin Xie employed every argumentative technique he had ever learned, passionately articulating to the doctor that he was not the one unwell, thereby averting the dire fate of involuntary hospitalization. "So your friend perceives everything as if they were her child?" "Indeed. And she weeps for an extended period? She cries incessantly. She enjoys sitting in the garden, narrating stories to vases and chairs." "Precisely. And what of her sleep?" "She does not sleep at all." The doctor furrowed his brow. "Your friend's condition appears quite severe. I strongly advise that she be admitted to our hospital for treatment. Her situation is rather unique. She lacks the conditions for hospitalization." Lin Xie responded with resignation. He could not possibly reveal the truth. If he were to confess that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within the confines of his mind, he would surely receive a notice of hospitalization himself. The doctor, contemplating the dilemma, began typing on the keyboard. "If hospitalization is unfeasible, we shall have to resort to pharmacological treatment. I will prescribe a few medications for you to administer to her. Should her condition not improve, it is imperative that she be brought to the hospital." Lin Xie's expression reflected uncertainty. Could the medications of the corporeal realm penetrate the depths of his mind? He was unsure, yet he felt that even if they could, the remedies of mortals might not yield any effect on a deity. "Doctor, are there any alternatives to medication for treatment?" The doctor contemplated for a moment before responding. "Your friend's symptoms align with severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous patients of this nature. Previously, there was a man who adored his wife, but upon her tragic demise in a car accident, he often conversed with the air, imagining her presence by his side. This affliction is predominantly rooted in profound psychological trauma, wherein the subconscious vehemently rejects reality, thereby constructing an illusory perception that the beloved is still present. If one were to approach the condition from the perspective of its origins and provide psychological intervention, there exists a possibility for improvement. However, without pharmacological assistance, progress is exceedingly challenging. Medication and psychological therapy are complementary in nature. Do you comprehend my intent?" Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully. Yet, to address the underlying causes, he realized he knew nothing of Nike's past, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. It appears he must undertake further preparatory work. Lin Xie accepted the prescription provided by the doctor but chose not to pay for the medication. Since the drugs in the realm of reality could not affect the divine presence in his mind, he saw no merit in expending money on them, especially given their exorbitant cost. Upon emerging from the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xie boarded the bus for his return journey. The visit to the psychiatric facility proved worthwhile. At the very least, it offered him a breakthrough. To provide psychological guidance to Nikes, he must first attain a profound understanding of her. Thus, Lin Xie disembarked at a certain stop and entered the Songnan City Library. At the entrance of the second high school, two students conversed. "Hey, do you see that man?" "Who is he?" "I don't know. He must be a parent. I spotted him when I entered the school around 7 this morning." "I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses and a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked rather dashing. But now he looks like a beggar. His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been there since morning?" "Surely not. It's nearly 10 now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, have you heard? 2 students were attacked on their way home last night." "Is that true?" "Of course. I heard that a forlorn man was sitting alone on the curb across from the school gate, surrounded by cigarette butts, his silhouette under the streetlight emanating a profound sadness." Zhao Conching flicked the ash off his cigarette, perplexed, unable to fathom where things had gone awry. He had squatted from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, baked by the sun, yet he had not caught a glimpse of that boy. He had clearly seen him in the school uniform last night. Could it be that the boy anticipated his arrival and chose to stay away? His backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Conching pushed himself off the ground, feigning nonchalance as he dusted off his pants and began to stretch his limbs. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a youth in casual attire ambling across the street, carrying several books. That fellow bore a resemblance to that boy, somewhat. "Huh?" Zhao Conching was taken aback, blinking rapidly. "No way." Zhao Conching, without uttering a word, surged forward like a gust of wind towards the youth, his eyes ablaze with fury, exuding an air of menace. However, when he was approximately 20 meters away, the boy seemed to sense something amiss, his body jolting as he too took flight. Thus, the two raced through the streets in a wild chase. In that moment, Lin Xie felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. Why did he choose this particular path when there were so many others to take? Now, having just spurned someone the previous day, he found himself being pursued with fervor. Although Lin Xie's speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to Zhao Kongqing's, and within mere seconds, he was overtaken. Zhao Kongqing seized Lin Xie's shoulder with a fierce grip, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Well, look who we have here. Lin Xie turned his head stiffly, tilting it in confusion. Who are you? Chapter 15. 003 Zhao Kongqing felt an explosion of fury brewing within him. Me? You dare ask who I am? I am the innocent victim whose emotions were toyed with last night, left to endure the bitter chill for half the night. With a vice-like grip on Lin Xie's arm, he resembled a naive uncle fearful of losing his beloved to another. Let me make this clear. Don't play coy with me. Today, you shall not escape. Lin Xie glanced at his ensnared arm, surrendering to the inevitable with a resigned demeanor. Fine. You lead the way. Where are we going to talk? Follow me. Zhao Kongqing intertwined his arm with Lin Xie's and strode purposefully toward an unknown destination. As Lin Xie realized they were drawing near a couple's hotel, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively turned to flee. Yet, Zhao Kongqing denied him this opportunity, swiftly restraining him and dragging him toward the hotel. What do you intend to do? I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids. Do not get any ideas. What is wrong with you high school boys? It's merely a place to chat. Why would we need to chat in a couple's hotel? Did you not notice the glances we received along the way? I am utterly mortified. What do you know? This is a safe house. I have no ulterior motives in bringing you here. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes, dragging the struggling Lin Xie to the front desk, where he shot a rather greasy wink at the astonished female clerk. One dynamic passion-themed room with a large bed, please. Lin Xie, the female clerk, stood frozen, her brain momentarily short-circuiting before inexplicably becoming animated. Yes, sir, I will need your identification. And this young gentleman will need to present his as well. Reluctantly surrendering his ID, Lin Xie regarded the overly eager clerk with a bemused expression, wondering what romantic scenario she had concocted in her mind. Yet, one could hardly blame her in the dead of night. A middle-aged man forcibly dragging a young boy to a couple's hotel for a large bed, specifically a dynamic couple's suite. Who would believe it was merely for a chat? Here is your room key. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The young female attendant smiled brightly at Lin Xie, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. Lin Xie's fists clenched. Why are you just standing there? Come with me. Zhao Kongqing urged Lin Xie as he led him toward the elevator. Once they swiped the key card and entered the room, Lin Xie was awestruck by the array of marvelous amenities. The naive Lin Xie finally realized that the wealthy indulge in such extravagant pleasures. Indeed, it is thrilling. Zhao Kongqing locked the door behind them and then released Lin Xie, striding directly to the electric bed and finally allowing his body, which had been rigid all day, to relax. Don't be so tense. It's merely a conversation. Noticing Lin Xie's expression of impending doom, Zhao Kongqing jested. Lin Xie sighed and settled onto the sofa by the door. What do you wish to talk about? Of course, I wish to discuss you. Lin Xie, male, 17 years old, single, height 175 centimeters, weight. You know, I am not referring to that. Zhao Kongqing rubbed his forehead, gesturing towards Lin Xie's eyes with the other hand. What I mean is, your eyes. Lin Xie fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? At the mention of this name, Lin Xie's body shuddered slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him possessed vast knowledge, and the forces behind him were undeniably formidable. This statement also revealed a crucial piece of information to Lin Xie. The seraph he had encountered a decade ago was none other than the renowned Archangel Michael. Seeing Lin Xie nod, Zhao Kongqing's heart finally eased, and his gaze towards Lin Xie grew increasingly fervent. Why did he seek you? What did he say to you? To what extent can you now utilize the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongqing's questions came in rapid succession, causing Lin Xie to furrow his brow and shake his head. You have too many questions. Zhao Kongqing realized he had overstepped and chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, you must have many uncertainties. Allow me to provide some clarity. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, gazing into Zhao Kongqing's eyes before posing his first inquiry. Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world? They do. Zhao Kongqing nodded without hesitation. But not all deities exist. What do you mean? Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if determining where to begin. What do you believe mythology is? Lin Chia contemplated, responding, "It is the spiritual solace of ancient peoples, a reflection of their fears and fantasies regarding the unknown forces of nature." "You are correct," Zhao Kongqing affirmed. "Until a century ago, everyone held this belief." "A century ago?" "Precisely. Before the advent of the mist, there had never been any sign of divine beings in this world." Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. However, ever since the emergence of the mist that enveloped the earth, everything seemed fundamentally altered. In September 1922, merely a year after the mist's advent, a certain exploratory team dispatched by the Great Xia observed an enormous dragon soaring slowly through the skies above the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's first encounter with a mythical creature. Upon thorough investigation, it was determined that this dragon was the Leviathan, the chaotic dragon mentioned in the Bible. Believed to be a creation of God, the discovery of this colossal dragon utterly shattered the perceptions of the Great Xia's leadership, who came to the realization that from the moment the mist descended, the world had irrevocably changed. At that time, the sudden appearance of the mist plunged the entirety of Great Xia into a state of panic. In an effort to maintain national stability, the higher-ups concealed the results of this exploration. The Leviathan, as the first mythical entity observed by humanity, was designated as Code 001. Subsequent explorations led to the discovery of additional mythical beings, which were assigned sequential designations. The Seraphim Michael, which you now see, was the third mythical creature observed by humanity in 1928, designated as Code 003. 1928? Lin Chia exclaimed, taken aback. At that time, we had not yet mastered the technology for lunar travel, had we? How did they locate the Seraphim on the moon? It was not us who found him. Zhao Kongqing replied, shaking his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos to obliterate a great volcano in North America. It was only then that we became aware of the divine presence on the moon. North America? What was there? Later, our exploratory team took an entire year to reach that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity designated as Code 004, sealed within a divine shrine. Zhao Kongqing paused momentarily before continuing. The fallen angel, Lucifer. Chapter 16. Always present Lin Chia found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the vast amount of information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing, remaining in a state of shock for quite some time. So, you are suggesting that following the appearance of the mist, deities from mythology inexplicably began to materialize one after another? Indeed, Zhao Kongqing confirmed. The leadership has been investigating the underlying reasons for this phenomenon and has postulated two possibilities. He extended two fingers. The first possibility is that these deities did not exist in reality. However, the emergence of the mist triggered some mysterious transformation that manifested them from myth into reality. The second possibility is that these myths were not mere fantasies of the ancients, but rather genuine existences that had been lurking on Earth for some reason, and the sudden onset of the mist awakened them. Lin Chia nodded thoughtfully. Then what did you mean earlier when you said not all deities exist? The number of deities currently residing on Earth is rather limited. Not all mythological beings have descended here. What we witness is merely a minuscule portion of an extensive mythological framework. The reasons behind their selection remain elusive, unrelated to strength, the prevalence of tales, morality, or national boundaries. Their emergence appears to lack any discernible pattern, manifesting in a seemingly random manner. This phenomenon encompasses not only the Bible, but also Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos, representing all known mythological systems. In light of this universal tapestry of myth, what of the deities from our own Great Xia? Lin Chia inquired with curiosity. Where are the likes of the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, and the Jade Emperor? If they existed, surely they could rival their Western counterparts with ease. After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. We have pondered these very questions, he admitted. For a century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of Great Xia, seeking any trace of them. Yet, for a full 100 years, we have found nothing, not even the slightest indication of a local deity. Some posit that the reason lies in the mist that has not yet enveloped Great Xia, thus preventing its myths from manifesting. Others claim that they have always been present. Always present? Lin Chia mused. Why do you think that amidst the engulfing mist, only Great Xia remains unscathed? The mist has encircled our borders, yet it remains barred from entering, unable to breach a single inch? Lin Chia gasped in astonishment, suggesting that this could merely be a conjecture or a delightful fantasy. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. Regardless, we have yet to uncover any traces of the deities of Great Xia. Well, simply hearing this information has left Lin Xie feeling as though his worldview has crumbled. Had he not witnessed the existence of the seraphim with his own eyes, he might have been tempted to call a mental health facility to have Zhao Kongqing committed. His condition seems even more severe than before. Then what was that golden beam of light emanating from me last night? Lin Xie posed the next question. Forbidden ruins, Zhao Kongqing replied. The changes brought about by the mist enveloping the earth extend beyond the mere appearance of deities. It seems that this mist possesses a mysterious influence on our physical forms as well. Although the mist has not penetrated the territory of Great Xia, it appears to harbor a form of energy akin to radiation, catalyzing certain individuals' bodies. Children born after the arrival of the mist have a probability of manifesting a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers can be activated, forming a unique ability capable of impacting the surrounding reality, much like a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each exhibiting its own distinct traits. This extraordinary ability to influence the environment is referred to as forbidden ruins. Lin Xie contemplated thoughtfully. In simple terms, the forbidden domain is a realm of extraordinary abilities for a select few fortunate individuals. From this perspective, my ability to perceive all within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental awareness, coupled with exceptional dynamic vision and the capacity to wield the might of the seraph, exemplifies the manifestation of the forbidden domain. Is it possible for this domain to evolve? Indeed, the capabilities, extent, and uniqueness of the forbidden domain will expand in tandem with the owner's mental strength, which is a crucial determinant of its potency. Through mental prowess, we categorize the forbidden domain into 6 distinct realms. The first realm, known as cup, is akin to a cup of water, minimal and stagnant. The second realm, pond, resembles a pond's water, abundant yet unmoving. The third realm, stream, is likened to a flowing river, plentiful and dynamic. The fourth realm, ocean, embodies the vastness of the sea. The fifth realm, infinite, signifies an almost boundless mental strength. And the sixth realm, Klein, represents an inexhaustible mental power that transcends spatial dimensions, akin to a Klein bottle. As for me, what realm do I inhabit? Lin Xie inquired. You? You are currently in the cup realm, merely a novice who has just begun to harness the forbidden domain, Zhao Kongqing remarked, seemingly relishing the opportunity to belittle Lin Xie, who could only be regarded as a somewhat formidable ordinary person. Lin Xie was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that his ability to unlock the door to the mental asylum within his mind last night was a result of his breakthrough into the cup realm. The ability to open the door to Nix's ward must have stemmed from the same reason. Does this imply that with each advancement into a new realm, he could release another patient? What about you? Given your prowess, what realm do you occupy? Lin Xie gazed at Zhao Kongqing and asked. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly turned his gaze to the window. I do not possess a forbidden domain, and thus lack mental strength. You do not have a forbidden domain. Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you defeat the monster then? He was genuinely taken aback. That creature was something even he could barely contend with. Possessing exceptional dynamic vision, Zhao Kongqing had dominated the encounter. So how could such a formidable individual lack a forbidden domain? That creature is called a ghost-faced man. Zhao Kongqing corrected. I defeated it solely through years of training and extensive combat experience. Before joining the Night Watch, I was a special forces soldier, proficient in close combat. Zhao Kongqing continued, explaining that there are 3 pathways to attain a forbidden domain. The first is the one I just mentioned, where only a fortunate few are born with the innate ability to wield it. The second involves utilizing objects that possess a forbidden domain. It is not only humans who can be influenced by the mist to acquire a forbidden domain. Certain objects, by chance, may also embody it. Such forbidden domains are typically extraordinarily unique and rare, and if humans can master them, they too can harness the power of the forbidden domain. I belong to the latter category. However, the forbidden object I possess is not of an offensive nature, but rather a standardized auxiliary artifact unique to the Night Watchman. Known as the Notice Board, its sole purpose is to activate the Unbound Domain. Chapter 17. My home, the Unbound Domain? It is a forbidden realm that isolates the interior from the exterior, preventing our battles from disturbing ordinary citizens. Each Night Watchman in every city is equipped with 3 notice boards capable of invoking the Unbound Domain, typically managed by a single individual. As we do not generally engage directly in combat, we are often referred to as Watchers. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, implying that you are merely a lookout. Speak less if you have nothing of value to say, Zhao Kongsheng retorted, rolling his eyes. You mentioned there are 3 methods to acquire a forbidden realm. What is the final one? The last method is bestowed by the deities, which pertains to your situation. Zhao Kongsheng replied, his expression growing grave. Certain deities may grant a portion of their power to selected humans, allowing them to serve as the deities' emissaries on Earth. This kind of divinely granted forbidden realm is known as a divine realm. However, along with the bestowed power, the emissary also receives directives from the deity, some aimed at the destruction of human society, others at its protection, and others still tasked with seeking specific artifacts for the deity. Generally, a deity has only one representative who embodies the deity's will. Among the several divine emissaries currently manifest, most are malevolent entities striving to obliterate the new order of humanity and revert the world to chaos, forming an organization known as the Cult of the Ancient Gods. There are indeed benevolent deities emissaries, but they are exceedingly rare, while the number of neutral deities representatives remains unknown. Zhao Kongsheng stood up and stepped closer to Lin Qiye. Gazing intently into his eyes, articulating each word with precision, Lin Qiye, what directive has Michael given you? Which side do you belong to? Lin Qiye's eyes were filled with confusion. I do not know. He did not speak. This was the unvarnished truth. Michael had merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon, and then he lost consciousness. There were no words exchanged. Zhao Kongsheng furrowed his brow. He said nothing? Did you not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongsheng scrutinized Lin Qiye for a long while, as if attempting to discern any signs of deceit. After a moment, he averted his gaze and slowly sat down. According to our conjecture, Michael should belong to the neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, we would have already eliminated you. However, if he granted you the divine realm, why would he remain silent? What does he truly intend? Lin Qiye's brow furrowed slightly. I do not know what he wishes to accomplish, but even if he were to issue me a command, I would refuse to comply. I have no desire to become entangled in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I could simply return these eyes to him. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, stating that he would take his leave if there was nothing further to discuss. Without waiting for Zhao Kongsheng to respond, he turned and reached for the door. No. Wait a moment. Zhao Kongsheng abruptly stood up, blocking the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qiye. Are you just going to leave after asking your questions? What about me? You? You may indulge in your passions alone, Lin Qiye replied earnestly. That is not what I mean. Aren't you curious about who I am? Zhao Kongsheng felt utterly exhausted from conversing with this young man. Who you are has little relevance to me. Lin Qiye continued to push the door open. Zhao Kongsheng firmly grasped the doorknob. Why should I know so much? What kind of organization stands behind me? What are we doing? Aren't you at all intrigued? Not in the slightest. Why not? According to the logic found in film and literature, upon learning of your existence, I would have only 2 choices, either to join you or to be forever silenced about your secrets, which could lead to death, imprisonment, or brainwashing. Perhaps you should watch less television. Zhao Kongsheng replied, momentarily speechless. Furthermore, you know nothing about us. How can you assert that joining us isn't a good option? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. So, if I were to learn about your affairs and choose not to join, I would be in no danger? Of course not. We are akin to soldiers. At most, we would have you sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you mentioned is pure nonsense. Then I would be interested in hearing more. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye sat back down. Zhao Kongsheng sighed. Conversing with this young man felt more exhausting than a day spent on surveillance outside. In 1922, after our exploration team discovered the first mythological creature, known as the chaotic dragon Leviathan, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia established an emergency military organization, prepared to confront the invasion of mythological beings, referred to as the Special Biological Response Team 139. At that time, our technology was rather primitive, and we were entirely ignorant of the world around us. Hence, the so-called Special Biological Response Team was merely a FAAD of little practical use. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythological beings and attempted to establish contact with some of them. We also uncovered the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins and began training exceptional combat talents. As the number of individuals possessing the Forbidden Ruins grew, we realized that due to the randomness of these possessors, we could not incorporate everyone into the military. Consequently, the Special Biological Response Team 139 gradually evolved into a hybrid organization, half military and half civilian. Today, we refer to this unique entity as the Night Watchers. Lin Qiye pondered thoughtfully. So, your existence is to protect the Great Xia from the incursions of those malevolent deities? To be precise, It is to safeguard against all mythological beings. Is there truly a distinction? Indeed. I have previously mentioned that the emergence of mythical beings is characterized by randomness and is independent of their strength. Thus, the mythological creatures that descend are not solely those renowned deities familiar to the populace. Rather, they also include weaker entities that exist only in rural folklore or minor tales. The specter you encountered last night, known as the ghost-faced man, is a manifestation of such rural horror legends. These mythological beings, which lack world-ending powers yet can influence human society, are collectively referred to as mysteries. I see, Lin Xie nodded. It is no wonder that the entity he encountered last night seemed vaguely familiar. It was, after all, born from local narratives. Therefore, we are soldiers, defenders of our homeland. Our existence is to prevent the people of the Great Xia from suffering. Is this not noble? Is it not admirable? Zhao Kongqing earnestly urged. Indeed, it is noble and admirable, and I hold great respect for you all, truly. Lin Xie's expression turned serious. He was not jesting, and from his gaze, one could discern a profound respect. A smile gradually appeared on Zhao Kongqing's face, and then he asked, "So, will you join us?" "I cannot go." Lin Xie's eyes were filled with determination. "I have many responsibilities to fulfill. What could be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin." Lin Xie gazed out the window, his expression remarkably calm. "My aunt is still relatively young. Yet she has worked tirelessly at the factory for the sake of Jean and me, a burden, for over a decade. Her health is deteriorating. She is quite stubborn. Despite suffering from neck pain to the point of tears, she insists on claiming she is merely practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, and she thinks I cannot see through her facade. She lives too cautiously and bears too much fatigue. My cousin is intelligent and dutiful, yet he is still too young to shoulder the weight of our family. I have many obligations to fulfill. I must earn a living to support my family. I wish to buy a spacious house for my aunt and cousin, ensuring my aunt no longer endures the hardships of that grim factory. I aim to provide for my cousin's university education, allowing him and my aunt to lead a better life together. For the past decade, they have never given up on me. This burden, now that I am finally improving, how could I abandon them? You all are noble and great, and if circumstances permitted, I might consider joining you. But for now, I simply wish to remain steadfastly by their side, safeguarding our home. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. He truly had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound sentiments and possess such mature thoughts. It was at this moment that he realized how ludicrous his previous attempts to stir the adolescent's innate sense of heroism and fervor had been. Lin Xie was no ordinary high school student. Lin Xie rose from his seat and walked directly to the door, hesitating for a moment before halting his steps. "Thank you for sharing so much with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement." After speaking, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. This time, Zhao Kongqing remained silently seated at the edge of the bed, his body slightly rising as if to reach out for him. But after a brief pause, he slumped back down with a sense of helplessness. He understood the significance of this youth and was aware of his mission to bring him back. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so. "Xiaoqi, you're finally back. Why aren't you in your school uniform today?" "Aunt, I woke up in a rush this morning and forgot to put it on." "My dear, if you don't wear your uniform, won't the teachers scold you?" "They only said a couple of things. It's fine." "Sigh, Xiaoqi, you've just transferred to a new school. You mustn't leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be more careful." "Understood, Aunt. How are you getting along with your classmates? They aren't ostracizing you, are they?" "No, we get along quite well. They even walked me home, and I accompanied them for a bit." That's good. That's good. I'm heading to my room now, Aunt." "All right, sleep early." With a thud, Lin Xie closed the door behind him. Reclining on his bed and gazing out at the night sky, letting out a long sigh. The world was far more intricate than he had imagined. Yet it mattered little to him. After a brief repose, Lin Xie sat up and began to undress when a hard object fell from his pocket. Clang. He looked down and picked it up, a look of curiosity crossing his face. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a crest, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, composed of an unknown material that emanated a faint chill upon contact. The front of the crest featured 2 crossed straight swords, their blades radiating a soft blue glow. Set against a backdrop of a starry night sky, crafted with exquisite detail. Below the design were inscribed the 3 characters, Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xie squinted slightly. He recalled that during the brief journey to the hotel, Zhao Kongqing had seemingly touched his pocket. Had he inadvertently dropped it? As he fiddled with the crest, He turned it over to reveal several lines of small text on the back. If the dark night should fall, I shall stand before the multitude. Sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. What a bold spirit. Was this written by Zhao Kongqing himself, or was it a saying from their night watchman? Lin Qiye murmured, observing that he didn't seem like the kind to pin such words. After toying with it for a while, Lin Qiye set the crest on the table, changed his clothes, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had something of great importance to attend to. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the realm of the gods within his mind. At this moment, in the small courtyard of the psychiatric hospital, Nix sat in a rocking chair, cradling an array of jars and bottles, seemingly murmuring to herself, with a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to disregard the cloudiness in her eyes and the peculiar objects in her embrace, the noble aura she exuded through her gestures would undoubtedly render a magnificent tableau. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qiye, clad in a pristine white coat, approached with a measured pace. In order to immerse himself fully into the role of a psychiatrist, Lin Qiye had procured a white coat from the director's office, even donning a pair of non-prescription glasses perched upon the collar. At first glance, he indeed resembled a professional in the field. He approached the rocking chair, silently observing the murky, vacant eyes of Nix, and let out a soft sigh. According to the mythological texts he had perused, Nix was undeniably among the most ancient and formidable deities in Greek mythology, possessing unparalleled status and power. However, in contrast to other gods, she harbored a notable trait, an affinity for procreation. Lin Qiye estimated that Nix had spawned at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, as well as deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among many others. With very few exceptions, the majority of Nix's progeny were malevolent beings, wreaking havoc upon the world upon their birth, and many of them met a tragic fate. From the fragments of mythological tales, Lin Qiye could not glean more detailed insights about this goddess of night, but he speculated that Nix's current affliction might be intertwined with her offspring. A doctor at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital had mentioned a male patient who, consumed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence beside him. Could it be that Nix's condition stemmed from a similar yearning? Perhaps she mistook those jars and bottles for her children due to her overwhelming desire? Yet, what could have transpired with her progeny to elicit such intense reactions from Nix? Moreover, as an ancient deity endowed with divinity, could she genuinely experience such profound emotions? Or had her divine essence been stripped away from her before her affliction? Lin Qiye could not ascertain the truth. Hypnos, do not fret. Your brother shall return shortly. He merely indulged in play for a while. As for Thanatos, that troublesome child has always been a source of chaos. When he returns, he shall receive a proper reprimand. Nix caressed the vase in her hands, gazing blankly into the distance, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes, only to be clouded once more. She hesitated, her voice raspy and quivering. But it has been 3,000 years. Why has he not yet returned? Witnessing this scene, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart. Who could have anticipated that the once exalted goddess of the night now appeared so helpless and diminished? She was the goddess of night, yet also a mother waiting for the return of her children. To cure her ailment, one must address the root cause. The words of the doctor echoed once more in Lin Qiye's mind as he bowed his head, deep in contemplation. The core of Nix's affliction lay in the child she had lost. To heal her, one must delve into the matter of her offspring. Yet it is known that her children are renowned Greek deities. It is inconceivable that he could retrieve them one by one and present them to Nix. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether they had been brought into this world by the mists, and where one might seek such a multitude of divine beings. Even if he were to locate them, would those malevolent gods truly acquiesce to accompany him willingly? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow in thought, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Perhaps this could work? Rising to his feet, he gazed at Nix for a long moment, wrestling with his resolve before taking a step forward. In the midst of Nix's dazed expression, Lin Qiye approached her, gently kneeling down and extending his arms to embrace her. He whispered softly in her ear, "Mother, I have returned." In that instant, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Nix's eyes. Trembling, she reached out her hands and held Lin Qiye tightly, and after a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "Welcome back, Donatus, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. At the moment Nix spoke those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Qiye's eyes. Nix's healing progress. 3. Conditions for reward acquisition met, commencing random selection of Nix's divine abilities. Immediately thereafter, A virtual lottery wheel appeared, spinning rapidly. Lin Xie observed that the wheel was divided into over 20 sections, each with a nearly equal area, indicating that the probability of drawing these divine abilities was uniform. Celestial Descent, Eye of Dusk, Fallen Stars, Star Rend, Night Flicker, Night's Kin, Extraordinary Fertility. The abilities displayed on the spinning wheel dazzled Lin Xie, but he sensed that something peculiar had infiltrated the mix. What on earth was Extraordinary Fertility? Was that truly a divine ability? If he were to draw that power, would he not need to seek a wife, as he could simply beget a multitude of divine offspring himself? That does not sound too shabby. Meanwhile, Lin Xie noticed a slender black section, distinct from the other abilities, occupying approximately one of the total area on the wheel. The name of this divine ability was unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly mean? However, this was of little consequence. Lin Xie was certain that with his wretched luck, even after 1,000 attempts, he would likely never land on that unknown. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the wheel, and with a thought, it began to slow down. The pointer glided over the various abilities, ultimately coming to rest on one specific section. The Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie, gazed at those words and let out a resigned sigh. By its name, this ability seemed far inferior to techniques such as star shattering or falling stars, although it was fortunate that it was not a supernatural birth. Such luck was indeed characteristic of him. As the pointer came to a halt, the spinning wheel before Lin Xie gradually faded, leaving only the 4 characters of Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hues deepening profoundly. Lin Xie extended his hand and grasped them. Instantly, the 4 characters transformed into a stream of black light, surging into Lin Xie's body. He felt a mysterious energy rapidly reshaping him, as if both his soul and flesh were being cleansed, a sensation of extraordinary comfort enveloping him. This feeling was truly wondrous. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds, and once it dissipated, Lin Xie distinctly sensed a transformation within his body. Before him, several lines of smaller text gradually materialized. Starry Night Dancer, in the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. Your presence is not easily detected in the night. Your intimidation against other creatures is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal beings. Upon reading this, Lin Xie could not help but gasp in astonishment. This ability, seemingly modest in prestige, appeared remarkably formidable. To say nothing of the quintupled speed, strength, and endurance, which alone could be deemed monstrous, even with his decidedly ordinary physical constitution. Participating in a triathlon at night would surely secure him a place in the Guinness World Records. The 5-fold enhancement could propel his body to the brink of human limits. This was merely in light of his unremarkable attributes. He dared not envision what heights he might reach with systematic training. Not to mention the subsequent stealth and the capacity to communicate with nocturnal creatures. These abilities transcended the realm of humanity entirely. Lin Xie stifled his inner excitement and took a deep breath. He indeed had no intention of joining the Night Watchers, nor did he desire to engage in combat with mythical beings. Yet, as a mere high school student, it was impossible for him to lack a yearning for supernatural powers. Moreover, only by growing stronger could he better protect his family. Finally, Lin Xie steadied his mind and focused his gaze on Nyx before him. At that moment, Nyx was tenderly gazing at him, gently stroking his hair, lost in her own murmurs. Denasdus, where have you been for these 3,000 years? Do you know how much I've missed you? Lin Xie sat there silently, his gaze towards Nyx filled with complexity, just as he had surmised. For Nyx in her current state, she could not even distinguish between her own child and a vase. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Xie was not her child? She fell from her longing, transforming everything around her into figments of her children. Yet, those jars and bottles were not real beings and could not respond to Nyx. Thus, when Lin Xie, a person who breathed, moved, and called her mother, appeared, Nyx seemed to come to life, finally discovering her spiritual refuge. This marked the first step in opening her heart and the reason for her rapid healing progress. Donis, do you have any idea how much your brother misses you? Come. Embrace him. Nyx smiled as she raised a vase in front of Lin Xie. With no other choice, Lin Xie reluctantly accepted the vase, feigning affection as he gently caressed it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nyx's embrace, where his other siblings were nestled within her arms. He trembled with shock. In Nyx's embrace were several bottles, each adorned with labels of varying colors. One label clearly read, Flufenazine, Divine Use. Lin Xie stared intently at it. His mouth agape. Flufenazine? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wasn't it the medication listed by the psychiatrist earlier that day? Furthermore, it bore the phrase divine use. In an instant, Lin Chia was struck by a realization, his excitement surging. He handed the vase back to Nix and hurriedly exclaimed, "I'll be right back." He ascended the stairs of the psychiatric hospital like a gust of wind, reaching a room at the end of the corridor. It was the medication storage room. The door stood ajar, suggesting that Nix had previously entered, as she wouldn't have taken so many siblings otherwise. Lin Chia swiftly stepped inside, searching until he halted before a massive metal cabinet, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before him stood an entire wall of medications. These were a myriad of drugs, most intended for the treatment of mental illnesses, including fluphenazine and chlorpromazine, along with numerous tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the phrase divine use on their labels. A smile crept onto Lin Chia's lips. He should have realized it sooner. This was a psychiatric hospital for the gods. Naturally, it would have a storeroom for medications, specifically tailored to divine constitutions. While he could not bring earthly medications into the hospital, he could find their divine counterparts here. This revelation simplified matters considerably. Lin Chia selected several bottles from the list provided by the doctor earlier and hurried downstairs to Nix's side. This one is to be taken once a day, 2 pills at a time, and this one is thrice daily, 1 pill each time. Make sure to take it. Nix focused intently on Lin Chia, as if a flower blossomed upon his face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Chia's words. Sighing, Lin Chia resigned himself to the thought that he would come daily to ensure Nix took his medication. Observing Nix's reaction, he exhaled a helpless sigh, realizing that relying on a person with severe mental illness to remember to take his medicine was indeed a tall order. Upon hearing Lin Chia's statement, a radiant smile blossomed on Nix's face, illuminating his features with joy. Chapter 20. I am healed. After administering Nix's medication, Lin Chia withdrew from his thoughts, gradually descending into the realm of dreams. This time, he was liberated from the tiresome dream of knocking on doors. Ever since the merging with the Asylum of the Gods, he appeared to have completely escaped the confines of that dream, embracing a genuine slumber. He found himself in a delightful dream where he had been accepted into university, achieved success in his career, and moved into a grand house with his aunt and young Jean. He envisioned the three of them finally embarking on a journey to explore the mountains and waters he had only seen on television. Due to his previous physical disabilities and the financial constraints of his family, he had not ventured out for the past 17 years, not even leaving Songnan City. Deep down, he harbored a yearning for the world beyond his confines. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Chia reluctantly rose from his slumber, donned his attire, and prepared to head to school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, preparing to leave. "Aunt, why are you leaving for work so early?" he inquired. "We have a new batch of parts arriving at the factory, and we need to process them promptly." His aunt replied, her voice laced with urgency. "I'll head out now. You continue having breakfast with your brother, and remember not to be late." "All right," Lin Chia responded. Just as his aunt was about to close the door, he spoke again. "Aunt, what is it?" She paused, looking back at him with curiosity. "Nothing, really." Lin Chia hesitated for a moment, shaking his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Wait until you return. I have good news to share." His aunt regarded him with a puzzled expression, playfully scolding him. "You child, still playing riddles with me. Well, I'm in a hurry. Tell me tonight." With that, she hurriedly shut the door and rushed down the stairs. Lin Chia stood silently at the threshold, his head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head decisively, as if resolved to act. Slipping on his slippers, he flung open the door and shouted down the stairwell, "Aunt, I can see." In the next moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps below come to an abrupt halt, followed by his aunt's quavering voice rising from 5 floors down. What did you say?" "I can see. I'm healed. Aunt." After a brief pause, the sound of footsteps rushed up the stairs, more urgent than before. Before long, his breathless aunt stood before Lin Chia, her face a mixture of disbelief and joy. Her lips quivered slightly, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed an uncontrollable upward curve. "Can you see? Really? Indeed. Is it blurry? Is there double vision? Does it hurt? Does the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt." Lin Chia's lips curled into a smile as she removed the black satin from her eyes. Slowly, a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes opened. "I am truly better, Aunt." Aunt stared blankly at those eyes, tears cascading uncontrollably from her eyes. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers. At over 40, she grinned like a child. For 10 years, Lin Chia had never witnessed her display such a smile. Aunt enveloped Lin Chia in her embrace, and Lin Xie could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Wonderful. Our little Xie has finally emerged victorious. Aunt released Lin Xie, wiped her tears, and said with a smile, Xie, I must head to work now. When I return tonight, let us buy some ingredients to celebrate properly. Thank you, Aunt. Well then, I shall take my leave. You must focus on your studies. Okay. And hurried down the stairs, tears still streaming down her cheeks, yet her steps were remarkably light. Lin Xie watched her depart. His eyes reddened as he turned and walked into the house. In truth, he had intended to wait for Aunt to return that evening to formally announce this matter. But he recalled that in films, such individuals often met unfortunate fates. He did not wish for anything to befall Aunt, even if it was merely some inexplicable metaphysical logic. He was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively discarded it, tearing it apart and casting it into the Pacific Ocean. As Lin Xie turned around, he found Yang Jin standing behind him, cradling the little black dog, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The two brothers locked eyes for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Brother, congratulations. Yes, now those sunglasses you gifted me can finally be put to good use. Lin Xie affectionately ruffled Yang Jin's hair, chuckling softly. Let us eat, brother. We'll have a nice meal when Aunt returns. Great. The little black dog poked its head out from Yang Jin's embrace and licked Lin Xie's hand, barking joyfully. When Lin Xie entered the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the room. After a moment of bewildered gazes exchanged among classmates, someone tentatively inquired, Are you Lin Xie? Lin Xie, having removed the black satin, raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into noise once more, with discussions growing even more fervent than before. His eyes have healed. It must be true. He can see things now. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, I had not realized before that he was so handsome. The gazes of the girls directed towards Lin Xie transformed completely. They huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves, their eyes occasionally darting towards him. The boys who were closer to Lin Xie also approached him, bombarding him with inquiries regarding his eyes. When they confirmed that Lin Xie had indeed regained his sight, they were utterly astonished. I could see all along. It was merely that my eyes could not tolerate light. After a visit to the hospital yesterday, I am now well. Lin Xie replied. It then dawned on his classmates that he had indeed been absent the previous day. Amidst the cacophony of the classroom, only 2 individuals stood out as incongruous. Lu Yuan, seated in a corner, kept his head lowered, sneaking glances at Lin Xie, his expression rife with embarrassment. He vividly recalled that day when he had been preoccupied with escaping danger and had collided forcefully with Lin Xie. After evading the threat, he had assumed that Lin Xie, being blind, would be unable to escape from the clutches of that monster. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for a brief moment, he soon dismissed it. What he did not anticipate was that it was Jiang Qian who had perished, while the least expected Lin Xie had survived. Moreover, his sight had been restored. In that moment, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss to articulate his feelings. Was it embarrassment, guilt, frustration, or perhaps regret? Though Lin Xie had his back turned to Lu Yuan, he could perceive the latter's vivid emotional turmoil through his heightened senses, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, another individual approached Lin Xie. Li Fei stood awkwardly by Lin Xie's desk, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He glanced around before leaning closer to whisper in Lin Xie's ear. Xie, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have something to discuss. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xie nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 21. I am sorry. Outside in the corridor, Li Yifei stood with his head bowed, repeatedly apologizing. I am truly sorry, Xie. I was overwhelmed with fear at that moment. I didn't think it through and just ran away, leaving you and Jiang Qian behind. I didn't mean for her to be harmed. I do not expect you to forgive me, but since we are classmates, I still wish to offer my apologies. I am sorry. Li Yifei could not bring himself to meet Lin Xie's gaze, yet his words were filled with sincerity. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xie slowly responded. It is only natural to prioritize one's safety in the face of danger. There is no fault in that. He patted Li Yifei on the shoulder and added, If the roles were reversed, I would have run even faster than you. Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly struck by a thought. By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement? Lin Xie paused, hesitating for a moment before nodding. It appeared that Zhao Kongqing had not deceived him. They indeed would not take action against witnesses. It was only natural that Li Yifei, having escaped from the monster that night, would have had to sign the confidentiality agreement upon being discovered. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had also signed the same agreement. Although he had not yet affixed his signature, It was merely a matter of time. To admit to Li Yifei that he had not signed would complicate matters unnecessarily. In truth, even if they refused to let him sign, he would keep it to himself. Li Yifei sighed. That image was one he wished to forget for a lifetime. Moreover, after signing the agreement, any breach would lead to severe consequences, and he had no desire to be the architect of his own downfall. Leaning against the railing of the corridor, he gazed down at the vibrant campus below, a flicker of longing igniting in his eyes. In truth, he yearned to join them. Lin Qiye, taken aback, inquired, "You wish to join them?" "Yes," Li Yifei replied earnestly. "When I was presented with the agreement, I expressed my willingness to abandon my studies to join their ranks, but alas, they turned me away. Why do you want to join? Your grades may not be stellar. But aren't you about to be admitted to the Physical Education Academy on special terms? Being an athlete is rather mundane. No, being an ordinary person is simply unremarkable." Li Yifei's eyes began to gleam with excitement. To become a part of a mysterious and formidable organization. To silently battle against the enemies lurking within human society and to achieve countless feats. When the day arrives that all is revealed, the world shall remember my name. His fists clenched tightly as he spoke with fervor. This is the dream of countless men. This is what a meaningful life truly entails. You are overly idealistic. Lin Qiye bluntly shattered his fantasy. You might find yourself sacrificing your life on your very first mission, torn apart by monsters, buried nameless in the depths of the mountains. Your parents may never learn of your demise. You could leave this world all alone. Li Yifei protested. "Qiye, your imagination is rather gruesome. Isn't it?" "This is not mere imagination." Lin Qiye shook his head. "What you just spoke of is exactly that." Li Yifei sighed helplessly. Regardless, since they did not want him, there was no need to dwell on it. He resolved to carry this secret to his grave. Indeed, Lin Qiye glanced at the time. "We should head back. Class is about to start." As they walked back to the classroom, Lin Qiye noticed a marked relaxation in Li Yifei compared to before. It seemed that the guilt he felt regarding Lin Qiye and Jiang Qian had weighed heavily upon him. In their escape, Li Yifei and Lu Yuan had made entirely different choices. Lin Qiye had no particular interest in seeking trouble with Lu Yuan. However, if an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Qiye slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable turmoil within the school, prompting the administration to cancel evening study sessions and allow students to return home early. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiye discovered that the Night Watcher's authority was indeed quite formidable. Generally speaking, after the untimely demise of two students, individuals like Lin Qiye and Li Yifei, who had once associated with the deceased, would inevitably be subjected to police interrogation. However, 2 days had elapsed since the incident, and no one had sought them out. It appeared that the Night Watchers had entirely taken control of the case, wielding power sufficient to silence the local law enforcement. As he walked, the sky gradually dimmed, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had already faded into obscurity. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He had not brought an umbrella and could only stride homeward. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Qiye hurried back, he resembled a drenched chicken. Yet, as he opened the door, a rich aroma of cooking enveloped him, dispelling all his negative emotions. "Ah, Xiao Qiye, how did you come back in such a state?" His aunt, bustling in the kitchen, rushed over upon seeing him. "It's pouring outside, and I didn't bring an umbrella," Lin Qiye chuckled. "You should have found some shelter or called me to pick you up. What if you catch a cold?" Isn't feigned anger. Lin Qiye scratched his head, grinning, and said nothing. "Quickly dry yourself off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room." His aunt seemed to recall something. "Teacher?" Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher. He said he needed to speak with you. Hurry and meet him. Don't keep him waiting," she urged, holding a towel. Lin Qiye absently dried his hair, perplexed. Why would the gym teacher seek him out? He had only transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a physical education class yet. Was there some reason? A thought flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. He dropped the towel and hurriedly opened his bedroom door. Inside, he found a familiar middle-aged man reclining in a chair, holding a teacup, smiling as he looked at him. Lin Qiye frowned slightly. "It's you? How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly, lifting the emblem from the table and shaking it slightly. "Ever since you dismissed me that night, I've been more vigilant. I slipped this into your pocket last night. It can track your location." Lin Qiye locked his bedroom door and sat down on the edge of his bed. "I told you, I will not join you. I know, Zhao Kongqing replied. Which is why I am not here for that purpose this time. Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement? Not that either. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. I reported to others that you had gone missing. Since I have decided to let you go, I cannot have you sign an agreement. Otherwise, they would realize you are not actually missing and might send someone else to persuade you, and they would not be as easy to deal with as I am. Lin Qiye was taken aback. So you came to. Zhao Kongqing retrieved a roll of parchment from his pocket, placing it upon Lin Qiye's desk and gradually unrolling it. The remuneration for the night watchman is far more favorable than you might envision. After years of service, I have managed to accumulate a considerable sum, Zhao Kongqing remarked as he unfurled the parchment. At the very moment the parchment was unveiled, Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened. Inside lay a substantial stack of currency. Chapter 22. General Zhao. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. What do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, unhurriedly producing a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind? I do mind. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Kongqing stowed the cigarette away, leaning back against his chair, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In my youth, I was much like you. To be honest, this introduction feels rather trite. Not a problem. Please continue. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs just to barely provide for me, Zhao Kongqing recounted, his voice remarkably calm as he rubbed the cigarette case. The pace of life back then was slow, and my mother's aspiration for me was simply to complete middle school, return to the village to become a local official, marry a young bride, and raise a few children, living happily together as a family. You know, young people often experience a rebellious phase. Upon graduating from middle school, my grades were quite commendable. Returning to become a village official wouldn't have been too difficult. However, disregarding her objections, I resolutely enlisted in the military. In truth, she did not openly oppose my choice. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me. As I walked down the path behind the house, she continued to gaze in my direction. Even when I reached the village gate, her eyes remained fixed on me. Later, as I arrived at the city bus station, unable to shake off my worries, I stealthily returned to check on her, only to find her still standing there, staring blankly in the direction I had departed. Honestly, at that moment, I truly contemplated staying behind, but ultimately I steeled my resolve and went to serve in the military. With a deep sigh, Zhao Kongqing continued. Eventually, I ascended through the ranks, joining the special forces, and due to my proficiency in hand-to-hand combat, I was reassigned to the night watchman. Subsequently, I managed to return home during my leave to visit my mother, only to discover. Zhao Kongqing paused abruptly. Lin Qiye cautiously interjected, Your mother has passed away? No, she remarried. Lin Qiye responded with surprise. My mother, worn down by the rigors of work in her youth, had deteriorated in health. Initially, she wished for me to return to the village to take up an official position so I could care for her. However, at that time, I failed to grasp this perspective and chose to enlist instead. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and decided to remarry, ensuring that someone would care for her in her old age. Regrettably, by that point, I had already joined the night watchman and could not remain by her side to support her in her twilight years. To be honest, when I received the news of her remarriage, I felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and inquired, What, then, is your purpose in sharing this with me? Zhao Kongqing slowly rose, locking his gaze with Lin Qiye's eyes. We have all cherished something dear, yet as we evolve, we often unconsciously neglect its existence, drawn instead to other distractions. I was once like this, but you, Lin Qiye, are different. You possess a wisdom and maturity beyond my own at that age. You have your own convictions, desiring to remain by your family's side. This is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, pursue it with determination. Leave the safeguarding of the world to those of us who are equipped for it. He turned and picked up the parchment on the table, extending it towards Lin Qiye. I recently met your aunt. In this era, individuals of her caliber are indeed rare. I am aware of your family's current situation. Take this money. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye replied, I refuse. I am a night watchman. Wealth is not what I seek. Then I shall not accept it either. This is intended for your aunt. You must take it. My aunt would not accept it. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Qiye exchanged unwavering glances, neither willing to yield. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. Lin Qiye, I have grown old. I cannot bear to witness the regrets of my past replaying before my eyes, even if they occur in others. Then you may close your eyes and not look, Lin Qiye asserted resolutely. Though our family is impoverished, we have our principles. I will not accept money earned by soldiers. Moreover, my vision has returned. I am capable and will not allow regret to manifest. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to articulate something, but ultimately fell silent, only managing a wry smile. Would it not be more pleasing to take this money home for your wife and children? Lin Xie responded. I have stated that the welfare system for night watchmen is robust. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, my wife and children would not suffer for sustenance, and they would have the opportunity to attend esteemed universities, securing a bright future. Seeing that he could not sway Lin Xie, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly returned the parchment to his pocket. Do you not have any dreams of your own? My dreams? Zhao Kongqing resumed his seat, his brow arching. Indeed. I have dreams, ones that have lingered since childhood. What are they? To rise to the rank of general within the military. To adorn my chest with a plethora of medals, clad in uniform, returning to my village in glory. That those who look down upon my mother would understand that her son is a general. A radiant light shone in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, sensing a resemblance between Zhao Kongqing and Li Yifei, as if they belonged to the same ilk. Have you achieved that status now? Not yet. I am still far from it. Zhao Kongqing forced a smile, remarking that as a night watchman, he could not parade around proudly adorned with a merit badge. Ultimately, this aspiration would remain but a dream. Lin Xie fell into silence. Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Xie, extending his right hand. Wishing you a bright future, Lin Xie. Lin Xie gazed blankly at Zhao Kongqing's face, which seemed less greasy than before. He reached out, firmly clasping Zhao's hand, wishing him a day when he would be adorned with accolades. General Zhao. Zhao Kongqing chuckled softly and turned to exit the room. Wait, your emblem. Lin Xie called out, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongqing smacked his forehead, exclaiming how forgetful he was, nearly overlooking something so vital. This was his lifeline. After retrieving the emblem and glancing at it, he seemed to recall something. By the way, did you see the phrases on the back? I did. What do you think? Are they impressive? Quite impressive. Did you write them? No, that was our oath upon joining the Night Watch. Zhao Kongqing tossed the emblem into the air like a coin and caught it deftly, tucking it into his pocket. Nonetheless, I like it very much. Hold on. What now? It's raining heavily outside. You should take the umbrella. Thank you. But I want to be returning this umbrella. You may keep it. Consider it a reward for safeguarding the earth. How amusing. Well, I really must be off. Farewell. Zhao Kongqing stepped outside, holding the black umbrella, while Lin Xie stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket, softly reciting, If the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongqing, unfazed, settled into a black sedan, pulling out a cigarette case to indulge in a moment of tranquil solitude. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life. A man's voice emanated from it. His hand, poised with a cigarette, trembled abruptly, and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 23. The Faceless King Shaoqi. Has your teacher left? After seeing Zhao Kongqing off, Aunt hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't you let him stay for a meal? Lin Xie shook his head, explaining that he had matters to attend to and wouldn't linger for dinner. What did your teacher say? Nothing much. Just inquired about my eye condition in relation to some sports test. That teacher Zhao is truly a good person, coming all the way to check on a student nest situation. By the way, before you returned, he even helped me wash vegetables in the kitchen. He appears rather robust. But surprisingly, he works with great finesse. Aunt wiped her apron and turned off the rumbling range hood. She said to Lin Xie, dinner is almost ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. Moments later, the family of three sat neatly around the table, which was adorned with 7 delectable dishes. A feast for the senses that stirred one's appetite. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jin gazed at the abundant spread and swallowed hard. Mom, when was the last time our meals were this sumptuous? Shaoqi's eyes have recovered. So this is a momentous occasion that certainly warrants a grand celebration. Aunt replied with a sense of pride. Lin Xie lowered his head, glancing at the little black dog wagging its tail furiously, and chuckled. It seems that tonight, Xiao Heilai will also enjoy a feast. He smiled indulgently. Aunt raised her teacup, declaring, let us toast to celebrate Shaoqi's recovery. Cheers. 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 Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight had long vanished, leaving the world draped in darkness. Rain danced in the wind, while distant city lights shimmered brilliantly. In this dilapidated old neighborhood, a figure cloaked in dark red raced through the rain, clutching a large suitcase. Raindrops trickled down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Although it was summer rain, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Are you sure the ghost-faced king is headed this way? Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated, uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the ghost-faced king's blood in the nearby sewer system. Based on its movements, the only likely destinations are this old neighborhood or the city center. 2 potential targets? Exactly. What shall we do about it? Should we split into 2 teams? Theoretically, yes. But the city center has a massive crowd. We cannot easily disperse them should the ghost-faced king appear there. It would not only result in significant casualties but also incite widespread panic. Therefore, we have dispatched the majority of our forces to the city center. What about the old neighborhood? If the ghost-faced king shows up here, the residents will be in danger. The old neighborhood has fewer residents and a more dispersed population, making it easier to evacuate compared to the city center. Furthermore, even if the ghost-faced king were to arrive here, the potential damage would be limited, wouldn't it? Zhao Kongqing's voice carried a hint of anger. The people living here are still human beings. Old Zhao, stay calm. Wu Xiangnan's tone was grave. I have never suggested abandoning the old neighborhood. Redding is already en route there. Your mission is to evacuate the residents as swiftly as possible. Moreover, even if the ghost-faced king does approach you, do not engage directly. It is beyond your capabilities. If necessary, utilize the no-caution space to contain it. Zhao Kongqing gradually relaxed his clenched fist and let out a sigh. Although he felt a twinge of resentment, he understood that this was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After all, if the ghost-faced king were to infiltrate the city center, where the crowds were densely packed, it could easily conceal itself in a shadowy corner to claim a few victims, thereby regaining its strength. Moreover, once exposed to the public eye, panic would inevitably ensue. Thus, no matter how many people were dispatched to the city, it would never seem sufficient. In contrast, the old residential area was sparsely populated, with residents spaced far apart. Even if the ghost-faced king were to venture there, it would require time to recover, and the likelihood of being exposed was minimal. Under such circumstances, it was commendable that Wu Xiangnan could still send personnel to the old residential district. Now, he needed to act swiftly to evacuate the residents. It was a race against time. Zhao Kongqing darted through the rain, his speed astonishing. The falling droplets splattered against the suitcase in his hand, creating a cascade of glistening water droplets. Not far ahead, through the hazy mist, the familiar silhouette of a low house came into sharper focus. Just minutes ago, he had emerged from there. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, calculating the time. That family should be beginning their dinner now, right? He recalled the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and eggs, the dry-fried green beans. He had even washed those green beans himself. Damn it. He had just put on a brave front before that young man, claiming he would safeguard the world. And now he had to knock on their door and urge them to evacuate. That would certainly diminish his dignity, wouldn't it? However, this was not the moment to concern himself with appearances. As Zhao Kongqing splashed forward through the puddles, a nauseating stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. His pupils constricted sharply, and he came to an abrupt halt. The cacophony of the rain filled his mind as he cautiously and slowly turned his neck, his eyes widening in fear of missing any detail. His gaze fell upon a nearby manhole cover. The stench grew increasingly potent. Zhao Kongqing tightened his grip on the suitcase handle, inhaled deeply, bent slightly, and set the suitcase down on the ground. He was acutely aware of what this foul odor signified. Report. Watcher Zhao Kongqing has discovered the ghost-faced king in the old residential area. He activated his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged, pristine notice boards within. Zhao Kongqing hoisted one of the boards, set it down in place, and then surged off toward another direction. Almost instantaneously, as he finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. Received. I have already issued the orders. The night watchmen are moving toward the old residential area. Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, at most within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Old Zhao, set up the no-wake zone to temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongqing set down the second notice board and hurriedly dashed towards another vertex of the triangle. Sighing, Xiangnan, the Wujia void, is intended to conceal battles, not to ensnare individuals. It cannot contain the Phantom King for even 10 minutes. Gurgle, 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 the rain cascaded along the slanted ground, flowing into the manhole cover. Suddenly, the entire cover began to tremble violently, the rainwater trapped within surging outward like a boiling spring. Regardless of the circumstances, do not confront the Phantom King directly. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew increasingly anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area is vast. Even if the Phantom King emerges, it may not cause immediate damage. In these 10 minutes, even if it were to slay a few individuals, it would hardly regain significant strength. The casualties among civilians caused by the mysterious occur every moment. We, the Night Watchers, are not deities. We cannot prevent all deaths and injuries. Losing a core team member due to a severely injured Phantom King would be an unequivocal loss. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Bang. The manhole cover was propelled upward like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. From the darkened mouth of the sewer, a grotesque arm suddenly shot out, followed by a creature several times larger than the original Phantom King leaping forth. Zhao Kongqing observed the scene with calmness, slowly placing down the last notice board in his hand. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood stain the surface of the board. Xiangnan, do you remember the vow you once made? Zhao Kongqing gazed at the Phantom King before him, slightly crouching down, his peripheral vision landing on a small residential building nearby. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. This time, I have no multitude behind me, but I do have the entire world of that child. His hands came together in prayer. An invisible canvas enveloped the small triangle. Forbidden Void, Wujia Void. Chapter 24. Heavy Rain Shao Qi. Don't just eat vegetables. Have some ribs too. Ani picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lin Qiye's bowl. Lin Qiye smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie. Today is a splendid day. Eat more and don't hold back on Ani's account." "I understand, Auntie." "Jean, you should eat more too. You're at the age where you're growing." "Jean? Jean." Lin Qiye called out twice, noticing Yang Jin lost in thought. "Huh? Oh, I'm eating now." Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. This child, why is he so absent-minded? Is he being picky about food now? Ani shot Yang Jin a disapproving glance and added more meat to his bowl. Jin might be overwhelmed by homework, Lin Qiye remarked with a smile. Picking up a bone he had just gnawed on, glancing around, confusion etched on his face. Ani also regained her focus and queried in surprise, "Strange, where is Xiao Hailai?" Normally, he asked the most enthusiastic during meals. Now that there are bones, not even a shadow of the dog can be seen. It seemed as though someone was calling for him. Little Black Lie poked his head out from the balcony and barked. "Wong." Lin Qiye wiggled a bone in the air, signaling for Little Black Lie to come and eat. Yet the little creature glanced at the bone, then at the outside world, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is troubling this little one today? Annie wondered. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye stood up with the bone, approached the balcony, and gently patted Little Black Lie's head, softly inquiring, "What is the matter? Is there something outside?" Lin Qiye tossed the bone onto the ground and stood up to gaze out the window while Little Black Lie gnawed at the bone. In the vast and dark night, there was nothing but the torrential rain. Not even a glimmer of light flickered from the distant residential buildings. The world was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if only the relentless downpour remained. "Strange, there is nothing out there," Lin Qiye muttered, just as he was about to turn away when suddenly a series of sounds came from outside, resembling someone tapping on the window. Turning back, he discovered a small bat outside the window. The bat appeared drenched from the rain, incessantly banging against the glass, seemingly seeking shelter from the downpour. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. After all, he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer. This rare encounter with a bat seemed the perfect opportunity to try it out. Thus, Lin Qiye quietly stood by the window, observing the bat. "Xiaoqi, what are you doing over there? Come back and eat. The food is getting cold," Annie called out, noticing Lin Qiye lost in thought. Yet, he stood there like a statue, motionless for a long while. Just as Auntie was about to say something more, Lin Qiye suddenly turned around, his eyes trembling with excitement. He dashed to the door and slipped on his shoes. "Xiaoqi, what are you up to? I just remembered something important. I need to go out for a bit." "Silly child, what are you saying? It's dark outside, and it's pouring rain. Why would you go out?" "It's important, very important. But what about dinner?" "I'll eat when I come back." In Auntie's bewildered gaze, Lin Qiye had already put on his shoes and hurriedly opened the door, ready to leave. At that moment, Yang Jin's voice suddenly broke in. "Bro, it's really pouring outside. Perhaps you should reconsider." "No, I must go. Even if the matter is significant, there are always those who will undertake it. The earth continues to spin regardless of your absence." Yet, there are certain things I must do. Lin Chia took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Don't worry too much. It's just a small matter. Once resolved, I shall return. After all, it is rare to enjoy such delightful food. I cannot bear to waste it. I'm off. With that, Lin Chia swiftly closed the door and dashed down the stairs. As Lin Chia walked further away, Annie suddenly came to her senses, hastily making her way to the door and calling out, "Silly child. It's pouring outside. Don't you have an umbrella?" In the corridor, Lin Chia's footsteps faded into the distance, leaving no reply. With a resigned sigh, Auntie returned to her seat, suddenly finding the food before her unappetizing. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, enveloped in silence. In the rain, crackle, crackle, crackle. Zhao Kongqing repeatedly pressed the lighter, the spark igniting momentarily before being extinguished by the falling rain. He held a cigarette, letting out a weary sigh. Today was truly unfortunate. Nearby, the ghost-faced king stood like a demon amidst the rain, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ghost-faced king differed greatly from ordinary ghost-faced beings. His stature was at least twice as large, resembling a small mountain from afar. Unlike the typical ghost-faced beings who moved on all fours like animals, the ghost-faced king stood upright, head held high, chest out. If one disregarded his pallid, ghostly visage and his long, crimson tongue, he could almost be mistaken for a human. Yet, this fearsome ghost-faced king was riddled with wounds, each gash seemingly carved into his flesh, blood flowing profusely. Zhao Kongqing observed the injuries on the ghost-faced king. Clicking his tongue, the captain is formidable indeed, inflicting such heavy damage. It seems he has been holding back during our sparring sessions. The beasts from the Chuan realm, even when severely wounded, are still formidable. I wonder how long I could withstand against it. Muttering to himself, Zhao Kongqing reached for the hilt of his straight blade. Slowly drawing it, the pale blue edge sliced through the rain, emitting a faint hum. A downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak, and a straight blade. The ghost-faced king eyed Zhao Kongqing, his crimson tongue flicking, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. In an instant, both moved simultaneously. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his straight blade, shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, his eyes sharp, exuding murderous intent. His speed was impressive, but the ghost-faced king was swifter. With his massive form crashing through the curtain of rain, his ghastly face twisted violently, as if he had spotted his prey, unable to contain his exhilaration. Clang, clang, clang. In the moment their figures collided, the blade gleamed fiercely, and the sound of metal clashing reverberated through the rain, as claws met blade, sparking brilliant flashes. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, executed 3 precise strikes aimed at the ghost-faced king's vital points, yet they were thwarted by the king's swifter defenses. After the 3rd strike, Zhao Kongqing was violently repelled by the ghost-faced king's terrifying strength, landing clumsily in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One is a mythical being that has traversed the borders of the river realm, endowed with the formidable attributes of the forbidden ruins and terrifying physical prowess. The other is merely a mortal, equipped only with skill and experience. Zhao Kongqing rose from the mire, expelling the damp cigarette from his mouth, and cursed aloud, "Damn it. Is that what being a mythical creature is all about? Is sheer strength that impressive?" The ghost-faced king harbored no intention of engaging in a fair duel. Roaring at Zhao Kongqing, his voice reverberating like thunder. As it approached, a colossal, grotesque visage began to materialize upon the ground, emanating from the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression altered instantly. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghost Face Interfacing with the Land. As the ghastly visage emerged, Zhao Kongqing felt as though the very fabric of reality had been upended, an unprecedented wave of vertigo surging through him. He furrowed his brow and tensed his body, barely managing to steady himself. In his field of vision, everything appeared as a swirling kaleidoscope, chaotic and disjointed, with no discernible pattern. This is bad. It can actually manipulate the forbidden ruins. I'm done for, Zhao Kongqing murmured, the words of Wu Xiangnan from before the battle resurfacing in his mind. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176. Ghost Face Interfacing with the Land possesses the ability to deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are lesser than or equal to its own, subverting the concept of space. In this domain, up it comes down, left turns to right, and forward shifts to backward, all at the whim of the ghost-faced king. Although one can resist to some extent through consciousness and experience, it is indisputable that all offensive capabilities are diminished within this forbidden ruins, significantly reducing combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the captain, who also hails from the river realm, no other members can confront the ghost-faced king directly. Otherwise, it would lead to certain doom. Indeed, this is an exceedingly repulsive forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongcheng, as a first-hand witness, truly comprehended the perverse nature of this domain. So, the captain managed to grievously wound the ghost-faced king within this very forbidden ruins? He is also a perverse individual. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes. Roar. The cacophony of roars echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to ascertain the ghost-faced king's location. The earth trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing sensed that the ghost-faced king was rapidly approaching. From where would it emerge? In reality, amidst the eerie and grotesque visage. Zhao Kongqing stood with his eyes shut, resembling a statue, hands gripping his blade forward, brow tightly knitted. Unbeknownst to him, the ghost-faced king had stealthily repositioned itself behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile senses were rapidly shifting, as though he were ensnared within an excessively powerful washing machine. Inundated with erroneous information that clouded his ability to discern the reality around him, the ghost-faced king's eyes fixated on the oblivious Zhao Kongqing. Its pallid visage twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned slightly forward and, like a colossal cannonball, burst through the curtain of rain. Its form moving so swiftly that it left behind a lingering afterimage. Its sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light as they slashed towards Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to anticipate the warm blood gushing forth, envisioning the exhilarating scene of it splattering across its body. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was as if eyes had sprouted on Zhao Kongqing's back. He suddenly twisted aside, narrowly evading the claw of the ghost-faced king. Immediately thereafter, the straight blade in his hand arced through the rain, aiming directly for the head of the ghost-faced king. Clang! The sharp sound of collision echoed as the ghost-faced king tightly grasped the edge of Zhao Kongqing's blade, then kicked out, sending Zhao Kongqing flying like a sandbag. Even so, the astonishment in its eyes was unmistakable. It could not comprehend how Zhao Kongqing had sensed its attack. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry, yet he struggled to rise, the corners of his mouth betraying a triumphant smile. Surprised, weren't you? Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with the straight blade, a mocking smile adorning his face. This forbidden ruin of yours is indeed monstrous. Under normal circumstances, I would have fallen prey to your scheme and met my demise at your hands. Alas, Zhao Kongqing extended a finger towards the sky. It is raining today. You may deceive the senses of living beings, but you cannot obstruct the rainwater falling with gravity. The raindrops upon my skin provide me with tactile feedback. You can alter my perception, making me feel as though the rain is descending from all directions, yet I can deduce the true source. As long as I discern one correct direction, the rest becomes considerably simpler. With a grin, Zhao Kongqing spat out a mouthful of blood, defiantly raising his straight blade. Its edge pointed at the ghost-faced king. I'm not boasting. If I possessed a forbidden ruin, you would have perished countless times over. Roaring with fury, the ghost-faced king charged at him, enraged by Zhao Kongqing's taunt. Zhao Kongqing continued to keep his eyes shut, predicting the approach of the ghost-faced king. The clash ensued with a flurry of sounds. Zhao Kongqing engaged in close combat with the ghost-faced king, relying on his terrifying combat instincts and experience, managing to exchange several blows with it. However, that was where his luck ended. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, the flesh and blood Zhao Kongqing soon found himself overwhelmed, suffering a crushing blow to his chest that shattered 2 ribs, sending him flying backward. This time, it took Zhao Kongqing a full 5 seconds to struggle back to his feet. Had it not been for the straight blade absorbing some of the impact, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as death. The figure of the ghost-faced king loomed in the rain, its gaze fierce, advancing step by step towards him. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him from that voice. Wait a minute, ISNT that. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak. But after a brief hesitation, he chose silence. His gaze was fraught with complexity. At this moment, outside the Wujiekongyu, Lin Qiye stood near a patch of open ground, rainwater soaking his hair, yet he seemed oblivious to it, shouting at the top of his lungs, Zhao Kongqing, stop hiding. I know you're nearby. After calling out, Lin Qiye paused to listen for a moment. Apart from the cacophony of raindrops, there was nothing else. Damn it. That bat clearly saw a cloaked figure disappear with a monster. How could there be no one? Did he really misinterpret what he saw? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and began scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Not far from him, about 10 meters away, stood 3 peculiar signposts, isolated in the downpour. Lin Chiye approached, wiping the rainwater from the signs with his hand, softly reading the words inscribed upon them. No entry ahead? When was this sign erected? And the arrangement is rather odd. Lost in thought, Lin Chiye suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening. He vaguely remembered mentioning that his forbidden realm was an auxiliary battlefield, known as the Wujie Kongyu. A smile crept onto his lips as he scrutinized the 3 signposts before he once again bellowed, Zhao Kongqing. I know you're inside the Wujie Kongyu. Open the door and let me in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted from behind the signposts. What the hell are you doing out here in the middle of the night instead of eating? Get lost. Chapter 26. The dimming of life and the moon. Zhao Kongqing was perplexed. What on earth was this kid doing out in this torrential rain? Moreover, he had already opened the Wujie Kongyu. How did Lin Chiye know he was here? And of all times, he chose to appear just when Zhao was being pinned down and pummeled. If he were to see that, how embarrassing. Furthermore, he had just entrusted the protection of the world to Lin Chiye. Now, if he were to inadvertently pull him in, and something unfortunate happened, Zhao Kongqing would never forgive himself. What do you care about me being out here? I know you're fighting the ghost-faced man inside. Let me in. I'm quite capable of fighting too. Lin Chiye's voice came again from outside. You can fight? Nonsense. Zhao Kongqing retorted angrily. That's not just a ghost-faced man. That's the ghost-faced king. The Chuan realm. He has 2 major realms above your measly Zhan realm. Are you really going to challenge him with your high school head? Besides, aren't you always afraid of death? Why are you so reckless now? Hurry back home for dinner. I'm telling you, with me, Zhao Kongqing here, that thing won't lay a finger on you or your family. In one moment, circumstances shift. Though I harbor a fear of death, I cannot afford to neglect the goodwill of others. Lin Chiye shouted outside, while our family inside enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Why should you stand alone here? Clashing with the Ghost-Faced King? You aspire to be an unsung hero, but I shall not permit it. If we are to eat, it must wait until we have vanquished the Ghost-Faced King. You shall return with me to dine. Lin Chiye forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier separated the inside from the outside. No matter how earnestly he exerted himself, it remained utterly unmoved. Within the domain, Zhao Kongqing was once again sent flying by the Ghost-Faced King, lying on the ground for a considerable time before he managed to prop himself up with his blade. Spare your efforts. Though I lack a realm, the open, boundaryless void is more than sufficient to block those beneath the pool realm. To enter here, there are but 2 possibilities. Either I allow you passage, or you must await my demise. You cannot even breach my boundaryless void. What difference is there in facing the Ghost-Faced King here, other than courting death? Zhao Kongqing's gaze remained fixed on the Ghost-Faced King, his voice growing increasingly frail. Upon uttering his last words, the commotion from outside ceased. No one continued to batter against the boundaryless void, nor did any other sounds arise. Zhao Kongqing waited 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until a smile graced his lips. That's right. Obediently return home for dinner. The rest shall be entrusted to us, the night watchman. With great effort, Zhao Kongqing stood upright, gasping for breath as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With each breath, excruciating pain caused his body to tremble slightly. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Before him, the Ghost-Faced King loomed like a small mountain amid the rain. Its body marred with wounds both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant and unyielding, showing no intent to fall, such as the aberrant constitution of a mythical being. One hand gripping his blade, Zhao Kongqing's other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he withdrew a medallion. The emblem was adorned with 2 crossed straight blades, beneath which lay inscribed a name, Zhao Kongqing. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Kongqing was transported back to the time when he had just joined the Night Watch, still a mere fledgling. The medallion represented the essence of a night watchman. It was not only a matter of faith, but also of combat. The inner side of this medallion housed a small needle. Upon pressing the switch, it would spring forth. With the needle's tip coated in a substance known as demon god catalyst, this substance, upon penetrating the body, would ignite all of a person's latent potential within a brief span, allowing one who already possessed the forbidden abyss to harness its power for tremendous enhancement. For those without the forbidden abyss, the demon god catalyst would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening a forbidden abyss hidden within the essence of life. In other words, for the duration of the substance's effect, it could grant even those lacking the forbidden abyss a semblance of its power. This is a means of mutual destruction, a method of desperate retaliation, and the singular opportunity for warriors without a forbidden domain to experience their own. Unless absolutely necessary, one must refrain from using it. Zhao Kongqing clutched the emblem, his form trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching visage of the ghost-faced king, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The rain poured down in torrents. The water, mingled with blood, cascaded down Zhao Kongqing's arms, dripping onto the surface of the emblem, regardless of whether the ghost-faced king could hear or comprehend. Zhao Kongqing murmured in the rain. Men are always yearning for supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they can traverse heaven and earth, shatter mountains with a single punch, and cover the clouds with a mere thought. After years of being a night watchman, I have long awaited the awakening of my own forbidden domain, yet alas, I am now over 40 and have yet to witness it. To be honest, it is quite challenging to survive among the night watchmen without a forbidden domain. Each time I watch my captain and the others battle with their forbidden domains, their prowess is nothing short of spectacular, and my heart sinks with envy. I have often thought that if I were to encounter an insurmountable foe, I would certainly attempt ghostly summoning before my demise, to witness my own forbidden domain, even if it meant facing death with a smile. Regardless, I thank you for granting me this opportunity. Zhao Kongqing opened his palm, allowing the rain to wash over the emblem's surface, and with a gentle rub along its edge, a slender silver needle sprang forth. He inhaled deeply and pierced the needle into his palm. Damn, that stings, he grimaced, cursing under his breath. In that moment, as the needle penetrated his skin, a wave of intense pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken with newfound vitality, his heart pounding like the war drums on a battlefield, swift and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Kongqing. His eyes ignited with intensity. The ghost-faced king, sensing the imminent danger, let out a low growl and sprinted through the rain, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy. Zhao Kongqing's posture straightened as he gripped his sword tighter, the rain striking its surface with a melodious clatter. In that moment, he wielded the blade, and an extraordinary brilliance erupted from his eyes. He raised his hand and, with a swift stroke towards the swiftly approaching ghost-faced king, unleashed a single, powerful slash. A crescent of darkness, towering 4 to 5 meters high, cleaved through the rain, silently slicing through the space before them. The velocity of this crescent was so immense that the ghost-faced king could not even turn in time. Consequently, a mangled, grotesque arm was severed and flung high into the air. With a single stroke, Zhao Kongqing had severed the ghost-faced king's arm. Zhao Kongqing grasped his blade, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083. Oblivion Flashing Moon. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius. Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured down relentlessly. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his straight sword, stood drenched in a dark red cloak, his body soaked in blood and utterly disheveled. Yet, his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at his vacant right arm, his pale visage contorted in shock. He could not comprehend how the mouse he had just mercilessly tormented could suddenly unleash such formidable power. However, his intellect was insufficient, and time was not on his side. Zhao Kongqing sprang into action. Under the influence of the ghost god-s elixir, he had forgotten all his injuries and returned to peak condition. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, he shot towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes blazed crimson, having lost his right arm. He had succumbed entirely to a frenzied state. His muscles bulged and his body swelled, his legs bending as his massive form leaped, sending up a torrent of water. In midair, the two figures collided with astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. Their movements were so swift they became a blur, black crescent blades scattering in all directions, leaving a trail of savage gashes upon the ground. Initially, Zhao Kongqing's blade could not penetrate the ghost-faced king's defenses, and he had been utterly outmatched in both strength and speed. This was the very reason he had suffered so greatly moments before. Yet now, with a oblivion flashing moon, Zhao Kongqing's lethality escalated to a terrifying level, each strike carving deep gashes into the ghost-faced king's flesh. Although in terms of strength and speed he still fell short of the ghost-faced king, the enhancement in his lethality compensated for his other shortcomings, allowing experience to fill the gaps. Even with his inferior physical attributes, he could still press the opponent down and strike. The truth was evident. Zhao Kongqing did not exaggerate. With the Forbidden Ruins, he could slay the Ghostface King 800 times. Given sufficient time, defeating the Ghostface King would merely be a matter of time. The crucial issue, however, was that he lacked such time. While the Ghost God's elixir unleashed human potential to its fullest, its effects were fleeting. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongsheng had activated the Forbidden Ruins, and his time was dwindling. Engaged in a fierce battle with the Ghostface King, Zhao Kongsheng felt his strength waning. The suppressed pain was gradually resurfacing. Even the once formidable Black Crescent blades were diminishing in size. It seemed the Ghostface King had sensed his change in condition, ruthlessly expending his essence to unleash an even more ferocious assault. After exchanging several blows, the Phantom King seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Kongsheng's chest. A resounding thud reverberated through the air, and Zhao Kongsheng was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain surged through him like a tumultuous tide, washing over every nerve, and he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. As he coughed up blood, he slowly rose from the muddy ground, his gaze fixed intently on the Phantom King, the fire in his eyes still ablaze. He could still breathe. His forbidden domain remained intact, and he was still able to fight. The Phantom King had not yet perished. He could not afford to fall. Bracing himself against the ground with his blade, he wobbled to his feet, when suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from behind Zhao Kongsheng, causing the sky above to tremble slightly and crack open a seam. Zhao Kongsheng stared blankly at the sky, as if struck by a thought, and abruptly turned around. Not far behind him, an invisible canvas that had shrouded the heavens had already begun to rip at the edges. Within that fractured space, a youth with golden-hued eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongsheng's mouth fell open, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Why you? How did you get in here? Lin Xia brushed the rain-soaked hair from his face, his eyes glowing like a blazing furnace, both fervent and sacred. He let out a helpless sigh. I must admit, this snow is indeed quite formidable. However, I am fortunate to possess these eyes, which allow me to discern its weakest point, and it is fortunate that it is currently night. Zhao Kongsheng understood only the first part of his statement, yet it did little to quell his confusion. You have just entered the Zhan realm. How can you possess such strength? No. You have no weapon. How did you breach the no? You may find this hard to believe, Lin Xia replied calmly, but I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongsheng was left speechless. Lin Xia was not lying. Under the cover of darkness, he could feel his own eyesight significantly enhanced, though not to an exaggerated fivefold. It was still a doubling effect. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he could slay the Phantom Man using the Seraph's divine might, and now, bolstered by the night, he could also break the no with that same divine power. However, the toll on his mental energy was immense. Merely glaring had nearly drained him of his spirit. Lin Xie glanced at the battered Phantom King, then at the numerous gashes on the ground, his expression turning peculiar as he looked at Zhao Kongsheng. You mean to say you have no forbidden domain? Is this something a mere mortal can inflict? Zhao Kongsheng could not be bothered to explain, for time was of the essence. Enough chatter. Step aside. I can assist you in battle. I understand. You retreat for now. Zhao Kongsheng turned to him. One strike. I will deliver one strike. Once I have finished, you may come to my aid. Understood. Lin Xie stepped aside. Zhao Kongsheng took a deep breath. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the distant figure of the Ghost-Faced King. Young man, he said, pay close attention to this strike. Why? Because it will be magnificent. Before Lin Xie could express his disdain, Zhao Kongsheng propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed, charging towards the Ghost-Faced King. The Ghost-Faced King, sensing the dire state of the man before him, opted not to engage head-on but instead stood alert, prepared to counter his assault. The light in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes blazed like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. He tore through the curtain of rain, advancing towards the Ghost-Faced King without any flourish. He simply raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedented crescent of moonlight sliced through the night sky at a velocity imperceptible to the eye, cleaving each drop of rain in its path in twain. The speed of this strike was so extraordinary that even the formidable Ghost-Faced King could not evade it with ease, even if it wished to flee. Its current state rendered it incapable. Thus, the black crescent traversed the heavens, gently severing the grotesque head adorned with a pallid visage. Chapter 28. Slash. With a dull thud, the head of the Ghost-Faced King fell to the ground. Zhao Kongsheng's body swayed before collapsing. Lin Xie, quick to react, caught Zhao Kongsheng's form, only then realizing the extent of his companion's injuries. Scrapes, bruises, and contusions littered his body, blood seeping from numerous wounds, staining the rain-soaked earth beneath them. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken. Lin Xie could scarcely fathom how Zhao Kongcheng had managed to stand under such grievous conditions. What was most alarming to Lin Xie was the palpable sense of Zhao Kongcheng's vitality swiftly waning, his life force flickering like embers in ash, growing ever weaker. Lin Xie sat beside Zhao Kongcheng in a state of bewilderment. Your body, cough, I'm fine. It's merely the after-effects of forcibly unleashing my potential. If this continues, you will perish. I know. And you are unperturbed by the prospect of death? He. Zhao Kongcheng attempted to laugh, but halfway through, he coughed up blood. At least before I die, I experienced the forbidden ruins, and what? I accomplished it. Blade drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Zhao Kongcheng, trembling, reached down to touch the mud beneath him, his hand coming away slick with blood. The amount of blood he had lost might not stain the heavens, but it certainly could taint the earth. Lin Xie was taken aback. But there are not thousands behind you, and apart from me, no one witnessed your struggle. Is it worth it? Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly, offering no reply. Do me a favor. You say. In his pocket, there lay a pack of cigarettes. Help me light one. Lin Xie requested, as he rummaged through Zhao Kongcheng's chest pocket, eventually retrieving a cigarette soaked by the rain. From his own trouser pocket, he extracted a lighter. With the cigarette poised between Zhao Kongcheng's lips, Lin Xie shielded the lighter from the downpour, pressing it repeatedly. With a flicker, a flame ignited, bringing the cigarette to life in Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his being. Zhao Kongcheng, cigarette in mouth, gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, tracing along his cheek. Did you see? I slashed the ghost-faced king, he declared. I did see, Lin Xie affirmed, noticing the corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth curve upward, a smile breaking through his demeanor. Just as Lin Xie was about to respond, a tremor coursed through him. He stiffly turned his head, and in the distance, amidst the mud, a towering headless corpse began to rise. A pale and eerie ghostly face, akin to a parasite, scurried across its body, climbing from its legs to its back, and finally to its chest, where it settled upon the torso of the ghost-faced king. Meanwhile, the severed head lay nearby, devoid of the ghostly visage. Lin Xie's pupils constricted in shock. The ghost-faced king was not yet dead. The rain continued to fall. Zhao Kongcheng, lost in the recollection of their earlier encounter, remained oblivious to the change in Lin Xie's expression. Damn it, the guy that even the captain couldn't kill, I took down. Lin Xie paused momentarily, looking down at Zhao Kongcheng, nodding emphatically. Yes, impressive. With such a monumental achievement, if I survive, I could surely become a general. Absolutely, Lin Xie's eyes brimmed with determination. You must survive. Zhao Kongcheng, seemingly lost in thought, wore a satisfied smile. Yet the light in his eyes began to dim. Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongcheng's body, urgently calling out, Zhao Kongcheng, you haven't become a general yet. You cannot die. Zhao Kongcheng appeared to be drifting away, his gaze becoming increasingly distant. He opened his mouth, his voice barely a whisper. Was I just handsome? Handsome. Lin Xie's lips quivered as he fervently nodded. You were extraordinarily handsome. More than anyone I have ever seen. A faint smile graced Zhao Kongcheng's lips as his eyes slowly closed, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongcheng was gone. Lin Xie sat there, stunned, the rain blurring his vision. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kongcheng. It was not until the sound of heavy footsteps echoed once more that he was jolted from his reverie. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, drawing in a deep breath as he gradually sat up from the ground. He turned his gaze toward the distant headless corpse of the ghost-faced king, his eyes seemingly ablaze with a sun-like fury. He took 2 steps forward and drew a straight blade that was lodged in the earth Zhao Kongcheng's knife. Clutching the weapon, Lin Xie advanced step by step toward the ghost-faced king, rain drenching him to the bone, yet failing to extinguish the inferno of rage within his heart, nor the blazing golden fire within his eyes. The ghostly visage on the corpse of the ghost-faced king twisted grotesquely, as if silently howling in agony. Its movements quickened, resembling a staggering behemoth hurtling toward Lin Xie. The headless ghost-faced king, its right arm severed by Zhao Kongcheng, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous assault. Yet, Lin Xie, gripping the knife, seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, anticipating its attack trajectory and evading with blinding speed. He was like a midnight butterfly, swaying in the fierce gale, yet remaining untouched. The terrifying dynamic vision coupled with the speed of the starry night dancer transformed Lin Xie into an ethereal specter in that moment. He deftly evaded over a dozen strikes from the ghost-faced king, expressionless as he raised his hand and swung the knife with ferocity. This time, his target was not any vital spot, but the pale, ghostly face residing in the chest of the ghost-faced king. If his intuition served him right, that visage was the true essence of the ghost-faced king. Although Zhao Kongsheng had severed its head, the ghostly face remained unscathed, allowing the ghost-faced king to rise anew. Lin Xie danced amid the intervals of the ghost-faced king's assaults, the straight blade in his hand striking repeatedly at that ghostly face. Despite possessing fivefold strength, he was unable to inflict substantial harm, leaving only shallow gashes. But that was inconsequential. If one stroke could not slay it, he would deliver 10, 100. This time, he intended to rend the ghost-faced king asunder. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. While the ghost-faced king could not touch Lin Xie could strike the ghost-faced king, and gradually, the wounds on the ghostly face grew in number, becoming increasingly bloody and the expression more tormented. Before long, the ghost-faced king's assault began to falter. Lin Xie's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he seized the opportunity, reversing his grip on the straight knife. With all his strength, he plunged it into the ghostly face. A heart-wrenching shriek pierced the heavens. Lin Xie's blade penetrated the ghostly visage, yet that was not the source of the ghost-faced king's agonizing wail. What truly elicited such a heart-rending cry was the searing gaze of Lin Xie. Beneath that blazing golden light, the ghostly face melted away like a candle consumed by flames, rapidly dissolving. Though the golden glow lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough to extinguish the last vestiges of life from the already dying ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under the gaze of Lin Xie, the ghastly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, vanishing any trace of the ghostly face. Simultaneously, Lin Xie felt a warm current coursing through his hand that gripped the blade, gradually flowing into his being. He furrowed his brow slightly, stepping upon the body of the ghastly visage to withdraw his straight sword. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pallid mass, only to be engulfed by darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite the enhancement from the night dancer, the intense and perilous battle had severely drained his physical strength. Crucially, the 2 uses of the Eye of the Seraphim had utterly exhausted his already limited mental fortitude, rendering even walking a strenuous endeavor. Just as Zhao Kongsheng had stated, at his current level, confronting the king of the ghastly visage was akin to walking a path to death. Had it not been for the night watchman delivering grave injuries to the king, and had Zhao Kongsheng not sacrificed himself to incapacitate it, even with the Eye of the Seraphim and the night dancer, he would still have been no match for the king of the ghastly visage. This was the mythological creature that had descended upon this world. This was Chuanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he staggered through the pools of blood, inching toward the corpse of Zhao Kongsheng. Upon reaching the lifeless body, he slowly sank to the ground. I have long told you, hero, that heroism is not easily attained. Lin Xie gazed at the now cold Zhao Kongsheng and murmured, here you are, wagering your life in a brutal struggle. How many truly understand? Do you know? Now, miles away in the city center, the lights still shimmer and revel. They sing, they indulge in gourmet meals at hot pot restaurants, they tumble in hotels. They munch on popcorn in cinemas, while you can only perish silently here. They remain oblivious that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielded a blade to fell a mythological beast. They do not realize that their carefree revelry is made possible by the sacrifices of others. Is it truly worth it? Lin Xie scrutinized Zhao Kongsheng's pallid face, seemingly awaiting an answer. Alas, he was destined never to speak again. Lin Xie continued. Do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. Death holds no terror for me. Does a child who has witnessed angels, blinded and confined in a mental asylum, still harbor reverence for death? I have attempted to conclude my life in darkness countless times, yet light has repeatedly rescued me. The light that saved me is not found in those who traverse the city, consumed by desire, lamenting the injustices of the world, but in my family. Lin Xie raised his gaze to the pitch-black night sky and spoke softly. If the multitude has not delivered me, why should I sacrifice my life to protect this multitude? Therefore, I refuse to be a night watchman. Lin Xie turned his head, his eyes resting on the low house amidst the downpour, a hint of confusion shimmering in his gaze. However, I, as a person, can least afford to owe anyone a favor. You have saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you in return? Lin Xie paused momentarily before continuing. I am aware that the night watchmen enjoy ample benefits. Even in death, your family would receive the utmost care, and your funeral arrangements would be handled with dignity. You lack neither wealth nor support, while I find myself financially destitute. So, how on earth can I repay such an immense favor? Lin Chia sat there, lost in thought, and after a long silence, turned his gaze toward the distant low house. In the rain, his fists clenched slowly, only to loosen helplessly moments later. It seemed he had made a resolute decision, with the knife propped against the ground. He struggled to stand and murmured, "In my life, I owe apologies to only 3 individuals: my aunt, who has toiled for me for a decade, my cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 long years, and you, who have saved the lives of our family of 3. You have rescued my entire world in exchange. I shall guard yours for 10 years. After that decade, regardless of the circumstances, I will sever all ties with the night watchman and the multitude and return to this home to resume my original life. Does this arrangement seem equitable?" Lin Chia looked down at Zhao Kongcheng, lying motionless in a pool of blood, as if he were merely asleep. "Since you do not object, it is settled." Lin Chia drove the blade into the ground and knelt facing one direction. There, in the rain, stood an ordinary low house. "Aunt, I must take my leave. Please forgive my abrupt departure, for I fear that once I return, I will never wish to leave again. I have heard that the night watchmen are well compensated, and during my 10 years of service, the subsidies will ensure a good life for you and your son. After 10 years, I will provide you with the best of lives in return for your nurturing." Lin Qian knelt in the rain, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bent down and bowed deeply several times, resting his forehead on the ground for a long while before slowly rising. He stood up, cast one last glance at the low house, withdrew the blade from the earth, and turned to leave. "Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area." "Where's old Zhao?" In the torrential rain, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, soaked to the bone, stood in the street, gasping for breath with a black long case strapped to her back. "In the open space 2 buildings ahead of you." Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He paused, his tone somewhat subdued. "Hong Ying, you must be prepared." "Prepared for what?" "We lost contact with him moments ago, and old Zhao's emblem has not moved for several minutes now." Hong Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, her body trembling slightly, and then like an arrow, she shot forward with great speed. "Do not speak such nonsense. Perhaps he was simply fatigued." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears. "Hong Ying, do not speak," she bellowed. "Hong Ying, old Zhao's emblematic signal has activated." At this proclamation, a glimmer of hope ignited in Hong Ying's eyes. "I knew it. I knew he would not perish so easily. Where is he?" "He is moving slowly, drawing ever closer to you." Hong Ying paused, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze fixed on the corner not far ahead. The distant thunder reverberated through the clouds, while the rain cascaded like a torrential curtain, obscuring her sight. Faintly, a figure emerged from the downpour. It was a young man, a blade slung over his back, cradling a lifeless body in his arms. He halted, summoning all his strength to roar, as if proclaiming to the world, "I, Lin Xia, present General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return." Chapter 30. The rain has ceased inside the house. Aunt raised her gaze to the wall clock, momentarily lost in thought. The dining table before her was laden with a feast that had grown cold, unchanged since Lin Qia's departure. Time slipped away, and eventually, Yang Jin reached out, placing a piece of meat into Aunt's bowl. "Mother, let us eat." With a sigh, Aunt shook her head, exhaling deeply. "Your brother, leaving in the midst of a meal. How's it he has not returned yet? I hope nothing has happened to him." "Do not worry, he is safe." Perhaps his classmates, upon seeing his eyes improved, have insisted on taking him out for a meal. Yang Jin gently reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Aunt's expression visibly softened, yet soon her concern resurfaced. "But he left without an umbrella." "Mother," Yang Jin rose, gesturing towards the window, speaking calmly, "the rain has indeed stopped." The rain had ceased. The hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the silent night, where all was tranquil. In the distance, a dilapidated sign had been removed from the vacant lot, and the blood-stained remnants had been thoroughly cleared, leaving behind only the grotesque scars etched into the ground, silently narrating the events of the previous night. Perhaps tomorrow morning, someone would stumble upon this mysterious fissure, conjuring countless speculations, yet they would remain oblivious to the truth. A few droplets slid from the eaves, plopping into the muddy puddle below, sending ripples across the surface. Splash! A footstep landed in the puddle, sending a spray of water into the air. In the darkness, upon the scarred ground, a small black stray dog ambled leisurely forward, a tiny cloth pouch hanging from its neck. It navigated through the cracks, arriving at a clean patch of earth, where it finally paused. Mere moments ago, a man's corpse had lain in this very spot. With its head bowed, a faint glimmer illuminated its ebony eyes. Suddenly, it parted its lips. Articulating human speech in a deep, resounding voice, the soul returns to Songnan City, to the Peace Bridge. The Peace Bridge, a prominent structure on the outskirts of Songnan City, spans over the Grand Jiangnan Canal that traverses the entire city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles pass over this bridge daily, marking it as one of Songnan's landmarks. At the bridge's entrance, flanked by an array of charming little shops, one inconspicuous establishment boasts an old, faded crimson sign, Peace Affairs Office. Similar to the other shops surrounding the Peace Bridge, it is modest in size, merely a little over 200 square meters. Slightly larger than the typical Lanshow noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its unremarkable nature is not only due to the simplicity of its name, but also because it is overshadowed by its more conspicuous neighbors. To the left lies a jubilantly decorated wedding planning company named Peace Weddings, adorned in vibrant red and purple. To the right stands a funeral service establishment, draped in white satin and displaying wreaths, called Peace Funeral Services. The wedding company exudes joy, while the funeral service embodies mourning. In the midst of these two extremes, the Peace Affairs Office resembles a transparent entity, failing to draw attention. If one were to pinpoint any distinguishing characteristic, it would be its name. Unlike typical offices that specialize in various fields, law firms adept at litigation, detective agencies skilled in solving cases, or accounting firms proficient in financial matters, this shop bears no prefix, simply the word peace, leaving its purpose utterly ambiguous. At this moment, within the Peace Affairs Office, in the spacious and well-lit hall, a young man sits silently on a sofa, gazing at the tiled floor. 6 individuals occupy the hall. So, you are the one old Zhao is looking for, the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquires from across the room, observing Lin Xie. Indeed, Lin Xie responds. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan continues, I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watch Squad 136 stationed in Songnan City. The man in black leaning against the pillar is our captain, Chen Mai. Following Wu Xiangnan's gaze, Lin Xie notices a man standing nearby, hands in his pockets, who silently regards him. Sensing Lin Xie's scrutiny, Chen Mai gives a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turns to the remaining 4 individuals, urging, stop standing there idly. Introduce yourselves. At this moment, a woman sits alone on a single sofa, hugging her legs, her hair still damp, raising her head slightly to reveal her reddened eyes. Redding, frontline combatant of the Night Watch Squad 136, she states. Lin Xie recognizes her, as it was Redding who brought him here. After Hongning finished speaking, the man beside her, still holding a towel, smiled and introduced himself, Night Watcher Squad 136, frontline combatant, Wen Qima. Immediately following, the girl huddled nearby, similarly in tears, lifted her head slightly and murmured, Night Watcher Squad 136, combat support part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. Night Watcher Squad 136, long-range fire support, Lang Xian. The man sitting beside them with a sniper rifle remarked coldly. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You are Lin Xie, correct? Do you have anything to add regarding Zhao Kongqing's death in battle? I have made myself quite clear, Lin Xie replied calmly. Zhao Kongqing opened the boundless void and fought the Phantom King alone, ultimately perishing together. Were you present at the scene during their battle? I was. How did you enter the boundless void? I gave it a glare, and it opened. Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, his brow slightly furrowing. Can you describe the details of their combat? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing kill the Phantom King? He swung his blade, unleashing a massive black crescent that severed the Phantom King's head, Lin Xie stated. A black crescent. Wu Xiangnan pondered, his brow furrowing. At that moment, Chen Mai, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. It was Mincing Shanwei. Old Zhao activated his forbidden realm using the ghost goddess call. When Qima exclaimed in surprise, the Mincing Shanwei of sequence 083? That is a high-risk forbidden realm. I never expected Uncle Zhao to be right. I once thought he was merely narcissistic. Si Xiaonan said softly, pursing her lips. No, he truly is narcissistic, Chen Mai remarked with a slight smirk, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine when that guy first beheld his forbidden realm, he could scarcely believe it. If we had been there, he would have insisted on telling us that his forbidden realm was the most impressive. Hongning seemed to envision an amusing scenario, her lips curving upward. But the light in her eyes soon dimmed. Wu Xiangnan turned to Lin Xie, gazing into his eyes, and spoke again. One more question. From the Phantom King's corpse, It is evident that the fatal wound consisted of a series of knife wounds along with inexplicable burn marks. Yet, the mincing Shanyue does not appear to possess such characteristics. What is the explanation for this? Lin Qiye frowned, locking eyes with Wu Xiangnan, and replied deliberately, I have stated very clearly that Zhao Kongqing faced the Phantom King alone, fighting to the bitter end, ultimately killing the Phantom King. Chapter 31. Qima. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's response, Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed tighter. Just as he was about to pose another question, Hong Ying suddenly sat up, her reddened eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she shouted angrily. Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by that? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our teammate is dead. Yet you still cling to his matters. Does your heart not harbor a trace of sorrow? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, pausing for a moment before speaking calmly. Old Zhao has passed away, and I am indeed saddened, but the truth holds equal significance. Hong Ying glared at him fiercely, her chest heaving violently. She let out a couple of cold scoffs, slamming the black box in her hand onto the ground before turning to walk towards the exit of the basement. Beside them, Wen Qima felt compelled to interject, but found his sleeve tugged at, and turned in confusion. Si Shaoan stood beside him, shaking her head. Therefore, that's enough, Xiangnan. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to question Lin Qiye, the captain, Chen Mai, who had been lingering at the edge, suddenly interjected, interrupting him. Lin Qiye had already articulated his points clearly. As for the details, there was no need to pursue further. This matter ends here. Chen Mai, hands in pockets, walked behind Wu Xiangnan and patted his shoulder. Wu Xiangnan turned in surprise, meeting Chen Mai's unyielding gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded helplessly. Chen Mai then seated himself on the sofa opposite Lin Qiye. The matter of Zhao Kongqing has concluded, so it is time we discuss you. Lin Qiye. Discuss what? As far as I know, Zhao Kongqing had once invited you to join the Night Watchman, but you declined. Later, he even mentioned to us that he lost track of you. Had you not brought Zhao Kongqing's body out, we might never have found you again. In that case, why do you wish to join the Night Watchman now? Chen Mai's eyes bored deeply into Lin Qiye's. To repay a debt of gratitude, Lin Qiye replied calmly. Chen Mai was taken aback. A debt of gratitude? I had made a promise to him. I would join the Night Watchman. Lin Qiye paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? I will only stay with the Night Watchman for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Hearing this, all present were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchmen are not mere community volunteers. Once you join, leaving is not an option. Therefore, I cannot agree to your 10-year term. No one in the Night Watchman can grant you such a promise. Just as Lin Qiye was about to respond, Chen Mai continued, however, if after 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchman and render the higher-ups powerless to stop you, that would be a different matter entirely. In any case, there is no formal procedure for leaving the Night Watchman. Fine. Surprisingly, Lin Qiye nodded resolutely. If I cannot leave after 10 years, then that will be my problem. At this nearly reckless response from Lin Qiye, both Si Shaonan and Wen Qima gaped in astonishment, and even the icy calm Long Xian blinked, casting several extra glances at Lin Qiye. Given this, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher authorities. However, prior to undergoing the intensive training, you cannot be considered a formal member. Intensive training? The Night Watchmen operate under a semi-militarized structure. All newcomers are required to participate in a rigorous year-long training program before officially joining. This program encompasses a variety of skills, including combat, firearms handling, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden ruins, among others. When does it commence? Each year in September, which is merely a month away. Until you complete this training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this point, Chen Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded, as a temporary member, we do not provide accommodation or meals. Lin Qiye exclaimed, no accommodation? I thought the Night Watchman offered excellent benefits. How could they be so stingy? Where will I stay for this month? Panic set in for Lin Qiye. Returning to his aunt's house? No, that would likely mean he would never come back. Perhaps even fleeing with his entire family. Nevertheless, he must inform his aunt, at least to assure her of his safety. He contemplated writing her a letter, stating that he had enlisted, which would ease her worries. Yet, the pressing issue remained. If the Night Watchman would not permit him to stay, did that mean he would have to sleep on the streets? No worries, you can stay at my place. At that moment, Hong Ying, who had been stealthily hiding behind the door, peeked out and softly spoke. My house is quite spacious. Providing you with a room would pose no issue. Hong Ying, weren't you angry in leaving? Wen Qima exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. I just remembered I forgot something, so I came back. Is that not permissible? Hong Ying shot her a glare, stepped into the room, picked up the black box from the floor, and turned to glare at Wu Xiangnan as well. Under Wu Xiangnan's incredulous gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Chiye and gently said, "Brother Chiye, do not worry. Now that you are a member of our squad, I will certainly look after you." Temporary. He is a temporary member, Chun Mai interjected seriously. Moreover, you both may not even be different in age. You should not so hastily refer to him as your brother. Captain, you are so rigid. Hong Ying teased, sticking her tongue out at Chun Mai. She then tore off a piece of paper from the table, wrote down an address, and slipped it into Lin Chiye's hand. "Brother Chiye, I need to go practice shooting. If you cannot find me after I finish the paperwork, you may return on your own." Hong Ying's face was close to Lin Chiye's. So close that he could distinctly smell her faint, pleasant fragrance and see her eyelashes gently flutter. Her clear, sparkling eyes gazed at him with warmth. Akin to a tranquil pool of autumn water nestled among golden maple trees, both clear and enchanting. It must be acknowledged that Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful, her fair skin, delicate nose, luscious red lips, and exquisite features. Lin Chiye hastily diverted his gaze, a sudden blush creeping onto his cheeks. He has grown up. And this is the first time he has approached a girl so closely, especially one as natural and clear as Hong Ying. "Thank you, Sister Hong Ying." Aha! Suddenly, Hong Ying sprang to her feet, laughing with excitement, startling Wu Xiangnan, who stood behind her. "What is wrong with you?" Wu Xiangnan said irritably. "Mind your own business." Hong Ying pouted. "It's not my fault our new brother has such a lovely name." Lin Chiye's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively turned his head aside. At that moment, when Shima approached with a smile, Hong Ying stopped teasing the newcomer. "Chiye, come on, I'll show you around and tell you about the night watchman." Lin Chiye felt a sense of relief as he followed Wen Qima out, descending the stairs towards the ground floor. "Chiye," Wen Qima suddenly spoke in the corridor. "What is it, Senior Wen Qima?" "Ahem, don't call me senior, it sounds too formal. I'm only a couple of years older than you," Wen Qima said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Just call me by my name, or like the others, call me Qima." "All right. Actually, I have a small request." Wen Qima paused, looking seriously into Lin Chiye's eyes. "What is it? Can I stay at Hong Ying's house tonight? I've wanted to for a long time." Lin Chiye's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Wen Qima chuckled lightly. "I was just joking. I noticed you seemed quite repressed inside, and I thought it might help you relax." He gazed into Lin Chiye's eyes, his expression softening. After all, anyone who witnessed such a brutal battle would find it difficult to emerge unscathed, especially someone still in high school. Lin Chiye was taken aback. He pressed his lips together, falling silent. Wen Qima was right. Lin Chiye himself had not realized how poor his mental state had become, having witnessed Zhao Kongqing's death, battling the ghost-faced king alone, leaving behind the small haven he had known for over a decade, and venturing into the unfamiliar and perilous world of the night watchman. Though he appeared mature, at heart, he was still just a boy. Under such immense upheaval, the weight on his shoulders had become almost unbearable. Just moments ago, while sitting there, he had sensed his own distress. In fact, it was not just him. Hong Ying had noticed it too. Otherwise, she would not have so willingly invited him to stay at her home, nor would she have suppressed her own sorrow to banter cheerfully with the team leader and vice leader. Now that he had just arrived and was still unfamiliar with her, he would soon discover that she is exceptionally kind. Lin Chiye was momentarily stunned, recalling the image of Hong Ying weeping as he emerged from the rain, holding Zhao Kongqing. Now, reflecting on Hong Ying's gentle smile, it seemed to conceal a profound sadness. Yet, despite her profound sorrow, why does she still concern herself with my feelings? In truth, it is not only I and Hong Ying who perceive this. Apart from the single-minded Xiang Nan and the frigid individual Bing Quanren, the others are equally aware. However, the captain, being somewhat proud, can only discreetly rely on Hong Ying to lighten the atmosphere, while Xiao Nan, too shy, finds it difficult to voice her thoughts. When Chiemo turned and continued ascending the staircase, speaking languidly, "Perhaps before your arrival, you envisioned the night watchman as a cadre of cold, mechanical killing machines. Yet as you linger here, you will discover that this is far from the truth." Lin Chi followed Wen Chiemo down to the first floor, traversing the hall of the camouflaged office before pushing the door open. It was the dead of night. The once bustling and vibrant Heping Bridge now lay silent and deserted. Remnants of rain lingered on the pavement. And the only establishment still in operation on Heping Street was the peace office. Prior to my arrival, I imagined the night watchman as a vast organization situated in a forsaken military restricted zone, replete with aircraft and tanks, frequently conducting military drills. Lin Chi surveyed the quiet streets, slowly articulating his thoughts. When Mo paused, turning to Lin Chi and couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. I harbored the same misconception before joining the Night Watchman. After all, such portrayals are prevalent in science fiction films. He gazed upward at the hazy moonlight. However, while there may not be a military-restricted zone, the Night Watchmen indeed constitute a significant organization. Why are there only 6 of you here? The Night Watchmen operate differently from military forces, when Mo responded, shaking his head. The centralized management you speak of, while efficient and manageable, possesses a critical flaw, its lack of mobility. For instance, if a mythical creature were to emerge in Songnan City, once local authorities confirm its presence, they would relay the information to the base in Shangjing City. After the base evaluates the situation and dispatches personnel to Songnan, the investigation could take a minimum of 2 days to commence. In that span, many lives may be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a team of night watchmen in each city. When signs of a suspected mythical creature appear, the station team can immediately investigate and address the issue. We are that team stationed in Songnan City. Lin Chi pondered this, understanding why the roles within your group are so clearly defined, each possessing unique strengths. Indeed, when Mo affirmed, from primary combat capability to support roles, remote assistance, and overall leadership, each member has their strengths and can collaborate effectively. This is the standard model for every station team. What if a mythical creature emerges that the local night watchman cannot handle? Then we would request special team support from higher authorities. When Mo held up 4 fingers. In Daxiao, in addition to the night watchmen stationed in each city, there are 4 special squads. They do not reside in any city. But when a city faces challenges that the local night watchmen cannot resolve, they are dispatched there. They do not possess team numbers, only their unique code names. An emblem of the honor that belongs solely to special squads. A special squad? Lin Chia inquired with curiosity. Have you ever seen one? I have not witnessed them firsthand. But 2 years ago, 3 mythical creatures of the Sea Realm simultaneously appeared in the neighboring Huaihai city, nearly causing a catastrophic disaster. Subsequently, a 6-member special squad known as Mask emerged. And within a single night, they eradicated the threats entirely. A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Wen Chima's eyes. It is said that when the sun rose the following day, the blood of the mythical creatures stained the bay red, while the Mask squad had quietly proceeded to the next city. That sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Do they have any requirements for recruitment? Indeed, they do, and they are quite stringent, Wen Chima sighed. Firstly, members of a special squad must at least be at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. Among your 6, what is the highest realm? It is the captain, who is also at the Chuan level, yet he is still far from the pinnacle. When Shima continued, moreover, to join a special squad, mere realm is insufficient. One must possess uniqueness. What sort of uniqueness? It refers to qualities that distinguish one from other night watchers, such as possessing a highly dangerous forbidden ruin sequence, ranking within the top 80, or achieving mastery in a particular field, like being a grandmaster of the blade or sword, or being an agent of a deity. An agent of a deity? Is that considered uniqueness? What a preposterous notion. When Chima cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chia, his eyes filled with envy. You yourself are an agent of the Seraph. Do you think agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the streets? Aren't they? Lin Chia asked, bewildered. Certainly not. When Chima had never encountered such shamelessness. Agents of deities who align with humanity are exceedingly rare. Among all night watchers, there are merely 8 or 9. Predominantly distributed across various special squads or serving as captains of night watchers in major cities, individuals of immense significance. Damn, I truly envy you, when Chima exclaimed, uncharacteristically swearing. You possess immense potential. Once you have matured, this small city of Songnan will be insufficient to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the night watchers stationed in the capital, or join a special squad and traverse the world. Becoming a captain of a special squad is not out of the question. In short, your future is limitless. Chapter 33. The Inscription. O. Lin Chia's expression remained calm. When Chima gazed at him in astonishment, oh, that's it. Don't you feel any surge of emotions or fervor? A little, but only a little, Lin Chia replied. I am not particularly interested in promotions. When Chima cast a peculiar glance at him, momentarily forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the night watchers a decade later. Lin Chia, non-committal, continued, so, according to you, these 4 special teams represent the zenith of the Great Xia's military strength? Certainly not, he replied. They may be the pinnacle of team combat effectiveness among the night watchers. but they are by no means the apex of the Great Xia's power. Are you suggesting that there are organizations akin to the Night Watchers within the Great Xia? No. There is only one Night Watcher in the Great Xia. However, above the Night Watchers, there exist 5 Paragons of Humanity. Paragons of Humanity? Lin Xie echoed, intrigued. As the term implies, they represent the utmost combat prowess achievable by mankind. As their strength approaches that of the ancient deities of myth, they are also referred to as demigods. To stand alongside the divine in mortal form? Indeed. Although I recognize you are quoting a classic line from film, it genuinely reflects the truth. When Chimu gazed up at the night sky, his eyes filled with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity, the sole beacon of hope visible amidst the vast fog. Who are they? I do not know. They are far beyond our reach. Very few have glimpsed their visages or know their names, though there are some intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 Paragons of Humanity are known as one sword, one knight, one idol, one void, and one sage. What significance do these titles hold? They seem devoid of any substantial information. It is said that the highest commander of our Night Watchers is one idol among these 5 Paragons, though it has been ages since anyone has witnessed his prowess. I have a question. Please, ask. Has humanity ever slain a deity? Lin Xie pointed to the heavens, not referring to bizarre mythical creatures, but to the true ancient deities of legend. When Shima paused in silence before shaking his head, I do not know, but I suspect not. In this vast fog, humanity resembles blindfolded lambs, unaware of the world's happenings, oblivious to when the apocalypse might descend upon us. In an era where the existence of deities has been affirmed, if humanity were indeed to slay a deity, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities, who would likely unite to eradicate humanity. The situation would become even more dire for us. Lin Xie nodded, comprehending the gravity of the matter. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Lin Xie pondered for a moment. Do temporary team members receive any benefits? Yes. Then I have no further questions. So, after all your inquiries, the last one is the most pressing for you? Naturally, Lin Xie affirmed. Such matters as special teams and human paragons feel distant to me. I prefer to remain grounded. As when Chima turned his head, he inquired, Are you tired? Not at all, came the reply. Then allow me to escort you to a certain place. At this hour. Is that appropriate? It is indeed, when Chima responded, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Lin Xie reminded him, Do not forget. I am still underage. A few minutes later, the car came to a gentle halt in a desolate and silent wilderness. Lin Xie opened the door and stepped out, glancing around with a wary gaze directed at Wenqima. What purpose do you have in bringing me here? Wenqima silently rolled his eyes and pointed to a nearby graveyard. Over there. Following his gesture, Lin Xie fell into a contemplative silence. Beginning to grasp the reason for Wenqima's choice of location, the two walked along a narrow path until they reached the periphery of the graveyard. It was not particularly large, significantly smaller than the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Yet, the craftsmanship of the gravestones and the spacing between them surpassed that of an ordinary cemetery. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and orderly. This was the resting place of the night watchman of Tsangnan City. Wenqima spoke calmly since the transformation of the Special Biological Response Team into the Night Watchman in 1936. This site has been designated as the final resting place for those who fell in service to Tsangnan City. Of course, this was merely a default resting place. Upon joining the Night Watchman, individuals could specify their preference for burial in the Night Watchman Cemetery, cremation, or returning to their ancestral home. Zhao Kongsheng had chosen to be interred here, stating that he bore too much blood on his hands to return to his ancestors for fear of frightening them. As he spoke, a smile graced Wenqima's lips, as if he could vividly recall Zhao Kongsheng's carefree demeanor while making that declaration. Lin Xie silently surveyed the numerous gravestones, his brow furrowing slightly. So many. In this cemetery, there were at least 60 or 70 distinct gravestones, most of which were relatively new. From 1936 to the present, it has been 85 years, Wenqima remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Initially, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city encountered only a handful of mythical creatures each year, and even then, they were not particularly powerful. However, as time progressed, the frequency and ferocity of mythical beings increased, leading to a rise in our casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here are from the last 20 years. It is said that before Captain Shun Mai took command in Tsangnan City, 2 team members would fall each year. It was only after his arrival that the mortality rate significantly declined. Lin Xie's mind conjured the image of the taciturn figure cloaked in black, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Yet, with Zhao Kongqing having just fallen tonight, had his gravestone already been prepared? Lin Chia suddenly recalled something and asked in confusion. No. Then let's come here. When Chimo raised his hand, pointing into the distance. Look over there. Following his gesture, Lin Chia gazed toward the dimly lit graveyard where a faint glimmer emerged. Beneath the weak light, Hong Ying sat beside an empty plot. Her eyes reddened as she cradled a blank stone tablet, meticulously carving it with a chisel in her right hand. Tears streamed down her cheeks, landing on the stone, only to be hurriedly wiped away. In that moment, she seemed devoid of any previous vitality. Did she not say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Chia stared at the scene in a daze. She lied. When Chima shook his head, noting that the gravestone of a night watchman was traditionally carved by the deceased's comrades, a rule unspoken. This tablet should have been my task, though she did not articulate it. I knew all too well that she was the one who yearned to honor Zhao Kongqing with this carving. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though her deceit was glaringly absurd, I chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to secretly carve the tablet. Lin Chia and Wen Chima stood quietly, observing Hong Ying, who was absorbed in her task for a long while without speaking. Under the hazy moonlight, amidst the stillness of the graveyard, the only sound was the faint, mournful wail of the chisel in Hong Ying's hand. Are we not going to say hello? After a prolonged silence, Lin Chia asked Wen Chima. Approaching her now would only make her uncomfortable. Her sensitivity is profound. Yet, standing here felt akin to voyeuristically intruding upon another's secret, which left Lin Chia feeling somewhat awkward. When Chima turned to him, a hint of a smile illuminating his eyes. Did you think we are the only voyeurs lurking nearby? Chapter 34. What are you up to? In the graveyard, on the other side of the woods, Xiangnan crouched low to the ground. Wu Xiangnan jolted and turned sharply, breathing a sigh of relief upon recognizing the newcomer. Captain, it's the dead of night. Moving silently through a graveyard nearly scared me to death. He placed a hand over his racing heart, taking a deep breath. Chen Mai quietly settled beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying, who was alone carving the tablet, and spoke softly. I thought your thick skull only held tactics. I didn't expect you to come here. Wu Xiangnan shot him a glare. In the middle of the night. Who would believe she would go practice shooting? Am I really that dull? Yes. Wu Xiangnan responded. Where's Chima? He should be here. He's lying low across the ravine with Lin Chia and Leng Xian and Xiaonan. Leng Xian has long since vanished, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh. The two men fell into silence. After a long while, Chen Mai spoke again. I'm genuinely glad you came. Is that so? Indeed. Chen Mai nodded earnestly, indicating that you were no longer the Wu Xiangnan who had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you are indeed changing. Why should I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the demise of the Blue Rain team. As a mere survivor, I must find my way out. Encountering you all is a stroke of good fortune for me, Wu Xiangnan. Chen Mai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan, they mentioned that you would never find a wife in this lifetime. If they knew you were once a renowned member of the Blue Rain special team, they would likely be left speechless. I am merely a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name, Wu Xiangnan stated calmly. Right now, I just wish to be an ordinary member of the 136 team. Chen Mai patted Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder, choosing not to respond. What do you think? Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. What? The newcomer, Lin Chia. A fine young man. I am not referring to his potential. I am speaking of his character. I am talking precisely about his character. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. He was the one who killed the Ghost-Faced King. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe injuries upon it, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does that matter? Is it of no importance? Chen Mai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly spoke. That boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. Why are you so insistent? After spending so much time with old Zhao, do you not know what his dream is? To eliminate a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm. That is a significant achievement. It would greatly benefit that boy's future. Do you think he cares about such things? Wu Xiangnan was rendered speechless. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to a distant ravine and calmly remarked, I have said it before, that boy is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, several miles away from the cemetery, Lang Xian quietly set down his binoculars atop a hill, a slight smile gracing his lips. One after another, their evasion lacks any finesse. I have captured them once again. Click, click. The binoculars in Lang Xian's hand emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photographs fell out. Featuring Hong Ying engraving a tombstone alone, Lin Chia chatting with Wenqili, and two burly men engaging in camaraderie in the woods. He treasured these images, carefully placing them into a locked box. The box brimmed with photographs, humorous, awkward yet heartwarming moments unique to the 136 team. 2 hours later, Lin Chia stood before an opulent villa, utterly astonished. He lowered his head to reconfirm the address on the note, glanced at the villa again, and drew a sharp breath. It turns out she is quite wealthy. If Lin Chia has not taken a wrong turn, the residence before him is indeed Hong Ying's home. Vague echoes of her words resonate in Lin Chia's mind. My house is rather spacious. Rather spacious? It is far more than that. After hesitating for a considerable time at the entrance of the villa, Lin Chia finally steeled himself and approached the door to knock. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying engraving the tombstone at the cemetery until she had finished, before they departed. To avoid arousing Hong Ying's suspicions, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late to create a time gap. After just 2 knocks, Lin Chia retracted his hand. A soft patter of slippers could be heard approaching from behind the door, and soon, the grand entrance swung open. There stood Hong Ying in a plush pajama set. Her eyes slightly red, but a smile blossomed upon seeing Lin Chia. Chia, come in. Why are you back so late? Qima has kept me chatting until now. Lin Chia, suppressing his conscience, responded, I lost track of time. As he stepped inside, Lin Chia noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house has been tidied up today, so it might be a bit messy, please don't mind, she said, playfully twirling a strand of hair around her fingers. Feeling somewhat bashful. It is already quite clean, Lin Chia remarked after glancing around, adding, moreover, I would be delighted to have a place to stay. One must admit that the decor and arrangement of Hong Ying's home exude an air of grandeur and elegance, which made Lin Chia, who had never stayed in a villa, feel somewhat out of place. Furthermore, he had never spent the night at a girl's residence before. Is Chia here? A soft voice called from the second floor. Sleepy-eyed Si Xiaonan was leaning over the railing, inquiring quietly. Yes, Hong Ying replied with a nod. Lin Chia was taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. She smiled at him, explaining, since I usually don't stay in the dormitory, I worry about Xiaonan being alone, so I let her stay here with me. I see. Lin Chia responded thoughtfully. At that moment, he seemed to recall something. What about your parents? Will my staying here disturb them? No, Hong Ying shook her head. They went missing 5 years ago in the mist. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all by myself. Are they part of the exploration team? Lin Chia inquired. Yes. She confirmed. Lin Chia opened his mouth, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You will stay in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so don't mix them up. As she walked up the stairs in her slippers, she suddenly turned back to Lin Chia, adding, Oh, if you wish to enter Xiaonan's in my room, you must knock first. If I discover any nefarious intentions on your part, humph. Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing a flawless white arm, and waved it fiercely. Do not forget, I am the frontline combat strength of the team. Aside from the captain, none can surpass me. My sister's spear is not blind. With that, she turned gracefully, her long, dark hair cascading naturally, and strode into her room. Lin Chia, yawning lazily, Si Xiaonan waved goodbye to Lin Chia, wishing him a good night. Thud. The 2 doors shut, and the corridor once again fell into silence. Suddenly, Lin Chia recalled something and hastily approached Hong Ying's door, knocking a few times. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Hong Ying, holding her spear with an unfriendly expression, stood behind it, raising her chin defiantly. What do you want? Chapter 35. We are the regular army. Under the warm light, the tip of the spear glimmered with a cold sheen. Can you believe she actually hid a spear in her room? Lin Chia swallowed hard and quickly spoke. No, Hong Ying. I just wanted to ask if you have any paper and a pen. Hong Ying paused, puzzled. What do you need paper and a pen for at this hour? To write a letter. Well, I think I have some. Just wait a moment. Hong Ying set her spear aside and rummaged through her room. Standing at the door, Lin Chia could clearly observe the state of Hong Ying's quarters. Surprisingly, her room was quite simple, even austere. Within it, there was merely a hard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy resting by the bedside. There were no unnecessary decorations, no expensive mattresses, no sofa, and no air conditioning. Lin Chia found it hard to believe that in such a lavish villa, Hong Ying's room could be so Spartan. Rather than a master bedroom, it resembled a hermit's humble abode. only that adorable plush toy seemed to be the sole item in the room that matched Hong Ying's age. Paper, paper. Found it. Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she approached the door with a pen and several sheets of paper, handing them to Lin Chia. Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here? Hong Ying glanced back and nodded. As a night watchman, one must not indulge excessively in material comforts. One must constantly hone their will. If this villa were not a relic of my parents, requiring regular upkeep, I might have sold it long ago and returned to the dormitories. Lin Chia fell silent for a moment. I understand. Thank you, good night. Good night, and you should rest early as well. Hong Ying smiled and waved as she gently closed the door. Lin Chia descended the stairs, took a seat on the couch in the living room, and turned on a lamp overhead. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The desolate chirping of cicadas faintly echoed outside the window. The oppressive heat of the summer night dissipated after the rain, and the silhouettes of leaves danced in the moonlight, casting shadows upon the table. Lin Chia sat motionless before the desk, a pen held delicately in his hand. Time flowed by unmeasured until he gently set pen to paper, inscribing the first line of his letter, to Aunt Yang Jean. Mom, Mom, Yang Jean softly called out, shaking his aunt, who had dozed off at the dining table. With bleary eyes, she slowly raised her head, rubbing her sore neck as she inquired, What is it? Is your brother back? Yang Jean shook his head. No. But there is a letter at the door. A letter? Yes. It seems to be from brother. Xiao Qi. Quickly, open it and see. His aunt urged, her anxiety palpable as she watched Yang Jean tear open the envelope. This child, not returning all night without a word, even at the doorstep he doesn't come in. What does he mean by leaving a letter? Yang Jean unfolded the letter, which his aunt took, and they leaned in together to read it carefully. After a moment, his aunt trembled as she set the letter down, staring blankly. Mom, brother says he has enlisted. Yang Jean turned to his aunt, concern etched on his face. Enlisted? How could he suddenly enlist? She murmured, bewildered. He never mentioned it before. No, he did mention it. Yang Jean nodded earnestly. He did? When? He often confided in me that his greatest dream was to serve in the military, but he had to set it aside due to his eyesight issues. Yang Jean paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter, and look, he wrote that after his eyes improved, he secretly enlisted, fearing you would try to stop him. And last night, he quietly boarded a train to Qiqihar. Wait, that doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? This letter arrived this morning. Yet according to the letter, he should be on the train now. His aunt's mind began to clear. Well, Yang Jean scratched his head. I only discovered the letter this morning. It might have been there last night, and I simply didn't see it. But this is too sudden, his aunt exclaimed, struggling to accept the reality. And she just had his eyes fixed. What if they relapse while he's in the army? No, this won't do. I can't bear this. I must go to the authorities. I want my nephew back. His aunt rose anxiously, disregarding her slippers, and hurried towards the door. Suddenly, she halted. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if they were about to knock. If Lin Chia were present, he would instantly recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? His aunt furrowed her brow and inquired. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged a glance, and a gentle smile instantly graced Wen Qima's face as he rendered a somewhat unrefined military salute to his aunt. Greetings, may I inquire if you are Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Chia? Indeed, I am, she replied. We are from the Songnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and subsidies pertaining to Lin Chia's enlistment. Military Affairs Office? The aunt asked with skepticism. What is that? It is the institution specifically tasked with the induction of new recruits. Oh. Then please come in and take a seat. The aunt stepped back a few paces, allowing the two men to enter, and turned to prepare tea. I was just about to seek you out. Something feels amiss. As Chen Mai and Wen Qima settled down, the latter felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back upon hearing her words. Wen Qima leaned in closer to Chun Mai's ear, whispering, Captain, do you truly believe we can pull this off? What is there to fear? Our documents are sourced from the regular army. They are all authentic. But you only submitted Lin Chia's application yesterday. There's no way the paperwork could arrive this swiftly, is there? Are you certain these are genuine? Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly. Soon enough, they will become genuine. Yet I do not comprehend. We could have waited for the official documents to arrive before visiting. Why the haste? It is not our urgency, but rather Lin Chia's. He fears his aunt may doubt the contents of the letter and seek verification from the government. However, those lower-level officials are unaware of our existence. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. When Shima nodded, straightening his posture and displaying a proper smile. Ms. Wang Fong, rest assured. We are regular military personnel, and Lin Chiye's enlistment in Urumqi has been duly authorized. There are no issues whatsoever. Nearby, Yang Jin helplessly supported his forehead. The aunt, who was preparing tea, trembled at his words, causing her cup to topple over onto the table. She turned stiffly, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "He did not go to Chichihar." Chapter 36 Foolishness. Chinmai shot a glare at Wenchima. Wenchimo replied earnestly, "Madam, it is as follows. Lin Xie initially expressed his desire to enlist in Chichihar, but later complied with the reassignment to Urumqi." The aunt remained skeptical. "And what about his documents?" When Shimo retrieved a substantial stack of paperwork from his briefcase, methodically placing it on the table and sliding it towards her. "All of Lin Xie's paperwork is contained herein. Please keep it safe." After a moment's reflection, when Shima continued, "There may be additional documents forthcoming, and we shall visit again then." The aunt squinted, holding the documents at arm's length, meticulously reading each word as if fearful of overlooking any critical details. After a lengthy pause, she finally set the documents down with a deep sigh. "The child has just recovered his eyesight, and I fear that during his time in the military, something might go awry. Rest assured, we have conducted a thorough examination of Lin Chiye's eyes. There will be no further issues, and he is in excellent health." When Chimo's voice softened gradually. "Moreover, as children grow, they must eventually step out from the protective wings of their family to experience the world, mustn't they?" Aunt opened her mouth as if to express something, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. "Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Chiye's military service. Please accept it." Chinmei produced a thick envelope and slid it across the table toward Aunt. She lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling, and stared incredulously at the two. "Is this too much? The country currently provides excellent benefits for military personnel, and given the unique nature of Lin Chiye's unit, the subsidy is indeed somewhat higher than elsewhere." When Chiemo explained. "Unique? Is there any danger?" Aunt's expression changed. "Not at all. The uniqueness refers to the distance he will be from home," when Chiemo replied earnestly, as the journey to Urumqi would take considerable time. "Ah, I see." Aunt clutched the envelope in her hands, visibly anxious. It was her first encounter with such a substantial amount of money. "Comrade, could you assist me in sending this money to him?" Aunt voiced her concern. "If he goes so far without any funds, what will happen? And having such a large sum at home makes me uneasy. The military does not require such a large amount of money, and we have regulations in place. This money is designated for the family. Please, you must accept it." When Chimo's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. "As for safety, you need not worry. As long as we are here, no one can harm you." "When will he return?" "In 10 years. Chen Mu Yi interjected suddenly, his eyes filled with sincerity. "He will undoubtedly return after a decade." 10 years, Aunt murmured, glancing back at Yang Jin, muttering to herself, "By then, Jin should be in college." When Chiemo and Chun Mu Yi chatted with Aunt for a while longer, and when the time was right, they stood to bid farewell. "By the way, can you make phone calls from there?" Aunt suddenly remembered. "Of course," when Chiemo nodded. "I will give you a number shortly. As long as it is not during training hours, you can reach him." "All right, thank you." Aunt saw the two off, then stood alone at the doorway for a moment before slowly returning to sit, staring blankly at Lin Chiye's room. Her eyes began to redden. "Mom, going to the military is a good thing," Yang Jin comforted, holding the small black dog. "I know," and wiped the corner of her eye. "Children grow up and must see the world. Going to the military for training is indeed beneficial. When he returns, he will be a veteran. And when the time comes for me to find him a wife, there will surely be many eager suitors." Yang Jin, mother simply cannot ease her mind. Aunt raised her head to gaze out the window, lost in thought. "It is time to depart." Chinmai descended the stairs and patted Lin Chiye, who was secretly watching the window. Lin Chiye, fixated on his aunt on the balcony, softly inquired, "How is she?" "She believes it." "That's good. Did you give her the money?" "I did." Chinmai paused. "That was all your allowances and the entirety of your overdrawn annual salary. How will you manage now?" "I've saved a bit over the years. I'll be frugal. A year won't be an issue." Chinmai remained silent for a moment before adding, "If you find yourself with free time, you can come to the office for meals." Lin Chiye, bewildered, asked, "Aren't temporary recruits not entitled to meals or accommodation?" "Temporary recruits do not receive meals or accommodation," Chinmai replied, patting his shoulder as he walked toward the nearby van. "Except for the meals I prepare myself." Lin Chiye was taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. Ding ling ling. At that moment, The newly acquired phone in Lin Qia's pocket rang. Hello? Is this Xiaoqi? It's me, Aunt. You child, going off to join the army without even informing me. If you wanted to go, I wouldn't have stopped you. Have you forgotten about me as your aunt? I'm sorry, Aunt, I was wrong. Are you on the train now? Yes. How long will it take to arrive? I heard it will take 2 days. The little green train is a bit slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well. Don't wear yourself out. I understand, Aunt. And about your allowances, I have received them. I will keep them safe for when you return to help you find a wife. Aunt, our military has good benefits. We earn a lot every year. You can use that money for now. You child, you have no sense of saving. Keep your money for yourself. Make sure to take care of yourself. Do you hear? I hear you, Aunt. Well, if there is nothing else, I will hang up. All right. Goodbye, Aunt. By the way, remember to let me know when you reach Qiqihar. I will. Goodbye, Aunt. There was a long silence on the other end before Aunt's slightly hoarse voice spoke again. Yes, goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, and Aunt clutched her phone tightly, resembling a statue, motionless. Soon after, 2 streams of warm tears flowed down her cheeks. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin sighed softly, turned to look out the window, and muttered to himself, Brother, you fool. Outside the old residential area. Qia, it is time to go. Chenmai turned his head and spoke calmly. Lin Qia put away his phone, casting one last glance at the distant low house, and murmured in acknowledgement. The wind began to rise, gently lifting the black hair from Lin Qia's forehead. He tightened his collar and turned to walk into the breeze, their garments rustling in the gusts. Chapter 37. The girl who defeated the gods in the spacious and tidy courtyard of the Asylum of the Gods. Nix sat in a rocking chair, holding a vase and lost in thought. A young man clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medication, and approached her side. You've come to see me, Donatos, my child, Nix remarked, turning to Lin Qia, a smile blossoming on her lips. Lin Qia seated himself beside her, nodding in affirmation. It's time for your medication. He poured out the contents of the bottle, meticulously dividing them into small piles, placing them in Nix's hands. Be a good girl, and take your medicine first. Without hesitation, Nix swallowed the pills in her hand and gazed at Lin Qia, her eyes brimming with affection. Donatos, you seem troubled. Lin Qia was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this patient could so easily discern his state of mind. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with? Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with, Lin Qia replied, shaking his head. How could anyone from the outside aid him in his heartache from running away from home? Nix appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by inspiration, she spoke up. In that case, Donatos, I shall give you a gift. A gift? Lin Qia was taken aback. Yes, I shall give you my bracelet. From now on. Wear it close to you, Nix said, reaching to feel her own wrist, only to discover its emptiness. My bracelet? Where's my bracelet? Lin Qia mused, indeed. Nix's condition is quite severe. Tilting her head and furrowing her brow, Nix seemed to ponder deeply. Just as Lin Qia prepared to rise and depart, Nix suddenly exclaimed. I remember. What do you remember? My bracelet was won from me. Won from you? Lin Qia was startled. After some contemplation, he realized he hadn't encountered any tale of a bracelet being won in mythology. Which deity claimed it? Not a god, Nix replied, shaking her head. Pointing at Lin Qia. She is just like you. Like me? You mean another child of yours? Lin Qia attempted to align his thoughts with Nix's. No. She is like you, wearing the same white garment. Lin Qia's pupils constricted, and his brow furrowed tightly. Are you suggesting that before me? Someone else donned this attire and entered your room, winning your bracelet? Nix nodded. Lin Qia's expression grew increasingly solemn. Unintentionally, he had acquired such crucial information from Nix. From her account, it appeared that prior to his own entrance into this asylum and the release of Nix, another individual had been here and had also unlocked Nix's door. Was he not the sole master of this place? Yet, this asylum resided solely within his mind. How could another have entered? Suddenly, Lin Qia recalled that his first dream about knocking on the asylum's door occurred 5 years ago. It had arrived abruptly and mysteriously in his dreams. Could it be that before he dreamt of the asylum 5 years ago, someone else had existed here? Contemplating this, Lin Qia promptly sat back down and earnestly inquired. How did she win your bracelet? Nix reminisced for a moment before responding. She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet. What did you compete in? Nick slowly uttered two words, creation. Creation? In the end, you lost? How is that possible? Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who create worlds. How could you possibly lose to someone else? I don't know, but I did indeed lose. Nick shook her head. Do you remember her appearance? Yes. She seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair and striking beauty. There was also a strange pattern here. Nyx pointed to the back of her hand. A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation. Lin Xie's eyes nearly bulged from disbelief. Even if your divine essence is compromised, that seems improbable. Nyx sat there, seemingly lost in thought once more. Lin Xie composed himself and continued to ask, what else do you recall about her? Do you remember her name? I don't know, but I think her surname was Ji. Nyx said uncertainly. Ji. Lin Xie murmured the character. Before I returned to my room, she walked in that direction. Nyx pondered for a moment and pointed toward a certain room on the 3rd floor. I see. Please rest well. Lin Xie glanced at the room, offered a few words of encouragement, and turned to dash down the corridor. Moments later, Lin Xie arrived at the room Nyx had indicated. On the doorplate were inscribed 3 large characters, Director's Office. Lin Xie furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Behind the door was a moderately sized office. Appearing somewhat disheveled, he had previously entered this room, having taken the white coat from the hanger inside. Yet it seemed he had not noticed anything of significance during his earlier visit. Since Nyx mentioned that the girl had walked into this room, it was highly likely that she had left behind some important clues. This time, he was determined to thoroughly search the place. He did not choose to rummage through the drawers. Instead, he seated himself calmly and gradually closed his eyes. With the divine relic bestowed upon him by the seraph, he could effortlessly perceive every object within the room, far more efficiently than any chaotic searching. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Rising, he approached the desk and began to explore the last drawer's compartment, retrieving a somewhat yellowed sheet of paper. Indeed, it was there. Lin Xie swiftly tore open the envelope. Extracting the paper, his expression suddenly morphing into one of peculiar amusement. The character SI appeared rather unsightly, written in a crooked manner reminiscent of a primary school student's first attempts at calligraphy. To a certain someone, I do not know who you are, but I am aware that you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years will have passed. Please do not mock my handwriting. I am still young, and it shall improve with age. I apologize for forcibly retaining what rightfully belongs to you for a while, but considering that it has now returned to its rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me. Playful tongue-out doodle. Additionally, I borrowed a few items from your patients. Rest assured, I shall return them when I find you again. Lastly, I must remind you that there is still a hidden space beneath this office. When I grow up, I will come looking for you, stranger. For you are my hope of returning home. Farewell. Memorial Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xie set down the letter, his expression tinged with bewilderment. He had anticipated that this correspondence would contain the secrets of the institution, perhaps a message from a mysterious power, or even unveil the truth of this world. Yet, what was with this infuriating resemblance to a 6th-grade essay? Could it be that the previous director of this hospital was indeed a little girl? That seemed implausible. What sort of child could outsmart the goddess of night in a contest of creation? From this nonsensical letter, Lin Xie gleaned little information. Before him, the hospital had been in the hands of another girl who had taken items from several patients. A frown returned to his brow. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that in addition to Nyx, she had ventured into the chambers of other deities, perhaps winning their belongings through the same contest? What sort of anomaly was this? Moreover, she claimed there was something beneath this office. Lin Xie crouched down, carefully probing the floor below with his mind. As he neared the 20-meter threshold, it seemed he truly encountered something unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? Lin Xie lifted his gaze towards the wall behind the office. In his perception, a secret passage lay concealed behind it, and the means to unveil this wall. He focused intently for a moment before standing up, moving to the corner bookshelf, and gently pressing on a concealed compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office slowly parted to reveal a dark, gaping passage. Without hesitation, Lin Xie ventured down this corridor. It was long and deep, and after a considerable time, he finally reached its end. Upon opening the door at the conclusion of the passage, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a dim and damp corridor, flanked on either side by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 wards above, what Lin Xie beheld were true prison cells. adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns on their iron doors, the purpose of which remained a mystery. He proceeded down the corridor, his mental acuity alert to his surroundings. Within the depths of this already enigmatic asylum for the gods, 2 rows of eerie cells lay hidden, clearly not a place of benevolence. Strangely, both sides of the corridor were devoid of any inhabitants. Was this merely an abandoned dungeon? Lin Chia pondered, continuing his advance. Before long, he reached the end. However, as his gaze fell upon the first cell, his pupils dilated sharply. In the corner of that cell crouched a formidable figure, seemingly aware of Lin Chia's footsteps. It rigidly turned its head to reveal a pale and ghastly visage, the ghost-faced king. Recognizing this familiar figure, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Lin Chia's eyes, prompting him to cautiously step back. The ghost-faced king lunged at Lin Chia like a beast, roaring fiercely, yet upon making contact with the cell's bars, it was repelled by an unseen force, crashing against the wall behind. Lin Chia furrowed his brow in confusion. Hadn't he killed the ghost-faced king? Its face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, beyond any chance of survival, and its corpse should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly reappear here? As Lin Chia pondered this perplexity, a familiar interface materialized before him once more. Criminal, ghost-faced king. Choice. As the one who personally slayed this mythical creature, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Erase its soul entirely, ensuring its complete obliteration from existence. Option 2. Allow it to reach a fear value of 60, thus enabling its employment as a caretaker within the asylum, providing care for patients while offering a degree of protection for you. Current fear value 1. Having read this passage, Lin Chia finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that this psychiatric institution not only housed the 6 mysterious patients but also possessed the capability to transform mythical beings he had personally slain into caretakers. In other words, each time he vanquished a mythical creature, there would be an opportunity to convert it into a caretaker. Did this mean that the mythical beings here included ancient deities? What if one day I were to slay a true deity? Could I not then compel it to serve me? With this thought, Lin Chia's heart raced increasingly faster. The piercing roar of the ghost-faced king jolted Lin Chia back to reality. He lifted his gaze toward the grotesque and terrifying figure of the ghost-faced king in the cell, his expression gradually cooling. Observing the ghost-faced king, Lin Chia spoke calmly, "You are formidable. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be a splendid choice." Upon hearing these words, the ghost-faced king gradually fell silent. Lin Chia slowly extended his hand, seemingly yearning to caress the ghastly visage of the king. Malice flickered in the ghost-faced king's eyes, but the instinct for survival forced it to suppress its murderous intent. From the moment it arrived here, it had come to understand its 2 fates. It was aware that its destiny lay in the hands of this mere insect before it, desiring not to be utterly extinguished from existence. It had no choice but to submit. Bowing its head, it remained as still as a dog. Lin Chia's palm made contact with its ghastly face, gently rubbing against it. "You have taken many lives. It matters not, for I am unacquainted with them, and that does not hinder my intention to employ you." Lin Chia's eyes narrowed, glimmering with a chilling light. "Alas, you have slain one of great import." Suddenly, Lin Chia's grip tightened. The ghost-faced king's visage contorted violently, a sharp wail reverberating throughout the cell. It flailed desperately, attempting to escape Lin Chia's grasp, yet it was in vain. This was Lin Chia's domain, his hospital. If he wished it dead, it had no choice but to perish. A fierce glint erupted in Lin Chia's eyes as, amidst the anguished cries, the ghost-faced king expanded rapidly, resembling a balloon, before it burst with a thunderous explosion. Blood and flesh splattered across the cell, only to be swiftly consumed by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature of the Chuan realm had completely vanished. The cell resembled a living beast, one that devours. Lin Chia's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he surveyed the now empty cell, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are indeed strong, but regrettably, my hospital does not welcome you." With that, he turned, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and strode toward the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood-soaked fabric of his coat rapidly absorbed the stains, disappearing as though it were a monstrous entity feeding. Chapter 39. Remedial Lessons Ding Dong. "Welcome." A melodious electronic chime resonated as Lin Chia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, on the office's sofa, sat a grandmother in her 50s, one hand propped on a cane and the other adjusting her reading glasses, animatedly describing something. "Oh, let me tell you. My old partner, he is just like this." In the past, he would always grasp my hand tightly, fearing that I might encounter some unforeseen mishap. However, since last week, he has been acting quite differently. Surely, he must be involved with another woman. Opposite her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently and occasionally responding with surprise. Oh, has he truly become this outrageous? Yes, I believe you are right, Grandma. How outrageous of him. Rest assured, this matter is well within the purview of our firm. Beside her, Wen Qima sat with a serious demeanor, maintaining a gentle smile. I believe you are correct, Grandma. I also think you are right, Hong Ying. Indeed, I concur with both of you. Seeing Lin Qie standing perplexed at the doorway, Wen Qima exchanged a knowing glance with him, rising to follow Lin Qie to the back of the shop. Meanwhile, Hong Ying remained seated, eagerly chatting with the elderly lady. What on earth is happening here? In the corridor leading to the basement, Lin Qie could no longer suppress his curiosity and finally inquired. Just a normal day at work? I thought the storefront above was merely a facade, yet there are indeed customers? Ah, Qie, you still do not understand enough. Wen Qima said, patting his shoulder. The city of Cangnan is neither too large nor too small. Mysterious events do occur, but only 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when we are not dealing with such incidents, we are left with little else to do but train or engage in idle chatter. How would that be? So, you have expanded your services to include investigating extramarital affairs? Lin Qie's expression was quite peculiar, especially considering it involved a woman in her 50s. The elderly lady is 60 this year. Look, we usually take on some minor, inconsequential tasks. This gives us something to do while earning a little extra income. It's quite advantageous. Lin Qie pondered for a moment. Aside from investigating infidelity, do we have any other services? Indeed, our range of services is extensive, very extensive. Wen Qima's eyes sparkled. We help rescue kittens and puppies stuck in trees, provide tutoring for children below middle school level, offer legal assistance to those in need, and sometimes even covertly apprehend bank robbers. This is quite an expansive range of services, isn't it? Lin Qie's eyes widened in astonishment. Rescue, education, law, and even taking on police duties? All in a day's work, Wen Qima replied casually. I'm suddenly curious, who among you possesses legal knowledge? Longxian. Before joining the Night Watchers, he was a PhD in law from a political and legal university. Lin Qie remarked as they made their way to the underground activity area. Wen Qima gave his shoulder another pat. By the way, the captain said to meet him at the training ground when you arrived. Where is that? Just follow the corridor straight to the end. All right. Lin Qie traversed the activity room and proceeded down the corridor. Upon his last visit, Lin Qie had not paid heed to the magnitude of this subterranean space until now. Long corridors and mysterious chambers sprawled before him, and he estimated this vast expanse to be at least as wide as 2 streets combined. Finally, Lin Qie reached the end of the corridor, confronting a grand iron door. He pushed it open, revealing a spacious and brightly lit training ground, at least the size of 3 football fields. Had they excavated the entire riverbed? Lin Qie pondered aloud. Noticing Lin Qie's arrival, Chen Mai, who was meditating in the center of the training area, opened his eyes and beckoned him over. Captain, he greeted. What do you think of this place? It feels quite different, Lin Qie replied candidly, noting the stark contrast between the unassuming entrance above and the expansive subterranean realm below. Reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. Chen Mai nodded slightly. This was constructed decades ago by a possessor of Earth-type characteristics in a forbidden ruin, which is why such a vast project did not disturb the surface. Oh, I see. Lin Qie contemplated for a moment before Chen Mai continued. By the way, the documents regarding your membership in the Night Watchers have arrived and are stored in the archives. You may retrieve them if you wish to review them. After a brief pause, Chen Mai added, however, your dagger, cloak, and insignia will only be distributed once you enter the training camp. In the meantime, you may use this blade. He handed Lin Qie a straight sword from behind him. Lin Qie accepted it, examining the weapon, and noticed 3 small characters engraved on the hilt, Zhao Kongqing. He looked up in astonishment. This is old Zhao's sword. Chen Mai replied calmly. You are his chosen successor. He perished in battle, so it is fitting that his sword be entrusted to your care. Lin Qie fell silent for a moment, gripping the hilt firmly. Understood. He then inquired. But I thought I was merely a temporary member? Why do I need a dagger? With over a month remaining before the training camp commenced. Chen Mai explained, this time cannot be wasted. We must teach you some skills. He gradually rose, fixing his gaze on Lin Qie, and continued, after all, You were to join our Team 136, and poor performance during training could bring shame upon us. Lin Chiye felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being forcibly sent to a tutoring class by overbearing relatives due to poor grades. Very well, how should I train? He asked without hesitation, knowing that even if Chun Mai did not suggest it, he would seek him out for combat instruction. Life is one's own. Being lazy now is akin to a slow demise. In the morning, you will practice with me. In the afternoon, you will learn about the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima. And in the evening, you will study firearms with Lung Xian. Chun Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from a nearby rack, grasping them firmly. Pick up your sword. We shall begin. Lin Xie glanced at the straight knife beside him, astonished, and exclaimed, Captain, this is a real blade. It matters not, Chun Mai replied, expressionless, as he approached Lin Xie with dual knives in hand. After all, the outcome remained unchanged. For reasons unknown, a tightness gripped Lin Xie's heart, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. He picked up the straight knife from the ground, drew it from its sheath, and inhaled deeply. Captain, I shall make my move. Chun Mai nodded. Come on, go ahead. Lin Xie's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, propelling himself swiftly towards Chun Mai. 3 seconds later, his agonizing scream echoed throughout the basement. Chapter 40, The Realm of Mortal Dust Afternoon. Wen Qima sat in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, utterly bored, glancing at the time. Why hasn't this fellow arrived yet? No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure slowly pushed open the door, moving towards him like a zombie. What the hell? Upon seeing the newcomer, Wen Qima exclaimed, Chiye, what happened to you? The bruised and battered Lin Chiye waved his hand, about to speak, when he stumbled and nearly fell to the floor. Wen Qima quickly stepped forward to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. It seems your talent is adequate. Lin Xie fixed his gaze on him. You call this adequate? When I first sparred with the captain, I was left sprawled on the training ground for an entire day and night before recovering. Wen Qima sighed. The only one who can barely contend with the captain in close combat now is Hong Ying. I heard Zhao Kongsheng is a master of melee combat. Is he not capable? Wen Qima fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. His match with the captain cannot be termed a mere contest. It is a stalemate. Of course, under the condition that neither employs the forbidden ruins. Very well. Lin Xie, enduring the pain coursing through his body, managed to rise to his feet. If one were to lift his shirt, they would discover a myriad of bruises adorning his skin. Chun Mai's strikes were too swift, too heavy, and far too ruthless. Furthermore, he seemed to show no inclination to go easy. Do not worry. I will find Xiao Nan for treatment shortly, and by tomorrow morning, you can go endure another beating. Wen Qima reassured him. Lin Xie replied, Now, let us commence the lesson. Wen Qima cleared his throat. Lin Xie straightened his posture. First, we shall discuss what the forbidden ruins are. This, Zhao Kongsheng has already informed me about. Very well, let us talk about the divine ruins. That has been mentioned as well. All right, then we shall discuss the forbidden ruins generated from objects. That has been addressed too. Wen Qima sighed. How much has this fellow secretly divulged to you? What about the sequence of the forbidden ruins? Has that been mentioned? That has not. Wen Qima exhaled softly and began to explain. The so-called forbidden ruin sequence refers to a classification system devised by humanity to assess the danger levels posed by forbidden ruins. This sequence is organized numerically, commencing from 001, with earlier numbers signifying greater peril. Is this not akin to the Divine Code? Not quite. The Divine Code reflects the order in which humans discovered deities, independent of their combat prowess or threat levels, whereas the Forbidden Ruin sequence distinctly ranks based on danger. I see. Those classified as harmless Forbidden Ruins are numbered beyond 600, possessing negligible effects. At most, they may assist in watering plants, combat dental cavities, or conjure a stick of spicy strips. The range from 400 to 599 is labeled low-risk Forbidden Ruins, which may exhibit lethality but do not pose significant threats. If utilized wisely, they could yield remarkable results. The sequence from 200 to 399 is termed Dangerous Forbidden Ruins, capable of inflicting substantial threats to human society and possessing the ability to engage in mystical combat. Those from 90 to 199 are classified as high-risk Forbidden Ruins, which can cause extensive threats to humanity, endowed with exceptional combat capabilities. Most elite forces, such as captains, fall within this category. As for those below 89, they are referred to as ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins, characterized by either extraordinarily formidable destructive power or unfathomable special abilities. In essence, these ruin sequences transcend the realm of humanity, possessing the potential to annihilate entire cities with ease. When Chimo reiterated, this is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, in the northwestern desert, a formidable mythical creature emerged, classified as Forbidden Ruin Sequence 063, known as Luo Tianmisha, which nearly buried several surrounding cities beneath raging sands. It was only due to the intervention of a specialized team that it was ultimately eradicated. Lin Xie was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongqing mentioning that his Forbidden Ruin sequence was 083, labeled Min Xingshanyu, ranking among the ultra-high-risk ruins. Although it was near the bottom of the list, it remained exceedingly rare. When Chima's expression turned somewhat melancholic, had he been born with such a forbidden ruin, he might have already joined a specialized team and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of forbidden ruins? What about divine ruins? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Divine ruins are also a type of forbidden ruin and thus included in the sequence. When Chima paused, casting an envious glance at Lin Xie. Within the top 30 of the forbidden ruin sequence, 23 are divine ruins. The power granted by the deities is, of course, beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, both in danger and uniqueness, far exceeding our imagination. But does this imply that among the top 30 sequences, there are 7 human forbidden ruins? Indeed. A glimmer of excitement shone in Wen Chima's eyes. Astonishingly, one of the top 5 forbidden ruins even belongs to humanity. Which one? I do not know. Do not look at me like that. I have only been a member of the Night Watch for a few years. How could I possibly be privy to such confidential matters? Wen Chima said innocently, raising his hands in surrender. What about my forbidden domain? Lin Xie pointed to himself, inquiring about his sequence. When Chimo glanced at him and replied softly, the divine code is 003, and the forbidden domain of the seraph, Michael, is known as Mundane Divine Realm, which also holds the sequence of 003. Forbidden Domain Sequence 003, Mundane Divine Realm, Lin Xie murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the sequence of the Seraph's forbidden domain, not yours, Lin Xie, Wen Chima added. It is only 003 in the hands of the Seraph, and in yours, as a novice just stepping into the realm of the mysterious. Its power may merely classify it as a high-risk forbidden domain. Only when you reach a level sufficient to stand alongside deities will it truly be recognized as 003. Lin Xie nodded, understanding his position. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead. Is it possible for the same individual to become the agent of several different deities? Impossible, Wen Chima replied without hesitation, shaking his head. At least not in the annals of human history. There has never been such a precedent. Oh, Lin Xie acknowledged. From this moment forth, it exists. In addition to the Seraph's mundane divine realm, Lin Xie also possessed Starlight Dancer, acquired from the goddess of night. In a certain sense, he was the agent of 2 deities. Of course, this was not something he could disclose for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch discover this, he would be in grave danger. At least for now, he was far too weak. Perhaps when he grew stronger, he would not fear exposure. Now that we've discussed the foundational knowledge, let us delve into your forbidden domain. What capabilities does your mundane divine realm possess? I can perceive everything within a circular domain with a radius of 20 meters centered around myself. Oh, Wen Chima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? White, Lin Xie replied. In the testing ground, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance and shared a smile. Chapter 41. An incomplete forbidden domain. Your exceptional reconnaissance and combat support abilities may not seem overwhelmingly advantageous at present, yet as your strength augments, they should evolve into something extraordinarily formidable, Wen Chima remarked while recording the information. And what else? My dynamic vision is several times improved compared to before. Close combat lethality capabilities, very good. What else? Under conditions of significant mental strain, I can wield a thread of the Seraph's divine might. Yes, typically. Divine agents possess this ability. Anything more? None. None? Wen Chima raised his head in astonishment. Is that all? The power bestowed upon me by the Seraph is limited to this. Lin Xie replied sincerely, and in a certain sense, he spoke the truth. Wen Chima furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. No, this is the mortal realm of the divine, even at the cup level. The displayed might should far exceed this. Are you implying that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xie was taken aback. Wen Chima nodded, stating, to put it bluntly, that Agent Athena from Team Phoenix, upon just entering the cup level, could single-handedly demolish a building and tear apart mythological creatures of the pool level with her bare hands. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate. Moreover, What you are currently exhibiting are primarily combat support skills. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Xie gazed at his hands in confusion, yet I truly only feel these capabilities. When Shima contemplated for a moment before continuing, there are currently two possibilities. The first is that the Seraph, when selecting you as an agent, only granted you this small portion of power, a possibility I find most likely. The second is that other abilities of your divine ruins have always existed, but you are, for some reason, unable to sense them now, or you are subconsciously disregarding them. Subconsciously disregarding? For instance, your ability might involve breathing through your skin, and due to prolonged use, you have completely adapted to it. After a long time. Even though you have been maintaining this ability, you begin to unconsciously overlook it, as its use has become second nature to you. Are you suggesting that I might have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Reflect carefully on whether there has been anything about you that differs from others throughout your life. Lin Xie pondered for a moment. Blindness? That does not count. When Shima sighed in exasperation, personally, I still lean towards the first possibility. The Seraph did not bestow upon you the complete divine ruins from the outset. After all, it is the Seraph's divine ruins, even if the second hypothesis were true and you have been using it all along. It stands to reason that you should not remain so ordinary. A mere sneeze should be enough to send a crowd flying. Lin Xie mused. In any case, my previous assessment of your current mortal realm of the divine being of a high-risk level seems to have been an overestimation, based on the abilities you have displayed now. It would likely be classified as a normal danger level. When Shimo noted a few points on the document and reassured him, however, do not lose heart. As your strength grows, your subsequent abilities will gradually manifest themselves. After all, you are the agent of the Seraph, and he will not allow you to suffer such humiliation. Lin Xie shrugged. Let us hope for that. Although Lin Xie felt a slight sense of despondency, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Possessing the divine asylum. He did not rely excessively on the Seraphim, for within his institution were 6 deities awaiting his selection. Having gained a preliminary understanding of your abilities, it is time for us to commence training. When Shimo reviewed the documents and swiftly devised a training regimen for him, how shall we practice? In essence, your current abilities predominantly revolve around perception and anticipation. Such traits are comparatively more amenable to training than those that merely unleash spiral attacks. It suffices to allow your body to harmonize gradually with your powers. When Shima gestured towards the chamber behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of discharging 139,000 rubber bullets per second. While the velocity of these projectiles slightly lagged behind that of real bullets, they were adequate for your current realm. What you need to do is to step inside, utilizing your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets as best as you can. Given your current level, we shall commence with 50 bullets per second. Lin Xie glanced at the chamber and nodded, acknowledging his understanding. He pushed the door open and entered, standing in the center, gazing at the densely packed gun holes that resembled a beehive. An ominous premonition resurfaced in his mind. Wait, why are there gun holes beneath my feet? What if they fire inappropriately? Observing the myriad of holes below him sent a chill through his core, and his expression shifted. In the heat of battle, danger may emerge from any direction. There are no areas deemed safe. When Shima's voice reverberated from all directions, if you are prepared, I shall commence. Lin Xie slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let us begin. Beep. Whoosh. At the instant the signal sounded, rubber bullets rained upon Lin Xie from all sides, their velocity so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Reacting at the moment the bullets were discharged, Lin Xie executed 2 swift backward leaps, successfully evading the majority of the projectiles. However, a fresh barrage followed, with angles exceedingly tricky. Within Lin Xie's perception, he could indeed forecast the trajectories of the bullets, yet the number of paths he could anticipate simultaneously was limited. It is akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball, an effortless task. If one were to catch 3 ping-pong balls, it could also be accomplished. However, should 20 ping-pong balls roll in varied directions, the human brain would struggle to respond swiftly, failing to accurately gauge each one's trajectory. Lin Xie was confronted with this very dilemma. Merely 3 seconds into the training, he had already been struck by a dozen bullets. Although rubber bullets would not inflict injury, their rapid speed brought a degree of pain. Thus, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, why am I being beaten again? The activity room. Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, gracefully carrying a bowl of fragrant bone soup to the table, where he gently placed it down. Gu Lu's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? She inquired. Is the sun rising in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled faintly. Haven't you noticed? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chun, you are biased. Si Xiaonan pouted indignantly. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a stoic expression. I am simply weary of the bento. I crave a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that lad. Is that so? Gu Lu's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks. Then I shall not be polite. She giggled. Smack. Chun Mai deftly swatted her hand away with his chopsticks, his tone cool. Lin Xia hasn't finished his class yet. Everyone wait. Gu Lu exclaimed. Captain, do you no longer care for us? Chapter 42. How is my talent? The aroma wafted through the air as Lin Xia staggered out of the training room, his body aching all over. The delightful scent emanating from the activity room reignited the dullness in his eyes. When Shima's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems your earlier punishment was not in vain. Lin Xia strode directly into the activity room. As he pushed the door open, four pairs of mournful eyes turned toward him in unison. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Lin Xia queried, What's wrong? Nothing. Just sit down and eat, Chun Mai replied, glancing at him coolly. Okay. Once seated, Gu Lu gazed expectantly at Chun Mai, her expression a mixture of longing and pity. Let's eat. Chun Mai finally uttered the words everyone had been anticipating. The others dove in, resembling wolves starved for days, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Gu Lu, is the food for the night watchman always this good? Lin Xia inquired softly, eyeing the bountiful spread before him. Gu Lu replied tersely, I don't feel like talking to you right now. After a moment's thought, she added, I'll wait until after I finish eating to speak with you. Lin Xia. Yes, Captain. Did you gain anything from today's training? Yes, I learned a lot. Chun Mai nodded, pausing before continuing. Does it hurt? A bit. Xiaonan. Please assist him with treatment later. Si Xiaonan pouted but obediently nodded. All right. Chun Mai pondered for a moment before adding, no need to heal him completely. Just ensure he can endure another round of training tomorrow. Lin Xia. With a soft clatter, two pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone soup, producing a delicate sound. The two pairs of chopsticks remained locked in a stalemate, each gripping a piece of meat, neither willing to yield. Gu Lu and Wu Xiangnan stared fiercely at each other, the tension igniting sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted this piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared with a glare. Wu Xiangnan calmly responded. I picked it up first. Let go. I want to let go. Let go. Not a chance. The sparks of their clash intensified. At that moment, Long Xian, who had been quietly dining with minimal presence, fixed his gaze on the coveted meat. He discreetly reached for his waist, retrieving a compact submachine gun, which he placed on the table. Everyone, let go, he stated calmly. Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, Lang Xian naturally extended his chopsticks, seizing the largest piece of meat. After a moment of hesitation, he placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. To the newcomer, eat more, we'll practice shooting soon. As he stored the submachine gun away, he added coldly, oh, all right. Lin Xia momentarily failed to respond, staring blankly at the focused Long Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be ruthless and say little? This is what true ruthlessness looks like. Long Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time, Chun Mai advised. For if it were to go off, all this food would be a pity. Long Xian nodded, acknowledging. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, obediently bowing their heads to continue eating. Once Lin Xia had finished every morsel on his plate, Lang Xian stood and approached him, speaking, Are you full? Full. Let us go practice shooting. Good. Watching the two figures gradually disappear down the corridor, when Qima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is the matter? Your status as the group's pet has been usurped. See Xiaonan. Guns, they are modern weaponry, the culmination of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lang Xian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. For high-tier mythological beings, firearms hold little efficacy. However, for lower-tier mythological entities, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. Especially for newcomers, mastering the use of firearms is essential when lacking formidable close combat skills. Lang Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I will teach you only two things: shooting techniques and the principles of firearm mechanics. Unless you plan to specialize in firearms in the future, this should suffice for you. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Now, take this gun and shoot at the target. Let me observe your aptitude. Lang Xian pointed towards a target not far away. Lin Xia nodded. grasping the handgun and positioning himself at the shooting platform. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to mimic the actions he had seen on television. Raise the gun, aim, shoot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rendered their expressions instantly grim. The shot went astray. Lung Xian approached the target, repeatedly confirming the absence of bullet holes, his expression appearing somewhat grim. Missing the target at 30 meters? Lin Qiye set down his gun and cleared his throat, inquiring about his talent. Lung Xian cast a glance at him, despair evident in his closed eyes. You possess not an ounce of talent. Upon returning to the grand villa of Hong Ying, Lin Qiye collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his weary eyes. The day's training had subjected him to both physical and mental torment. First, he was ruthlessly cut down by the captain, then riddled with rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms class was not exhausting, it incessantly ground his self-esteem into the dust. He truly lacked talent for marksmanship. After the night's training, as Lin Xia exited the training room, he distinctly sensed that Lung Xian was even more fatigued than he was. Most notably, the spark in his eyes had dimmed. In the end, Lung Xian offered him some comfort, stating that it was not entirely unreasonable for a novice to struggle and encouraging him to put in more effort. Yet, as they spoke, the roles reversed, and it was Lin Qiye who reassured him. Rest assured, I believe my current lack of talent is merely temporary. With ample practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me as well as in yourself. Your marksmanship is so exceptional, there is no reason you cannot teach me. Time is of the essence. What matters most is patience. Be optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There is hope for me. Just as Lin Qiye was lost in his melancholy, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Little Qiye, are you very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama, held out a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Qiye forced a smile, accepting the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad. Although tiring, it's quite fulfilling. He sipped the tea and glanced around. Where's Xiao Nan? She seems a bit upset that you took her place as the favorite. She has gone back to her room. No wonder. When she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought it was part of the procedure. Lin Qiye rubbed the bruises on his arms, realization dawning upon him. Hong Ying let out a soft laugh. In truth, the captain is strict with everyone. Even when I first arrived, despite being a girl, he showed no mercy at all and made me cry. Looking out the window, Hong Ying appeared to reminisce, a smile gracing her lips. That's a bit harsh. Not at all, not harsh in the slightest. Hong Ying shook her head. The decline in the death rate of night watchmen in Songnan City is largely due to the captain's efforts. His own strength is formidable, and he is sufficiently responsible towards his team members. The more fiercely he trains you, the more you will remember the pain and grow rapidly. He would rather have his team despise him than see them perish on the battlefield due to insufficient strength. Do you understand? Lin Qiye remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly recalling the piercing gaze of Chun Mai from the morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. Hong Ying's lips curled into a gentle smile, akin to an elder sister, as she affectionately ruffled Lin Qiye's hair and softly said, All right, if you're tired, you should rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin Qiye bid farewell to Hong Ying and returned to his room, dragging his weary body to lie on the bed, staring blankly at the desolate ceiling. After a while, he slowly rose from the bed, drew the straight sword from its sheath, gripping the blade in one hand and the sheath in the other. As he closed his eyes to recall every sword technique employed by Chun Mai that day, under the dim moonlight, he practiced one stroke after another. Chapter 43. Here again? The school bell rang softly, and groups of high school students streamed out of the school gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Alas, another day of so much homework. I'll be up past 11 again. Isn't it just ridiculous? That foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehensions. Can we even live? Reading comprehension isn't something you can just scribble. How do you not scribble? Choose the short one for 3 long. Choose the long one for 3 short. Pick the uneven one and select the ambiguous one. Wait a moment, let me jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who lingered at the back. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, though his mind wandered, distracted. What's wrong? Looking for something? Wang Liang asked curiously. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. Sighed. After that incident, I've developed a phobia about going home after school. Even though there's no evening class now and it's still bright out, I can't shake off this eerie feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You only encountered a murderer. Why the exaggeration? Li Yifei, you look so burly. Yet your courage is so lacking? It's not that simple, Li Yifei replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he stopped in his tracks. What now? I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer, Li Yifei said, feeling a headache coming on. Honestly, with your forgetful mind, it's no wonder you're struggling. Thankfully, the school hasn't closed yet. Hurry back to get it. I'll head off with them first. Wang Liang waved his hand and turned to follow the others. Li Yifei sighed in place, then turned back toward the school. By the time he reached the school gate, 20 minutes had already passed since dismissal. Most students had left, and the school lay deserted. Fortunately, the gate is still open, Li Yifei muttered to himself as he hurried inside. In the tranquil twilight of the campus, an unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings, diminishing the usual vibrancy of life. Occasionally, a few students emerged from the classrooms, hurriedly glancing at their watches before racing towards the gate. Rushing past Li Yifei, who was returning against the tide, they were all eager to return home, to partake in the warm, steaming dinner awaiting them. As Li Yifei advanced further, the crowd thinned and the dusk deepened. The tall trees lining the path whispered softly in the breeze, and the fading rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, growing dimmer and sparser. Li Yifei hastened to the second-year teaching building, leaping up the stairs two at a time until he reached his classroom door. The corridor lay deserted, bathed in the soft, golden hues of twilight, with only Li Yifei's presence lingering. By this time, most of the cleaning students had departed, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this posed no challenge to Li Yifei. He adeptly opened the window, set down his backpack, and, with a push of his hands against the windowsill, he gracefully climbed inside. Found the homework notebook, Li Yifei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook. He tucked it into his bag and approached the window, preparing to repeat his earlier maneuver. Just then, two figures appeared unexpectedly at the far end of the corridor. Li Yifei caught a glimpse of them and, startled, quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What terrible luck to encounter the disciplinary director at this moment. He cursed silently. The two figures approaching from the corridor's end were Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese, and the disciplinary director of the second-year students. Sneaking back into the classroom after school could easily lead to misunderstandings, and if the director were to catch him, it would be impossible to explain, leaving him at a complete loss. Thus, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, waiting for the two to pass. As they chatted amiably, they drew closer to the classroom where Li Yifei was concealed, allowing him to catch snippets of their conversation. We really need to tighten up on the Chinese assignments. We must select the best writer to participate in the upcoming city competition. I understand, Director. Our class has quite a few talented writers, Lu Xiaoyan responded. As they continued walking, the director seemed to tire and paused, resting his hands on the railing of the corridor, while Lu Xiaoyan halted beside him, continuing the conversation. Their position was unfortunate, as it was right at the entrance of the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding. Through the reflection in the window, Li Yifei witnessed this scene and rolled his eyes in exasperation, deciding to sit down and wait for their departure. Everything you mentioned is valid. Please gather them in my office tomorrow. I would like to have a word with them. The director nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave. Director, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. The director turned, looking at her with curiosity. Is there something else, Lu Xiaoyan? As dusk fell, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, and she inexplicably became shy. Director, actually, I have always wanted to tell you. Li Yifei, who was lurking nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly losing his composure. What on earth did I just witness? Lu Xiaoyan actually has feelings for the director? But he is nearly 50, and a balding one at that. Does she have such peculiar tastes? The director, standing before Lu Xiaoyan, furrowed his brow deeper with each passing moment. Actually, I have always wanted to. Lu Xiaoyan stammered, to eat you. The last 3 words escaped her lips, forming a shocking arc, as if her mouth had been wrenched open by force, revealing a set of jagged teeth reminiscent of barbed wire. Her pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating an unnerving spectacle. Meanwhile, the dimples on her cheeks glowed with an eerie crimson hue in the twilight. The director's eyes bulged in terror as he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. In the next instant, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth. Countless sharp teeth glimmered with a chilling light. This mouth was so vast it could easily accommodate a living person whole. Thus, in an instant, this gaping maw engulfed the director, the flesh within writhing and contorting grotesquely, inciting nausea. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei clamped his hands over his mouth, his body trembling with fear as he stared at the window. After a prolonged moment of chewing, Lu Xiaoyan's cavernous mouth opened once more, and she vomited out a completely intact director. Aside from a bit of slime on his body, not a single hair was missing. He lay quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's flesh and blood visage gradually reverted, returning within mere seconds to that of an ordinary high school girl. She stood motionless, gazing at the director before her. Moments later, the director suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in a bizarre manner. He and Lu Xiaoyan locked eyes, both breaking into smiles. In an eerily synchronized fashion, they stepped forward and gradually vanished at the end of the corridor. Only after confirming their departure did Li Yifei release his grip on his mouth, collapsing weakly to the floor, gasping for breath. Two words echoed in his mind. Again. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Arrival Ding Dong. Welcome. Lin Qiye pushed open the door of the office, noticing Hong Ying sitting stiffly on the sofa, lost in thought. She waved at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Qiye, you finally arrived. Hong Ying exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. What happened? There's been an incident, Hong Ying responded solemnly, grasping Lin Qiye's wrist and hastening toward the underground. It was the first time Lin Qiye had witnessed such a grave expression on Hong Ying's face, her brows slightly furrowed. Was mystery descending? Indeed, and it seemed rather troublesome. As the two pushed open the door and entered the activity room, Lin Qiye discovered that the members of Team 136 had already assembled. Leaning against a pillar, Chen Mai noticed Lin Qiye's arrival, walked to the conference table, and took his seat, his countenance still expressionless. With everyone present, it was time to commence the meeting. Once seated, Chen Mai tapped the table with his knuckles and spoke slowly. Last night, we received news of another suspected mythical creature sighting. The location is at Songnan Second High School. Songnan Second High? Lin Qiye exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, the very school you attended, Chen Mai affirmed, nodding. Moreover, it seems the one who reported it is an old acquaintance of yours. He then called out towards the back room. Hey, kid, are you awake? If so, come out. All eyes turned as the door to the room slowly opened, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing him, Lin Qiye gasped, Li Yifei? Li Yifei was momentarily stunned. And upon recognizing Lin Qiye seated at the conference table, he rubbed his eyes to confirm his presence. Lin Qiye? What are you doing here? Did you see that monster too? No, he is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. A temporary team member, Chen Mai clarified. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Qiye, and after a pause, exclaimed, What? They said you joined the military, but it turns out you've joined here. Lin Qiye shrugged. Some unexpected events occurred. We can discuss your matters later. For now, let us address the case, Chen Mai reminded them. He then seemed to recall something, adding, Normally, when a case involving the mysterious arises, it is reported to the police, who then relay it to us. However, this kid had previously encountered the Ghost Face Man case, had contact with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement, so he called us directly, bypassing the usual procedure. This is an exception. Our standard investigation protocol is not like this. The group nodded, but Lin Qiye understood that Chen Mai's explanation was primarily directed at him. Please, go ahead, he urged. All right, Li Yifei gulped, gathering his thoughts. Last night, I returned to school to retrieve my homework and happened to see. Li Yifei recounted his observations from the previous night in detail, and with each revelation, the expressions of the team members grew increasingly tense. When Li Yifei finished, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If what this kid has said is true, then there is a 95% chance that this matter involves the mysterious. He turned to Li Yifei. You understand the consequences of reporting false information, don't you? I do. I do. Everything I said is absolutely true, I swear. Li Yifei replied earnestly. Very well. Chen Mai turned to Wu Xiangnan and asked for his opinion. Based on the current information, this mythical creature possesses formidable camouflage abilities, allowing it to transform into others while engaging in conversation without revealing its true nature. Beside them, Wen Qima sighed, remarking that such deception is indeed troublesome. Furthermore, it is suspected that this entity may possess the ability to assimilate any creature it consumes, which is what we must truly be wary of, Wu Xiangnan noted. Is it akin to the zombies in movies? An infinite infection? Hong Ying inquired. Although the method of infection differs, the effects are indeed quite similar. So should we just charge into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened. It's not that simple, Lin Qiye interjected from across the table. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its true form, as she too might have been infected by someone else. Qiye makes a valid point, Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious incident is that we do not know the source of this bizarre infection. It is akin to attempting to slay zombies. If we cannot locate the original zombie, even if we dispatch all the others, it would be futile. Moreover, we have no idea how long this mythical creature has existed or how many individuals it has infected, when Qima added. Lu Xiaoyan could potentially be its first victim. Or perhaps she is merely one of many. We must prepare for the worst. The worst-case scenario? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. That the entire second high school has transformed into a school of monsters. Wu Xiangnan replied slowly, his eyes filled with gravitas. Moreover, the infection may not be confined to the school. It could extend to other areas of Chang'an City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered. What do you mean by that? Have you considered? Wu Xiangnan began to rise, meeting Li Yifei's gaze with calm intensity, that in this school, aside from you, all the other teachers and students may have become monsters? No, even you standing here could unknowingly be part of this enigma. Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, a chill racing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in a blank state. All right, Xiangnan, do not frighten him, when Qima chuckled as he stood. If that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already signaled. The fact that it remains quiet indicates that the situation is not yet dire. The Raven of Calamity. What is that? Lin Qie asked, looking curiously at Hong Ying. It is a crow, as well as an object imbued with prohibitive properties, Hong Ying patiently explained. When a great disaster is imminent in Chang'an City, it will cry out in warning, serving as a kind of detector. Oh, Lin Qie nodded in understanding. In summary, now that the enigma has emerged, it is imperative that we investigate thoroughly. Should we allow this creature to continue its development unchecked, we may soon find ourselves facing the future described by Xiangnan. Chenmai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, what are your plans? Wu Xiangnan took a seat, adjusting his glasses, and replied solemnly, I believe our immediate priority is to locate the core of this mythical being and ascertain the extent of its infection among the populace. Therefore, I propose we divide into two teams. One team will center around the second high school, dispersing outward to search for traces of other infected individuals. The other team will infiltrate the second high school to trace the source as swiftly as possible. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. Since we are to penetrate the second high school, we must not raise its suspicion. We must maintain the guise of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Qie. The task of entering the second high school and uncovering its core will be entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Qie is still a temporary member. He should not participate in the operation to eliminate the enigma until he is confirmed. Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed slightly. Chenmai shook his head. Based on the intelligence we have, this mythical creature excels in disguise, stealth, and infection, yet its own level of power is not particularly high. Qie has undergone half a month's training and has significantly improved. This will be a valuable opportunity for him. Furthermore, he was previously a student at the second high school and is quite familiar with it. Approaching Lu Xiaoyan will be most natural for him. With that, Chenmai turned his attention to Lin Qie and continued, Of course, you are a temporary member, and I will not compel you. If you are unwilling to go, you may remain here. I will go, Lin Qie replied without hesitation. Chenmai was correct. After more than half a month of training, his combat abilities had grown considerably. He was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. In this perilous time, one must become acquainted with danger to survive. Though Lin Qie preferred to keep a low profile, he would not forego any chance to hone his skills. Then let us commence our operations. Chenmai stood and turned to Li Yifei. You will accompany Qie and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback, but I'm just an ordinary person. What if they will ensure your safety? Chenmai replied, his tone unwavering. You have encountered this mythical being. You are the most knowledgeable about it among us. You must go. Hearing Chenmai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded. If this operation succeeds, I will offer you a chance to join the night watch. Chenmai said as he walked toward the door. Li Yifei's eyes instantly brightened. Just as Lin Qie was about to leave, the ever-quiet Long Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Qie. Yes? Long Xian approached him, retrieving a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and presenting it to Lin Qie. This is for you. The magazine is fully loaded, Lang Xian remarked nonchalantly. However, Lin Qie's expression darkened. What if I inadvertently injures someone? Lang Xian cast a meaningful glance his way before turning to leave. The significance of a firearm transcends mere slaughter. Lin Qie stood there momentarily in a daze, yet ultimately placed the handgun into his pocket and strode toward the corridor. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, burdened with various boxes, stood before the entrance of the second high school, wearing expressions of discontent. Qie, why are your school uniforms so hideous? Hong Ying remarked, glancing disdainfully at the red and white high school attire. The girls' uniforms are quite decent, Lin Chia countered, gesturing towards his own blue and white uniform, but the boys are truly unsightly. Besides, whether a uniform is appealing or not is subjective. You are fortunate. Yours is still acceptable. Under the sunlight, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeved shirt. With her red and white school uniform unzipped and fluttering gently in the breeze, her high ponytail swaying gracefully as she carried a long black box on her back, exuding youth and vigor. In stark contrast, Si Xiaonan appeared in a cartoon-styled long-sleeve shirt, her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt, her long, dark hair fashioned into two large buns, resembling a shy and innocent young girl. With a playful wink, Hong Ying teased Lin Chia. I never expected you to be so articulate. Lin Chia replied, the pressing matter is that the first class of the morning has already commenced, and we must find a way to slip in. He glanced at the time and then at the intimidating security guard stationed at the entrance. Moreover, with these items in hand, we will undoubtedly be stopped for questioning, Si Xiaonan added, looking at the black box she held. That is simple enough, Hong Ying said, her lips curling into a slight smile. She pointed towards a wall towering over 2 meters away. We can scale the wall. Lin Chia pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Si Xiaonan, who barely reached his shoulder and appeared rather delicate. I have no issue with it, but Xiaonan might find it a bit challenging. Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes silently at Lin Chia, then, with a swift motion, darted to the wall. With a few light taps of her toes against the wall, she ascended gracefully, resembling a delicate butterfly soaring into the air. She grasped the black box in one hand, spun elegantly in midair, and landed soundlessly on the other side of the wall. Lin Chia observed, and Hong Ying stifled a laugh. Chia, although Xiaonan may seem like a soft girl, she has been a night watcher for 2 years now. Don't underestimate her. With that, Hong Ying quickly dashed toward the wall, gliding effortlessly along its surface before gracefully vaulting over it, embodying both ease and elegance. As Lin Chia approached the wall, he recalled the duo's recently executed, almost theatrical wall scaling performance, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he took a deep breath, tossed the black box aside, and leaped gracefully, effortlessly vaulting over the wall with a firm grip. Although he appeared quite commendable, comparisons often evoke discontent, with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan shining like jewels before him. Lin Chia was instantly engulfed by a sense of shame. Not bad, rather dashing, Hong Ying remarked, returning the black box to him with an encouraging smile. Lin Chia shook his head, eager to conclude this topic. Let us proceed as planned. I will engage with Lu Xiaoyan up close in class while you two investigate the office of the head teacher. All right, if anything arises, we'll communicate via earpiece. Hong Ying indicated her discreet earpiece before turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she paused, somewhat bashful, and turned back. Where is that office building? And the head teacher's office? With a sense of resignation, Lin Chia pointed towards a distant tall building, room 403. Thus, we say, odd changes remain unchanged. Symbols reflect their quadrants. This mnemonic is one you must all remember. Now, let us review the next question. At the podium, a bespectacled middle-aged man animatedly explained, holding his lesson notes. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated. Knock, knock, knock. The crowd turned towards the door to find Lin Chia, who had been absent for several days, quietly standing there, holding the black box and slightly bowing. Reporting in, Lin Chia? The math teacher, surprised to see him, inquired. Why are you only just arriving? Where have you been these past few days? I had some issues with my sight and was hospitalized for 2 weeks. I see. Please, come in and take a seat. The math teacher adjusted his glasses, exhibiting considerable leniency towards Lin Chia, who was previously a special student with disabilities, and chose not to press him too hard. Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Lin Chia calmly returned to his designated seat and settled down. His mental energy swept across the surroundings, and his brow furrowed slightly. Classmates, let us continue with the lesson. The math teacher tapped the blackboard, redirecting everyone's attention back to the lecture. Lin Chia discreetly touched his earpiece, and a voice, belonging to Chun Mai, emerged. Lin Chia, how is the situation? I've entered the classroom, Lin Chia whispered. Can your forbidden ruins discern them? Yes. What is the quantity? Lin Chia's brow knitted with concern as he replied, not looking good. Chapter 46. The Killing Intent on Campus. The grand debut of the new book, 5 updates today. Before setting off, Chun Mai and the others had specifically cautioned Lin Chia to be vigilant in utilizing his abilities, since the infected humans, transformed by this mythical creature, were indistinguishable by mere appearance Alternative methods of identification were necessary, as the sole individual among them capable of perceiving the forbidden ruins with mental energy. Lin Chiye's role was undeniably crucial. As Lin Chiye had anticipated, his seraphic eye could discern the infected individuals. At this moment, within his realm of mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque creature clad in human skin, skillfully manipulating her FAAD while engaging in hushed whispers with her deskmate. Within this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there existed another infected being, a girl whose presence was rather inconspicuous, named Han Ruoruo, whose impression on Lin Chiye was rather faint. Currently, she was surreptitiously jotting something down before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. Lin Chiye recognized this boy as well, Lu Yuan, someone he was relatively familiar with, having once pushed him away during an encounter with a spectral entity, a memory that lingered in his mind. How many are there? The voice of Chinmai echoed through his earpiece once more. In my classroom, there are 2, and when I arrived, I specifically scanned all the classrooms on this floor, discovering approximately 6 infected beings just within this level. Is there any hope for them? None, Lin Chiye asserted with conviction. Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by grotesque masses of flesh. Even if those entities were vanquished, survival would be impossible. The moment they were devoured, they were as good as dead. With 6 victims on just one floor, how many lives would be lost throughout the entire school? When a school is plagued by such a multitude of deceased, its fate is effectively sealed. The societal repercussions stemming from this calamity are even more harrowing. After a prolonged silence, Chunmai finally spoke. I understand. Continue your observations. But do not alarm the snakes. Understood. Lin Chiye took out paper and pen, focusing intently on the teacher's lecture, behaving like an ordinary student. After about 10 minutes, Li Yifei rushed to the door, panting heavily as he knocked. Report. Li Yifei? You were late. The teacher regarded him with a stern expression, accustomed to his antics. Teacher, I was on sick leave. Here is my excuse. Li Yifei waved the note from his book. The teacher shot him a glare. Return to your seat. If you perform poorly again, I will have to call your parents. Li Yifei hurriedly settled back beside Lin Chiye, lowering his head to retrieve his book while quietly inquiring. What is the situation? I've gathered some information, but it's not comprehensive, Lin Chiye replied, glancing out the window. I need an opportunity, one that allows me to sense the entirety of the school's faculty and students. Li Yifei paused. You mean after this class, during the flag-raising ceremony? I'll be able to assess the situation more clearly. Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed slightly. The administrative building. Room 403, found it. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived at the door of the director's office, halting simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and swiftly assumed their positions. Si Xiaonan, with the black box on her back, stood at the entrance, while Hong Ying discreetly concealed herself behind the door's blind spot, poised for an imminent incursion. Clearing her throat, Si Xiaonan raised her hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding taps, they held their breath for several seconds, yet the stillness within remained unbroken. Hong Ying furrowed her brow slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan knocked again, but silence persisted. Hong Ying motioned for Xiaonan to step back a few paces, then approached the door, producing a slender wire from her pocket and delicately twisting it in the lock. Click. A soft sound echoed as the door creaked open. Inside lay an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered, scanning the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of anyone, exhaled a sigh of relief. Sister Hong Ying, it seems the occupant has not departed long. The cup is still warm, Si Xiaonan remarked, reaching out to touch the cup on the desk. They must have gone to a meeting. If it were merely a restroom visit, they wouldn't have locked the door. Hong Ying nodded slightly. In any case, let us search this place thoroughly for clues. Si Xiaonan agreed. I'll keep watch. She closed the door behind them and sidled over to the window, retrieving a compact mirror from her pocket to meticulously observe the surroundings through its reflection. Hong Ying, meanwhile, began to rummage through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinets, and flower pots, exhausting all possible locations. Apart from a heap of inconsequential documents, nothing of value was discovered. Suddenly, she paused. Her senses sharpening. Xiaonan, do you detect any unusual scent? Hong Ying inquired, her brow knitting together. Huh? It seems there is nothing, Si Xiaonan replied, sniffing the air in confusion. Hong Ying's furrows deepened. She crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant odor until her gaze landed on a tile beneath a chair. The tile appeared immaculate, yet bore signs of having been disturbed. She produced a small knife, applying pressure to the edge of the tile, lifting it slightly. When an acrid stench assaulted her senses, enduring the foul odor, Hong Ying delicately pried the object beneath the tile with the knife's tip. It was a complete piece of yellowish-brown soft membrane. As she unfolded the membrane, her pupils dilated in shock. "This is human skin," Hong Ying exclaimed, abruptly looking up at Si Xiaonan. "These infected individuals can shed their skin." Si Xiaonan's brow furrowed. "A snake? It's possible. We must report this information to Wu Xiangnan. Perhaps we can uncover details about this mythical creature." Hong Ying swiftly returned the skin to its hiding place beneath the tile and replaced it, just as she concealed all traces of her presence. An unexpected melody resonated from outside the window, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, she approached the window and gazed down as more and more students streamed out of the building, murmuring to herself, "Is it the flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony at Daxia uniform?" At this moment, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei were slowly moving down the corridor, following the noisy throng of students. Li Yifei cautiously glanced around and leaned closer to Lin Qiye's ear. "Qiye, your joining them implies that you possess that special ability as well, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Lin Qiye replied vaguely. "Damn, I truly envy your ability. Is it the capacity to sense nearby entities with your mind?" "Something along those lines," Lin Qiye responded ambiguously. "Can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Yes." "Then tell me honestly, how many are in our class?" "2. Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruoruo." Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness Wu Shujia isn't one of them. I have harbored a secret crush on her for years. If she were to transform into a monster, I doubt I would ever find love in this lifetime." Lin Qiye inquired, "What about now? How many are near me?" With a note of concern, Li Yifei asked, "The fifth person ahead of you? That girl, too? Her?" Li Yifei contemplated for a moment. "She is from the adjacent class. I believe her name is Tianli. It's not surprising that she has also been transformed into a monster." Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Why?" Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you realized?" "Oh, right. You just transferred here a few days ago and are unaware of this. What have you not discovered?" Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruoruo, and Tianli are all in the same dormitory. Chapter 47. The flag bearer. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Qiye froze in place. Indeed. During his previous perceptive exploration of the floors, he noted that the majority of those infected by the monsters were girls. With Li Yifei's comment, he became acutely aware that something was amiss. Could that mythical creature have emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Qiye murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece and lowered his voice. "Sister Hong Ying, where are you?" "Just exited the office building." "What is the matter?" Lin Qiye shared his suspicions, and on the other end, Hong Ying immediately nodded. "All right. While you're all at the flag raising, we shall head to the girls' dormitory." "Understood." As the ceremonial march commenced, Lin Qiye's class emerged from the corridor, gradually making their way toward the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was held in a small open area in front of the teaching building, where students from all 3 grades crowded together with little space between them. "Students at the back, keep up. Hurry. Don't jostle me. Hey, speed up. How fast can I go? The person ahead of me is blocked. Wait, where is the person in front of me? Who is in front of you?" "Lin Qiye." "Where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." "Wait. Li Yifei is also missing." As several classmates expressed their confusion, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei had quietly slipped out of the crowd, swiftly weaving through the various classes against the chaotic flow of students. Lin Qiye's mental perception extended only 20 meters. To fully encompass the more than 2,000 students, he had to remain in constant motion. "Lin Qiye, have you finished your reconnaissance? The music has ended, and the flag-raising ceremony is about to commence." Li Yifei strained to navigate through the surrounding students, calling out to Lin Qiye ahead. "Not yet. There's still half remaining. What shall we do then? Everyone is lining up, and once the music halts, we will be discovered." At that moment, the march music played in an endless loop began to fade, making the 2 students weaving through the crowd increasingly conspicuous. As many began to point and whisper about them, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was correct. If they continued to navigate through the throng after everyone had assembled, they would inevitably attract attention. Persisting in their search could lead to being halted by the teachers. However, if they ceased their efforts now, their chance to thoroughly ascertain the students and teachers across all 3 grades would be lost until after school, when they could wait at the gate. The delay was too long, and the variables too numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Qiye's mind raced, and suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the flag-bearer team in the distance, sparking a glimmer of inspiration. He altered his course, swiftly parting the crowd to approach the front of the flag-bearers. "Hello, fellow student," Lin Chiye greeted the leading student with courtesy. The flag bearer paused. "Hello, you are off duty." The student looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The school leadership has just issued an urgent notice for exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, and following the ceremony, speeches will be given." Necessitating a temporary replacement of the flag bearer, Lin Chiye stated with utmost seriousness, extending his hand to grasp the flagpole held by the student. "But I am Li Fei, the exemplary student representative from the second year. Please hand me your flag. If you have any questions, you can address them with the administration after the flag raising." Lin Chiye asserted, expressionless as he seized the flagpole from the student's grasp and positioned himself in the place originally designated for him, his demeanor solemn. Li Fei remarked. That student scratched his head in bewilderment. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to return to his class's lineup. "Lin Chiye, what do you intend to do?" Li Fei could not help but inquire. "What you are doing could lead to disciplinary action, and I would be implicated as well. I am the one misappropriating your name to deceive the flag bearer. It has nothing to do with you," Lin Chiye replied indifferently. "Moreover, I am no longer a student and am not bound by school regulations. I am a night watchman." As solemn and stately music began to play, all students, teachers, and leaders present fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the flag held by the flag bearer, awaiting its ascent. With the rhythm of the music, Lin Chiye raised the flag and stepped forward with measured precision. "Huh? Do you recognize that flag bearer?" "Indeed, he possesses a certain charm, reminiscent of Lin Chiye." "Are you certain it's merely a resemblance?" "It feels undeniably like him to me." "It appears to be true, although most individuals may not recognize Lin Chiye." His classmates swiftly identified him, engaging in hushed whispers. The leaders on the stage remained oblivious to the change in flag bearers, smiling as they gazed upon the handsome youth. After all, such trivial matters were hardly their concern. With so many students in the school, how could they possibly know who was meant to raise the flag that day? However, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed countenance upon spotting Lin Chiye. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition. As Lin Chiye proudly walked the path to the flag-raising, just as he was about to step onto the platform, he made a sharp right turn. Without hesitation, he strode towards another perpendicular edge of the student formation. The leaders, who were smiling in anticipation of the flag, were momentarily taken aback. Their smiles froze on their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Chiye, who seemed completely oblivious to them, before they finally regained their composure after several seconds. In unison, they turned to the teacher in charge of the ceremony, their eyes filled with questions. The teacher responsible for the flag raising was drenched in cold sweat. Simultaneously, the students began to notice this anomaly, staring in astonishment as Lin Chiye brushed past them, their whispers growing louder. "What on earth? Why isn't he going up?" "I don't know. Perhaps it's his first flag raising? He looks quite unfamiliar." "This is amusing. It's all falling apart. Look at the expressions on the leaders' faces. It's hilarious. What is Lin Chiye up to?" At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the ceremony rang out. "Silence. Everyone, quiet down. You, the student with the flag, you've taken a wrong turn." Lin Chiye, as if deaf to the command, showed no intention of turning back, even quickening his pace. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the faces of all the students before him. Their eyes reflected surprise, confusion, mockery, and schadenfreude. Yet, Lin Chiye's eyes remained like a deep, unfathomable pool. In his view, they were a flock of sheep obliviously marching towards the jaws of a wolf, perilously unaware of their impending doom. Among the more than 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Chiye and Li Fei were awake to the reality. Perhaps it is indeed true that while all are inebriated, I remain sober. "Come back. Hurry back. Which class are you from?" The teacher on stage bellowed in anger. At last, after surveying all the students, Lin Chiye feigned surprise, hastily turning back and proceeding toward the flagpole, quickly securing the flag in place. The teacher fixated on Lin Chiye, trembling with rage, seemingly wanting to question him, but it was evidently not the appropriate moment. Lin Chiye chose to disregard the presence of his teacher entirely, his mind preoccupied with matters far removed from the educator's feelings. As the music shifted and the national anthem resounded, the flag ascended gracefully. Yet beneath the flagpole, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Chiye's cheek. He stared vacantly at the leaders surrounding him, then cast his gaze downward at the sea of dark-clad students, his heart plummeting into an abyss. "Captain, you had best prepare yourself mentally," he murmured. Chapter 48. The girls' dormitory. Who are you? Which class do you belong to? Where is the original flag bearer? As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, The responsible teacher stormed up to Lin Chia, his demeanor fierce and accusatory. However, Lin Chia had no time to address him. He simply sidestepped and walked away. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. Stop right there. I'm speaking to you. What is this attitude? Do you believe I won't take you to the principal's office and have you reported for disciplinary action? He grabbed Lin Chia's shoulder, shouting indignantly. Ahead, Lin Chia halted, slowly turning his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited in an instant. At that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the responsible teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as though he were staring into the vast universe. Lost amidst the boundless darkness and uncertainty, reduced to a mere grain of sand. The sense of oppression, it transcended the very essence of existence. In the blink of an eye, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he felt utterly drained. The flames in Lin Chia's eyes flickered and vanished, as if nothing had ever existed there. What happened earlier was my fault. You may report me to the entire school or even file a complaint with the administrative office. Lin Chia addressed the gasping teacher calmly, but you must wait until I have finished my work. With that, he turned and, under the teacher's terrified gaze, sprinted away. Captain Chia, report your status. I have surveyed the entire school's faculty and students. The situation is dire. I fear that resolving this matter quietly will be as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Elaborate. Among the 3 grades, the number of infected students in the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the second year is the most severe. With 36 infected students, in one class, half the students are infected. And this is just among the students. Nearly 20 teachers and administrators are also infected. Thus, I can infer that at least 60 individuals within the entire second high school have been transformed into monsters. A heavy silence enveloped the earpiece. Captain, over 60 infected individuals. Even if each infected individual is merely a lamp entity, there exist over 60 such lamp monstrosities within this high school. Should we uncover the true form of this mythical creature, these 60-plus lamp-infected individuals will undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Furthermore, their numbers are overwhelming. If even one were to escape from the school, it would spell disaster for the entire city of Tsangnan. Lin Xia calmly articulated his deductions. Not just if one escapes the school. Came the voice through the headset, accompanied by the sound of hacking. They're already beginning to seep out. At that moment, several kilometers away from number 2 high school, in a rented room, Chun Mai, armed with a knife, treaded over the remnants of blood and flesh scattered across the floor. Beside him stood the serious-faced Wu Xiangnan. We have investigated Lu Xiaoyan and the Han Ruoro you mentioned, as well as the family of the dean, and discovered that their families have also been infected. We have just finished purging them. The situation is more dire than we anticipated. Then we must visit each infected household individually to swiftly sever the transmission of the infection. Consequently, we cannot provide support to you for the time being. However, such a troublesome mythical creature will likely possess limited combat strength. I believe that the 3 of you should be able to eliminate it. But if that happens, it will inevitably cause chaos within the school, potentially exposing our existence alongside the mythical creature. Do not worry about that. We possess a forbidden item named Dream Whisper, which can create a dreamscape within a certain radius, erasing parts of people's memories. Additionally, I will have Long Xian temporarily act as the Watcher, establishing a no-cross zone around number 2 high school. For the time being, it will become an isolated island, cut off from the world. Chun Mai approached the window, gazing in the direction where Lin Xie and the others were. Speaking calmly, our enemy this time is formidable. Do not hold back. Do not conceal your strength. We must locate its true form and eliminate it in the shortest time possible while ensuring the safety of the faculty and students. We cannot afford to have too many casualties. You may fight with all your might this time. On the other end of the headset, Lin Xie paused in silence before nodding resolutely. I understand. Lin Xie severed the connection, and Wu Xiangnan, standing beside him, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't it too difficult for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me." Chen Mai gently shook his head. He possesses potential, spirit, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage. He will soar to great heights on his own. In the girls' dormitory of number 2 high school, Hong Ying stealthily peered from the window, glancing inside, and waved her hand behind her. Hurry, the dormitory supervisor is not here. Xishan swiftly dashed in from outside. effortlessly leaping over the entrance restriction and hiding behind the duty room. As Hong Ying skillfully executed her plan, the two of them swiftly ascended the staircase, bounding up 3 steps at a time with remarkable agility. In a mere moment, they arrived at the 5th floor. At that moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students had all returned to their classrooms in preparation for the upcoming lessons, leaving the dormitory building eerily vacant. The doors on either side were locked, casting a dim and narrow shadow over the corridor, where only a sliver of sunlight streamed in from the terrace at the far end. Hong Ying cautiously pressed against the wall, utilizing the faint light to survey the floor. "Which room did Lin Chiye say belonged to those girls?" she whispered, turning to ask. "The second to last room on the north side," Si Xiaonan responded. Hong Ying directed her gaze toward the northern dormitory and silently advanced in that direction. While Si Xiaonan clutched her garment tightly, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. "Sister Hong Ying, please walk slower. I know. You, of all people, aren't afraid of slaying monsters, yet you're frightened of the dark," Hong Ying replied with exasperation. The two gradually approached the dormitory door, and Hong Ying deftly inserted a fine needle into the lock, which then creaked open. Just as she had anticipated, the room was devoid of any presence. They entered and began to search rapidly. "Wow, this dormitory is quite nice. The terrace is rather spacious," Hong Ying remarked as she stepped out onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as her pupils constricted. There, on the drying rack, hung not only a collection of delicate pink garments, but also 4 thin sheets of human skin, fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 49. The long spear emerges from its sheath. Sister Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, having witnessed the same sight, appeared pale. With a furrowed brow, Hong Ying maneuvered past the human skins and approached the edge of the balcony to gaze outward. This dormitory building was the most peripheral structure within the entire school. Across the terrace lay an expanse of undeveloped land, devoid of any other buildings, which explained their audacity in displaying the human skins so openly. But what would happen if someone else came by? With this thought, Hong Ying's expression sharpened as she swiftly exited the dormitory and opened the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, there were once again 4 sheets of human skin fluttering in the wind. Next door, and the one next to that, Hong Ying continued her search through several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority of balconies were adorned with human skins, some with 1, others with 2, and some with 4. This revealed a chilling truth. A significant number of students on this floor had already been transformed into monsters. "Sister Hong Ying, this is troublesome," Si Xiaonan murmured, standing outside the door. "Indeed, it is quite troublesome," Hong Ying sighed deeply. However, she quickly shifted her perspective. "Yet, this also implies that the monster's ability to infect others must have its limitations. Why? If it were capable of infinite infection, I suspect that within just 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. But that is evidently not the case. We are unaware of how long it has been clandestinely active, but we can ascertain that it has been at least 2 days. The fact that it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories during this time suggests that there may be a limit to the number of individuals it can infect. This is a possibility, yet another theory could propose that its capacity for infection is subject to a cooldown period. For instance, a single entity may only infect 1 person within a day. As Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually sparkled with understanding, she mused that if it indeed possessed boundless infection capabilities, the entire school would have already succumbed to chaos. Thus, we can deduce quite a bit from this. Hong Ying continued along this line of thought, stating that according to the intelligence provided by Qi Yi, the majority of the infected individuals were boarders, with their numbers significantly surpassing those of day students. This is attributable to the fact that day students do not reside at the school and tend to congregate in groups during their time there, making it exceedingly difficult for the creature to stealthily infect them. Furthermore, among the infected, the proportion of females was significantly higher than that of males. Not only because females are generally easier targets, prone to solitude, but also due to Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, turning to inspect the dimly lit, narrow corridor. The embodiment of that mythical creature is right here. Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. "Sister Hong Ying, how did you become so astute all of a sudden?" Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. "Do you perceive me as foolish? Indeed, you've always been rather dim-witted, the sort who doesn't think until the critical moment." Si Xiaonan replied with a pout. With a resigned glance toward the ceiling, Hong Ying eventually removed her earpiece. "All right, I confess. What I just said was conveyed to me by Qi Yi," Si Xiaonan remarked. "He is quite clever." Hong Ying sighed, although I am reluctant to admit it. "He does seem to possess a touch more intelligence than I." Lin Chi's voice echoed from the earpiece. Are you certain it's merely a touch? Be quiet. Oh, by the way, I must caution you. Lin Chi's tone grew serious. Just now, I observed a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Infected individuals? The distance is too great. I cannot sense them. You must be cautious. Understood. Hong Ying donned her earpiece again and exchanged a knowing glance with Si Xiaonan as the two hastily made their way toward the staircase. At that moment, several girls, chatting and laughing, emerged from the staircase. Hong Ying's expression hardened, and she grasped Si Xiaonan's arm, halting their progress, her gaze toward them brimming with vigilance. The girls, noticing the presence of two unfamiliar figures in the corridor, regarded them with curiosity before whispering among themselves. Who are they? I don't know. They might be from another class. Aren't there only a few classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Perhaps they're here looking for someone? Possibly. Let me ask. A girl with long hair stepped forward, her demeanor polite as she inquired, Hello, are you here looking for someone? A smile blossomed on Hong Ying's face as she remarked, Yes, I came to find Wang Nan from class 6, but I forgot which dormitory she resides in. Wang Nan. The girl with long hair tilted her head slightly. There is no one by that name in class 6. Are you sure you have the right person? This is the senior class dormitory, isn't it? No, this is the sophomore dormitory. The seniors are on the first floor. I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, grasping Si Xiaonan's hand as she cheerfully replied, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Not at all, the girl with long hair responded with a polite smile. As Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan circumvented the girl, they made their way toward the corridor. The cluster of girls gathered nearby parted respectfully, allowing them passage. That girl is truly stunning, Hong Ying overheard as they walked past, the admiration evident in the voices around her. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her skin is flawless. How enviable. The shorter girl behind her is also lovely, so adorably cute. She is so cute, I could just eat her up. In that fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan brushed past, the eyes of those girls ignited with a ravenous gleam, their heads blooming open like flower buds to reveal crimson flesh and a menacing array of teeth. The corridor itself was narrow, and with these few girls occupying most of the space, there was hardly any room left for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, so little that evasion was impossible. Yet at that moment, a subtle curve formed at the corner of Hong Ying's mouth, and a crimson radiance erupted explosively around her. Boom! The rose-hued flames surged outward from her and Si Xiaonan, the terrifying repulsion violently casting the monsters in the corridor aside. Bang! 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 The flames rolled, and the intense heat caused the emergency lights on either side of the hallway to shatter, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Only the flames continued to burn brightly. Then, a girl carrying a long box ascended the stairs slowly, her face illuminated by the firelight. She gently tapped the box on her back, and a soft hum emanated from within as a long spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing steadily in her grasp. With a graceful sweep of the spear, she created a floral display of weaponry, leisurely traversing through the rose-colored flames, defiantly gazing at the terrified monsters ahead. Humph, I knew you were no good, Hong Ying declared, resting the spear upon her shoulder as she adjusted her earpiece. Let us see who dares to call me foolish again. Chapter 50. Not fully rescued. Si Xiaonan, still shaken, patted her chest as she approached Hong Ying. They look so frightening. Indeed, they are somewhat alarming, Hong Ying acknowledged with a nod, but their strength seems rather unimpressive. As she spoke, her feet struck the ground with great force, propelling her forward like an arrow released from a bow. The tip of her lance ignited, emanating a rose-colored flame that traced a fiery trail through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The monstrous creatures in the corridor, upon seeing the approach of Hong Ying, opened their grotesque, bloodied maws wide, intent on devouring her whole. With her eyes narrowed slightly, Hong Ying showed no sign of hesitation as she charged directly toward the gaping maw. Howl! Just as the creature's massive jaws were about to engulf her, a brilliant scarlet beam erupted from the tip of her spear, illuminating the dark corridor with a burst of rose-hued flames. In the next instant, a colossal fireball ignited. The spear effortlessly cleaved through the monster's body, the flickering flames consuming the remnants of its flesh in mere moments. Hong Ying came to a halt, casually resting the lance on her shoulder, the flames still dancing at its tip. With a light laugh, she regarded the astonished creatures before her, playfully wiggling her fingers and taunting, with just the lot of you, you're hardly a challenge. Si Xiaonan, standing nearby, clapped her hands in excitement. Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. The monsters roared, fixated on Hong Ying, and in the next moment, An increasing number of figures appeared at the entrances of the corridor. Some wore school uniforms, others donned casual attire, some carried water basins, while others held books. Their long, dark hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes fixated on Hong Ying at the center, observing her in silent reverence. Tick, tick. The sound of dripping water echoed from the nearby restroom, while faint rustling noises emanated from the ceiling above. Outside, the faint murmur of students' chatter resonated, yet the entire corridor remained eerily silent. The girls lining the corridor grew in number, standing in perfect formation, resembling a silent legion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly moved behind Hong Ying, retrieving a dagger from the black box in her hands, gripping it tightly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying counted the figures meticulously, murmuring to herself, 18. This could pose a bit of a problem. However, it was merely a bit. Ruah, you mentioned wanting calcium last class. I happened to buy a bottle from the convenience store just now. Here you go. In the classroom, Lu Yuan extended a bottle of calcium milk to Han Ruo, his cheeks tinged with a blush. Han Ruo turned around, flashing a sweet smile at Lu Yuan as she accepted the calcium. Thank you, Lu Yuan. You're so kind to me. Upon witnessing Han Ruo's smile, Lu Yuan felt as if he were floating in bliss. Immediately thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Ruo. Just tell me what you want to drink in the future, and I'll get it for you. Sounds good. Han Ruo nodded, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to Lu Yuan and softly whispering, Lu Yuan, could you wait for me in the garage after school? Lu Yuan seemed to have realized something, his heart racing with excitement. I have something to say to you. Han Ruo's delicate face flushed crimson as she cast a charming glance at him, their unspoken feelings lingering in the air. Lu Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded eagerly. All right, I will definitely wait for you after school tonight. At that moment, Han Ruo appeared taken aback, as if sensing something amiss, and abruptly stood up. What is wrong, Ruorio? Where are you going? Lu Yuan inquired, puzzled. I just remembered something I left behind. I must return to the dormitory. Han Ruo replied, her previously soft demeanor replaced by an icy resolve as she turned to exit. Just then, a young man approached her desk, blocking her path. Lin Xie? Lu Yuan's brows knitted in slight discontent upon seeing the newcomer. A flicker of annoyance crossed Han Ruo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a naive smile. Lin Xie, do you need something? Lin Xie disregarded Lu Yuan's presence, pausing thoughtfully before speaking softly. Actually, I have liked you for a long time. Han Ruo was momentarily stunned. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his words, rising defiantly to confront Lin Xie. Lin Xie, you mustn't do this. Han Ruo has someone she likes already. You cannot pursue her. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Xie swiftly pushed him back into his seat, covering his mouth with one hand. After a moment of contemplation, Han Ruo seemed to arrive at a conclusion, her cheeks suddenly adorned with a blush. So, be my girlfriend, Lin Xie declared effortlessly. The impact of his words reverberated throughout the classroom, eliciting a wave of uproar. Wow, I can't believe Lin Xie likes a girl like Han Ruo. Who would have thought? However, upon closer inspection, Han Ruo is indeed quite attractive. But Lin Xie is evidently even more handsome. Wow, how domineering. I absolutely love it. What a pity. Look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's simply priceless. I agree. They should be together. Together. Amidst the cacophony, Han Ruo lowered her gaze, seemingly examining her shoelaces, her face burning as red as her ears. After a brief moment, she responded in a voice barely above a whisper, well, all right then. Beside her, Lu Yuan gazed at her in disbelief, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his world crumbling around him. Lin Xie nodded impassively, stating, since that has settled, see you in the garage tonight. All right. Lin Xie released his grip on Lu Yuan's mouth, who sat there like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruo, utterly motionless. Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at him before silently departing. Li Yifei, standing nearby, witnessed the entire process. He approached Lin Xie and whispered, Xie, why did you choose to save him? He previously pushed you aside. I truly had no desire to save him. Had I been my former self, I would certainly have refrained from intervening, Lin Xie replied, patting his shoulder. But now that I am on duty, I find myself compelled to act. While I do not wish to rescue him from the perspective of a night watcher, saving lives is imperative. Therefore, I did save him, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei was taken aback, pondering the implications of this statement. Lin Qie turned his gaze towards the dazed Lu Yuan and spoke with profound significance. Do you believe, given his nature, that he would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruoruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that he will not give up? Out of my duty as a night watcher, I saved him once. Lin Qie stated calmly. However, if he insists on throwing himself into danger, that is no longer my concern. At that point, I might even applaud from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. The day after the premiere. For updates today, everyone, let us go. In the previous chapter, a character's name was mistaken. Wang Xia should have been Lu Yuan. That has been corrected. Li Yifei clicked his tongue. If we're talking about ruthlessness, you are the most ruthless of all. Just as Lin Qie was about to respond, a voice came through his earpiece, causing his expression to change slightly. What is it? Something has happened over at Hongyang. Without hesitation, Lin Qie grasped the black box and dashed out of the classroom. Hey, there is only a minute until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, only to realize that those days of sitting calmly in class were long gone. He hurriedly followed Lin Qie outside, colliding with the English teacher at the entrance. Li Yifei? Class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to? The English teacher glared at him, visibly annoyed. Class. Li Yifei pushed past the teacher and sprinted away, shouting back, at this point, who cares about class? Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher was left bewildered, with the speed of a sprinter. Li Yifei followed Lin Qie to the girls' dormitory, where a large crowd had gathered below. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside. I heard it. There were also screams. It's terrifying. Impossible. I only heard the explosion. Someone must have hidden illegal electrical equipment, causing a fire. Has anyone called the police? Someone is on the phone. The fire truck should arrive shortly. We need to secure the area. Wait, why is there no signal? I don't have any either. How strange. Outside of the second high school, Lang Xian sat in a secluded corner, lowering a notice board. He gently traced a blade along his fingertip, causing a few drops of blood to surface. With an expressionless face, he extended his hand and drew a long mark on the surface of the board. In the past, how did Lao Zhao manage this? Cold Xian murmured to himself, reminiscing for a moment before abruptly pressing his hands together and then pushing downwards. Forbidden ruins, unfettered void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds elapsed, yet the notice board remained silent. The corners of Cold Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he pondered whether he lacked sufficient blood. Consequently, he drew his knife once more and made a small incision on his left hand, drawing a line upon the notice board. Forbidden ruins, unfettered void. Still, there was no response. Growing somewhat impatient, Cold Xian tapped the surface of the notice board, akin to an individual attempting to coax an old, malfunctioning television back to life. After a couple of taps, the notice board trembled slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from its center, connecting with 2 other notice boards, enveloping the entirety of the second high school sky. This time, it was correct. Satisfied, Cold Xian rose and gazed into the distance, only to be taken aback. Huh. Why does the color of this, unfettered void, appear different? Wow. Look. Why has the sky turned green? Is it really? How astonishing. Quickly, capture this moment. Who among you has encountered such misfortune to wear such a grand hat? What must one endure to witness such a phenomenon? The suddenly transformed sky captured everyone's attention, even prompting teachers and students in class to exit their rooms, pointing and discussing the spectacle above. Qi Yi, what is happening? Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Lin Qie furrowed his brow. I don't know, but it may be related to the unfettered void. That is not important. His gaze fell upon the densely packed crowd surrounding the girls' dormitory, and he frowned slightly. They have sealed off the girls' dormitory. Under such scrutiny, I cannot enter. You must create a distraction to draw their attention away. A distraction? Li Yifei hesitated. What kind of distraction? Anything will suffice. Pretend to have a heart attack. Perform a striptease, whatever it takes to divert their focus. I can't do any of that. Li Yifei protested. Lin Qie turned to face Li Yifei, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Since you intend to join the Night Watchers after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything, including your chastity. Wait a moment. Why must joining the Night Watchers require such a sacrifice? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone in the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. All right, you go ahead. I will help you divert their attention. Lin Qie nodded, maneuvering around the crowd until he reached the perimeter of the blockade, giving Li Yifei a meaningful glance. Li Yifei took a deep breath and shouted towards the throng ahead. Wu Shujie. A resounding voice instantly silenced the bustling crowd, causing everyone to turn in unison. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the boy who had unexpectedly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Among the throng, Wu Shujia also turned her head, her gaze fixed on Li Yifei's serious countenance, brimming with confusion. Beside her, Lin Qiya's lips twitched slightly, pondering whether this fellow was truly about to confess to Wu Shujia. Li Yifei called out once more, "I like you." Upon hearing these 4 words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Such is the nature of high school students. They exhibit an extraordinary fascination with matters beyond academics, whether it be a sudden fire or a public confession of affection. Clearly, the latter held far greater allure for them than the former. The flames of gossip ignited fervently within the hearts of the onlookers, their eager gazes fixed on Wu Shujia, who was granted a space as they retreated a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia deftly crossed the boundary and dashed into the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujia lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's piercing gaze. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like." At these words, Li Yifei's mind went blank, and in a daze, he suddenly grasped the sentiment that Wang Xiao had felt earlier. "Who do you like?" he stammered. A faint blush crept across Wu Shujia's face as she replied, "I like Lin Qiya." Upon hearing Lin Qiya's name, Li Yifei's expression transformed dramatically. Instinctively, he glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find Lin Qiya's figure had vanished. He remained silent for an extended moment, slowly lifting his gaze to the verdant sky above, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lu Yuan, don't cry. I, Li Yifei, understand you." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the fiery tip of a spear danced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of flames, resembling a long crimson tassel adorning the weapon's head. With vibrant sparks erupting in the dark corridor, the figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air, and in an instant, the head of one creature soared high before being engulfed in flames. The remaining monsters, sensing their impending doom, instinctively took a few steps back. Before them, Hong Ying stood poised with her fiery spear, her long hair billowing as she advanced deliberately. Chapter 52. The Serpent Demon. The rosy flames illuminated the entire corridor as Hong Ying crouched slightly, her eyes fixed on the 4 monsters before her. A wave of searing heat radiating outward from her core. Suddenly, her figure ignited into a blazing inferno, shooting forth. The rosy embers dissolved rapidly in the air, trailing a crimson afterimage as her speed surpassed the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. In an instant, she flickered in front of the monsters. The spear quivered, and countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like flower buds, piercing the unsuspecting monsters before her into a sieve. The rose-colored flames erupted, engulfing the shrieking monstrosity entirely. Embers cascaded from the air, resembling fallen cherry blossoms, carpeting the entire corridor. Hong Ying tucked her spear behind her back, snapping her fingers gently, and the flames were extinguished in an instant, plunging the space back into darkness. "Xiaonan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I even managed to slay one." Si Xiaonan replied, glancing at the disfigured creature on the ground, a playful smile gracing her lips. "You did great, Xiaonan." Hong Ying approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. "Not as impressive as you, Sister Hong Ying. Once you unleash your rosefire feather garb, no number of monsters would suffice. Flattery won't get you far." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, gripping her spear cautiously as she peered into the shadows. What is happening? Are there still students inside? A panic-stricken dormitory supervisor ascended the stairs, her eyes widening at the sight of the 2 standing amidst the scorched corridor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, withdrawing her hand from her spear. "We're students here to extinguish the fire. It's already out," Hong Ying replied. In the dimness of the corridor, the supervisor appeared oblivious to the weapon in Hong Ying's possession, hastily waving them to follow. "Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Quickly, come with me. The fire truck will be here soon." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, sheathing their weapons into their dark boxes and hastening towards the stairwell. They approached the supervisor, who seemed poised to speak when bang! A thunderous gunshot erupted, a bullet piercing through the railing and striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from the supervisor. The immense recoil slammed her against the wall, and she stared in disbelief at the youth ascending the stairs. In the next instant, her head exploded, transforming into a grotesque, bloodthirsty creature that let out a chilling roar. "How did it hit her waist when I aimed for her head?" murmured Lin Qiya, gun in hand. As he rounded the corner, expressionless as he aimed at the gaping maw of the beast. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets pierced the creature's mouth, causing its body to convulse violently before it succumbed to lifelessness, tumbling down the staircase. Chia? Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment. I heard you were in a fierce battle. So I rushed over, Lin Chia replied, holstering his pistol as he stepped over the blood-soaked floor and surveyed the area. Where are the monsters? They're all dealt with. Hong Ying placed her hands on her hips, smiling proudly, her expression demanding praise. Have you found the source? Hong Ying's expression fell instantly, her face clouded with disappointment. No. Lin Chia meticulously wandered around this level, lost in thought. Logically speaking, this was the very place where the first infected individual had emerged. Could it be that its essence, after infecting others, had departed? Was it truly that intelligent? This mythical creature must possess considerable wisdom, Lin Chia asserted confidently. It could flawlessly replicate a person's character and behavioral habits, rendering it impossible to distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit, an ability far beyond that of mere beasts. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far exhibited a remarkable level of logic. Logic? Is there really any? Xishan queried, puzzled. Indeed, it began its infection spree from the girls' dormitory. Not solely because the girls possess relatively weaker physical strength, making them easier to control, but also by cleverly exploiting their unique charm, which disarms the vigilance of others. It facilitated interactions between these girls and other boys to garner affection, subsequently luring them to secluded locations for infection, unbeknownst to anyone, not even the teachers. Its actions may appear random, yet they are profoundly covert and methodical. Had it not been for Li Yifei stumbling upon Lu Xiaoyan infecting the director, we might not have recognized its existence for another 6 months, by which time the number of infected would have escalated to a terrifying extent. After hearing Lin Chia's analysis, Hong Ying and Xishan felt a shiver run down their spines. I've never encountered a mythical creature with such high intelligence before, Hong Ying remarked, her brow furrowed. If what you say is true, it must have been aware of our arrival and would naturally not remain here. That is highly probable, Lin Chia nodded helplessly. What is that over there? Xishan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Chia and Hong Ying were taken aback, turning their heads in unison, their pupils constricting in shock. There, on the small balcony at the corridor's end, coiled a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form, its dark scales emanating a chilling aura in the feeble sunlight. Its eerie green eyes were fixed intently upon the three. Hisses! The crimson serpent's tongue flicked out, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of its mouth. Lin Chia and Hong Ying exchanged a glance, momentarily stunned, before dashing towards the balcony without a second thought. After it, the serpent-tailed creature lifted its head, opening its massive jaws to emit a piercing shriek into the sky. Hisses! Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Chia abruptly halted, raising his gaze towards the horizon. The infected had gone berserk. Hong Ying gracefully leaped to the balcony's edge, her long spear slung across her back, and called back to Lin Chia, "You go protect the students. I will pursue it." As soon as her words fell, she leapt off the balcony, vanishing from sight. Lin Chia skidded to a stop and turned back, sprinting towards the staircase. With the agility and prowess of Hong Ying, leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge. However, given his current proficiency, such a descent would lead to considerable chaos. Lin Chia, bearing the black box, sprinted down the path, as numerous students screamed and scattered like headless flies. In the distance, the faint roar of a creature echoed ominously. "Do not flee. Stay behind me. We cannot exit the school now," Lin Chia shouted. Unfortunately, amidst the turmoil, his words fell on deaf ears. Everyone was frantically rushing toward the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This was designed to prevent the escape of the monstrous entities and the infected from the unbound void. "Silence! Silence! Listen to me," Lin Chia called out repeatedly. Yet no one paid him heed. At that moment, a phrase from the cold Xian resurfaced in his mind. Consequently, Lin Chia retrieved a handgun from his pocket and fired a shot into the sky. As the gunshot reverberated throughout the campus, the frantic students momentarily froze. Holding the gun, Lin Chia pointed it at the petrified students, his expression impassive as he raised his chin. I said, "Quiet down." Chapter 53. The apocalypse on campus. The function of the gun transcended mere slaughter. It served as a means of deterrence. When the suddenly emerged monsters instilled rampant terror, only another form of fear could temporarily quell the chaos. "Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? Save us. There are monsters in the school. Help." After a brief moment of shock, The students erupted into a cacophony, crowding toward Lin Chiye, their voices echoing throughout the school gates. Lin Chiye frowned slightly, advancing rather than retreating. His finger gently pressed the handle of the black box, causing its side to swiftly open, and a sheathed straight blade shot forth. Lin Chiye grasped the hilt with lightning speed, drawing the blade with a metallic clang. The blade, glimmering with a faint blue radiance, sliced through the air with a soft hum, striking swiftly at the foremost boy. The boy's pupils dilated, his head swelling as if something were about to burst forth. However, Lin Chiye's blade struck first, severing his head. A grotesque, bloodied head with jagged teeth was sent soaring, its viscous blood splattering the surrounding students, who stood frozen in shock, resembling statues. From their mindless rush toward Lin Chiye to the moment he drew his blade, executed the lethal strike, and beheaded, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the students unable to comprehend the stark horror before them. Seconds later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. The monster had been lurking among them all along. Silence, Lin Chiye bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the chaotic crowd fell silent. The moment Lin Chiye spoke, an unprecedented pressure surged upon them like a crashing wave, leaving them momentarily stunned. At this point, there are no more monsters concealed among you. You may exit the school directly. Someone will open the door for you. Lin Chiye sheathed his blade and calmly declared, however, proceed in an orderly fashion, no pushing. If I see anyone disregarding the rules, he slowly raised his firearm, waving it before the crowd. Upon hearing these words, the students present immediately turned and rushed toward the school gate. Although their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order, with several girls, their legs trembling, being supported by boys as they made their way to the exit. At that moment, a corner of the boundless space at the school gate was peeled back, revealing a pathway to the outside world. Beyond the boundless space, there would be personnel dedicated to erasing their memories, a matter Lin Chiye need not concern himself with. This wave of students numbered around 400, with more continuously emerging from the classrooms. They were primarily first-year and third-year students. The number of infected students in both grades was already limited, and the proximity of the classrooms to the school gate made it relatively easy to escape. However, the complication lay in the fact that some infected individuals remained concealed among the panicked students. They were akin to unstable bombs, their detonation unpredictable, yet unquestionably. The moment they erupted would serve as the final straw that could break the students' mental fortitude. It was as if a group of students had finally evaded the monsters, reaching what they thought was safety, only to lower their psychological defenses, only to witness a classmate's head burst open beside them. Despite the monster's limited lethality, the absurd action spurred by human panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, Lin Chiye, acting as a human detector, could effortlessly identify the monsters hidden within the crowd and eliminate them. The students deemed harmless could then exit the premises through the boundless space. With such a substantial number of students, if they were compelled to remain within the school, it would only heighten the unpredictability. While Lin Chiye could not ensure the safe departure of every student, he aimed to facilitate as many exits as possible. Thankfully, the physical condition of the current high school students was quite robust. Within mere minutes, approximately 1,300 to 1,400 had reached the school gate and, following Lin Chiye's assessment, successfully left the school. The first-year and third-year buildings were nearly vacated. We can close the passage now. I need to go inside to rescue others. Lin Chiye communicated to Long Xin through his earpiece. Long Xin acknowledged with a sound, and in the next moment, the passage of the boundless space gradually began to seal, once again isolating the entire school from the outside world. Just as Lin Chiye prepared to embark on his mission, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of an old television with poor connections, dimming ominously. What is happening? I am still somewhat unfamiliar with the boundless space and seem to have encountered something peculiar. Long Xian's voice came through the earpiece. Will it affect you? As Lin Chiye raised his gaze to the blood-red sky, he sighed. I feel that emerald green is far more comforting. After all, doesn't this scene resemble the apocalypse? Beneath the crimson expanse, the atmosphere of the campus was both eerie and mysterious. The distant shrieks from the sophomore building mingled with the monstrous roars, echoing through the air, while a faint scent of blood lingered, causing Lin Chiye to furrow his brow, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He quickly searched the first and third-year buildings with his knife in hand. Alan, I'm so scared. Shoo. Alan peeked out from the toilet stall, glancing outside before retreating slowly. Keep your voice down. Don't attract those monsters. But why aren't we following them out? Why hide here? Another girl inquired. In the cramped, dimly lit toilet stall, Three girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Alan lowered her voice, an excited glint flashing in her eyes. Haven't you seen those disaster films? When the apocalypse hits, those who blindly rush out usually perish. Based on my years of cinematic experience, the wisest course of action is to separate from the crowd and wait for rescue in a safe place. But this isn't a movie, protested a girl beside her, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. And are you sure the toilet is a safe place? I wish I could find somewhere else. But this vast building has nothing but classrooms and toilets. There's nowhere else to go. Alan sighed in resignation. But don't worry, hiding here is surely safe. Creak. Just as Alan finished speaking, the stall door was suddenly yanked open. The three girls inside screamed in unison. When they saw that it was not a monster but a youth wielding a knife, they quickly covered their mouths and fell silent. Safe? It's anything but. Lin Chia said coolly. In a swift motion, he drew his blade, and before the terrified eyes of the girls, he instantly severed the head of one of them. A grotesque, bloodied head fell to the floor. Chapter 54. The Clever Ones. Silence. You killed Xiao. She is no longer herself. Can't you see? The two girls, having witnessed their companion who had just sheltered with them transform into a monster and be cleaved in two, were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Lin Chia, with a hint of reluctance, helped them out of the restroom, where a small group of boys and girls had gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Chia emerge with the two girls, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Is there really someone inside? Senior Chia, you're incredible. You could tell there were people in there from 10 meters away. Are you a practitioner? Can you take me with you? What are you standing there for? Is it time for a chat? Come here and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd react, hastily rushing forward to assist the two young girls who had just been rescued. Both were survivors saved by Lin Chia from the corners of the 1st year and the 3rd district, alongside several other girls who, like these two, had been petrified with fear. Fortunately, most of the boys remained relatively strong and did not succumb to the terror that rendered them immobile. What shall we do next? Senior Chia? The search and rescue of the two teaching buildings had been completed. You all should hide in the auditorium we just passed. I have cleared it out. Lin Chia replied calmly. And you? The 2nd-year teaching building is the epicenter of the disaster. I must go and rescue more people. Can I accompany you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can help. A sturdy-looking boy interjected. No need. I will go alone. Lin Chia shook his head, gesturing towards the girl in the group whose legs had turned to jelly. Your fire axe should be used to protect them. Very well. Without lingering further, Lin Chia offered a few final instructions before sprinting down the stairs, heading toward the depths of the 2nd-year teaching building. Monsters concealed in that area accounted for approximately 60% of the entire school, and nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the outbreak of the monsters throughout the school. Heaven knows what chaos had unfolded in the 2nd-year building. I hope they exhibit some wisdom. Hurry, boys. Push the desks and chairs into the corridor and block it off. Come on, everyone. Put in some effort. We cannot allow them to break through. What about the girls? Stop screaming. Come and bandage the injured. What? There are still a few survivors on the 3rd floor. Damn it, Axe Squad. Charge with me. Mr. Wong, I entrust this floor to you. On the chaotic 5th floor balcony, Li Yifei shouted, his voice echoing as the majority of the 2nd-year students had gathered on this level. The tightly packed desks and chairs completely obstructed the corridors on either side, as dozens of monsters relentlessly bombarded below. The bespectacled Mr. Wong nodded solemnly. Rest assured. This floor is in my hands. All those years of playing tower defense games have not been in vain. Li Yifei seized a fire axe and slung it over his shoulder, calling out to the opposite corridor. A few robust boys, similarly armed with fire axes, steel rods, or tennis rackets, rushed over swiftly. There are over 20 students trapped in Class 8 on the 3rd floor. We must rescue them. Li Yifei succinctly explained the situation. Several boys rapidly fashioned a makeshift rope from their clothing, securing it to the railing in the corridor, allowing it to dangle straight down. After tugging on it to ensure its sturdiness, Li Yifei was the first to climb onto the railing, gripping the thick rope tightly and inching downwards, mimicking the scenes he had seen on television. The boys behind followed suit. Though slightly anxious, they managed to maintain order. Mr. Wong, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl watched the unfolding scene with concern. Mr. Wong cast a profound glance at them and sighed, questioning how there could be no danger. Yet, I have faith in his abilities. Li Yifei is so handsome. How did I not notice it before? Whispered a girl beside him. Throughout history, in every dark epoch, there have always been individuals, once obscure, who emerged as guiding lights for the masses. Students like Li Yifei, who often appeared hopeless, possessed a unique potential in this environment that others could not replace. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem. Perhaps one day, they will shine brilliantly. Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, and as if realizing something, turned to admonish the girl. By the way, early romantic relationships are prohibited. Li Yifei and his companions, following a thick rope, successfully descended to the third-floor corridor. At that moment, most of the monsters were drawn to the staircase between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only 2 monsters at the entrance of Class 8's classroom. All doors and windows of Class 8 had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the monsters from breaking in and confining them outside the classroom. It was not just Li Yifei who was clever. The commotion from their arrival in the corridor was minimal, and the 2 monsters were oblivious to their presence until the group stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, the monsters turned around, spotting Li Yifei and the others, baring their menacing jaws, ready to attack. "Hold your ground," Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom and yelled as they charged at the 2 monsters. While the monsters were adept at devouring humans, their strength was not significantly greater than that of an average person. Under the relentless assault of the boys wielding chairs, the monsters were momentarily halted, though their sharp, interlocking teeth swiftly rendered the chairs into splinters. In that fleeting moment, the remaining boys surged forward, swinging fire axes and clubs recklessly toward the monsters' jaws. After a furious onslaught, the monsters convulsed and fell lifeless to the ground, their heads shattered beyond recognition. The boys gasped for breath, their lips curling into uncontrollable smiles, their eyes alight with exhilaration. United in their efforts, they had vanquished 2 terrifying monsters. "Quickly, we must save the others." Li Yifei rushed to the classroom door and knocked urgently. The students inside Class 8 had been peering through the gaps between the desks, anxiously observing the outside commotion. Upon witnessing that Li Yifei and his group had indeed slain the monsters, they swiftly opened a door, allowing several boys to step outside. "I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate," Li Yifei urged. "Evacuate? Where can we go?" The leading boy shook his head, pointing towards the first floor, now completely overrun with at least 10 monsters. "We cannot break through. You managed to defeat 2. Can you defeat 10? We must retreat upwards." Li Yifei spoke earnestly. "We have eradicated the monsters on the 5th floor and barricaded the corridors with desks and chairs. Most of the students are now hiding there." "The 5th floor?" The boy chuckled. "Let me ask you, which floor are we currently on?" "The 3rd floor. Where are the monsters congregating?" "On the 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors." "Then, according to your assertion, if we attempt to break through to the 5th floor, how will we circumvent the monsters that are densely amassed on the 4th floor? Even if we successfully escape from the 4th floor, as you have mentioned, the corridors on the 5th floor are completely sealed. Will you really have time to open the door for us, allowing everyone to pass through before sealing it again?" He pointed at the thick rope hanging in the corridor on the 3rd floor. "Or do you believe that all 28 of us can ascend to the 5th floor using this rope?" Li Yifei was rendered speechless. Chapter 55. In Qingyu, 3rd day of the premiere, for updates today. "I hadn't anticipated so much," Li Yifei sighed. "We are grateful for your willingness to come down and save us." The boy slightly bowed, but regrettably, "Your evacuation plan is not feasible." "Then do you have a better solution?" "Hold our ground." His voice was remarkably calm. Although these monsters appeared terrifying, they were not so formidable that we were utterly incapable of resisting. As long as we continuously reinforce the barricades on the doors and windows, stalling them should not pose a problem. I believe that soon, specialized individuals will come to our rescue." Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing the bespectacled boy who appeared rather refined. "I still do not know your name." "In Qingyu." "In Qingyu? Are you the top student in the city, in Qingyu?" Li Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Academic achievements are of little consequence to me." And Qingyu's gaze fell upon the grotesque remnants of flesh and blood outside the corridor, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined." For some reason, the intensity in Li Yifei's heart made him feel uneasy. "Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall return to the 5th floor." Li Yifei turned to leave, for he felt his presence was no longer needed here, and there were still numerous students on the 5th floor. "I believe you may not be able to leave just yet." And Qingyu walked to the window, pointing towards 3 monsters barreling down the right corridor, while 3 more had crawled up from the left corridor. They were surrounded. The most critical moment came when one of the monsters, while traversing the corridor, casually shredded the rope that dangled outside, completely severing Li Yifei and the other's escape route. Li Yifei's pupils constricted abruptly, They might be able to slay 2 monsters using chairs and a fire axe, but facing 6 simultaneously would undoubtedly spell their doom. Quick! Reinforce the barricade with the desks and chairs. The boys in the classroom swiftly rearranged the desks and chairs that had been pushed aside, and soon those monstrous creatures approached the outer edge of the classroom, incessantly shaking the furniture with their bodies and sharp teeth, threatening to topple it over. Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength, bracing against the desks and chairs, their faces turning a deep shade of purple, inside and outside the classroom. This was a struggle that wagered dozens of lives. The girls in the classroom appeared pale, screaming as they huddled in the corners, while the expressions of the other boys were equally grim. Only the frail and Qingyu stood to the side, furrowing her brow as she observed the scene before her, seemingly lost in thought. The death of 2 monsters was immediately followed by the emergence of 6 more, indicating that these creatures were governed by a central intelligence that interconnected their subordinate minds, possessing an intellect rivaling that of humans. However, how did they know to sever the thick rope? Assuming all monsters could share visual information, Li Yifei and his companions should have been invisible to them when they descended from the rope to the corridor. How could they possibly know that the thick rope was the nexus connecting the 2 floors? Just as Qingyu pondered this alone, the front line, led by Li Yifei and his group, gritted their teeth as they felt the overwhelming pressure pushing them backward. Damn it, we can't hold on much longer. Just as exhaustion threatened to overtake them, a figure swiftly darted past the window, a pale blue gleam slicing through the air like a crescent moon. And in the next moment, a grotesque monster's head was sent soaring. Before the remaining 5 monsters could react, the figure altered its stride, twisting its body into an oddly contorted position, and struck with its blade. The sword cleaved through the nearest monster from shoulder to waist, severing it in 2. Blood gushed forth, and the 4 remaining monsters finally reacted, howling as they lunged towards that figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted from the person's eyes, resembling a furnace ablaze, blindingly radiant. An overwhelming aura surged forth like the tide, crashing against the minds of the 4 monsters. Their movements faltered in unison. Then, a pale blue flash of the blade struck again, tracing a smooth arc like a crescent moon, simultaneously slicing through the necks of the 4 monsters. The entire sequence unfolded fluidly, without the slightest pause. Although the youth had retreated swiftly, the splattered blood stained his school uniform a deep crimson. He frowned slightly as the fiery glow in his eyes gradually dimmed, vanishing without a trace. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood by, utterly astonished. What had they just witnessed? A high school student, clad in the same uniform, had felled 6 monsters with just a few strikes. "Jie, you have finally arrived," Li Yifei exclaimed upon seeing the figure, his voice tinged with a hint of plaintive emotion. "I thought you had abandoned me and fled. Spare me the sentimental remarks." Lin Xia silently rolled her eyes. "Are you here to save us?" An excited voice asked from the crowd. "I suppose so," Lin Xia nodded, turning to Li Yifei. "Briefly explain the situation to me." "All right." Li Yifei organized his thoughts and began. After that strange scream, the majority of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. We on the 4th floor fared somewhat better. However, on the 1st floor, half of a class transformed into monsters, slaughtering their classmates and completely blocking the stairs. We had no way to escape the school. Some attempted to jump from the 2nd floor, but they were torn to shreds upon landing. Consequently, nearly all the students began to flee upward. I led a group of capable boys and exterminated several monsters on the 5th floor. After escorting most students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, we barricaded the corridor and held our ground. Later, we heard there were survivors on the 3rd floor, so we descended. Lin Xia inquired, "What did you do about those whose status as monsters was uncertain?" "Fortunately, you had previously informed me that Han Ruo was also a monster. She had transformed but was mingling with the crowd, and I spotted her immediately. To avoid alarming anyone, I confined her, along with a few boys who had interacted with her frequently and some girls from the same dormitory, in a classroom under close supervision." After listening, Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. "Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, the number of deceased students would have been even greater." Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. "With such impressive performance, I should have no trouble joining the night watch, right?" "Not a significant issue," Lin Xia replied, seemingly aware of someone's gaze. She turned to meet the eyes of a bespectacled, frail-looking boy. From his expression, Lin Xia discerned a sentiment distinct from that of the others. While most regarded him with fear, awe, admiration, or infatuation, this boy's gaze resembled that of someone who had encountered a rare species. eager to take him back for dissection and study. "Who are you?" Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. And Qingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand politely. "Hello. My name is Qingyu." Lin Qiye hesitated momentarily before shaking his hand. Lin Qiye. Chapter 56. Nanda Snake Demon. And Qingyu opened his mouth, seemingly about to ask something. But after a brief moment of hesitation, he wisely chose to remain silent. He was intrigued by Lin Qiye's identity and her extraordinary combat prowess. But under the scrutiny of many, he doubted Lin Qiye would divulge anything, fearing it might provoke her displeasure. "Qiye, this is the rare genius of Chang'an City. A treasure of No. 2 high school. Have you heard of his name?" Li Yifei interjected. "I have not," Lin Qiye replied coolly. "Now is not the time for such discussions. First, let us escort these students to the auditorium. It is comparatively safer there." Li Yifei was taken aback. Yet he soon realized the folly of his question, stating, "But we cannot descend. There are numerous monsters on the first floor." Lin Qiye, with a gaze reminiscent of one looking at a fool, remarked, "Indeed, they are all dead. How do you think I made it up here? You're truly formidable." Li Yifei replied, managing a grin. "So, do you intend to ascend further to rescue others?" "Of course," came the prompt response. "I shall accompany you," Li Yifei declared resolutely. "Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance, and presently they have more faith in me. I can assist you in managing the situation." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye nodded and said, "Very well, bring your axe-wielding squad and come with me." Though outwardly unchanged after a day of combat, Lin Qiye had already slain nearly 20 monsters, and both his physical and mental stamina were severely depleted. He was fatigued. With Li Yifei and his axe squad by his side, the burden would be alleviated significantly. "I wish to join as well," and Qingyu suddenly interjected. "You? I can assist you in strategizing and analyzing the monster's behavioral patterns," and Qingyu stated calmly, her gaze unwavering as she met Lin Qiye's eyes without a hint of retreat. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Qiye and whispered, "I believe this kid is quite astute." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye slightly nodded. "Very well. But let it be clear that I cannot guarantee your safety. Since he already had an entire axe squad, adding another person would not make much difference." "No problem. I am not afraid of death," and Qingyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After Lin Qiye issued instructions to the others in his class, he directed them to proceed to the auditorium. The auditorium was not far from the sophomore teaching building, and given that Lin Qiye had just cleared out the monsters, they were unlikely to encounter further danger. "Li Yifei, what is it? How is the situation upstairs?" "All is well. Blocking the monsters on the 4th floor should not pose a problem." "Good, then let us rest here for a while." Lin Qiye casually found a chair to sit upon. The 4th floor was teeming with monsters, and to force his way through, he needed ample physical and mental energy. "Sister Hongying, how fares your end?" Lin Qiye inquired as he activated his earpiece. "I did not capture it. I pursued it through most of the school. But it eventually vanished into the woods behind your school." Hongying's voice on the other end sounded somewhat disheartened. Lin Qiye felt his heart sink once more. As long as the entity remained alive, this incident would not conclude. Even if he were to eradicate each monster within the school, it would merely be a temporary solution. "And where are you now?" "We are attempting to trace the monster's tracks. We shall continue the pursuit. As long as Wu Jiekongyu persists, it cannot escape this school." "Understood." Indeed, Wu Xiangnan has uncovered the true nature of this creature. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This monstrous entity is identified as the Nantua serpent demon, a being rooted in rural folklore. Despite Wu Xiangnan's exhaustive search through mythological texts, he found no reference to it until he stumbled upon fragmented passages in a tattered ancient tome. The Nantua serpent demon? This serpent possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. Once it engulfs a creature, it can implant its offspring within, transforming the host into a vessel for its progeny, thereby manipulating their actions. However, the production of offspring is limited. Even the original can only produce 1 serpent seed per day, while the progeny take 3 days to mature, and both the original and its offspring possess limited combat capabilities, at least during their juvenile stages. So that is the case. Lin Qiye stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears that this serpent demon has existed far longer than he initially presumed. With such a multitude of serpent offspring, it may have lingered within this school for over a month. It is remarkably cautious and prudent. As Lin Qiye pondered these revelations, and Qingyu silently approached his side. "Is there something you wish to ask?" "I have a question. If you intend to inquire whether I am a superhero or an immortal cultivator, I would advise against it." "No, my question pertains to whether such creatures exist unbeknownst to us." and Xingyu indicated towards the dismembered monstrosity outside. Lin Xie hesitated momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Then why are we able to live so leisurely and comfortably? Lin Xie met his gaze, speaking slowly. Because there are those who stand guard over humanity during the dark of night. Logically, Lin Xie should not have answered this question, however. Since they would inevitably come to remember it clearly, the timing seemed inconsequential. Still, he could divulge no more. I see, and Xingyu nodded. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? And Xingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. I merely find it fascinating. Fascinating. Thus, this world harbors not only science, but also such extraordinary beings. And Xingyu licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the carcass of the creature in the corridor. I truly wish to bring them back and conduct dissections for research. Are you still just a high school student? And what of it? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student is confined to studying only high school subjects? And Xingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years learning monotonous, simplistic knowledge is merely a waste of life. Then what do you intend? I recently completed a master's in biology. And in the latter half of the year, I plan to pursue a doctorate, focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with some interest in clinical medicine. Lin Xie stared at Xingyu in astonishment, finally managing to utter a few words. My apologies for the intrusion. Is it truly possible that such prodigious beings exist in this world? Lin Xie had always considered himself reasonably clever, but in comparison to the boy before him, the term clever appeared utterly feeble. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and strode towards the classroom door. It was time to rescue someone. The others gathered their weapons, following Lin Xie with fierce determination. Even Xingyu rummaged through a drawer to retrieve a fruit knife, smiling as she joined the group. Her expression suggested that they were not heading to battle monsters, but rather to dissect them into 18 pieces for study. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness on the 5th floor. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan. Ruoro, I'm here. In the corner of the classroom, Han Ruoro leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes reddened. Lips pressed together like a frightened little deer. Why did Lu Yuan and the others confine us? Li Yifei said there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, glaring intensely at several boys outside the window. Lu Yuan, I am so scared. Lu Yuan gazed into her pitiful eyes. Feeling his heart melt, within him, his resentment towards Lin Xie burned like an uncontrollable inferno. Why? Han Ruo should have been mine. You, an outsider who has only been here a few days, how dare you be with her? I refuse to accept this. Suppressing the flames of his anger, Lu Yuan spoke gently to Han Ruo. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It will be all right. Lu Yuan, you are so kind. Han Ruo rested her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze somewhat forlorn, unlike Lin Xie, who would run away at the first sign of danger. Utterly indifferent to her. Lin Xie? He is nothing but scum, Lu Yuan scoffed. I have made up my mind. Han Ruo lifted her head. Gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, her cheeks flushed with color. I want to break up with him. A man like that is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan trembled. A glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. And you. I still prefer you. The one who can give me a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. He abruptly pulled Han Ruo into his embrace and solemnly declared, Ruo, I like you. Be my girlfriend. I promise I will be 100 times better than that Lin Xie. Han Ruo softly replied with an and nodded slightly, leaning back into his embrace. Lu Yuan was elated. Lu Yuan, what's wrong? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Lu Yuan paused, looking at the boys standing outside the door. His expression conflicted. However, they won't let us leave. There might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I'm a monster? Han Ruo looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her expression filled with a sense of injustice, as if she were on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and resolutely shook his head. No. Are you a monster? Neither am I. So why must we remain here? Is it because Li Yifei has ordered us to? What right does he have to declare that we have problems? Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand, her voice trembling with tears. Lu Yuan, I truly do not wish to stay here any longer. Please take me away. Each word she uttered resonated deeply within Lu Yuan's heart, and coupled with her pitiful gaze, it ignited an overwhelming desire to protect her. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, firmly holding Han Ruo's hand. Rest assured, I will take you out of here. I shall prove to you that I am a man of greater courage than Lin Xie. With that, he led her to the classroom door and knocked resolutely. Lu Yuan. What are you doing? A man outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed. You cannot leave. Li Yifei claims there are monsters among you. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yuan pointed an accusatory finger at the boy, Li Chong. Open your eyes and see. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruoruo. We are classmates. Just because Li Yifei said so, you imprison us here? Do you know what this is called? It is illegal confinement. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is mad. If he chooses to break the law, must you follow suit? Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire floor, drawing the attention of all the students. The expressions of the few students guarding Lu Yuan and the others shifted, revealing their hesitation. After all, they were still students, and they felt uneasy about the act of imprisoning their peers. It seemed rather excessive. Lu Yuan. Do not make baseless accusations. This is a special situation. As you can see, so many classmates have turned into monsters. Who can guarantee that you are not among them? Li Chong stood his ground. Why are we the ones suspected? Lu Yuan scoffed, gesturing toward everyone present. You all have your own suspicions, do you not? How does Li Yifei know there are monsters among us? Does he possess the ability to see through walls? Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, a thunderous crash resonated from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts dropped, and they all turned in unison, their eyes filled with terror. Could it be that the monsters had breached the defenses? It was Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was fiercely battling the monsters, with Li Yifei and the others following behind him. Gasps echoed from the corridor, and all exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Qiye? Killing monsters? Boom. Another resounding crash occurred. As desks and chairs in the hallway toppled like a mountain, the cacophony sending the surrounding students retreating in fear, the rising dust clouding their vision. As the dust settled, a blood-stained boy in school uniform emerged, a knife clutched in his right hand, his eyes ablaze like a furnace. The instant one gazes into those eyes, it feels as if all present are ensnared by an ancient beast, paralyzed in silence. The golden light in Lin Qiye's eyes gradually faded, and the heavy stone that had pressed upon everyone's hearts vanished without a trace. Behind him, several boys began to appear, including Li Yifei and Qingyu. Li Yifei? How did you all come up from there? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? A voice from the crowd, regaining its composure, echoed with urgency. Li Yifei, wielding a fire axe, chuckled, they're all dead. My brother Qiye cleared the entire 4th floor, and now the whole building is spotless. All eyes turned to Lin Qiye, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Did he truly single-handedly vanquish so many monsters? Is it real? Just look at the blade in his hand and the blood on him. It must be true. Wow. Did you see his eyes just now? So cool. What is that? Superpower? As the whispers of astonishment surrounded Lin Qiye, his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Lu Yuan, who was brimming with righteous indignation. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively took a half-step back. Lin Qiye, expressionless and with his weapon in hand, began to approach Lu Yuan. Instinctively, all the students in the corridor parted to grant him passage, and the murmurs dwindled to silence. When Lin Qiye stood before Lu Yuan, the corridor fell into an eerie hush. What do you want? Lu Yuan stammered under Lin Qiye's intense gaze. I'm telling you, Han Ruoruo has already broken up with you. She is my girlfriend now. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to the status of anyone's girlfriend. I've heard you wish to take her away? Beside him, Han Ruoruo lowered her head, avoiding Lin Qiye's penetrating stare. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. Indeed. I intend to take her away. Do you want to stop me? Lin Qiye merely observed him silently, and after a moment, let out a cold chuckle. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I won't impede you. You are free to leave. Additionally, I wish you happiness. Chapter 58. Admiration. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Qiye to so readily allow him to depart. Could it be that he feared him? Had he not radiated a particularly strong presence just moments ago? Contemplating this, Lu Yuan instinctively straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye, and with a huff, he took Han Ruoruo's hand and strode confidently away. Once the duo's figures disappeared into the corridor, a boy from the Axe Squad approached Lin Qiye and whispered, Brother Qiye, are you truly letting them go just like that? He has stolen your girlfriend. Shall we teach him a lesson? The members of the Axe team bore witness to Lin Qiye's formidable combat prowess, and at this moment, they regarded him with almost divine reverence. Seeing Lu Yuan so brazenly escorting Han Ruoruo away stirred a sense of indignation within them. No need for that. Han Ruoruo is not my girlfriend. Lin Qiye remarked with a faint smile, casting a lingering glance in the direction where the two had departed. In fact, I am quite pleased at this moment, truly. The young man shot Lin Qiye a surprised look, his expression turning peculiarly inquisitive. Goodness, Could it be that Brother Qi has such a penchant? Li Yifei suppressed a laugh, patting Lin Qi on the shoulder. Congratulations on realizing your wish. Indeed. Lin Qi turned his gaze towards the students milling about in the corridor. Is this everyone? Yes. All the survivors from the second year are present. Li Yifei confirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Qi's ear. Among them, is there? No. Lin Qi's lips curled into a slight smile. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Haha, that's splendid. Lin Qi declared. Take them to the grand auditorium. Once we have eliminated the non-Tua snake demon's true form, we can depart. He addressed Li Yifei and to Qingyu. All right, I'll inform them at once. Li Yifei stepped forward to explain to the assembled students, while Lin Qi moved to the edge of the railing, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Have you not yet located the true form? Lin Qi turned upon hearing Qingyu's voice and nodded slightly. You followed me all this way. Have you discovered anything? After a moment of silence, Qingyu leaned closer to Lin Qi's ear and whispered softly, prompting Lin Qi's expression to tighten with concern. Are you certain? Uncertain, Qingyu shook her head. My understanding of such creatures is insufficient to yield an accurate assessment. I see. I have a request, Qingyu spoke again. What is it? I want that. Qingyu pointed towards Lin Qi's waistband. Lin Qi's expression shifted. I meant the gun. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qi retrieved his handgun from his pocket and handed it to Qingyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Are you capable of using this? I learned from television. That should suffice. Your skills should surpass mine, Lin Qi sighed. Qingyu quietly tucked the handgun into her pocket. Let us hope I won't need it. A moment later, Li Yifei returned, leading the students from the 5th floor. They're all here. Take them to the grand auditorium. The monsters in the school should be mostly eradicated, so there shouldn't be any danger. I must search for the true form of the non-Tua snake demon, Lin Qi instructed. Leave it to me, Li Yifei replied confidently. Lin Qi nodded. And with a swift motion, he vanished into the corridor. As Lin Qi departed, a throng of individuals gathered around Li Yifei, each clamoring to inquire. Li Yifei? You ventured down to rescue others. What transpired? Indeed. How did Lin Qi appear so suddenly? Did he truly vanquish all the monsters single-handedly? Surely. Did you not catch the pungent scent of blood emanating from him? It is overwhelmingly intense. How did he accomplish this? Who exactly is he? Li Yifei gazed at the group of starry-eyed girls and silently rolled his eyes, contemplating that they could always ask him later. With that, he turned and walked away. Humph. You girls, once you leave this place, your memories will be wiped clean, and it would be a miracle if you still remember Lin Qi, he mused inwardly. With the monsters eradicated, a sense of relief washed over everyone, and the discussions among the girls regarding the enigmatic Lin Qi grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the Axe Squad, who had accompanied Lin Qi in dispatching monsters, could not resist joining in, animatedly recounting tales of Lin Qi's prowess, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them and casually uttered, "No early romances." The girls responded with a chorus of disbelief. Lin Qi, carrying a straight sword, swiftly navigated the campus, reaching for his earpiece. Sister Hongying, what is the update? We've discovered some traces. The snake demon seems to have headed north. North? Lin Qi paused, pondering the possible locations. Dining hall, art building, playground, or academic building. Uncertain, Xiaonan and I are searching the dining hall. All right. I shall check the art building. Lin Qi altered his course and dashed towards the art building. The art building was a recent addition to the school, completed approximately 5 or 6 years ago. In light of a nationwide initiative promoting the simultaneous development of student culture and the arts, the school had invested heavily in its construction. However, once it was built, students scarcely attended art classes, as if the teachers mysteriously fell ill whenever an art class was scheduled. The art building, though only 3 stories tall, housed a variety of rooms dedicated to different disciplines, including sketching, sculpture, and dance. Lin Qi swiftly traversed the first-floor corridor but sensed nothing amiss. Upon reaching the second floor, a vivid scene suddenly unfolded in his mind's eye, causing his expression to transform with intrigue. Ruo, why don't we escape the school and hide in the piano room? Lu Yuan, cradling Han Ruo in his arms, discreetly glanced out the window and whispered. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied sweetly, "What is the point of going outside? It's far more serene here. I can engage in some rather interesting activities." Lu Yuan felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, rendering him pleasantly numb as he swallowed hard. What activities? As Han Ruoruo leaned close to his ear, her soft voice penetrated Lu Yuan's consciousness, igniting a yearning within him. There are still monsters outside. This cannot be good, can it? Lu Yuan felt a surge of forbidden desire rising within him, yet reason cautioned against yielding to temptation. What is so wrong? Han Ruo wrapped her arms around him, her tongue gently brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Just as his last shred of rationality was about to be extinguished, and his hands were poised to wander over her form, Han Ruoruo whispered the latter half of her sentence. Do you not wish to be devoured by me? With a sinister grin, a grotesque, bloodied visage emerged inches from Lu Yuan's face, its jagged teeth sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He opened his mouth, unleashing a desperate scream, thrashing wildly to escape Han Ruoruo's grasp, yet he found himself utterly ensnared. Ruoruo, how could you? No, please. I beg you. I do not wish to die. In that moment, he recalled the arrogance with which he had descended from the 5th floor. Perhaps had he not left, he would not find himself in such dire straits now. Lin Chiye, save me. Amid Lu Yuan's frantic cries, a crisp sound of a door opening echoed. Both Han Ruoruo and Lu Yuan paused, turning their heads in unison. There stood Lin Chiye, armed with a straight blade, quietly observing the scene before him. Lin Chiye. Ruoruo is a monster. Quickly, save me. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, a surge of strength propelling him to struggle frantically against Ruoruo's embrace. Lin Chiye scratched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue. With a resounding slam, the door to the music room was forcefully shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A blood-curdling scream erupted from within the music room. Unfazed, Lin Chiye leaned casually against the corridor railing and yawned. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. That should suffice. He murmured softly before stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside, the serpent spawn, transformed from Han Ruo, regarded him with vigilance, while Lu Yuan lay still on the floor and scathed. Rather than tearing him apart, it seemed better to plant a serpent seed within him. Lin Chiye smiled as he reached behind him. With a soft whisper, the blade was drawn. At that moment, Lu Yuan sat up abruptly, his gaze fixed on Lin Chiye, resentment flickering in his eyes. He rose in a grotesque manner, his head splitting open to reveal a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, roaring at Lin Chiye. Roar! Before he could call out several times. Lin Chiye had already drawn his blade, thrusting it fiercely into the creature's mouth and twisting it with force. Lu Yuan's serpent demon progeny let out a mournful cry as blood gushed forth, completely shattering its massive maw. Lin Chiye sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan, and calmly spoke. Now, I can strike you without any psychological burden. With those words, he turned to the restless Han Ruoruo, who, upon noticing Lin Chiye's gaze, opened her enormous mouth and let out a roar, bending slightly as if preparing for battle. Do not rush. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you may very well be the last serpent demon progeny in this school. Lin Chiye waved the sheathed straight sword in his hand, indicating he bore no ill intent. Nanda serpent demon, I know your true form can perceive me through this vessel. Why not retract your fierce demeanor so we can have a proper conversation? After a brief pause, the bloody visage of the serpent demon progeny before him began to close, its scalp and bones reconstituting, the bloodlines gradually fading as its skin stitched itself together, soon transforming back into Han Ruo's likeness. Standing there expressionless, she stated, I have nothing to discuss with the night watchman. You truly are remarkable, Lin Chiye remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, despite claiming there is nothing to discuss, you ultimately chose to revert back, did you not? Was it merely to utter these trivialities? Han Ruoruo frowned slightly, the bloodlines reappearing on her face, as if she were on the verge of transforming once more. You seem well acquainted with this society, if I am not mistaken. You must have descended upon this city long ago. Lin Chiye gazed into Han Ruoruo's eyes, attempting to discern something within. Unfortunately, the current Han Ruoruo was merely a puppet. The entity truly conversing with Lin Chiye was the Nanda serpent demon, whose whereabouts were unknown, rendering any insights from Han Ruo's face elusive. And what of it? Han Ruoruo retorted. I do not comprehend. With your formidable talent for disguise, had you not proliferated your progeny within the school on a grand scale, we might not have discovered you for another decade. You could have seamlessly integrated into human society, discreetly leaving your serpent seed among the affluent, basking in opulence at your leisure. You possess extraordinary advantages to thrive comfortably among humans, yet why, from half a month to a month ago, Did you suddenly choose to cultivate your progeny extensively? Lin Xie furrowed his brow, voicing his curiosity. Reproduction is the instinct of my kind, Han Ruoro replied coolly. Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it will willingly remain silent? Other mysteries may be unwilling, but you are different, Lin Xie asserted. You possess extraordinary intelligence and are exceedingly cautious. All high-intelligence beings have the capacity to suppress their innate instincts. What a ridiculous logic, Han Ruoro scoffed. Since you delight in deduction, allow me to pose a question for you. Please, go ahead. In this isolated school, 3 sentinels exist, the girl wielding a long spear. The girl capable of healing, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear is known as Qi Jing. I am unable to plant a serpent seed within her. The other girl remains constantly by her side, making it equally impossible for me to act. However, if I were to eliminate you, the Souljanjing here, and implant a serpent seed within you, do you believe they would notice? Han Ruoro's smile split her face. A grotesque and terrifying grin. Lin Xie's pupils constricted abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the nearby open space. In the next instant, a colossal black figure shattered the wall behind him, rushing past the very spot where Lin Xie had just stood. A thick serpent tail crashed down heavily, creating a deep crater in the ground. Utilizing the momentum, Lin Xie rolled across the ground and swiftly regained his feet. His right hand resting firmly on the hilt of his blade, his expression grave. Before him coiled a creature, its body adorned with black scales. A hybrid of human and serpent, its enchanting vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Xie. The Nanda Serpent Demon, you are attempting to extract information from me, while I, in turn, am buying time. The Nanda Serpent Demon hissed, its voice resonating from within its form. Sister Hongying. The Nanda Serpent Demon has appeared in the music room of the art building. Lin Xie unsheathed his straight blade, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed the Serpent Demon. I understand. I shall arrive immediately. Hold on for a moment longer. Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by the sound of rushing wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda Serpent Demon scuttled rapidly across the floor, its tail sweeping through the music room, demolishing pianos with ease. Its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. As the Serpent Demon struck, Lin Xie instinctively reacted, darting sideways to evade. The serpent's claws struck the wall where Lin Xie had once stood, carving deep gashes as though it were slicing through tofu. Steadying himself, Lin Xie glanced at the nearly punctured wall, his expression darkening as he cursed under his breath. Is this what you call a weak body and low combat power? Just as Lin Xie narrowly avoided a claw strike, a robust serpent tail surged from the side. He swung his blade with lightning speed, colliding with the tail. A resounding clash echoed, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the black scales, and an immense force sent Lin Xie staggering, nearly toppling him to the ground. He managed to stabilize himself, noticing a shallow cut etched onto the serpent's tail. Its strength is somewhat less than I anticipated, and its defense pales in comparison to that of the Ghost-Face King, Lin Xie mused, narrowing his eyes. Aside from its formidable attack power, it seems it is not insurmountable. Chapter 60. A shot through even though night has yet to fall, preventing the activation of Starry Night Dancer. It appears that with Lin Xie's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instinct, engaging with the Nanda Serpent Demon should not prove overly challenging. However, the predicament lies in the confines of the piano room, where the space is inherently restricted, significantly impeding Lin Xie's ability to evade. Thus, Lin Xie resolutely dashed out the door, racing towards the exterior of the art building. Just as he exited, the Serpent Demon forcefully smashed through the walls of the piano room, its elongated form swiftly slithering along the corridor, reaching above Lin Xie in mere moments. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the demon's razor-sharp claws descended towards Lin Xie's neck. Yet, with an instinctive agility, Lin Xie performed a rapid roll forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Following this, he utilized the momentum to spring upwards from the ground, gripping the hilt of his straight blade tightly, raising the blade upwards, and accurately thrusting it towards the demon's abdomen. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as if meticulously choreographed in advance. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed as it twisted its body to evade a critical injury. Nevertheless, the blade still pierced its flesh, leaving a deep gash. Letting out a piercing shriek, the demon coiled its body, simultaneously snapping its fearsome jaws towards Lin Xie, who swiftly positioned the blade in front of him. However, the demon's biting force was overwhelmingly powerful, clamping down on the blade while lifting its head and violently shaking, ultimately flinging Lin Xie, along with the blade, across the room. Lin Xie's body crashed through a pane of glass before hurtling down the corridor, plummeting straight from the second floor. Fortunately, below lay a vast expanse of greenery. And as he descended, he managed to grasp a tree branch, gently swinging to dissipate much of the impact, landing on the grass below, stumbling to regain his balance. Lin Qiye felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the previous encounters had not caused serious injury, the pain was undeniably real. Meanwhile, the serpent demon shattered the window and leapt from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the dark crimson sky, directly reaching for Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye swiftly retreated, evading the demon's descent, and as if foreseeing the future, advanced once more, his blade striking accurately at the demon's neck. A series of harsh clashing sounds reverberated as Lin Qiye's blade met the demon's claws in a fierce exchange, just as the demon prepared to retaliate. A blinding golden light erupted from Lin Qiye's eyes. An overwhelming aura silently flooded the demon's mind. A suppression stemming from a higher plane of existence that momentarily scattered its focus, causing its body to halt abruptly. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Qiye swung his blade in a cross pattern, striking the demon's chest and leaving 2 bloody gashes. The serpent demon recoiled in pain, retreating several meters, its serpentine eyes fixed intently on Lin Qiye, seemingly astonished that this seemingly unassuming youth possessed such formidable combat prowess. It began to waver. Continue fighting, yet victory seems elusive. Moreover, if the other 2 Night Watchers arrive, its demise is inevitable. But if this opportunity is missed, will it ever have a chance for redemption? As it wrestled with these thoughts, a graceful figure dashed towards it like an arrow from the distance, rose-colored flames blossoming beneath her feet, her speed astonishing. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile graced Lin Qiye's lips. The moment the serpent demon, Nantua, caught sight of her, all hesitation vanished. It turned and swiftly crawled towards the art building, disappearing within mere moments, its form concealed by the walls and rooms. Where could it be? Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, called out from 100 meters away. The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It has opened the window and is preparing to escape. Nantua's every movement remained within Lin Qiye's perception. He fixated on that classroom and replied, "Understood." Utilizing her momentum, Hong Ying slightly bent her legs and leaped forth like a cannonball, the rose-hued flames roaring beneath her. In a single bound, she soared 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved her long spear from her back, a torrid wave of fire erupting around her. She lightly tossed the spear before her, twisting in midair. Her high-bun hair dancing in the wind, the spear naturally rotating. As the spear's tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying's right foot, propelled by her rotation, struck the end of the spear with tremendous force, enveloped in raging flames. Thus, a spear entwined with fire cleaved through the sky like lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air, directly aimed at that classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red beam pierced through the entire art building, creating a massive void with a radius of 5 meters. The spear penetrated the swiftly crawling Nantua, nailing it to the ground and creating a colossal pit. Dust and debris soared into the air. Lin Qiye stood below the art building, staring in disbelief at the destruction wrought by the spear, his mind in a daze. In that moment, he finally understood why others deemed Nantua's combat prowess as feeble. As Hong Ying descended from the air, she walked straight to Lin Qiye, meticulously circling him. Her voice laced with concern. "Are you injured, Qiye?" "And no." "That's good." Hong Ying patted his shoulder and approached Nantua. "Come, let us see. If all goes as expected, it should be dead." The 2 made their way to the back of the art building, where they found Nantua impaled in the ground within an exaggeratedly large pit. Hong Ying stepped forward, extracting the long spear and resting it upon her shoulder, kicking Nantua's lifeless body. "Indeed, it is dead." Hong Ying nodded contentedly, stretching her limbs as she finally concluded her exhausting day of mental exertion. How splendid it would have been had this battle concluded earlier. With her spear in hand, she leisurely climbed out of the pit, brushing the dust off her uniform. "Seventh night. Come on, sister will treat you to dinner," she exclaimed with a beaming smile, seemingly recalling something. "After all, it was your first successful mission. A celebration was in order, wasn't it?" As she took a few steps forward, she sensed something amiss and turned back, only to find Lin Qiye still standing in that vast pit. "What's wrong?" Hong Ying inquired. Approaching the edge of the pit with a puzzled expression, Lin Qiye gazed down at the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon beneath his feet, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. "Something's not right. What exactly are those things?" he asked. "I don't know, but I suspect that for the next decade, those creatures will haunt my nightmares," he replied. "A decade? Do you truly believe you will live that long?" she retorted. "What do you mean?" What if these monsters are not confined to our school but are instead rampant throughout the entire Great Xia? Like a zombie outbreak in a movie? Precisely. Lin Chiyi affirmed. Stop it. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that these creatures only appeared in our school. Once we are rescued, we will be safe. Hong Ying countered. What kind of person is Lin Chiyi truly? The expansive auditorium was now filled to half its capacity, with students rescued from the second floor congregated here. The only entrance and exit to the auditorium was guarded by the Axe team, making it arguably the safest location. At this moment, the hall was a cacophony of cries, words of comfort, discussions, and disputes, with efforts to maintain order proving futile against the overwhelming noise. And Qingyu sat quietly at the back of the door, her eyes closed, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, 3 knocks echoed, 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe team stationed behind the door brightened at the sound, hastily moving the obstacles aside. It was Li Yifei returning. And Qingyu opened her eyes and turned to face the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting heavily, drenched in sweat as if he had just sprinted 800 meters. How is it? Have the students from other areas evacuated? And Qingyu inquired as she rose to her feet. They've all evacuated. I ran through half of the school without spotting another student. Damn, I'm exhausted. Li Yifei said, plopping down onto a bench and wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good to hear, and Qingyu nodded. I must tell you. When I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous crash from the direction of the art building, as though a building had collapsed, Li Yifei said, recalling the event urgently. Is that so exaggerated? And Qingyu questioned. They must have found the source of the monsters and are engaged in battle. Li Yifei sighed deeply as he reclined in his chair. If I weren't needed for the search and rescue, I would have wanted to sneak a peek myself. In the midst of divine clashes, it is wise to maintain a respectful distance. Ah, indeed. What was the name of Lin Chiyi's organization? And Qingyu seemed to recall something and inquired of Li Yifei. The Night Watchers, he replied, immediately covering his mouth, contemplating whether to speak further. Then ultimately deciding it was inconsequential, for everyone here was destined to have their memories erased. Erase memories? And Qingyu echoed, yes. They possess an artifact capable of erasing memories on a large scale. After all, too many witnesses encountered the monsters this time. If any information were to leak, it would surely lead to chaos. What about you? Will you undergo this process as well? Not necessary for me, Li Yifei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qingyu's ear and whispering, to be frank, after this incident concludes, I should be eligible to join them. And Qingyu nodded, pondering the prerequisites for membership. What is this? Are you interested in joining as well? It's not that simple. Their standards for acceptance are quite rigorous. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively. One must either awaken their powers like Lin Chiyi or demonstrate their worth to them. So you have awakened your abilities? No, I showcased my value to them. Li Yifei smiled. And Qingyu slightly nodded, her gaze serene as a tranquil pond. Indeed, your recent performance was exceptionally remarkable. Had I been in their position, I too would have accepted you. Just then, a knock echoed from the door once more, devoid of any rhythm. The members of the Axe squad immediately became vigilant. And Li Yifei rose, his expression grave as he stared toward the door. Who goes there? It is I, Lin Chiyi. Upon hearing that name, the group's eyes brightened, and a collective sigh of relief washed over them. They opened the door, revealing Lin Chiyi, who entered with a blade slung across his back. What news? Li Yifei approached eagerly. We succeeded, Lin Chiyi affirmed with a nod. We have slain the body of the Nantua serpent demon. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, grinning as he clapped Lin Chiyi on the shoulder. Impressive, Chiyi. You truly managed to defeat it. Now everyone is saved. At this declaration, the entire hall erupted in cheers. Those students who had brushed with death were finally poised to escape this terrifying school, far removed from the man-eating monsters. The Axe Squad also joined in the celebration, casting aside their axes and embracing one another in exhilaration. Li Yifei exchanged meaningful glances with Lin Chiyi before leaning in closer, whispering, I trust my significant contributions this time will ensure my admission into the Night Watchers. Yes? I would prefer not to undergo brainwashing. Lin Chiyi stood in silence for a moment, then replied with a hint of indifference, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. At that moment, and Qingyu silently drew a pistol from her pocket, the dark muzzle aimed at Li Yifei's nape. In the astonished gaze of the Axe Squad, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive gunshots rang out like thunder tearing through the sky, abruptly silencing the surrounding cacophony of laughter and revelry, plunging the once vibrant auditorium into an eerie stillness. The expressions of joy on everyone's faces froze, their bodies rigid as they turned towards the exit. their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned his head to find Qingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from the dark barrel. After a few seconds of dazed contemplation, Li Yifei questioned, "And Qingyu? Why did you shoot?" And Qingyu remained silent, standing there without a word. After a long pause, Li Yifei finally reacted, slowly reaching to touch the back of his head. Clatter! The shell casing fell to the ground, producing a crisp ringing sound. At the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds gradually began to heal, with only a trickle of blood seeping forth, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace behind. Gazing at the few drops of blood on his hand, he murmured, "Why am I not dead after being shot?" He lifted his gaze to Lin Chiye, extending his blood-stained hand towards him. "Hey, Chiye, look at me, why am I still alive?" His pupils trembled slightly. "Have I awakened a power?" Before him, Lin Chiye regarded him with a complex expression, and after a moment, he shook his head slightly. "You have not awakened any power. You are, in fact, a Nanda serpent demon." Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. What are you saying? How could I be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei." Lin Chiye shook his head, stepping forward and forcefully tugging at Li Yifei's chest. Rip. The zipper of his school uniform broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gum mark lay as if branded upon him. "You are a Nanda serpent demon, or rather, a part of one. The remnants you leave behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me." Chapter 62. 2 abnormalities. No, this cannot be. Li Yifei looked down at the gun mark on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. "I could never kill anyone. I could never be a monster." Lin Chiye grasped Li Yifei by the collar, pulling his head close to his own, locking onto those terrified eyes. "Look into my eyes." Suddenly, 2 orbs of golden furnace flames ignited within Lin Chiye's gaze, the might of the seraph pouring forth, surging uncontrollably into Li Yifei's mind. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. In the next moment, a powerful hand suddenly grasped Lin Chiye's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes flew open. They were a pair of mesmerizing vertical pupils, calm yet profoundly deep. "How intriguing that you discovered this," Li Yifei's voice resonated, deep and tranquil. "With your perceptive abilities, one would presume you could not see through my disguise." "I indeed did not, for had I done so, you would have been exposed long ago in the basement of the office," Lin Chiye replied, the flames in his eyes still burning brightly. "Ever since entering the school, everything that had transpired seemed plausible, yet it was suffused with an air of the bizarre." "Are you suggesting that you deduced this?" "One could say so. The flaws you left behind were far too numerous." "Oh." Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Please, elaborate." "The first point of suspicion lies with your medical leave note," Lin Chiye stated calmly. "This morning, you entered the classroom with it in hand. And so what of it? According to your account, you discovered your forgotten homework after school last night, returned to witness the gruesome scene involving Lu Xiaoyan, and subsequently fled the school in haste to find us, the night watchman. Therefore, when exactly did you procure your medical leave note?" Lin Chiye scoffed softly. "Do not tell me that after witnessing the horror last night, you foresaw that you would be accompanying us today and specially arranged for a medical leave note, especially knowing that the administrative office had already closed for the day. Thus, only 2 possibilities remain. The first is that you had prepared the medical leave note in advance, intending to skip school for leisure, yet fortuitously stumbled upon the gruesome sight last night. The second is that you were already aware we would come, perhaps even prepared to join us from the outset." Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. "The second point of suspicion pertains to the several pieces of human skin found on the girls' dormitory balcony. Logically speaking, the Nantua snake demon is an exceedingly cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on a balcony, as the risk of exposure would be far too great. Yet it chose to do so. Initially, I could not fathom the significance of this action, but later it became clear it was deliberately hinting to us that it resides within this dormitory building. It wishes for us to find it." Lin Chiye fixed his gaze upon Li Yifei. "And then you appeared, your arrival as inexplicable as if intended to divert the attention of Hong Ying, inciting chaos throughout the school. Then, Li Yifei emerged like a savior, leading the students in a successful defense against the offspring of the snake demon. A veritable textbook example of survival. Yet at that moment, I had not yet turned my suspicions toward you. The true source of my doubt arose from Qingyu." Lin Chiye's gaze shifted to the frail boy with glasses standing behind him. Li Yifei's neck twisted unnaturally as he scrutinized the young man. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses and began to speak. The number of serpent demon offspring besieging us has always been rather peculiar. When those serpent demon offspring first emerged, everyone rushed upstairs, while we barricaded the doors and windows of our classroom with desks and chairs, steadfastly holding our ground. At that time, the overwhelming majority of the serpent demons either ascended to the 4th floor, invading your corridor, or lingered on the 1st floor, blocking everyone's escape routes. Only 2 were truly present on the 3rd floor, attempting to assault our classroom. Generally speaking, when 2 types of prey appear within the sight of a pack of hunters, one robust and formidable, the other feeble and easily attainable, they typically converge on the weaker target, which in our case was us. Initially, I presumed it was due to a disparity in information that the other serpent demon offspring were drawn to the upper floors, unaware of our presence on the 3rd floor. However, I later realized that these serpent demons share a common vision. And Xingyu paused for a moment before continuing. This implies that they were fully aware of the succulent prey lying beneath them, yet remained unmoved, as if they intentionally spared us. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended with a group of allies to rescue us. After dispatching the 2 serpent demon offspring, they provoked the 6 below to attack us, a number that was equally delicate, capable of imposing immense pressure upon us without rendering us completely defenseless. Even if one more had joined the fray, we would have been unable to withstand it. Yet, curiously, that did not happen, just as Lin Qiye was about to arrive. Those 6 serpent demon offspring suddenly intensified their assault, cornering us into a dire situation. Everything felt too coincidental, too strange. Given all this, you dare to question me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No, what truly raises my suspicions about you is the action of the serpent demon offspring severing your thick rope. And Xingyu shook her head. At the time you descended, the 2 serpent demons did not witness this moment, by all accounts. They should have been unaware of the rope's existence. Yet, the subsequent 6 serpent demon offspring arrived and precisely cut the thick rope as if they were acutely aware that it was your only means of retreat. The serpent demon offspring severed something they should not have seen, leading to only one conclusion. There exists among us a presence that shares their vision. And Xingyu shrugged her shoulders. Of course, at that time, I was not well acquainted with the serpent demons, and the subsequent conclusion was only deduced after exchanging information with Lin Qiye. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixated on Xingyu, and he scoffed lightly. Had I known you were this astute, I should have eliminated you from the start. Furthermore, you were absent each time the serpent demons appeared. Lin Qiye continued. The first encounter with the serpent demon was in the girls' dormitory. I ask you, after you confessed to Wu Shujie, where did you go during the time before you returned to the sophomore classroom? Just moments ago. While Lin Qiye and the others battled the serpent demon entity, you were also ostensibly seeking other surviving students to escape, which further solidified my suspicions. And Xingyu then continued her narrative. Li Yifei glanced at Xingyu, then turned to Lin Qiye, chuckling self-deprecatingly. How did I end up encountering 2 such peculiar individuals? Chapter 63. The truth. Subsequently, I ventured a bold hypothesis, weaving together all the information at my disposal. Lin Qiye continued. The time of the Nanda serpent demon's arrival in this world predates our expectations. Fixing his gaze upon Li Yifei, he elaborated, upon its arrival. Endowed with extraordinary intelligence and formidable camouflage abilities, it swiftly comprehended the societal norms of this realm. Moreover, it became cognizant of the Night Watcher's existence, instinctively retreating into human society. Throughout this protracted period, in pursuit of flawless disguise, it inadvertently nurtured a second persona within its subconscious. This persona is named Li Yifei. He has forgotten his true identity, his past, and has embraced the narrative crafted by the Nanda serpent demon, living as an ordinary high school student in this city. If all goes as anticipated, he should, in the future, enjoy a leisurely existence, thriving amidst humanity, thanks to his prolonged lifespan and innate abilities. However, approximately half a month ago, he bore witness to the tragic demise of the Ghost-Faced King, a fellow mythical entity whose power surpassed even that of the serpent demon. The primary persona sensed fear emanating from the Night Watchers, leading to trepidation and anxiety about meeting a fate akin to that of the Ghost-Faced King. Recognizing its inability to triumph over the Night Watchers in combat, it sought to leverage its camouflage talents to infiltrate their ranks. Aspiring to rise above the murky waters of conflict, it implanted a suggestion in Li Yifei's mind, prompting him to request admittance to the Night Watchers. Only to be met with a merciless rejection. Unyielding, it began to orchestrate its plans. From the outset, its aim was not to propagate offspring, nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. Rather, it harbored a singular objective, to demonstrate Li Yifei's worth. It staged an elaborate performance, inducing terror in Li Yifei, subtly suggesting he seek the Night Watchers, thereby setting into motion a series of events as it had envisioned. Yet, an unforeseen variable emerged, namely myself. Lin Xie gestured towards himself, stating, I joined the Night Watchers as a temporary member merely half a month ago. It was entirely unaware of my existence, let alone my ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after a series of tests, it discovered that I could not unravel its true form's disguise, prompting it to continue the game. Following its plan, it revealed its true nature in the female dormitory, diverting the highest combatant, Hong Ying, and subsequently reverted to the oblivious Li Yifei, resuming control of the situation in the academic building. It meticulously orchestrated the movements of each progeny from the shadows, ensuring that Li Yifei garnered attention without placing itself in genuine peril. At this moment, I, the variable, made my appearance. I seized the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei, slaughtering the offspring throughout the entire building. Although it felt a surge of anger, it recalled that Li Yifei had already demonstrated his worth and refrained from any unnecessary actions. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. It transformed into its true form to engage in battle with the Night Watchman, subsequently feigning death, thus creating the illusion that the Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished. Li Yifei could then join the Night Watchman through this victory, securing a future free of worries. Alas, I saw through this scheme. Lin Xie gazed at Li Yifei with a hint of regret and sincerely remarked, this plan is indeed masterfully crafted. Truly, had it not been for me, you would have had a 9 out of 10 chance of success. Li Yifei looked at Lin Xie, and after a moment, he smiled and applauded. Brilliant, truly brilliant. I never imagined I would ultimately fall at the hands of you two. Yet, his smile quickly faded, replaced by an intense hatred in his vertical pupils. You have obliterated my hope of survival. How do you expect me to repay you? Li Yifei's body swelled rapidly, akin to a balloon, as black scales erupted from his skin, transforming him in an instant into a monstrous creature with a human upper body and serpent tail. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nantua serpent demon at such close range, were rendered irrational with fear. With the only exit blocked by the serpent's bite, they could only scream in terror and retreat to the farthest corner of the hall. As for Xingyu, he had already fled to safety the moment Li Yifei began his transformation, his eyes fixated on the Nantua serpent demon, brimming with excitement and curiosity. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to have set its sights on Lin Xie, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Lin Xie's neck. Lin Xie regarded it with a bemused expression, extending his right hand behind him. With a soft sound, a straight blade was drawn. Clang! The sound of collision reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing the serpent demon's vertical pupils to narrow suddenly. This time, Lin Xie effortlessly blocked its attack with a single-handed grip on the knife. My apologies, but now you can no longer overpower me, Lin Xie remarked, glancing at the dimming sky outside the door. Night had fallen. Under the cloak of darkness, he possessed quintupled strength and speed, rendering the Nantua serpent demon no longer a match for him. Swish! Lin Xie's straight blade deftly deflected the demon's claws, his wrist flicking as the blade glimmered. In rapid succession, 4 strikes landed upon the serpent demon's arm, prompting it to retreat with a scream, angrily hissing at Lin Xie. In a flash, Lin Xie appeared before it, as the serpent demon's claws swiped rapidly through the air, only to be effortlessly blocked by Lin Xie with one hand. Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly. You're too slow. In the next instant, he accelerated his blade's speed, creating afterimages in the air. A pale blue blade formed a dense wall of steel, standing resolutely before the Nantua serpent demon. As Lin Xie's speed surged, the Nandu serpent demon found itself increasingly overwhelmed. Gnarled wounds appeared across its body, and before long, the black scales covering it shattered in droves, rendering it utterly disheveled. Even as it maneuvered along the edges of various walls, leveraging its serpentine agility, Lin Xie shadowed it like a specter, relentless and unwavering. The demon's cries grew increasingly anguished, its eyes burning with a seething hatred directed at the boy before it. In this encounter, it was mercilessly crushed in both intellect and combat prowess. Lin Xie, expressionless, delivered blow after blow, as if meticulously crafting an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nandu serpent demon was on the brink of losing all capacity to resist, a golden glimmer flickered in Lin Xie's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The pale blue blade traced a straight line through the air, and Lin Xie's figure reappeared behind the demon. With a decisive motion, he sheathed his sword, and a massive serpent head tumbled to the ground. Its wide, enraged eyes remained fixed on Lin Xie, as if yearning to drag him into the abyss alongside it. Turning away from the lifeless body at his feet, Lin Xie murmured, "Forgive me, Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64, Quelling Creek. The grand doors of the hall swung open once more, and Lin Xie emerged, clasping a black box. Sitting on the adjacent stairs, Hong Ying waved cheerfully as he stepped out, asking, "All sorted?" "Indeed," Lin Xie replied, his tone measured. Nodding. Hong Ying hesitated for a moment before succumbing to curiosity. "Why didn't you allow me to intervene? He was my classmate. By my own hand, I granted him closure." Lin Xie replied coolly. Hong Ying stared blankly, baffled by the notion that personally ending his life constituted a form of closure. Xishaoan shot him a sidelong glance and muttered, "Weirdo." Lin Xie's words were but a facade. He feared that if Hong Ying had acted, a single shot would have ended the serpent demon, thus depriving him of the chance to deliver the final blow. And Li Yifei would have been denied rebirth within the hospital of the gods. "Nevertheless, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I might have fallen for that creature's ruse." "You shall receive due commendation when we return," Hong Ying said, giving a thumbs up with a smile. "What about the students inside?" Lin Xie inquired, gesturing towards the hall behind him. "They can remain there for the time being. Soon, someone will come to employ Dream Whisper to erase all memories concerning the serpent demon and you, crafting a new dream for them. And how do we explain the deceased students?" Lin Xie pressed. "Moreover, you demolished an entire building. That is beyond our concern. A specialized department will handle it, providing explanations that are plausible and reasonable, perhaps a lab explosion, a large-scale fire, terrorist activity, or even an alien invasion," Hong Ying replied. "Are you certain the last one is a reasonable explanation? More reasonable than a mythical descent," he countered. "Indeed." Hong Ying pressed her lips together and lowered her head slightly, lamenting the heavy toll of sacrificed students, feeling the weight of guilt upon her. "But how can this be blamed on you, Sister Hong Ying?" Xishaoan consoled her, casting a glance at Lin Xie, and whispered, "And you too, though I am reluctant to admit it, you are indeed quite remarkable." Lin Xie replied, "By the way, I have encountered an exceptionally clever individual who seems to possess a keen interest in mythical creatures. Might it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watch?" He recalled the request made by Qingyu in the Grand Hall. Hong Ying hesitated for a moment, weighing her words carefully. "Xie, joining the Night Watch is not merely a matter of intelligence. This profession is fraught with peril. Do you understand my meaning?" Lin Xie nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Helping Qingyu with this request was the utmost he could do, considering that he himself was merely a temporary member of the Night Watch, not yet formally inducted. Since his request was declined, he deemed it inappropriate to press further. "Let us depart. It is time to wrap up," Hong Ying declared as she rose from the stairs, securing the black case containing her long spear upon her back and striding towards the doorway. Lin Xie cast one last glance at the hall before following her. Within the hall, Qingyu, who had been standing quietly by the door, felt his spirits dampen. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the distant corpse of Ananda, serpent demon. After a long moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a resolution, and a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Outside the school gates, beside a black van, two men leaned against the vehicle, silently observing the tranquil campus. One of them received a message through his earpiece, and Chen Mai raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's over. They are about to emerge." Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. "Why did she only confide in you, and not in me? I am the captain, and I am the vice-captain. That's because you always oppose Hong Ying. I am merely adhering to the regulations. You are far too rigid." Chen Mai shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Thus, it seems Hong Ying is closer to me. This isn't a matter of whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Your tone is rather strange." Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. "The meaning is essentially the same." They fell into silence for a moment before Chen Mai spoke again. "I have heard that Lin Xie performed exceptionally well this time." "Indeed. Since this was his first mission, shouldn't we acknowledge it in some way? What do you suggest? Perhaps we could hang a banner or bake him a cake when we return." Wu Xiangnan sighed. "What is the matter? You resemble a parent eagerly awaiting the return of their child, who is poised to achieve the top rank in their grade, brimming with pride. Am I right? I find it quite delightful." At that moment, when Qima, seated in the driver's seat, could not resist rolling down the window, exclaiming, "Honestly, you two are quite something. Completing a task and picking them up shouldn't be such a performance." "What about Longxian?" "I have no idea. He has always been elusive." Just then, as they engaged in their playful banter, three figures gradually emerged from the school gate. Hong Ying spotted the two by the car from a distance, joyfully leaping up to wave at them. Si Xiaoan contemplated for a moment, stealthily wiping some blood from Lin Qiye onto her own face, resembling a little flower cat. Her chest proudly puffed out, as if declaring, "I did not slack off." Lin Qiye, carrying a black box, was drenched in blood, his school uniform nearly unrecognizable. He squinted slightly, gazing ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Are you injured?" Chen Mai inquired as Lin Qiye approached. "No," Lin Qiye shook his head. "How do you feel?" Lin Qiye pondered. "It's somewhat simpler than I had anticipated." Chen Mai chuckled, nodding slightly. "All right, let's get in the car. It's time to head back." "Captain, why don't you ask me?" Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. "You?" Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. "It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you?" Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain, albeit the vice captain. The vice doesn't count." "Of course it does. It doesn't count." Click. The crisp sound of a shutter echoed as a photograph emerged from the bottom of a telescope, gently lifted by a careful hand. Not far off, on the rooftop of a tall building, Lang Xian sat at the edge, gently swaying the photograph in his hand, the image becoming increasingly clear. A soft breeze tousled his bangs as he gazed down at the photo, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This one turned out quite well. Treasuring the photograph, he placed it in a box close to his heart, then leisurely rose from the rooftop's edge, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 65, Awakening. "Hello? Is this Captain Chen Mai?" "It is I. While we were cleaning the battlefield at No. 2 High School, we encountered an issue." "What issue?" "While recovering the body of the Nantua serpent demon, we discovered that its head is missing." Chen Mai's brow furrowed slightly as he sat in the passenger seat of the van. "Missing?" "Indeed. We searched the entire scene and found no trace of its head." "Could it be that a student hid it?" "It seems improbable. We have thoroughly searched them and found nothing. We speculate that someone may have escaped with its head before our arrival at the hall. Currently, the no-watch zone should still envelop the school, preventing any escape." Chen Mai stated calmly, "You will broadcast Dream Whisper throughout the campus to erase his memory. A memoryless individual will inevitably fall into our trap." "Acknowledged." After hanging up the phone, Hong Ying inquired curiously, "Captain, what has transpired?" "The head of the Nantua serpent demon has vanished. It is likely someone has stolen it." Chen Mai replied. "However, it is not a significant issue. We should be able to retrieve it." Lin Qiye was initially taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly as he gazed out of the window. Could it be him? Bang! And Xingyu, attempting to scale the wall, collided forcefully with an invisible barrier, crashing back to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he rose, adjusted his backpack, and stared into the void before him. That invisible barrier still existed. They might have already discovered the absence of the serpent demon's head, he murmured to himself. A flicker of light danced in his eyes as he contemplated for a moment before sprinting towards the playground. Since escape was impossible, he would hide. He did not believe this barrier could remain open for too long. As long as he concealed himself until they left, he could flee. And Xingyu dashed to an empty spot at the edge of the playground, unearthing a manhole cover from the weeds and forcefully lifting it. Immediately, a foul stench surged from the sewer, suppressing the urge to gag, and Xingyu forced himself to adjust his mindset, shouldering his backpack as he jumped down and replaced the cover. In the dark, damp sewer, the stench assaulted his nostrils from all directions, nearly suffocating him. He clenched his teeth, clutching his backpack, enduring the odor. In the darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted from above, causing Xingyu's pupils to constrict abruptly. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear, and he felt an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness wash over him, lulling him into a deep sleep. At that moment, a peculiar force surged from his heart, as if a clear spring flowed into his mind, washing away all traces of dreams and whispers. And Xingyu abruptly opened his eyes. The haze within them vanished, replaced by an absolute clarity. In his gaze, an imperceptible layer of gray settled beneath the surface. Now, he was more awake than ever. He stared blankly ahead before glancing down at his palms. In his eyes, his body seemed to transform into an exquisitely precise machine, allowing him to observe the operation of each part, comprehending their mechanisms with clarity. He was acutely aware of each blink, each breath, as if he were an exceptionally seasoned horologist, scrutinizing the intricate workings of a clock through a magnifying glass. Never before had he possessed such an intimate understanding of his own body. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly unzipped his backpack and retrieved a severed head, the head of a Nanda snake demon. Beneath its gaze, this mythical creature, entirely beyond the realm of contemporary scientific inquiry, appeared deconstructed into countless gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet, he found himself unable to fully comprehend it. Thus, Xingyu extracted a sharp fruit knife from a hidden compartment of his bag. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him and plunged the knife into its cranium. With great difficulty, he sliced through the skull, seeking to unveil what lay within. His cutting grew increasingly rapid, his eyes alight with fervor, his body trembling with excitement. In the dark, foul-smelling sewer, a frail youth wielded a knife, a smile gracing his face as he meticulously dismembered the grotesque head. His voice echoed in the murky surroundings. So it was. So it was. I understand now. This is how it operates. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Where am I? In a dimly lit cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to rise, when fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He gasped in agony and stumbled back to the ground. Xingyu had fired. He was rendered unconscious by Lin Qiye. The Nanda snake demon within him had emerged, leading to a fierce battle, culminating in Lin Qiye severing its head. He stared in shock at his own hands, his voice quivering. How could I, a Nanda snake demon, have done this? It was me who killed them. The images of students slaughtered by the demon's offspring flashed before his eyes, their blood staining his memory like a brand, gradually morphing into his nightmares. No, no. He half knelt on the ground, his expression contorted, groaning in anguish. In the next moment, his eyes morphed into eerie slits, as if he had transformed into another being. Standing up expressionless, a cowardly waste. One arm of the Nanda snake demon sprouted scaly serpentine skin, violently grasping the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart. Instantly, obscure runes materialized on the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsive force hurled the Nanda snake demon backward, crashing it against the opposite wall before it fell to the ground. The Nanda snake demon glared at the railing, its forked tongue flickering, eyes icy and penetrating. In the fleeting moment of contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its mind. It did not know where it was, but it understood that its fate was wholly in the hands of another. That individual is the master here. As the Nandu serpent demon was lost in contemplation, steady footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Its vertical pupils contracted as it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering in that direction. Amidst the dimly lit corridor, a figure gradually became more distinct. It was a youth clad in a white lab coat, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon seeing his face, the Nandu serpent demon trembled with shock. It was you. Lin Qiye, his expression impassive, approached it, raising an eyebrow. Surprised, are you? Chapter 66. The first caregiver. The Nandu serpent demon coiled behind the railing, silently observing him. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, standing outside the railing, likewise scrutinizing the serpent's gaze. Within his field of vision, a familiar panel unfolded. Criminal, Nandu serpent demon choice. As a mythical creature you personally vanquished, you possess the right to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Erase its soul entirely, rendering it obliterated from existence. Option 2. Allow it to reach a loyalty value of 60, thus enabling its employment as a caregiver in the hospital, providing care for patients while offering a degree of protection for you. Current loyalty value, 0.85. After reading this information, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. This task differed from the last. If his memory served him right, the previous caregiver standard was based on fear value, whereas this time it had shifted to loyalty value. This indicated that the hospital's caregiver criteria varied for different mythical beings. Furthermore, this loyalty value was divided into two parts, one being 0 and the other 85. If Lin Qiye's speculation was accurate, it was due to the Nandu serpent demon's essence being split into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value stemmed from the Nandu serpent demon itself, while the second arose from the independent consciousness of Li Yifei. I believe you are aware of your fate. After a moment, Lin Qiye spoke slowly. If you kill me, Li Yifei will perish as well. The Nandu serpent demon fixed its gaze on Lin Qiye's eyes. Oh, Lin Qiye replied with a faint smile. Do you think I would care for his life or death? Indeed, should he die, it would trouble me for a while, but that would be the extent of it. My relationship with him is not of such depth, as you should know. The Nandu serpent demon fell into silence. As an observer of all that transpired, it was acutely aware of every move Li Yifei made. Since their acquaintance, barely over half a month had passed. To claim their bond was close would be a gross exaggeration. Moreover, Li Yifei had previously abandoned him to escape, utilizing their emotions as the sole bargaining chip. The Nandu serpent demon was not so foolish. What do you desire? I believe you are misunderstanding something. Lin Chia spoke calmly, stating that it was now the time for the other party to demonstrate their worth. Should their value not meet his expectations, he expressed regret, declaring that his hospital did not accommodate the idol. The Nanda serpent demon paused for a moment before responding slowly. I excel in disguise and can plant serpent seeds. Lurking and infiltrating are my specialties. Not sufficient, Lin Xie replied. I am adept at strategizing and can offer you counsel. What is it that you claim to excel in? I have said nothing. The Nanda serpent demon nearly forgot that it was its own schemes that had been unraveled. However, pooling wisdom was not necessarily a negative endeavor. One's intellect alone may not encompass all perspectives. Perhaps, different modes of thought could provide some reference. Well, that sounds rather agreeable. What else do you possess? Although my current form's combat prowess is relatively low, once I reach maturity, I shall acquire formidable fighting capabilities, and I can shed my skin, making me difficult to kill. Continue. That is all. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Can you amuse the elderly? I cannot. The Nanda serpent demon struggled to comprehend this. But Li Yifei excelled in that regard. Then it will suffice. Lin Chia paused for a moment before speaking again. You may remain, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? In non-essential moments, let Li Yifei govern this body. The Nanda serpent demon wrestled internally for a while, but eventually nodded. Very well, I concede. Freedom was indeed significant. But it did not desire to be utterly annihilated. Furthermore, Li Yifei was a part of it. Relinquishing control over the body was not too difficult to accept. Lin Xia nodded, extending his hand into the void, summoning a piece of parchment and a steel pin that materialized in his grasp. This is your labor contract. Review it. And if all is satisfactory, please sign. He assumed the demeanor of a commanding employer, lightly tossing the parchment into the air. The Nanda serpent demon took the paper and read it meticulously, its expression shifting dramatically. Rather than a labor contract, it resembled more of a bond of servitude, listing a multitude of obligations the Nanda serpent demon was required to fulfill. These included, but were not limited to, unconditional obedience to Director Lin Chia's orders, refraining from harming or intending to harm Director Lin Chia and his interests, not damaging public property within the hospital, maintaining regular cleanliness, and preparing breakfast for patients each morning. There was also a stipulation in the additional clause stating that in non-essential situations, Li Yifei must govern the body. In the section detailing Lin Chia's obligations, however, there was but a solitary blank. This was undeniably a merciless and one-sided contract that exploited the interests of the caregiver, alarmingly oppressive in nature. Nevertheless, the Nanda serpent demon found itself with no alternative, compelled to sign its name resolutely. At the moment the name was signed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open effortlessly. Simultaneously, the Nandu snake demon swiftly reverted to human form. Adorned in a cerulean caregiver's uniform, with a black nameplate affixed to the chest, Caregiver 001. Li Yifei gazed in bewilderment at his attire, scratching his head. He had clearly overheard the conversation between the Nandu snake demon and Lin Xia, and thus grasped the current situation. He had been reduced from a classmate of Lin Xia to a mere subordinate laborer. How does it feel to be resurrected? Lin Xia inquired with a smile as he approached. Not too bad, Li Yifei replied with a wry grin. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can hardly endure it. Call me director, Lin Xia said, patting his shoulder before turning to exit the cell. Come with me. I'll introduce you to this institution. Sighing in resignation, Li Yifei hastily followed Lin Xia. This area comprises the wards. Currently, only one room is occupied. There is but a single patient here, named Nikes. As for her condition, you may review the case files I have prepared. Lin Xie continued. Over there is the activity area. On leisurely days, you can take her to watch television or play chess. Do not let her sit idly with a vase in the courtyard, for if her mental health deteriorates, she may also succumb to dementia. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Xie elaborated, Li Fei felt increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. From now on, he will keep you company, Lin Xie concluded, leading Li Yifei before Nikes, smiling as he introduced them. Nikes gazed intently at Li Yifei, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, her mouth widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stop him. Li Yifei's smile abruptly faltered, and he slowly turned to look at Lin Qiye, who offered him an affirmative nod. Grandma. Li Yifei obediently opened his arms, embracing the ecstatic Nikes, his expression a comical blend of joy and sorrow. I've missed you so much. Observing the scene, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei filled with admiration. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a professional at bringing joy to the elderly. Lin Qiye noted that the treatment progress above Nike's head had surged from 21 to 23. Of course, this progress bar was visible only to him, not to Li Yifei. Throughout the past half-month, Lin Qiye had diligently visited the hospital daily, administering medication to Nike's and engaging her in conversation. Under the combined influence of medicinal and psychological treatment, Nike's condition had markedly improved, at the very least. She no longer stealthily clutched a pill bottle in the pharmacy, weeping. With the constant companionship of Li Yifei, it is anticipated that her recovery will significantly accelerate, likely reaching the milestone of 50 in no time. At that point, he will be able to extract the second ability of Nike's. During this period, Lin Qiye also attempted to unlock the door to the second ward, but alas, it remained firmly shut. This is likely tied to one's own realm. As the cultivation of mental strength must be pursued gradually, haste is futile. Fortunately, Lin Qiye has diligently practiced the techniques imparted by Wen Qima, which has thoroughly stabilized his foundation, and the time required to transcend to the next level should not be overly long. After exchanging a few final words with Li Yifei, Lin Qiye departed from the psychiatric hospital. The days that followed seemed no different from before. Even though Lin Qiye had successfully completed his initial task, the intensity of his daily training showed no sign of abating. In fact, he felt that Chen Mai's strikes had become even more painful. However, after enduring such a life-and-death struggle, Lin Qiye's synergy with the mortal realm has become more harmonious, and his mental perception has sharpened considerably. He can now flawlessly evade a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second in the mechanism room, and he dares to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most remarkable improvement has been in Lin Qiye's marksmanship. From initially missing entirely at 30 meters to barely hitting at 20 meters through relentless training, he has now managed to consistently strike targets within 30 meters. He vividly recalls the day he first hit a target at 30 meters. Witnessing Lang Xian standing behind him with reddened eyes, quietly wiping away tears, before lifting his head to reveal a gratifying smile. 10 days later, Lin Qiye stood before the captain's office, gently knocking on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he found Chen Mai engrossed in a document. Glancing up at Lin Qiye, he spoke. In a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that a month had elapsed since he joined the Night Watchers. Should I prepare anything? He inquired. According to past years, this year's new recruit training will likely take place in Shanjing. During this period, I will prepare the necessary materials for you to take along. By the way, the training will employ a closed management system. Though they will provide daily necessities, their quality may be lacking. I will have Hongying take you shopping for some items, and I will reimburse you for the expenses. Also, the weather in Shanjing is much colder than here in Songnan, so remember to purchase ample winter clothing. Charging it to my account. Training sessions pose a high risk of injury, so make sure to come find me tomorrow morning. I will give you some medicine that is far more effective than what is available on the market. Chen Mai, with a small notebook in hand, meticulously advised Lin Qiye on various matters, even detailing which train seats are the most comfortable. By the time Chen Mai closed his notebook, more than half an hour had passed. Have you remembered everything I just said? Chen Mai asked, gazing intently at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded earnestly, affirming, yes. I've noted everything down. Good, Chen Mai continued, seemingly recalling something else. You should purchase the train ticket to Jing City early. Those who arrive first can choose their dormitory. Perhaps you could buy it while you're out shopping later? Tomorrow? We're leaving tomorrow? Lin Qiye was taken aback. The sooner, the better. I understand, Lin Qiye replied, nodding. After Lin Qiye had departed the office, Chen Mai quietly rummaged through his wallet, casting a glance inside before letting out a soft sigh. That afternoon, Hongying and Si Shaoan took Lin Qiye on a grand tour of Songnan City, ensuring he explored all the shops he had never visited in his life. Wow, Shaonan, that Peppa Pig bedsheet is so lovely. Should we buy one for Qiye? Absolutely. And that pink suitcase is amazing. Shall we get one? Yes, yes. Shaonan, look at this snow-white backpack. Isn't it fantastic? Definitely. Wow, look at that little dress. It's beautiful. Let's buy it. Yes, yes. Lin Qiye firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth, Speaking earnestly, Sister Hong Ying, I don't think that suits me. With a look of regret, Hong Ying set down the backless dress she had been holding and sighed. Well, you are a boy. Wearing a dress isn't quite appropriate. She then picked up a sexy camisole, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Chia. Then let's buy this instead. Lin Chia returned home that evening, burdened with numerous bags, and after surveying the colorful array scattered on the floor, he sat down with a wry smile that gradually transformed into a radiant grin. Yet, as he laughed, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. He gazed out the window, where the hazy moonlight bathed the world below, pondering, is it time to depart? The following morning, at the train station entrance, Lin Chia stood with 2 large suitcases, accompanied by the other members of Team 136. Have you packed everything? Wu Xiangnan asked first. All set, Lin Chia replied. Chia, I've bought you sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion. Make sure to use them, Hong Ying said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she stood at the forefront. Reluctant to say goodbye. I will use them, don't worry, Lin Chia responded, his tone tinged with helplessness. Chia, Chenmai approached, his expression grave. Jing City is quite different from Songnan. It's too far away. Moreover, during training, there may be some unfairness. Here in Songnan, we could confront any issues directly. But in Jing City, you will have to rely on yourself. Rest assured, I can take care of myself, Lin Chia assured him earnestly. He slightly bowed to the crowd and said, I shall take my leave. Rising to his feet, he waved goodbye and dragged 2 suitcases into the train station. The onlookers gazed at his departing figure, their hearts heavy with sorrow. At that moment, Chenmai's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? What? Chenmai abruptly raised his head and pointed at Lin Chia, exclaiming, Damn it, stop that kid quickly. The crowd turned around in confusion. It was unclear what had prompted the higher-ups, but this time they had surprisingly scheduled the new recruit training in Songnan. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68. A confluence of events. Beijing City. Night Watcher's training office. What? This time the new recruit training is set in Songnan? Where's Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed in bewilderment as he examined the document in his hands. Before him, a man lazily reclined in a chair behind the desk, stretching and squinting, revealing a cross-shaped scar on his forehead. He was Xiaopinga, the captain of the Night Watchers stationed in Beijing, team number 006. It's a small city in the southeast, next to Huaihai City, Xiaopinga replied after a moment's thought. But weren't the training sessions held in Beijing in previous years? Why has it suddenly changed at Songnan this year? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaopinga stood up, poured himself a cup of water from the kettle, and leisurely reclined again. We, or rather you, just need to follow orders. You are a 006 Team S vice captain and have served as the chief instructor for new recruits over the years. Is it not possible for you to adapt to a different environment? Of course it is not. Yuan Gang shook his head vigorously. I just cannot comprehend why they abruptly changed locations. The facilities and equipment here are readily available. Moving everything to Songnan seems unnecessary. The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We simply need to execute orders and refrain from questioning what does not concern us. Fine, Yuan Gang sighed. If the logistics department is efficient, they should be able to establish a complete training base in Songnan by dawn. You should gather your team and prepare to depart. Xiaopinga took a sip of tea. Understood. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before continuing. During my absence from Beijing, can you ensure that everything remains in order, Captain? And avoid any mishaps? Suddenly, a slipper flew from behind the desk. Yuan Gang swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, followed by Xiaopinga's irate voice from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you think you are looking down upon? I am the captain of the station team in Beijing. Do you think I am just idling? Yuan Gang chuckled and tossed Xiaopinga's slipper out the window, swaggering out the door. Xiaopinga cursed loudly. Guangshan City. A lavish club. Songnan. What sort of place is Songnan? In the lavish VIP massage room, a plump young man clad in a bathrobe reclined on the sofa, astonished as he gazed at the notification in his hand. Turning his head, he inquired. Behind the door of the VIP suite, 5 formidable bodyguards stood with impassive expressions, while before them, a bespectacled butler slightly bowed and gently remarked, Young master, Songnan is a small city in the southeast. Wasn't it in the capital before? It seems the policies have changed this year. It appears your itinerary will need to be adjusted. I shall dispatch someone to make arrangements immediately. The young man pondered for a moment, returning the grapes he held to the bowl, and waved his hand dismissively. Book a flight for tomorrow. I shall depart at once. The butler was taken aback. Young master, Is it not too hasty to leave tomorrow? You need not worry about accommodations. We have arranged the finest quarters with the night watchman, and they will accommodate us. It's too dull in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I wish to meet new friends. The butler cautioned, Young master, once you arrive there, please try to speak Mandarin. Otherwise, they may not understand you. Mandarin? The young man reflected and agreed. Indeed. If there are language barriers, I cannot forge true friendships. He then patted the young woman who was massaging his feet. Very well, you may take your leave. I have indulged enough over these years. It is time for a change in lifestyle. Rising, he stretched, causing the excess flesh on his body to quiver slightly. Songnan. Here I come. On Mount Jiuhua, the sound of Buddhist chants lingered in the air, mingling with the aroma of sandalwood. An elderly monk clad in robes strolled through the wooden corridor, the beads in his hand gently turning, his gaze as tranquil as water. At last, he paused before the entrance of a meditation room, extending his hand to lightly knock twice before entering. Inside the meditation room, there was but a bed, a table, and a mat. On the largest wall, the characters for Calm the Mind were written in bold strokes with black ink, the brushwork flowing gracefully, appearing gentle yet concealing a formidable intensity. A black-haired youth on the mat slightly opened his eyes. Master Chao Yuan, your letter has arrived, the old monk intoned, performing a gesture of reverence before producing an envelope from his sleeve. The youth slowly rose, accepting the envelope and studying its contents for a considerable time. Songnan, he murmured to himself, then raised his gaze to the old monk and respectfully asked, Master, do you think I should go? Young man, you have sought tranquility in this temple for 5 years. The turmoil in your heart has been subdued. I believe it is time for you to venture forth. Hesitation flickered in the youth's eyes, but the sins I bear. To take life is a sin, to save life is a virtue. Virtue and sin balance one another, allowing for liberation. The old monk's eyes were profoundly deep as he pressed his palms together and calmly stated, remaining in this temple. Even if you sit in silence for decades, sin remains sin. It is time to let go. The youth remained silent for a long while, then mirrored the monk's gesture. Bowing deeply, thank you, master, for your guidance. Chao Yuan, I have one more matter to remind you of. Please, master, speak. On your journey to Songnan, you may encounter a noble benefactor. Should you seize this opportunity, not only will you cleanse your past transgressions, but you may also attain enlightenment. Noble benefactor? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees standing tall, 8 deities departing, 10 years into the night, guiding us mortals. The old monk, eyes closed and palms together, intoned with a voice resonant like an ancient bell, Amitabha. Filled with curiosity, Chao Yuan meticulously memorized the words, bowing in respect. With that, he raised his gaze to the mountain peaks beyond the Zen chamber, hands clasped, and calmly spoke, I shall depart. In the carriage, Lin Jie glanced at the silent companions, instinctively withdrawing slightly. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ahem. When Qima cleared his throat, breaking the silence, well, Jie, don't worry about the train ticket. It cannot be refunded. And it's not your fault. Chinmai in the passenger seat appeared somewhat pale. Let us think positively, right? For instance, we can visit you since the training camp is so close. The training camp is closed. We cannot enter. The driver, Wu Xiangnan, interjected quietly. When Qima paused. At least we have gathered all the essentials, such as down jackets, thick blankets, heat packs, and large scarves. Qima, those won't be needed in Songnan's winter. Honging softly reminded. Be quiet. Chinmai shot a glare at Wen Qima, feeling a pang of regret. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Lin Jie. Eyes pleading, Jie, could you check if any of these can still be refunded? Chapter 69, the first new soldier buzzing and rumbling, against the backdrop of a cerulean sky. Several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly, their whirling blades stirring up dust and sand from the ground. On the opposite side of the helipad, several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the gusts, resembling steadfast statues. As the helicopter doors opened, Yuan Gang, donned in military attire and bearing a black box, stepped out. With a sharp clap, the waiting soldiers saluted in unison, their voices resonating, Greetings, Commander. Yuan Gang strode forward with purpose, his expression grave. As the wind from the helicopter rustled his uniform. Is the training camp ready? Report. The training camp is prepared. Yuan Gang nodded, by the way. Please provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session. Yes. With the black box slung over his shoulder, Yuan Gang turned and made his way towards the training camp that had risen overnight. The training camp is situated in a desolate suburb, within the boundaries of Songnan City, encompassing a vast area. Surrounding the camp are checkpoints set up 10 miles out, fortified to a military base's defense standards, except for the new recruits arriving for trainings. No one else can access this place. Commander, here is the list of new recruits for this year. A soldier approached Yuan Gang briskly, handing him the document as he and the instructors were touring the camp. Upon receiving the list and casting a glance at it, Yuan Gang stood frozen in place. The instructors behind him halted as well. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the list twice, muttering to himself, "What on earth is this lineup this year? What's wrong, Commander?" A curious instructor leaned in. "The young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group? Is it that Bailey Group?" The instructor, catching sight of the first line, was momentarily taken aback. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchman besides the government, known as the Bailey family. Often referred to as the Museum of Forbidden Objects, another instructor could not help but interject, "Is this the young master of our benefactor, the Night Watchman? Why would a well-to-do young man abandon a life of luxury to join the Night Watchman? Experiencing life, perhaps? We cannot fathom the whims of the affluent. But what about our training? If we accidentally provoke him during rigorous drills, might he retaliate against us? Do they dare?" Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchman is a national organization. While the Bailey family has indeed contributed significant funds, it is not their private playground. Once they arrive at our training camp, everyone is equal. We will push them to their limits, and I will take responsibility for any incidents that arise. Yes. The instructors nodded in solemn agreement. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hands, noticing that this cohort included yet another divine agent. A divine agent? Which deity? He looked skyward, squinting slightly. Codename 003, the Seraphim Michael. The Seraphim? Since when has there been an agent of the Seraphim? Thankfully, they are on our side. It has been many years since a divine agent has manifested. This young man's future is undoubtedly bright. The last divine agent to emerge from recruit training seemed to belong to the special team, Mask, didn't he? Indeed. Yuan Gang scrutinized the list, encircling several names with a red pen, exhaling a resigned sigh. The presence of a young master from the Bailey Group and a divine agent is already enough to cause us concern. This time, 3 high-risk holders of Forbidden Ruins have appeared simultaneously, one of whom is ranked in the top 50. Furthermore, there are successors of the 8 trigrams palm from Shanjing and the Mo family spear from Hebei, as well as active special forces. Observing the densely marked red circles in Yuan Gang's hands, the instructors felt a pang of anxiety. "Commander, are we capable of managing such formidable recruits?" Yuan Gang remained silent for a considerable time, folding away the list in his hand before calmly speaking. "Contact the Mask team and have them come to establish order. Only a prodigy can subdue another prodigy." Outside the training camp, amid military checkpoints, a special forces soldier, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow as he observed the distance for an extended period. Gradually, he lowered the binoculars and retrieved his walkie-talkie. "Report, an individual has been spotted approaching ahead." He relayed his findings. A young male, appearing to be a high school student, is dragging a pink suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is indiscernible whether he is armed. A high school student? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie paused. Could it be a new recruit reporting for duty? The notification was sent out only this morning, yet he has arrived by noon? What remarkable speed. He is still advancing towards us. Please advise. Stand by. I shall meet him. Before long, a military jeep emerged from behind the checkpoint, heading in the direction of the young man. Under the scorching sun, Lin Chia was dragging 2 suitcases along a rugged, muddy path, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there really a training camp here? He wondered aloud, glancing around. Could it be that the captain is trying to play a trick on me for not returning the merchandise? Having received the specific address for the new recruit training camp only this morning, Shenmai had urged him to arrive promptly. Following the somewhat awkward farewell ceremony the day before, today's send-off felt less grand. When Chima had driven him to this vicinity, leaving him to navigate the remainder of the journey alone. Upon learning that Lin Chia was at the Songnan training camp, his peers seemed to feel a greater sense of ease. Perhaps, as Chenmai had suggested, if anything were to befall Lin Chia, they would be quick to rally. Unlike the anxiety they experienced in the capital. After all, Songnan City was the territory of their Team 136. But, just as Lin Chia advanced with his suitcases, the roar of an approaching vehicle reverberated from afar. Narrowing his eyes, he halted his steps. A camouflaged military jeep, kicking up dust, came to a sudden stop beside him. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Chia intently. "What brings you here?" Training. A recruit? Yes. Arrived rather quickly, haven't you? I'm from Songnan. Show me your identification. Lin Xie presented the documents prepared by Chen Mai. The officer examined them thoroughly before returning the credentials to Lin Xie, gesturing towards the rear. Get in. Lin Xie placed his luggage in the trunk and climbed into the jeep. The officer drove him through all the checkpoints, eventually halting at the entrance of the training camp. Here we are. You may enter on your own. He indicated the imposing gates with a nod of his chin. Lin Xie leapt from the vehicle, dragging his 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the grand iron gates, gazing upward. The new recruit's training base 039. Here. He is destined to spend the next year of his life. He is the first recruit at this location. Chapter 70. Bond stronger than gold. Before long, an instructor emerged from behind the door, casting a quizzical glance in his direction. A recruit? Indeed. What is your name? Lin Xie. The instructor's expression shifted, his demeanor suddenly serious as he scrutinized Lin Xie, as if he were a rare treasure. You are Lin Xie? Lin Xie felt a shiver run down his spine under the instructor's gaze. Yes. Is there a problem? None, the instructor replied, shaking his head as he opened the door to the training camp. You are the first arrival this year. Come in. By the way, I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Lin Xie politely greeted as he stepped into the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You've arrived early. Consider yourself fortunate. I will personally guide you through the camp. Instructor Hong led Lin Xie through the expansive training facility, which was far larger than he had anticipated. The buildings were not makeshift tents or temporary structures. They were solid edifices crafted from an unknown material, seamlessly integrated with the ground as if they had sprouted from it. The floor was meticulously marked with lines delineating pedestrian pathways and vehicular routes, complete with indicators for the cafeterias and dormitories locations. The varying thicknesses and colors of the lines were visually pleasing, almost a blessing for those with obsessive tendencies. Had Lin Xie not known that this was once barren land, he might have believed it to be a newly completed base after years of construction. Military vehicles sped along the main road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding, and even a truck brimming with explosives. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly, a wave of concern for the base's safety washing over him. To date, Lin Xie had not undergone any formal collective training, after all. He had been blind since elementary school and had not participated in military training during middle or high school. He had barely engaged in physical education classes. And were it not for his commitment to personal fitness, he would likely be in poor physical condition now. Over there is the training ground, where most of the physical training will take place. Instructor Hong pointed to a vast area resembling an airport. Physical fitness is our primary focus. Your physique appears average, so you may find it challenging. That area is the cafeteria, a place you will both love and loathe over the next year. The classroom is over there, designated for theoretical instruction. Those abandoned buildings form the tactical training area, used for teaching urban combat, rappelling, and ziplining. And there is the shooting range. As Lin Xie observed the array of training facilities before him, he mentally noted their purposes, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation. What is that? A convenience store? Lin Xie curiously pointed towards a nearby shop. It was a modest structure, reminiscent of the small convenience stores one might encounter at school, its shelves brimming with everyday necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, gesturing towards the cigarettes displayed on the wall and engaged in discussion. This was a supply station. Instructor Hong cast a glance. The training camp was entirely enclosed, rendering currency unnecessary. Whenever one's personal items became damaged, replacements could be obtained here. Along with provisions such as bread, water, and cigarettes, each individual receiving a fixed monthly allocation, ample for their needs. As the two passed by, it appeared that the instructors within the supply station had noticed something, as they all turned to look at Lin Xie, whispering among themselves. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, wondering why they were all staring at him. The agent of the Seraph is indeed a rarity. Their curiosity towards you is quite natural, Instructor Hong replied. Had there been no agents participating in the new recruit training before me? Certainly there have been, Instructor Hong nodded. The last agent to leave the training camp has since become the captain of the Mask Squad. Mask? Lin Xie was taken aback, if he remembered correctly, when Qima had previously mentioned the exploits of this particular squad. Which deity does he represent? You will discover that in a couple of days. Instructor Hong responded with a slight smile, offering no further details. Instructor Hong guided Lin Xie to a densely clustered area of buildings, stating, "This is the dormitory zone, consisting entirely of double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose. Lin Chia nodded, meandering around the vicinity of the dormitory buildings before selecting a room that faced south, blessed with the best light and comfort. Good choice. I shall register you now. Instructor Hong noted down Lin Chia's room number. The training was set to officially commence in 3 days, so he advised Lin Chia to take these 2 days to rest, as he would not have the luxury of leisure for the ensuing year. With a brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned to leave, leaving Lin Chia alone in the dormitory. The dormitory environment exceeded Lin Chia's expectations in cleanliness, yet the facilities were starkly rudimentary. The low, hard bed felt precarious even to sit upon. There was no air conditioning, nor even a fan in the room. Fortunately, Lin Chia was accustomed to hardship, and this setting posed no challenge for him. He adeptly organized his belongings and arranged the bedding before reclining on the bed. With no signal and no phone, finding ways to pass the time was impossible. If left alone in this space for 3 days, he would surely feel stifled. Fortunately, Lin Chia's mind housed a veritable asylum whenever boredom struck. He could engage in tea-drinking sessions with Nikes, fostering camaraderie, or play chess and converse with Li Yifei in the activity room, never feeling the tedium. Early the next morning, Lin Chia ventured to the supply station to procure some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, and finding a place for breakfast was not an option. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that several individuals were already gathered at his door. The young master, I have shown you so many places, and this one has the best environment, warm in winter and cool in summer, with abundant sunlight. A man, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, stood before a chubby youth, chattering incessantly. Alas, to speak frankly, this Sangnan is truly inferior to our Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Its economy is poor, and the environment even worse. Look at this house. It's appalling. The walls are peeling. Just take a look at the facilities in these dormitories. They are utterly rudimentary. Can one even sleep on this bed? Young master, why don't we just go back? There is no need for us to endure this hardship. The chubby youth, standing tall, cast a glance at him and retorted, Nonsense. I have come here to endure hardships. I shall not return. Stop your incessant prattling and open the door. I am staying here today. With a resigned sigh, the man unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned by the sight within. Oh my, young master. Who is so inconsiderate as to have taken your room? Quickly, what are you all waiting for? Toss all this junk out. It's filthy. The bodyguards behind the chubby youth hurried forward, eager to assist in clearing the mess. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chia's eyes. Ah. The cliché scenario of a wealthy young master bullying the common folk, showing off and slapping faces, a charade I find most amusing. Just as Lin Chia was about to make a move, the chubby youth suddenly kicked the man in the rear and erupted in a furious tirade. How dare you? This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. You dare to touch my roommate's belongings? Filthy? I abhor bullies like you. Get as far away from me as you can. The man was knocked to the ground by the chubby youth's kick, fearfully slapped himself a few times, then hastily fled outside. You lot, bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. I shall wait here today and ensure my roommate understands what it means to have a bond as strong as gold. Meanwhile, Lin Chia observed quietly. Chapter 71. The chubby one. The bodyguards quickly arranged a stack of neatly wrapped gift boxes beside Lin Chia's bed, forming a long line as they stood behind their master. What are you standing around for? This is a new recruit training camp, not your home. The chubby youth impatiently waved his hands. Go on, leave. I don't want my roommate to think I enjoy bullying others. The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to leave. Only the chubby youth remained, sitting beside a mountain of gifts, glancing down at his attire, clearing his throat, and sitting upright at the door. Lin Chia scratched his head, finding the current situation rather perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he slowly made his way toward his dormitory. As Lin Chia's silhouette graced the empty corridor, the eyes of the rotund boy sparkled with excitement. He abruptly rose to his feet, meticulously adjusting his appearance, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as he beamed at Lin Chia, who approached leisurely in his slippers. Lin Chia's expression turned peculiar under the boy's odd gaze, and he seemed almost awkward, struggling to navigate the path before him. At last, he reached the entrance of the dormitory. Hello, I am Bailey Tumming. I understand this name may be a bit cumbersome. You may simply call me Tumming or even Fatty. Before Lin Chia could respond, the boy suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Chia into retreating a couple of steps. I hope we can become friends. I look forward to your guidance in the coming year. This unexpected display left Lin Chia utterly bewildered. Bailey. Lin Chia pondered, seemingly unable to recall the last 2 syllables of the name. only remembering the moniker Fatty. Bailey Fatty, there's no need for such formality. The boy's eyes lit up once more, evidently pleased by the nickname. I haven't yet asked her name. Oh, I am Lin Chia. Brother Chia, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown. They are not particularly valuable, so I hope you won't despise them. With a smile, he began to present a series of gift boxes from behind him. Lin Chia scanned the boxes with his mental power, and his expression transformed dramatically. Is this a box of Rolex watches? He exclaimed in astonishment. Within the boy's grasp were neatly arranged 12 Rolex timepieces, submariners, explorers, and GMT masters, each distinct in style. If it weren't for Lin Chia's extensive reading of magazines, he would hardly recognize any of them. 12 Rolex watches in a single box evoked an image reminiscent of a gift set of red Fuji apples. What is the matter? Brother Chia, doesn't he fancy Rolex? The boy paused, setting the Rolex box aside and retrieving another. What about Patek Philippe? Cartier? Breguet? Brother Chia, I had intended to present something different, but most items in this training camp are impractical, so watches seemed the most suitable. The pile of gift boxes in Lin Chia's arms grew steadily, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Bailey Fatty, does your family deal in watches? No. We dabble in a bit of everything, Bailey Fatty chuckled. But don't misunderstand. I'm just a regular kid from an ordinary family. Not some scion of a noble lineage. I'm quite down to earth. I find that hard to believe, Lin Chia thought to himself, rolling his eyes discreetly as he set the gift boxes aside. I do not want these things. Why not? Bailey Fatty, flustered, looked anxiously between Lin Chia and the gift boxes, perspiration beginning to bead on his brow. Lin Chia cast a glance at him and sighed. You can keep it for now. When I desire it one day, you may give it to me. Very well then. Bai Li Pangpang solemnly tucked the gift box away, then slowly opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing the sheets and covers onto the bed before sprawling himself across it. Lin Chia's lips twitched. What are you doing? Sleeping. Bai Li Pangpang replied, patting a crumpled piece of fabric. Once the bed is made, it feels quite comfortable. Lin Chia was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially with this suspicious little chubby fellow. Preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. After a while, Bai Li Pangpang quietly got up and softly called out, Brother Chia, Chia. Lin Chia remained still, eyes shut. Bai Li Pangpang cautiously stood up and tiptoed to the wardrobe, rummaging through it. What is this chubby fellow up to? Lin Chia continued to sense Bai Li Pangpang's every move with his mental awareness. Moments later, Bai Li Pangpang emerged with the gift box he had just stowed away, inching it towards Lin Chia's bedside and softly placing each box under Lin Chia's bed. Lin Chia thought, is this little chubby one so persistent? A surge of irritation welled up within Lin Chia as he abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Bai Li Pangpang. What are you doing? Bai Li Pangpang jumped, plopping down on the ground, fearfully meeting Lin Chia's eyes, his not-so-bright mind racing. Hesitantly, he leaned towards Lin Chia's feet and sniffed. Chia, your feet smell really nice. Lin Chia stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Even his wit could not conjure a suitable response to such a statement. What manner of creature is this? Seeing Lin Chia frozen, Bai Li Pangpang hesitated for a moment before extending his own foot towards Lin Chia, cautiously asking, would you like to smell mine? A murderous intent began to stir within Lin Chia. In the distance, atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang quietly lowered his binoculars, his expression one of utmost intrigue. He turned to Instructor Hong, gesturing towards the two individuals across from them who were busy sniffing each other's feet. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, is this what you call two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong rubbed his temples. This doesn't make sense. One is an arrogant Seraphim agent, the other a pampered young master of the Bai Li group. How can they coexist under one roof without peril? Yet, here they were. Yuan Gang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke earnestly, Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must look beyond their identity and background. Countless individuals may share similar lineage, yet their character and temperament are as varied as the stars. After Yuan Gang finished his words, he turned and walked away. Once he was completely out of Instructor Hong's sight, Yuan Gang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. How amusing. Chapter 72. The training camp commences from the second day after Lin Chia arrived at the training camp. The number of new recruits gradually increased. The once empty dormitory building was now nearly filled without anyone noticing. By the morning of the third day, Lin Chia was awakened by the commotion outside in the corridor. He sat up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The fatso is up this early? Lin Chia glanced at the adjacent bed, which resembled a pigsty, and found it empty, raising his eyebrows in surprise. It seemed this wealthy young man was indeed different. After spending 2 days together, Lin Xie had gained a preliminary understanding of Bai Li, the chubby recruit. He clearly did not fit the mold of an arrogant rich kid. Instead, he seemed to be making an effort to conceal his privileged background, pretending to come from an ordinary family, albeit with rather clumsy acting skills. Not a bad person at heart, just a bit dim-witted. That was Lin Xie's initial assessment of Bai Li. Lin Xie was not one to shy away from challenges. To a certain extent, he even hoped his roommate would be a haughty individual who would pick fights with him, giving him the perfect excuse to retaliate and claim the entire room for himself. But unfortunately, he turned out to be a harmless, foolish fatso. This foolish fatso interacted with him cheerfully every day, often bringing gifts and speaking politely, leaving Lin Xie feeling as though he were punching a pillow. It was hard to bring himself to hit him. Yet when Bai Li stealthily placed his foot near Lin Xie's face in the middle of the night, it became utterly intolerable. What was most infuriating was that after Lin Xie was rudely awakened, Bai Li would look sincerely into his eyes, a mixture of anticipation and shyness, and ask, "Xie, you haven't answered me yet. Do my feet smell good?" Fortunately, Lin Xie had no knives at hand. Otherwise, this fatso would certainly not see the light of the next day. Lin Xie stretched his body, toothbrush in mouth, dragging an empty hot water bottle as he prepared to wash up. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Among them, a plump figure, radiating opulence, was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Dear comrades, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown for you all. I hope you won't mind. And I look forward to your kindness over the next year. Hey, over there, brothers, no need to rush. There's enough for everyone." Bai Li raised his round arm, which was adorned with several different luxury watches, wrapped like a mummy, exuding an air of extravagance. The surrounding new recruits were instantly stirred. "Please don't misunderstand. I am not a wealthy young master. I am simply a child from an ordinary family, and I just want to get along well with you all." With wide eyes, Lin Xie stared at the chaotic scene in the opposite dormitory, his mouth agape, and his toothbrush fell to the ground. What on earth is this fatso's background? He murmured to himself. Even those scions of wealthy families cannot possibly be this affluent, can they? With over 200 recruits in the entire barracks, each is presented with a luxury watch. This is sheer extravagance. Nevertheless, even amidst the chaos of the dormitory, there remained individuals unfazed by the commotion. Lin Xie observed. In the corridor of the same floor, a youth leaning against the wall, indifferent as he regarded the scene. He stood there, as if in a realm apart, exuding an aura of incongruity, as if an invisible barrier shielded him from the surrounding clamor, his gaze serene as still waters. Meanwhile, in the adjacent female dormitory, a long-haired girl stood on the balcony, squinting at the rotund Bai Li with a look of disdain. The more Lin Xie scrutinized, the more he discerned that numerous onlookers lurked in the shadows, each with varying expressions. Some were apathetic, others wore smirks of mockery, while a few displayed contempt, and others appeared restless. Bai Li's antics not only ignited the atmosphere within the barracks but also subtly unveiled a hidden tableau to Lin Xie's eyes. Similarly, as Lin Xie took note of them, they too became aware of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, glowering at the raucous dormitory, unleashing a torrent of invective. "What in the blazes is going on here? Are we hosting a bazaar? Do you want me to hire some strippers to liven things up?" His shouts reverberated between the dormitory buildings, scattering the recruits clustered around Bai Li with a sudden commotion. Only Bai Li remained, clutching his trove of watches, casting a furtive glance downward before quietly prostrating himself on the ground, murmuring, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stern demeanor, continuing to bellow, "Don't think that just because the training hasn't officially commenced, you can act with impunity. I'll tell you, once you step through that door, you're soldiers. Soldiers must uphold discipline. This is your first warning. I'll let you off this time, but if I catch anyone causing a ruckus again, I swear I'll make you regret it." Instructor Hong thundered. "Do you understand?" "Understood," echoed the voices from the 3 dormitory buildings. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Instructor Hong swept across the dormitories before slowly declaring, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, all personnel assemble at the training ground." After speaking, he turned and departed the confines of the dormitory with the other instructors. Bai Li peeked through the corridor, hurriedly rising to his feet, clutching his watches as he rushed to Lin Xie's side. "You scared me half to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been discovered." Li patted his racing heart, voice trembling with relief. Lin Chia remarked, "Alas, it seems those remaining gifts cannot be given out." Li gazed down at the watches in his hands, exhaling a sigh of disappointment. "Why are you so insistent on gifting?" Lin Chia could not help but inquire. "Without the exchange of gifts, how can one cultivate relationships with others?" Li Pang stated matter-of-factly, "My father always says that this world is fundamentally about human connections." Lin Chi rolled his eyes, retorting, "If human connections were all that mattered in this world, then society would have already perished." With that, he disregarded whether Li Pang understood him and bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, continuing towards the hot water room, leaving Li Pang standing there, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Chi donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and proceeded directly to the training ground. Li Pang hurriedly trailed behind him, attempting to fit his posterior into his pants while occasionally calling out, "Chi, wait for me." By the time they arrived at the training grounds, most of the participants were already assembled, although they had yet to form proper lines. Everyone stood casually, their heights and builds varying considerably. On the demonstration stage, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their posture reminiscent of steadfast pines. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, gazed down at the disordered crowd with narrowed eyes. "Everyone, stand in line," shouted an instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, all the recruits fell silent, although the formation remained crooked. A semblance of order emerged. Having arrived relatively late, Lin Chi and Li Pang found themselves at the end of the line. Nevertheless, they could still feel the imposing presence emanating from the instructors on the demonstration stage. They stood there without employing any forbidden techniques or weapons. Yet their sheer aura felt like a mighty mountain pressing upon the hearts of the recruits. This formidable presence could only arise from the trials of life and death combat, something these novices had yet to experience. Yuan Gang observed the recruits for a considerable time before he spoke. His voice deep and resonant. "I know that you all hail from across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, each of you a genius in your own right, possessing coveted forbidden techniques, extraordinary skills, or perhaps even remarkable backgrounds. However, from the moment you stepped through that door, you assumed but one identity. You are recruits. You are novices. No, at this moment, you are not even novices. You are worthless. You are refuse. When faced with true and formidable adversaries, you will only endanger yourselves and your comrades, rendering yourselves useless. If you wish to truly become night watchers, you have a long way to go." Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, echoing like thunder across the expanse of the training ground. Lin Chi could keenly sense the expressions of most recruits around him hardening. Some raised their heads defiantly. Others smirked inwardly, some scoffed dismissively, while others bowed their heads in contemplation. "What? Are you all dissatisfied?" Yuan Gang noted every expression, raising an eyebrow. No one responded. Yet their answers were clearly written on their faces. Indeed, they were defiant. "Do you not feel that you possess formidable powers, extraordinary abilities, and limitless potential? Do you think that my ability to stand here and admonish you is merely a result of having been born a few years earlier, or that my realm surpasses yours? Do you believe that while I can criticize your weakness and lowly status, I cannot label you as worthless or insignificant?" Yuan Gang scoffed dismissively, exclaiming, "Nonsense. My words ring true. In your current state, even if you were to reach the Klein realm, you would merely be a slightly more capable waste. When faced with true masters, you wouldn't withstand even a single strike. Do you believe me?" Many among the crowd began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixated on Yuan Gang, eyes ablaze with indignation. "I don't believe it." At that moment, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform, his cap worn backward, leisurely raised his hand, chewing gum with a mocking expression. "New recruit, what is your name?" "Shen Zhuqing." "Good. Who else dares to defy?" "I do not yield." "Me too." With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, more and more voices of dissent arose, until nearly half the assembly had raised their hands in defiance. At the back, Li, plump and jovial, nudged Lin Chia. "Chia? What about you?" "Me? I concede." "Why?" "Because he speaks the truth." In Lin Chia's mind, memories of a torrential downpour that washed everything away resurfaced, along with the formidable ghost-faced king that reigned supreme amidst the rain. He also recalled the cunning Nantua serpent lurking in the shadows, orchestrating everything with exceptional intellect. They had never encountered the mysterious, unaware of the true nature of those entities. Lin Chia's eyes narrowed slightly. "I can assure you that if they were to confront the two mysterious beings I encountered, no more than 10 among this 200 would survive. Moreover, there are undoubtedly even stronger, and more grotesque, mysterious entities in this world. If I were to encounter them now, I fear I would not even know how I met my end. Have you encountered the mysterious? Are they formidable? Quite formidable. Well, you submit, and I shall as well. Li declared without principle. On stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smirk. He nodded and continued. Very well, since so many of you refuse to submit. I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your true selves. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie, speaking coolly into it. Next round. Beep. The static of the walkie-talkie ceased, and Yuan Gang lifted his gaze toward the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below followed suit, looking upward but finding nothing. After a brief moment, whispers began to circulate. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the throng, "Look! Someone is falling from the clouds." The crowd gasped collectively. And Lin Chia squinted at the sky. Above the azure sky, 7 black dots were rapidly enlarging. After a few moments, it became clear that they were 7 individuals draped in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes on their backs, each adorned with a distinct mask. They plummeted from the cloud summit, free-falling without any protective gear, hurtling toward the training ground, their cloaks billowing wildly in the fierce wind. Goodness, they can't be jumping out of a plane without parachutes, can they? Exclaimed by Li Pang, who stood beside Lin Chiyi, his astonishment mirrored by the others around him, their chatter crescendoing into a clamor. On the stage, Yuan Gang touched his nose and muttered under his breath, "Well, I merely suggested it, and they actually went ahead with the jump. Now that's dedication." In the sky, the 7 figures descended rapidly, their anguished screams echoing through the air, particularly the man in the swirling mask who flailed his limbs in a frenzy. "Ah! Help! Ah! Swirl! Can you quiet down a bit? My ears are about to burst," scolded the woman in the rose mask. "I'm terrified of heights," cried the woman in the rose mask. "Rose, don't just stand there talking. It's not like you're experiencing this," protested the man in the swirling mask, his voice hoarse. "Captain, Yuan Gang said to jump, so we really are jumping? Why should we?" At the bottom, a man wearing a king mask spoke calmly. "I've heard this batch of newcomers is quite hard to intimidate. Instructor Yuan must be at his wit's end to have sought our assistance. We must oblige." What if we die from the fall? With me here. "You won't perish," retorted the man in the balance mask, rolling his eyes. "Are you even capable? I've gained a couple of pounds recently. Can you really catch me? Captain, can I just let this guy fall?" "No. Adu. All right, quiet down." The man in the king mask glanced below and continued. "We're about to land. Making too much noise will alert them, and it would be quite embarrassing. Then I'll try to scream softly," the swirling masked figure said, covering his mouth. As they neared the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. "Is that the masquerade? One of the 4 special squads, the masquerade?" With gasps of astonishment, the 7 were just moments away from crashing to the earth when the man in the balance mask extended 2 fingers, giving a gentle flick. Suddenly, the gravity that bound the 7 vanished, allowing them to drift down like feathers. Their toes barely touched the ground, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks fluttering in the breeze, as the sunlight illuminated their 7 distinctly radiant masks. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he spoke softly. "Greetings, everyone. We are the mask team." Before he could finish, Xuanchu's legs buckled, and with a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Xianxu, mask, crowd. New recruits? Chapter 74, 239 verses 5. The scene was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched violently beneath his mask, while Rose's fist clenched tightly. The expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of remarkable. Only the new recruit stood there in a daze, bewildered. Was this truly an act of kneeling? What was he doing? They might have guessed what was unfolding. Yet they dared not contemplate it further. They struggled to rationalize the extraordinary sight before them. Surely this was mask. How could such a rookie mistake occur? All eyes turned to Xianxu. He remained kneeling, taking a moment to grasp the reality of the situation. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his hands and bowed to the new recruits. "I, Xianxu of the mask team, wish you all an early new year." Upon finishing, he sprang to his feet, standing tall, feigning that nothing had transpired. Lin Xia. Bailey Pang pondered for a moment and earnestly leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. "Xia, do you think this instructor is operating on a limited budget and couldn't hire the real mask team, so he settled for a cheap imitation? That seems unlikely." Lin Xia's gaze fell upon Wang Mian, who stood at the forefront of the 7, his expression growing grave. Lin Xie sensed an air of subtle authority emanating from the man on stage. Others might not perceive it, but Lin Xie could, for they were all divine agents. Meanwhile, it appeared that Wang Mian had also sensed Lin Xie's presence, their eyes locking momentarily. After a brief pause, Wang Mian shifted his gaze and continued his earlier lines. "We are the Mask, special team." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yuan Gang smirked slightly, his voice resonating once more across the training ground. "Since you refuse to acknowledge your shortcomings, I shall offer you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your true selves. A genuine encounter with top-tier talent. It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of you recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the Mask team. If you succeed, it will prove your exceptional capabilities, and there will be no need for further training this year. I shall apply for your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one accomplishes this by 9, cast your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the latrine. Regardless of the demands we place during this training, you must comply. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the gathered new recruits erupted in a fervor. Soon, protests arose. "This is unjust. They are predominantly formidable warriors from the Chuanor High Realms, while we are merely at the Zhan Realm. How can we possibly compete?" In this confrontation, the members of the Mask team would all suppress their realms to the Zhan level. Under the same circumstances, 239 individuals against 7. Are you afraid? The crowd buzzed with excitement. With everyone at the Zhan realm, the fundamental distinctions of strength vanished, leaving only tactical coordination, strategy, and combat acumen. Even though the members of the Mask team were renowned veterans, they still numbered a staggering 239. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm them, couldn't it? The new recruits' breaths quickened. The sheer disparity in numbers rendered defeat illogical. If they won, not only would they evade a year of rigorous training, but they would also earn considerable prestige. Excellent. I agree. It's a deal. The atmosphere among the recruits ignited. Their eyes fixed fervently on the 7 figures clad in gray on the stage, sensing their indomitable spirit. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "It will take us no more than 5 of our members to defeat all of you." At this proclamation, the recruits' emotions surged once again, fervently responding to Wang Mian's provocation, and chaos ensued. "How audacious!" Bali Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. "They are not audacious, quite the contrary. They are pursuing caution." Lin Xie shook his head. Bali Pang Pang was taken aback. "Only 5 of them claim they can defeat us all. Is that not audacious?" The rules of this contest dictated that unmasking any one of them constituted a victory, thus the more members they sent forth, the greater their risk of defeat. Noting Bali Pang Pang's lingering confusion, Lin Xie continued. "In a squad of 7, each member possesses strengths and weaknesses. Should a weakness be exposed under the collective assault of 239 individuals, the likelihood of it being exploited is considerable. However, if they deliberately leave all weaknesses off the field from the outset, that issue is circumvented. So you mean they are wary of our capabilities, thus opting to leave certain members off the field to eliminate vulnerabilities?" Bali Pang Pang pondered. "That is indeed the case. So, does that imply they are actually apprehensive of us? That our chances of victory are substantial?" "Not necessarily." Lin Xie glanced at the agitated crowd and replied nonchalantly. "Although we hold numerical superiority, we are merely a disorganized mob lacking coordination. In this scenario, our numbers may very well become a disadvantage. The 5 from the Mass team are akin to a sharp blade, whereas we, the 239, are merely a scattered mass of sand." "Very well," Bali Pang Pang sighed. "The ability to triumph over the Mask does not hinge upon our numbers, but rather on the brilliance of our minds." Lin Xie's gaze swept across the ranks of new recruits. Yuan Gang, observing the amassed fervor of the crowd, spoke. "The weapons you require can be found in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the damage inflicted upon facilities or the destruction of structures. Regardless of how chaotic you render this place, we shall restore it. Now, allow me to witness your prowess." Upon finishing his statement, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the instructors. As per the original plan, Vortex, Rose, Libra, and Moon Ghost will engage. You all may return to rest." Wang Mian remarked, addressing the other 2 members, who then followed the instructors away. Ultimately, only 239 recruits remained in the arena, alongside the 5 members of the Mask. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with all recruits casting ominous glances at the 5 on the platform. Amidst the crowd, a hand was raised in inquiry. "When may we commence?" Libra smiled faintly, extending a finger towards the crowd. In the next moment, the questioner was as if struck by an invisible hammer, violently expelling blood and flying backward. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian spoke in a low tone. Was the instructor's message not sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock until 9, which means it has already begun. Chapter 75. The battle. As Wang Mian's words echoed, several recruits charged forward, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Flames, frost, gales, and lasers converged. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Bai Li, in a fit of fervor, shouted twice and prepared to ascend into the sky. Lin Xie seized him, without hesitation, and sprinted towards the exit of the training ground. Xie, what are you doing? We must join the fray. Are we seeking death? Lin Xie shouted as they ran. Do you possess a weapon? Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp. Yet the 5 from the mask are fully armed. Are you planning to confront them with your bare head? Bai Li paused, instinctively patting his pockets. Indeed. The special team is so named for their prowess, far exceeding that of others. Charging forward recklessly without knowledge of their forbidden abilities or combat styles is tantamount to courting death. Lin Xie glanced back, seemingly to validate his thoughts. As an unexpected phenomenon unfolded on the training platform, a deep purple vortex abruptly blossomed in midair, positioned before the members of the mask, staunchly absorbing all incoming attacks. In the next instant, a colossal pink hammer materialized from thin air, towering 2 stories high, summoning a howling gale that sent all airborne recruits crashing to the ground. At this moment, the majority of the recruits had already realized the dire situation they were in. By the time they turned to flee, it was far too late. With a gentle flick of its finger, the purple vortex reappeared above their heads. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. The vortex sneered contemptuously. The flames and frost previously swept away by the purple vortex erupted forth, raining down like droplets from the sky, followed by a series of explosions that rocked the training platform. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upwards, and Bai Li Peng, trailing behind Lin Xie, swallowed hard, his back drenched in cold sweat. Was this the combat strength expected from the Zhan realm? If they unleashed their full power, how formidable would they be? After all, how else could they be classified as a special team? Lin Xie sighed, within less than a minute of the commencement. They had already lost nearly half their numbers, troublesome indeed. Lin Xie was not the only astute individual, as he and Bai Li Peng led the charge. Many others reacted swiftly, bolting out as well, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. Were it not for Lin Xie's exemplary leadership, the number of those eliminated would have surely been greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray slowly emerged. The vortex glanced down at the unconscious recruits strewn about and smirked. It appears that winning this farce is all but assured. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. Wang Mian calmly observed the recruits disappearing into the distance, then turned to the man wearing a crescent moon mask and said, their next objective must be the warehouse. Yue, you go first to block the entrance. We will encircle from the outside. Understood. With a flicker, Yue vanished from sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before a series of screens, each holding a stack of documents and shaking their heads slightly. In just one encounter, over 90 recruits had been eliminated. It seems we have overestimated their capabilities. Ultimately, it is the masked who are too formidable. Another instructor sighed, noting that having a top-tier team that had once slain entities of the Wuliang realm to maintain order was a complete dimensional suppression for the recruits. One cannot say it is unfair. They have indeed suppressed their strength to the Zhan realm, which is not outright bullying, is it? Yet, their experience and synergy are realms beyond what these fledgling recruits can comprehend. And among them are 3 exceedingly dangerous individuals from the Forbidden Zones, alongside the agent of that deity. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive pessimism. Just as the instructors deliberated, Yuan Gang slowly interjected. Although the recruits appear to have suffered significant losses, the few who genuinely possess the potential to contend with the masked have managed to escape. Eliminating some of the disruptive elements may prove beneficial for them. The nearby instructor paused. Sir, are you implying that you actually hope the recruits succeed? No, with that individual present, their victory is unattainable. Yuan Gang shook his head. I merely anticipate witnessing an exhilarating battle. Qi, slow down. I can't keep up. Bai Li Peng was being dragged by Lin Xie, running in a state of utter exhaustion, struggling to catch his breath. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow and abruptly released his grip, declaring, Then you shall leave your fate to chance. I shall take my leave first. Witnessing Lin Xie nonchalantly abandon him, Bai Li Peng was momentarily stunned before mustering every ounce of strength to chase after him. No, this won't do. If I am left alone, I will certainly be pursued. Chia, brother Chia, wait for me. Eventually, Bailey Pang Pang, rolling and scrambling, caught up with Lin Chia at the entrance of the warehouse. Upon seeing the tightly shut door, he was taken aback. Why is this door closed? Were we not supposed to retrieve our weapons ourselves? Lin Chia frowned slightly, responding, they said we could take them. But they did not specify that the door would be open for us to collect them. Then do we have to break this door open? Bailey Pang Pang approached and knocked on it, noting its robust material. Lin Chia circled around the warehouse, his expression darkening. He turned to Bailey Pang Pang and inquired, "What is your forbidden domain?" I don't have a forbidden domain," Bailey Pang Pang retorted with conviction. Lin Chia pondered. How on earth did this fool manage to infiltrate the Night Watchers? This is troublesome. He sighed, my forbidden domain lacks the capacity for large-scale destruction. It cannot open this door. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head. Oh, is that all? Actually, I step aside. Just as Bailey Pang Pang was about to elaborate, a chilling female voice emerged from behind him. Startled, he turned to see a tall woman standing there, her long hair as vivid as flames cascading down to her waist. Even in her unadorned new recruit's uniform, her enchanting figure was undeniable. She cast a glance at Bailey Pang Pang, snorted disdainfully, and strode directly to the warehouse door. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized this woman. Earlier that morning, when Bailey Pang Pang was causing a ruckus at the dormitory across from them, she had stood on the girls' dormitory corridor, looking down on the commotion with contempt. They had exchanged a glance, and Lin Chia vividly recalled her aggressive gaze. Molly, she replied coolly, extending her fair hand to gently press against the surface of the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Chapter 76, Moon Demon Crack. 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 As Molly's hand made contact with the metallic door, it vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, and a piercing hum emanated from within. Instantly, terrifying fissures appeared on the surface of the door. Molly withdrew her hand and, turning, delivered a powerful kick to the door, shattering it into several segments, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly dusted off her hands and expressionlessly entered the warehouse. Such formidable destructive power, Lin Chia mused, his gaze fixed on the scattered metallic fragments, stroking his chin in contemplation. Outside the door, Bailey Pang Pang fixed his gaze intently on Molly's silhouette, swallowing hard. What's wrong? Lin Chia inquired, noticing his peculiar expression. Leaning closer to Lin Chia's ear, Bailey Pang Pang whispered, don't you think she is quite impressive? Lin Chia rolled his eyes, showing no inclination to continue the conversation with Bailey Pang Pang, and proceeded directly to the weapon rack in the warehouse, casually selecting a standard straight blade. Prior to arriving at the training camp, Chen Muyi had mentioned that weapons were not to be brought inside unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he had left Zhao Kongcheng's sword at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, the night watchmen were all equipped with standardized gear, so there were plenty of weapons available in the warehouse. As Lin Chi grasped the sword, he kept a watchful eye on Molly's actions with his mental energy. Surprisingly, she didn't even glance at the array of weapons but walked straight to the deepest part of the warehouse. There, she retrieved a massive katana, slinging it over her shoulder before turning and striding out of the warehouse. Such a weapon was rather uncommon. As she passed by Lin Chi, he calmly spoke up. Molly paused, casting a glance at him. I like this one. Is there a problem? Lin Chi turned to meet her gaze, extending his right hand. I am Lin Chi. Oh, Molly replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. Ultra high-risk forbidden ruins? Why should I tell you? Don't you want to win? Do you think revealing it guarantees victory? Who do you think you are? Among the 5 members of the mask, at least 3 are classified as ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and their cooperation is extremely close. If we don't unite among ourselves, we stand no chance at all. Lin Chi stated calmly. Molly furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Chi in astonishment. Are you also ultra-high-risk? No. Lin Chi shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he slowly added, I am the agent of the Seraph. Molly's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned her head, shock evident in her eyes. You are a divine agent? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Chi for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, she spoke slowly. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076, Myriad Frequencies. Capable of controlling the vibration frequency of any object that comes into direct or indirect contact within the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling the ease with which she had just breached the door, and nodded slightly. Impressive. No wonder you chose the katana. At that moment, Bali Pang Pang hurried over, clearing his throat to get their attention. He solemnly extended his hand towards Molly. "Hello, Miss Molly. I am Bali Tu Ming." Born into an ordinary family in Guangshan City, Molly's expression suddenly soured. She shot Bali Pang Pang a disdainful glance, snorted coldly, and turned to exit the warehouse. "I have the utmost disdain for individuals like you, and I warn you to keep your distance." Bali Pang Pang was taken aback and quickly interjected, "No, I am not a wealthy heir. I truly come from an ordinary family. What about your weapon?" Lin Chi inquired, noticing Bali Pang Pang's empty hands. Filled with confusion, "I don't know how to use any weapon, so I didn't bring one," he replied. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Chi patted his shoulder and suggested, "How about this? Find a secluded spot to hide until the battle concludes, to avoid getting hurt." Bali Pang Pang resolutely shook his head. "No, I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight." Lin Chi sighed and proceeded to walk out of the warehouse. "Suit yourself, as long as you're happy." At that moment, an increasing number of new recruits were entering the warehouse to retrieve their gear. As Lin Chi and Bali Pang Pang stepped through the doorway, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, her large sword slung over her back, seemingly awaiting something. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Chi approached her and asked. "I am waiting for you," Molly replied calmly. "If I am not mistaken, there is another individual who is also of high risk." "Who?" "The man who was the first to stand up in opposition while the chief instructor was speaking," she stated. "Do you remember him?" "You mean the one with the backward military cap, his uniform unbuttoned, chewing gum, and looking rather arrogant?" Bali Pang Pang interjected after a moment of recollection. "I remember him." Lin Chi nodded in agreement. "If we could just clang." Before Molly could finish her thought, Lin Chi's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly drew his straight sword and struck towards Molly's back. With a crisp sound of clashing metal, Molly reacted with incredible speed, flipping forward and rising to her feet, her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword. In the void, a short sword flickered ominously, while Lin Chi's straight sword was firmly locked against the blade of the short sword. Lin Chi's gaze was fixed upon the emptiness ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From within the void, a man wearing a crescent moon mask gradually materialized, gripping the short sword in reverse. He looked at Lin Chi with surprise. "You can see me?" "By chance, yes," Lin Chi replied coolly. The moon demon gazed into Lin Chi's eyes, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraph. The aura surrounding you is quite similar to that of your captain." Behind Lin Chi, Molly's expression was one of fury. Had it not been for Lin Chi's timely intervention to block the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding what had transpired. Thinking of this ignited her anger, and she swiftly drew her large sword from her back, its blade vibrating with a terrifying intensity. Lin Chi deflected the moon demon's short sword with his straight sword and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped backward. In the next instant, Molly brought her sword crashing down. Boom! The air before the blade quivered violently, followed by a terrifying shockwave that propelled the blade through the air, cleaving the earth's surface and crashing directly into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a ghastly scar. Billowing clouds of dust surged forth, and upon that crack, the moon ghost stood silently, his right arm already vanished. "Indeed, this is a perilous forbidden void," the moon ghost remarked softly, as the ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, swiftly coalescing into a new arm. Chapter 77. Breakout. Molly, wielding the great sword, gazed at the moon ghost, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Is this regeneration? No. The moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him dissolved into moonlight, evading your attack. Lin Xie perceived everything that had just transpired with clarity and furrowed his brow in response. This troublesome forbidden void seems to have brought only him. Lin Xie's gaze swept around, his eyes brightening. This was an opportunity. If we could unmask him, we would claim victory. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, and the dozens of new recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse with weapons turned their attention toward the solitary moon ghost. He is a lone member of the mask. The moon ghost sensed the hostile glances directed at him, his lips twitching slightly. This was not how I envisioned it. According to his original plan, he should have lurked within the warehouse, a phantom in the shadows, silently harvesting new recruits. How did I become so exposed? At that moment, Bai Li, with a grand gesture, pointed at the moon ghost and shouted, "Brothers, let's take him down." As his words fell, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing various weapons and forbidden void artifacts in a magnificent display. The moon ghost cursed under his breath as his form suddenly blurred, dissipating into the air. The newly recruited soldiers, deprived of a target, were momentarily stunned, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings. Lin Xie moved. He darted towards a patch of nothingness with lightning speed. His eyes ablaze, and his straight sword swiftly slashed through the air. In the next moment, a short sword manifested, blocking his strike. The moon ghost was compelled to reveal himself, looking at Lin Xie with an expression of resignation. "Brother, do you really have to go this far?" Lin Xie smiled slightly. And suddenly, a blinding golden radiance erupted from his eyes, a surge of imposing divine might emanating from him, rushing toward the moon ghost's spirit. However, although the moon ghost had suppressed his realm to the Zhan level, he essentially retained the physique of the Chuan realm, making the seraph's divine might less effective against him. Divine pressure? Such power at the Zhan level. Is this the essence of a seraph? The moon ghost was momentarily dazed but quickly regained his composure. His short sword spinning rapidly to clash with Lin Xie's straight sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted, the speed of their blades astonishingly swift. However, mere seconds later, Lin Xie felt an overwhelming pressure. After all, Yue was a member of the Mask, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Given that Lin Xie had only recently begun his sword training, he found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. Fortunately, he was not alone in battle. Having stalled Yue for a few seconds, the new recruits swiftly surrounded him, completely cutting off all avenues of retreat, commencing an unrelenting assault. Amidst the relentless barrage of strikes, Yue could only barely sustain himself through his moonlight transformation ability and extensive combat experience. Thankfully, he was able to transform his mask along with himself into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the successive explosions long ago. Where are those four fellows? We agreed to fight as a team. Why has it turned into me against a crowd? Within the throng, Yue awkwardly dodged the attacks, muttering curses under his breath. As soon as his words fell, a figure quietly appeared atop a house to the east. It was a man wearing a scale mask, and the moment he materialized, Lin Xie noticed him. His expression turning grave. On the rooftop, the scales silently observed the chaotic battlefield below. With a gentle clap of his hands, he murmured, "Force field conversion." Immediately, the metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered on the ground around them began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted above their heads, poised to strike at any moment. Gravity doubled. The scales clapped his hands again, and the crowd, surrounded by various fragments, suddenly felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on them, nearly causing them to topple. Under this heavy oppression, their movement speed significantly slowed. In the midst of the crowd, Yue finally let out a sigh of relief. If he had arrived a few minutes later, he would have truly been finished. What a useless buffoon, Yue. How are you so weak? From the south, Vortex strolled over leisurely, speaking with a flippant tone. Shortly thereafter, Rose appeared on the western path, her small hammer shimmering as it rapidly expanded to 3 stories high. With one strike, it could nearly reduce the warehouse to rubble. To the north, Wang Mian stood there with his hands in his pockets, having appeared without anyone noticing. His gaze swept over the dozens of new recruits present, and he calmly stated, "I'm afraid you were surrounded." Surrounded? For individuals encircling nearly 40? Although it seemed absurd. None of the new recruits present found it humorous. They were indeed trapped. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xie's expression grew increasingly grave. What now? Molly, wielding her katana, also bore a grim countenance. Should they fight back? With their numbers, they stood no chance. Lin Xie shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing on Vortex beside the southern warehouse. "Wait for my signal," Lin Xie whispered, lowering his voice. Molly and Bale Pang Pang exchanged a knowing glance, nodding subtly. With only 4 of them, they had effectively sealed off all directions. If they united their efforts towards a single escape route, the likelihood of breaching their encirclement was significantly heightened. Lin Xie's voice rose slightly, ensuring every rookie present could hear him clearly. "When that balance attacks, we shall charge collectively towards the woman in the west." The eyes of the new recruits flickered with determination. Though they remained silent, their resolve was evident. Perched atop the rooftop, the figure of the balance gestured lightly, unleashing a cascade of metallic shards and debris from above, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, a majority of the new recruits, burdened by double the gravity, sprinted towards the direction of Rose. Molly's eyes flashed with a cold light, her sword quivering anew in her grasp. With a fierce shout, she swung her blade skyward, unleashing a resonant wave of invisible force that collided with the raining sharp objects, shattering them into fragments that tumbled down harmlessly from the other side. At that moment, Rose, wielding a colossal hammer towering 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow as she observed the throng of recruits charging towards her, a cold smile gracing her lips. Seeking death. With a mere thought, the hammer swelled to the size of an entire apartment building, yet she lifted it effortlessly, the wind swirling around her as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered new recruits. Chapter 78. Explosion. Rose's hammer was indeed fearsome. Yet the recruits were not to be underestimated. Just as the hammer was about to strike them, several beams of light erupted forth, clashing against the base of the massive hammer with tremendous force. The sound of a resounding explosion echoed from their collision, a tempestuous wind sweeping through the air. The two forces locked in a fierce standoff, neither yielding an inch. At that critical moment, the remaining 4 masked team members sprang into action, sprinting swiftly towards the west as the encirclement rapidly constricted. Run! Lin Chie bellowed from the rear, disregarding the chaos of the battlefield ahead as he pivoted and dashed southward. Molly and Bale Pang Pang remained focused on the fierce battle unfolding before them, momentarily stunned by Lin Chie's command before they quickly regrouped and followed him in a bid to break through to the south. Captain. Several individuals have turned back towards the south. The balance watched this scene unfold, momentarily taken aback. Wang Mian hesitated briefly before stating, first, let's eliminate these dozen or so recruits before we delay the vortex to the south. Acknowledged. The vortex abruptly altered its course, pursuing the trio making their escape southward. At this juncture, other recruits began to react, emulating Lin Chie's move to exploit the chaos and break free in various directions. Regrettably, the encirclement had already solidified, and those who attempted to escape were swiftly dispatched by the other masked team members. Lin Chie pressed forward without a moment's hesitation, charging into the partially collapsed warehouse, closely followed by Bale Pang Pang and Molly. The vortex flickered and swiftly arrived at the warehouse entrance, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as the vortex entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid towards him. Initially startled, the vortex instinctively sidestepped the cart, but in the next moment, a round object gently fell from above, landing precisely into the cart. Looking up, he saw Lin Chie standing on the beam, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, turning, he leaped onto a nearby weapons rack and dashed away with remarkable swiftness. Peering down, the vortex, aided by the faint light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged bundles of explosives. Atop these explosives rested a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. The vortex's pupils contracted sharply. Boom! The blinding flames intertwined with billowing smoke, catapulting the remaining half of the warehouse into the air, the deafening explosion resonating throughout the entire training base. Accompanied by the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, other grenades, detonators, and gunpowder within the warehouse erupted in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The members of the masked squad, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, simultaneously changed their expressions. Flames soared like pillars, and thick smoke billowed. The 4 members of the masked squad hurriedly approached the wreckage of the warehouse, their faces grave. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out from the ruins, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. The vortex, in a pitiful state, coughed violently a few times before collapsing onto the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it. That kid has a wicked heart. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened the devouring vortex in time, I would have surely met my end." He touched the mask on his face, now severely scorched, with fine cracks appearing on its surface, fearing that with even a slight force, it might shatter. Thank heavens. The mask still remained intact. Disaster averted. Vortex, you were too careless, Tian Ping sighed. Can you blame me? The vortex replied weakly. Beside him, Yu Gui shrugged and remarked, I intended to warn you. The Seraph's agent is not to be trifled with. I didn't anticipate that our meticulously laid trap would be so easily breached. Wang's expression was solemn as he gazed in the direction where Lin Chie and the others had departed, his eyes glimmering. Truly, as an agent, he was extraordinary. The vortex scratched his head. Captain, are you praising yourself? Lin Chie glanced back at the blazing warehouse and calmly stated, It's safe. They did not pursue. Bailey Pang Pang gasped for air. Chia, you were quite ruthless. Surely, wasn't he killed in the explosion? If that were the case, he would never qualify for the special squad. Lin Chie shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, it seems this blast did not destroy his mask. Otherwise, we would have already secured victory. Is it not a bit unkind to leave the others behind? Molly, bearing her katana, gazed at Lin Chia. Their escape was never truly feasible. Lin Chia spoke calmly, articulating that their objective was overwhelmingly significant. Their ability to break free stemmed from their mere trio, while the masked adversaries opted to besiege the greater number of foes. Should their numbers increase, the opposition would undoubtedly redirect their main force to intercept them, rendering their escape impossible. Ultimately, they had merely exploited the disparity in value between themselves and their pursuers, compelling the masked squad to make a choice. If they had stubbornly attempted to break through alongside the others, none would have emerged unscathed. Molly remained silent. "What shall we do next?" Bali asked, his voice tinged with concern. At this stage, the foolish recruits among the new soldiers should have been eliminated. The remaining recruits had likely fragmented into several small factions, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked squad. Lin Chia crouched down, using a nearby twig to sketch on the ground. Approximately 100 recruits remained. And discounting those lacking morale who hid in corners awaiting the confrontation's conclusion, the actual combatants numbered around 90. To topple the masked squad, whether through direct assault or ambush, at least 10 individuals would need to strike simultaneously. Assuming these 90 had been divided into 4 to 8 groups, dispersed across the school's various corners. Lin Chia drew a rudimentary map of the training camp, marking several locations. If I were in the masked squad's position, I would hasten to dismantle these small factions one by one. If my conjecture holds true, we are likely facing a protracted struggle for control of key positions, alongside a war of attrition. He continued, for a struggle over positions, the training camp offers limited ambush spots, the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and tactical research rooms. I surmise the masked squad will head to the dormitory. Lin Chia marked the dormitory's location with a pentagram. Why there? Bali queried, perplexed. Among all these locations, the dormitory possesses the largest area, the most potential hiding spots, and the highest degree of concealment. I suspect that multiple recruit factions are lying in wait there. Considering the masked squad would be wary of a prolonged engagement draining their mental fortitude, they are likely to tackle the most formidable challenge first. Thus, they will probably launch an assault on the dormitory directly. A spark ignited in Lin Chia's eyes as he abruptly raised his head, only to find Li and Molly regarding him with expressions of disbelief. "What is it? Have I erred in my reasoning?" Lin Chia inquired, bewildered. Li and Molly exchanged glances before slowly responding, "You are quite the anomaly." Chapter 79, Suffocation the Dormitory? Why prioritize that location? Xuanhua pondered, patting his stomach. "I would prefer to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Currently, the cafeteria is not serving any food." The scale rolled its eyes. "I have made myself quite clear. Our numbers are our disadvantage, and being suppressed to the lamp realm, we lack the capacity to cope with a war of attrition. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat from the outset. Oh, after we finish with the dormitory, can we head to the cafeteria for a meal? Let us proceed according to the plan laid out by the scale. First, we shall tackle the dormitory." Wang Mian spoke slowly, "But we must exercise caution. It has likely transformed into their stronghold by now, and we must avoid mishaps in the treacherous waters." "Understood." The underground base. This Lin Chia is quite remarkable. He managed to break through and nearly detonated the Vortex's mask. One instructor remarked with admiration. After all, without a certain level of skill, how could one become an agent? His close combat ability is formidable, yet he has yet to reveal the characteristics of a seraphim. That is the domain of Mortal Realm, sequence 003. If he had employed it just now, he could have escaped without needing to detonate explosives, correct? Intelligence indicates that his divine ruin appears to be incomplete. However, based solely on his terrifying deductive reasoning and close combat proficiency, he ranks among the most promising in the entire rookie camp. I am quite curious to see what the scene would be like when he faces off against Wang Mian. Yuan Gang gazed at the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table as if deep in thought. "Commander, what are you observing?" Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing to a youth seated in a corner, embracing a blade and meditating with closed eyes. "Observe him." "Him?" The instructor scratched his head. "I recall he has been sitting there since the battle commenced. Does he possess any particular significance?" Yuan Gang tossed the documents onto the table. "Take a look for yourselves." The nearby instructors picked up the materials, their eyes widening progressively until they gasped in astonishment. "He is Chao Yuan. Why have you been sitting here? Come, let us discuss strategy for a while." A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary boy in the corner, sighing softly. Chao Yuan gradually opened his eyes and spoke calmly. You may discuss. There is no need to include me. No, Chao Yuan, do you not wish to defeat the mask and conclude the training? Sitting here idly seems rather passive. Does it not? The young man wore an expression of exasperation. When the mask team comes charging in, will you simply sit and wait for them to eliminate you? Precisely. The young man, realizing he could not engage him, decisively closed the door and turned to walk down the corridor. Brother Shin, he still refuses to join us. In the hallway, a dozen new recruits clustered together, with the one at the center being another high-risk Forbidden Ruin bearer, wearing his military cap backward and chewing gum. Shin Qingzhu waved dismissively, speaking with disdain. Let him be. He is merely a coward afraid of trouble. Even if we called him, it would likely be of little consequence. Brother Shin, what shall we do next? In this ambush, we shall wait for the masked squad to arrive. Once the group across the building initiates their assault, we will strike unexpectedly and decisively dismantle the masked squad. Excellent. Indeed. Foolish. Marvelous. Amidst the chorus of agreement, an odd sound seemed to infiltrate the atmosphere. The crowd paused momentarily and turned, only to find a man wielding a short sword and wearing a crescent moon mask standing silently behind them. The corners of the moon-faced mask subtly curled upwards. With a swift motion, the moon demon struck, using the hilt of his short sword to render two new recruits unconscious, effectively eliminating them from the fray. It wasn't until then that the others reacted, drawing their blades in unison. Yet before their weapons could reach the moon demon, his form blurred and vanished entirely from their sight. He can become invisible. Everyone, be cautious. The new recruits shouted in alarm. Shin Qingzhu's expression darkened significantly as he quickly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the gas within a 10-meter radius was extracted, creating a vacuum. The surrounding new recruits suddenly gasped, clutching their throats in agony, their expressions contorted in distress. They hunched over in pain, attempting to crawl away. But as they reached the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier seemed to thwart their escape. Shin Qingzhu remained indifferent to the suffering of his companions, his gaze sweeping the area. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not perish immediately. As external gas pressure dissipates, the gases within the body expand, escaping through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being depleted. Simultaneously, microbubbles in the blood vessels expand, clogging the vessels and resulting in internal bleeding. The human body can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds, and already 7 seconds have passed. You would do well to remove your mask, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you alongside them. A murderous intent surged within Shin Qingzhu's eyes. Just as a streak of sword light appeared before his neck, his pupils constricted in alarm, instinctively drawing his blade to defend himself. At that moment, the moon demon materialized, delivering a powerful kick to Shin Qingzhu's chest, sending him flying. Shin Qingzhu crashed outside the confines of the Forbidden Realm, and the gases within the space rushed back in. The new recruits, hunched over on the ground, gasped for air and erupted into violent coughing fits. Cough, cough, you madman. The moon demon, gripping his short sword, glared fiercely at Shin Qingzhu. To resort to such brutality in a single encounter? Shin Qingzhu chuckled darkly as he rose from the ground. How else could I draw you out? Now, matters shall be much simpler. Shin Qingzhu extended his hand to grasp the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to compress rapidly towards the moon demon, forming a high-pressure cage that not only confined the moon demon but also relentlessly pressed inward upon its form. Cold malice flashed in the moon demon's eyes as half of its body transformed into moonlight, forcefully penetrating the air prison, and its dagger shot toward Shin Qingzhu like a bolt of lightning. Shin Qingzhu clapped his hands together, conjuring a wall of air to stand before him, while swiftly retreating, seizing the collars of several recruits and hurling them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. Simultaneously, the moon demon's dagger nearly sliced through the air wall, prompting Shin Qingzhu to take a deep breath and expel a bubble of chewing gum towards the moon demon. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Chapter 80. General? The sound of explosion. In another dormitory building, several recruits suddenly stood up, gazing towards the source of the explosion, their expressions shifting in alarm. That side is already engaged. Should we assist them? One of them asked, furrowing his brow. You should focus on your own safety first. A voice drifted from afar, and a violet vortex rapidly took form below. Boom. The remnants of the explosion that had just been absorbed by the vortex surged forth, accompanied by terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly reducing half the dormitory building to rubble. Amidst the shattered debris, a concrete sphere slowly burst open, and a dozen recruits shot out from within. We've been ambushed. Charge! The leading recruit shouted. his long knife glowing red as he dashed towards the vortex, trailing a radiant tail, with a cacophony of colorful attacks following closely behind. The gravitational field reversed. A crisp clap echoed from a distance, and the balance hovered in midair, pointing towards the crowd. The gravity upon them abruptly inverted, and they felt a sudden lightness as they were yanked skyward, causing their formation to shatter in an instant. At that moment, a massive hammer descended from the sky with a deafening roar. Rose similarly floated in the air, wielding a colossal hammer, and shouted, "Here we go!" Boom! The hammer sent the suspended recruits flying, and even those who managed to narrowly evade the blow found themselves ensnared by the balance's gravitational field, only to be struck down once more. Within a mere half-minute since their emergence from the vortex, this squad of over a dozen recruits had been utterly annihilated. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted from another dormitory building as the balance, accompanied by Rose, descended slowly, turning to observe. Wasn't the moon demon merely meant to distract another group? Why has it caused such a ruckus? The vortex murmured. Beside it, Wang Mian squinted slightly. It seems the moon demon has encountered a formidable foe. We should head over as well. The four figures flickered and swiftly darted towards the direction of the explosion. As they departed, Lin Qiye gradually lowered the telescope in his hand, his gaze heavy with concern. Indeed, they had been defeated and had no means of retaliation. Molly spoke calmly. The masked squad was resolutely intent on executing a blitzkrieg, and under such a fierce assault, their makeshift team stood no chance of withstanding it. Lin Qiye shook his head. What comes next? Shall we remain mere spectators? Wai Li, the chubby one, looked towards Lin Qiye. No, we must act now. Lin Qiye's gaze rested on the distant dormitory building, which was erupting in explosions. If I am not mistaken, the one currently battling Moon Demon is another high-risk individual, one of the few capable of contending with the masked forces. We cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We will maneuver behind the masked squad. And if an opportunity arises, we will coordinate with that high-risk fighter to strike. If not, we will rescue and retreat, saving as many as we can. Of course, this is contingent upon ensuring our own survival. Boom. A blinding fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor. A figure, hazy like moonlight, flashed out from the ruins, closely followed by a young man. Moon Demon lightly stepped against the wall, leaping back, and suddenly hurled a short sword that sliced through the faint afterimage, aimed directly at Shinqingzhu's neck. Shinqingzhu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly extended two fingers to pinch. The air around him solidified like iron, firmly trapping the short sword that was perilously close. And with a flick of his fingers, he sent the sword flying dozens of meters away. Moon Demon reached beneath his cloak, retrieving two more short swords. Just as Shinqingzhu snapped his fingers once more, the air between them compressed rapidly, and at that moment, a spark erupted from Shinqingzhu's ring. Boom! A searing flame erupted, causing Moon Demon to momentarily shimmer like moonlight, his form swaying as he retreated several meters. When the proportions of oxygen and nitrogen in the air are compressed to a certain degree, conditions for detonation are met. With merely a spark, an explosion can be triggered. Shinqingzhu, with his hands in his pockets, spoke calmly. My indiscriminate area of effect lethality is your nemesis. But you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius. Can you not? Moon Demon, gripping his short sword, gazed into Shinqingzhu's eyes. With your current level, you are leagues away from achieving indiscriminate area of effect lethality. Shinqingzhu's expression hardened, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Against you, it is sufficient. The two charged towards each other simultaneously. At that moment, a massive hammer descended from the heavens. Shinqingzhu's pupils dilated in shock, abruptly halting his steps, his hands outstretched. As he prepared to confront the hammer that was hurtling directly towards him, the air within a 10-meter radius around him was rapidly compressed, coalescing into a wall of air that shielded his head. Clang! As a hammer fell, the ground around Shinqingzhu sank slightly, and cracks rapidly spread beneath her feet. Shinqingzhu let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her form swaying unsteadily before she collapsed to the ground. The air wall shattered inch by inch, while the massive hammer above her head swiftly diminished, ultimately returning to the hands of Rose, who toyed with it as if it were a mere plaything. In the Forbidden Realm sequence 068, known as Chi Min, another ultra-high-risk entity sauntered beside the vortex, speaking softly. No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to intervene. This situation is indeed quite precarious. It was rumored that among the new recruits, aside from the agents, there were 3 ultra-high-risk individuals. The woman wielding the katana, the man manipulating the air, and where was the third? The vortex glanced around. They must be lying in wait nearby. We must remain vigilant, Wang Mian remarked. No sooner had Wang Mian's words left his lips than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side suddenly shattered. Dark barrels of guns emerged from within, rifles, submachine guns, sniper cannons, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridor, over 20 new recruits stood, their fingertips emanating various hues of light, their expressions menacing as they regarded the masked individuals. Simultaneously, 4 new recruits appeared at the rear of the 2 buildings, reaching out to press against the ground. Earthen walls, barriers, vines, and steel spikes. Walls of disparate nature surged from the ground, effectively blocking the path the 3 had taken. Coupled with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation ahead, they completely sealed off any escape routes for the masked squad. Amidst the ruins, Shen Qingzhu shakily rose to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5 individuals. It's over, masked. Chapter 81. Yuan, what do you think? That I've been entangled with that moon-masked assassin for so long for no reason? Shen Qingzhu squinted at the masked squad before her and slowly spoke. I concede that in a straightforward battle, we new recruits cannot defeat you. But now we have laid a trap. Here, we can wear you down. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu's figure darted swiftly backward into the dormitory building behind her, followed by a heavy air wall that obstructed the entrance, preventing the masked squad from advancing. This is becoming quite troublesome, the vortex mused, observing the new recruits lying in ambush from all sides, scratching his head. With over 50 individuals, it appears that the ambush consists of more than just 2 teams. Nearly half of the new recruits present have gathered here. What a formidable arrangement. The balance reflected. Turning to Wang Mian, Captain, it's time for you to take action as well. Isn't it? Wang Mian stood silently, saying nothing. Inside the dormitory building, Shen Qingzhu looked down at the 5 below and gently waved her hand. Attack! Tat 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 tat. The guns positioned around the windows simultaneously opened fire, their dark muzzles belching forth blinding flames, as bullets poured forth in a torrential wave toward the 5 in the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits, equipped with the ability to attack the forbidden abyss, unleashed a torrent of frenzied elemental assaults that fell like raindrops. Vortex inhaled deeply, conjuring a colossal purple whirlpool above the heads of the onlookers, devouring all incoming attacks. However, his power was limited to the Zhan realm, and he could not sustain it for long. Shen Qingzhu observed this scene with a detached gaze, stating matter-of-factly, as expected. Moments later, the purple whirlpool above began to ripple violently. Captain, I cannot hold on much longer. The vortex's face turned ashen as it turned to Wang Mian. The myriad of attacks interwove into a dazzling spectacle of light, reflecting upon Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, his ancient yet unfazed eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, and with sudden force, he drew it. Clang! The blade emerged half an inch from its sheath. In an instant, the barrage of attacks seemed to be paused, suspended in midair, moving towards the masked individuals at a glacial pace. Moreover, the other members of the masked team and the recruits lying in ambush atop the 3 dormitory buildings appeared as if ensnared in a quagmire, their movements slow to a crawl. In this world of stagnation, Wang Mian calmly unsheathed the black blade at his waist. As he did, the blade's surface radiated an increasingly brilliant light, and a terrifying aura emanated from its body. Wang Mian stepped forward and, in a heartbeat, swung his sword. The intertwining sword light coalesced before him into a net of blades, yet it too lingered around him at a painfully slow pace, enveloping him. Crack! The black blade returned to its sheath. Instantly, everything around returned to normal. In the next moment, vicious slashes erupted from Wang Mian, radiating outward from his center and swiftly shattering the 3 surrounding dormitory buildings into fragments, all the while meticulously avoiding any harm to the recruits. Boom! The 3 dormitory buildings, now reduced to dozens of segments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The billowing clouds of dust enveloped the 5 members of the central masked team, accompanied by gasps of astonishment, as the entire dormitory area was reduced to ruins. In the distance, Lin Xie and his companions, poised to encircle the masked individuals, stood agape. Is this the Zhan realm? Molly murmured, staring ahead in disbelief. How could he simultaneously slow time and unleash such outrageous sword light? What exactly is his divine domain? Lin Xie's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps they had been too far from the dormitory to be ensnared by the bizarre temporal stasis, allowing them to clearly witness the entirety of Wang Mian's swordplay. Yet the conundrum remained. How could a being of the Zhan realm, even if he were an agent of divinity, exhibit two utterly unrelated powers at once? In truth, his divine domain merely governs time. Slightly scratching his head, added, as for those incredibly formidable sword flashes, you may interpret them as him having cheated. Cheated? The black dagger in his hand was a forbidden object, capable of manifesting the sequence 301's forbidden domain, Yuan. It could condense its wielder's speed into a blade aura, with greater velocity, translating to a more potent aura. Although the inherent danger level of this artifact was not exceedingly high, in the hands of that individual, it wielded a lethality comparable to that of extreme peril. Moreover, Wang Mian could unleash a blade aura akin to that of the Chuan realm merely by utilizing the acceleration of the Zhan realm. Thus, even when suppressing his own realm to that of Zhan, he still possessed the destructive capability of the Chuan realm. How extraordinarily aberrant! Lin Qiye could not help but exclaim. Furthermore, if Wang Mian could execute such an outrageous attack using only the Zhan realm, how formidable would he be if he were to unleash his full potential? Was this the caliber of a special team leader? Indeed, a prodigy among prodigies. Then, who was the deity behind him? Lin Qiye suddenly recalled something. The deity, codenamed 017, was the god of time, Kronos. Molly gazed into the distance at the ruins and spoke slowly, for he was the leader of the masked team. Donned in a mask bearing the character Wang, and also served as the agent of the god of time. As such, he was sometimes referred to as the masked time king. Lin Qiye's expression grew grave. Previously, while studying the goddess of night, Nyx, he had also delved into other deities of Greek mythology, discovering that Kronos, as the second-generation king of the gods, possessed divine powers that were undoubtedly among the apex of the pantheon. Consequently, as his agent, Wang Mian's strength must be exceedingly formidable. However, while Kronos was impressive, Nyx, the goddess of creation, was, in terms of lineage, his superior. If he were to fully acquire Nyx's abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass Lin Qiye. By the way, how do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Qiye seemed to recall something. Turning to glance at Bai Li Pangyang. Bai Li Pangyang cleared his throat. For the Yuan, in his possession was a gift we had previously presented to him to win his favor. I often used that dagger to swat mosquitoes during my childhood. Lin Qiye, your family? Molly furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly recalling something, astonishment flickering in her eyes. What did you say your name was? Bai Li Pangyang was taken aback. Then his heart soared as he earnestly gazed into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Bai Li Tuming. Bai Li, Molly murmured. The Bai Li family renowned for their forbidden object museum? Bai Li Pangyang coughed discreetly, lowering his voice and waving his hand gently. Do not make a fuss. Let us keep it low-key. I am merely a child from an ordinary family. Molly scrutinized his eyes, her disdain intensifying. And with a cold snort, she turned away, entirely ignoring Bai Li Pangyang's outstretched hand. I detest the scions of wealthy families. The richer they are, the more loathsome they become. Bai Li Pangyang's expression suddenly stiffened. Chapter 82. Strike swiftly, relying on his own divine ruin and that forbidden object. His combat prowess has far surpassed the Zhan realm. Perhaps he could easily take on all 239 of our recruits single-handedly. Jasmine's expression darkened. We had no chance of victory in this confrontation. Not necessarily, Bai Li said, patting his belly with a cheerful grin. Lin Qiye inquired, do you have a plan? The Yuan was a gift from my family, hence I possess means to restrict its power. Bai Li rummaged in his pocket and produced a roll of tape. This is the forbidden item sealing scroll, sequence 343. Once a piece is affixed to the blade, it will completely isolate the sword from its surroundings. Thus, Wang Mian's temporal divine ruin will be unable to influence it, reducing its power to that of an ordinary knife. Lin Qiye accepted the tape, gazing incredulously at Bai Li's pocket. You carry this with you? Did you foresee Wang Mian's arrival? Bai Li chuckled, offering no response. Not wishing to pry further, Lin Qiye lowered his gaze to the scroll in hand, his eyes flickering with hope. As long as we could seal that blade, we still had a chance. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated through the ruins as shadows surged from all directions toward the masked team, blinding flashes erupting in succession. The dormitory building had collapsed, yet not all recruits were forced out. Those who could endure until now were largely talented individuals hailing from diverse regions. Having safeguarded themselves amid chaos was not overly challenging. Brother Shin, are you all right? A recruit staggered up from the debris, calling out to the figure beside him. In the next moment, a heavy wall panel shattered explosively, and Shin Qingzhu emerged, covered in dust, with a grim expression. I'm fine. What was that just now? Such an attack could truly be unleashed by someone at the Zhan realm? His gaze fell upon the masked team engaged in a fray with the other recruits, his countenance grave. Brother Shun, there are still around 30 of us capable of fighting. Shall we engage or not? Shin Qingzhu spat, tossing aside the military cap he wore backwards. A fierce determination manifesting on his face. The ambush is gone. Let's confront them head-on. I refuse to believe that after such a prolonged battle, they still possess much energy. With that, a whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him rapidly toward the chaotic battlefield. The vortex, that troublesome fellow has arrived. Yu Gui struck two recruits unconscious with the hilt of his short sword, catching sight of the approaching Shin Qingzhu from the corner of his eye. He called out to the vortex, "Why are you summoning me? My forbidden ruin is ill-suited for combat against him. You should go." TCH, always ordering others around. The vortex muttered, turning to charge toward the oncoming Shin Qingzhu. Two figures swiftly approached each other, and in the next moment, a violent explosion of air erupted, unleashing resplendent purple whirlwinds that blossomed as they collided with great force. Tianping clapped his hands, and suddenly, the debris surrounding him began to levitate, hurtling toward the advancing recruits at his fingertips, swiftly engulfing them entirely, just as he prepared to continue utilizing his long-range artillery. A head unexpectedly emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. Tianping's expression changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated a few steps. With a slight curl of his fingers, sharp fragments of stone encircled the individual completely. How intriguing. Someone has laid an ambush for me here. Tianping narrowed his eyes slightly. The figure gradually crawled out from the debris, brushing off the dust from his face to reveal an exceedingly youthful countenance. Clutching a blade, he calmly shook his head, stating, "I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. I just crawled out and saw you." Tianping glanced around and lightly tapped a piece of debris beside him with his fingertips, nodding. Very well, eliminate me." Tianping was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Eliminate me. You don't wish to resist at all? It's pointless." Chao Yuan, still holding his blade, shrugged, adding, "Besides, I fear that if I resist, you may not be able to withstand it." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "None of you would be able to endure it. Are you looking down on me?" Tianping chuckled in amusement. "You, a mere recruit, speak so boldly. Do you think you can kill me?" Chao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment before nodding earnestly. "Perhaps I could." "Oh?" Tianping's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Then come and try." "I won't." Chao Yuan decisively shook his head. "Once I draw my blade, I won't be able to control myself. I no longer wish to commit acts of slaughter." With that, he discarded the knife onto the ground, pressed his palms together, and humbly bowed his head, uttering, "Ba." "No, you must give it a try." As Tianping witnessed this scene, his curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "I won't. Try it. What could possibly happen? I assure you, you cannot harm me. I cannot take that risk. Oh, come on. Quickly draw your blade. Come and strike me. Ba." Just as Tianping was about to speak, his expression changed slightly, and he floated back several meters. A terrifying shockwave surged past, fracturing the earth beneath him, and as the bricks flew into the air, they were suddenly held in stasis by a peculiar force field. Tianping furrowed his brow, glancing to the right. With a slight gesture of his fingers, the levitating bricks shot forth like lethal arrows. Not far away, Molly, wielding her katana, forcefully stomped the ground, causing an invisible shockwave to erupt from her center, shattering all bricks in midair. "Ah, it's that imposing lady." Nearby, Rose, swinging a massive hammer, caught a glimpse of Molly, who was locked in a standoff with Tianping, and her eyes sparkled with interest. She abruptly abandoned the new recruits before her, wielding a heavy hammer, and charged toward Molly. "The scales, leave this to me." The glint in Rose's eyes was bright as she gazed at Molly, akin to viewing a rare gem. The hammer in her hand grew larger, swirling with a tempest as it descended upon Molly. With a flash of murderous intent in her eyes, Molly gripped her katana and met the hammer head-on. Bang! Simultaneously, Lin Xie suddenly appeared, dashing straight to the back of Chao Yuan, seizing his collar and swiftly pulling him away from the scales. Chao Yuan snapped back to reality, gripping Lin Xie's wrist in return, bringing their movement to a halt. "What are you doing?" Chao Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired. "Of course, I'm taking you away." Lin Xie replied calmly. "Do you really think you can defeat him?" "I never intended to win. I simply wish to be eliminated sooner," Chao Yuan retorted. Lin Xie rolled his eyes, frustrated that after finally entering the arena and rescuing the first individual, he encountered someone so passively eager for elimination. Oh, then do as you wish. Lin Chiye coldly dismissed him. Unwilling to waste any more time on such a lackluster character, he turned to seek another battlefield. Chiye, Chiye, there's someone here. I can't drag him out. Bali Pang shouted, struggling with a new recruit half-trapped in the rubble. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan, who was about to turn back to find the scales, jolted. Chiye, he murmured, lowering his head. Chapter 83. Are you confident you can survive? Wait. Chao Yuan suddenly called out, stopping Lin Chiye in his tracks. Lin Chiye frowned and turned back. What is your surname? Lin, Doublewood Lin. Lin Chiye looked at Chao Yuan, perplexed. Is there a problem? Doublewood stands upright. 8 gods unite as one. After 10 years of nightfall. It is you who guides the world. Chao Yuan stared blankly at Lin Chiye, murmuring to himself. Lin Chiye did not catch what he said, merely rolling his eyes at his odd behavior. Crazy. Not wishing to linger further, Lin Chiye turned and sprinted toward another battlefield. Chao Yuan silently observed his retreating figure. Lost in thought. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around to find the scales looking at him with eager anticipation. Come at me. I'm quite curious. Chao Yuan regarded him, then glanced at Lin Chiye battling fiercely in the arena. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly bent down to pick up the knife from the ground. The scales' eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems he now perceives me as a coward. I must change that perception. As he grasped the knife, he murmured to himself. What did you say? The scales asked, somewhat confused. Are you certain you can survive? Chao Yuan gripped the scabbard with one hand while his other slowly reached for the hilt, his gaze fixed intently on Tian Ping as he spoke earnestly. If you lack confidence, I could seek out that man over there wearing the Wong mask. Tian Ping decisively shook his head, reassuringly stating, do not worry. This minor matter does not require the captain's intervention. Oh, then I shall draw my blade. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yuan's hand settled upon the hilt. The moment his fingertips made contact, an inexplicable sensation of dread surged within Tian Ping's heart. Simultaneously, Wang Mian, who had been silently observing, suddenly turned his head. His eyes locking onto Chao Yuan in the distance, a flicker of shock crossing his features. The blade was unsheathed. A dark, malevolent energy erupted like a raging inferno. Soaring skyward, tendrils of pitch-black flames erupted from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his shirt and revealing a solid, scar-laden physique. The black, malevolent flames intertwined around him, gradually solidifying into a grotesque humanoid form, both human and demonic. With a slight curl of his lips, a wisp of white smoke escaped from within him. As he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, otherworldly pupils. Within those eyes, rationality and composure had entirely vanished. He appeared as a feral beast. Tian Ping's pupils contracted sharply, the unease in his heart intensifying. He immediately began to retreat, seeking distance from Chao Yuan, just as his feet left the ground. Chao Yuan's figure flickered, appearing before him like a specter. With a sinister grin, he swung his blade toward Tian Ping's neck. The black flames danced around the blade, effortlessly piercing through Tian Ping's defensive barrier, aimed directly at his head. A jolt of fear surged through Tian Ping. In that instant, he recalled the moment when this young man had gazed earnestly into his eyes and asked, "Are you certain you can survive?" Certain? What a ridiculous notion. This strike starkly conveyed the imminent peril of life and death. If he did not unleash his realm, with merely the Zhan realm at his disposal, he would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. Just as Tian Ping prepared to unleash his power, his vision blurred, and a figure abruptly materialized before him, a man clad in a Wong mask, wielding a black blade. Clang! The sharp sound of collision rang out, dazzling sparks erupting in the twilight as Wang Mian's blade clashed with Chao Yuan's, unleashing a tempest that surged around them. Following this, a terrifying blade aura emanated from Wang Mian, sending Chao Yuan, along with his weapon, flying through the air, crashing into the distant ruins. Wang Mian sheathed his blade and turned to Tian Ping, expressing a hint of exasperation. Tian Ping, you have underestimated your opponent. Tian Ping rubbed his eyes, still struggling to comprehend the situation, pondering, what on earth was that? The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. I have never encountered a human being who possesses a Forbidden Ruin with such a prominent sequence as Black King Annihilation. Indeed. The top 30 in the hierarchy of Forbidden Ruins are referred to as the Divine Realm, which not only implies that the majority of these 30 ruins belong to divinities, but also signifies that those who possess them have transcended into the realm of the divine. Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, embodies a true existence that stands beneath the gods and above all sentient beings. Wang Mian gazed at Qiao Yuan, who was rising from the ruins in the distance, and remarked with a hint of detachment, "This power is overwhelmingly potent, yet he is profoundly feeble, to the extent that upon using the forbidden ruin, he loses all consciousness, relying solely on primal instincts to drive his body, rendering him a true embodiment of indiscriminate assault, capable of harming even his own allies in a frenzy." I understood as the scales of balance began to ascend slowly. He observed Qiao Yuan, now engulfed in madness, and spoke earnestly. "I was careless just now. I shall now exert my utmost effort to confront this lunatic." His fingers interlocked, and the scattered weapons and debris around him lifted into the air, forming a formidable array that locked onto Qiao Yuan below. Qiao Yuan gripped his blade, his blood-red eyes fixated on the airborne scales of balance. Dark malevolent flames swirling around him, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, his form flickered, darting like a specter amidst the ruins. "Go." With a gentle tap of his fingers, the multitude of stones and weapons shifted direction in unison, projecting forth like a machine gun, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted, and with a flicker of his blade, Qiao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the descending objects. His speed astonishing, and in a heartbeat, he was beneath the scales of balance, legs propelling him skyward. Just as his blade was poised to make contact with the scales, they wobbled and ascended further into the sky. Thus, in his frenzied state, Qiao Yuan encountered a grave dilemma. He could not reach his target. As he flew. The scales laughed down at the bewildered Qiao Yuan below, tauntingly. "You cannot fly. Isn't that infuriating?" Qiao Yuan retorted, "Damn, that guy is utterly shameless." From a distance, Li Pang, observing the battle, couldn't he help but curse. "That fellow is too powerful. If it were a one-on-one match on the ground, apart from Wang Mian, none could stand against him, hence this drawn-out confrontation." Lin Qi stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "That guy just now was unexpectedly strong." After a moment's hesitation, his gaze fell upon Wang Mian in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Take care of yourself." Lin Qi patted Li Pang on the shoulder and vanished from the spot. Li Pang was about to say something, but Lin Qi had already sprinted away. He scratched his head and sighed in resignation. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily approached from behind him. The hilt of a dagger was raised high, and it struck fiercely against Li Pang's nape. Smack! A blinding golden barrier suddenly materialized around Li Pang, forcefully deflecting the short sword from Yu Gui's grasp. Li Pang, momentarily taken aback, slowly turned his head to regard the embarrassed Yu Gui, tilting his head in curiosity. "Oh, were you attempting to ambush me just now?" Chapter 84. The Great Era Unperturbed. Yu Gui produced another short sword, striking it once more against the golden barrier, this time targeting with the blade's tip. With a sharp crack, the tip of the sword shattered. Yet the golden barrier remained unscathed. "My apologies, but I possess this, Yao Guang, protective charm, rendering such attempts futile against me." Li Pang cheerfully pointed to the necklace adorning his chest, adding, "By the way, its rank is 171, classified as a high-risk forbidden artifact." In the next moment, the golden barrier encircling Li Pang coalesced, transforming into two rapidly spinning rings of light that sliced towards Yu Gui from either side. Yu Gui swiftly retreated, his form blurring and vanishing into thin air. Invisibility? Li Pang raised an eyebrow and retrieved an old monocle from his pocket, placing it upon his nose. The lens shimmered with a faint blue light as he turned his head, gently waving his hand, causing the two light rings to shoot past. Clang! The two short swords emerged from the void, blocking the rings, and Yu Gui stumbled, astonished at Li Pang. "You can see me too? I have true sight." Rank 315, specifically designed to pierce illusions and falsehoods. Li Pang adjusted his monocle with a grin. Yu Gui seemed to connect the dots. "You are the young master of the Li family? Please refrain from calling me that. I am merely a child from an ordinary family." Li Pang replied earnestly. Yu Gui coughed, observing the fervor of the battle. "Well then, I too should contribute." Li Pang reached into his pocket. Into Yu Gui's astonished gaze, withdrew a broom, not a mere household broom, but a large street broom, bound with fine branches. Gripping the broom, Li Pang swung it fiercely towards the distant Yu Gui. A tempest erupted, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity, shattering the debris ahead. Even so, the wind showed no signs of waning. Rather, it surged more ferociously towards Yu Gui. Whoa! With little time to ponder, Yu Gui's form dispersed into moonlight, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, the tempest continued unabated, hurtling towards the chaos involving Molly and Rose, with their hammers and blades clashing repeatedly. Both turned to witness the ferocious tempest, exclaiming in unison, "What the hell?" before immediately fleeing in the opposite direction. "Fatty, can you not aim properly?" Molly shouted at Bai Li Pang Pang. "Cough, cough, I apologize profusely." Bai Li Pang Pang bowed repeatedly, stashing the broom back into his pocket. He rummaged through again and drew forth a magnificent sword. "Yu Gue, are you some sort of doryman?" With the thunderstorm rendered ineffective, he was left with no choice but to resort to this. Emulating doryman's posture, Bai Li Pang Pang raised the grand sword high above his head, exclaiming, "Transform into 3,000. Whoosh. The sword in Bai Li Pang Pang's grasp suddenly split into countless phantoms, densely suspended in the sky. Their tips ominously directed at the ground where Yu Gue stood, radiating a chilling light. Yu Gue, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard. Is this the profound legacy of the Forbidden Objects Museum? Is this not cheating? With a gentle sweep of his sword, Bai Li Pang Pang inhaled deeply and shouted, "Kill." The 3,000 sword lights cascaded like rain, converging into a serpent of blades that roared towards Yu Gue. Yu Gue also took a deep breath and bellowed, "Vortex, save me." Engaged in a fierce struggle with Shen Qizhu, the Vortex's lips twitched maniacally as he seized the opportunity to dash towards Yu Gue, while Shen Qizhu narrowed his eyes and followed on the winds. Just as the serpentine blades were about to engulf Yu Gue, a violet vortex erupted, devouring most of the sword phantoms, allowing Yu Gue to slip away. Yet, the next instant, a blade wreathed in black flames whizzed past his scalp. Turning around, Yu Gue found the devilish Chao Yuan standing behind him, a sinister grin plastered across his face. "T-Ping, save me." Below, the instructors gazed in awe at the dormitory ruins, reminiscent of celestial beings locked in combat, enveloped in an eerie silence. Vortex, Rose, T-Ping, Yu Gue, Bai Li Pang Pang, Emoli, Shen Qizhu, and Chao Yuan were entangled in a chaotic melee, the screen alive with the sounds of their fierce assaults, causing the very signal to tremble intermittently. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed overhead, followed by a cascade of dust from the ceiling, dimming the lights in the monitoring room. The instructors pondered, should we relocate? Do you think they could bring this place down? Surely not. This is 10 meters underground. How could a mere group of lamp realms achieve such destruction? One instructor pointed at the screen, and silence enveloped the room once more. I suddenly realized that the decision to send the mask squad to maintain order was indeed sagacious. The instructors nodded vigorously. If we had adhered to past practices, pitting instructors against new recruits, the outcome would have been catastrophic. During this training for new recruits, such a plethora of talent has emerged. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips, contemplating that perhaps in a few years, the long-awaited 5th Special Squad would finally come into being. "Do you believe they could become the 5th Special Squad?" An astonished instructor inquired. "Your expectations of them are remarkably high. In recent years, the mysteries surrounding the descent of the Great Xia have multiplied and intensified. Beyond the vigilant guardians stationed in various cities, for specialized teams have found themselves increasingly strained. Consequently, the higher echelons of the guardians have begun to contemplate the reformation of a 5th specialized team." Yuan Gang, with his knuckles pressed against the table, continued, stating that after the obliteration of the Blue Rain team, the 5th specialized team remained vacant due to the lack of suitable candidates. However, he now perceives hope within the potential of these individuals. Fate, that elusive force, is often inscrutable. Among these youngsters, some may meet their demise on the battlefield, while others may retreat to safety, yet a select few will undoubtedly emerge as the true pillars of the nation, paving the way for the establishment of the 5th specialized team. Upon concluding his thoughts, Yuan Gang's gaze fell upon a particular screen. Perhaps a grand era is on the horizon. As dusk gradually deepened, the night enveloped the heavens. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian stood as an outsider at the edge of the ruins, gazing into the distance. There, a youth approached slowly, wielding a blade. Upon seeing the newcomer, a faint smile graced Wang Mian's lips. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Chapter 85. The Battle of Proxies. Lin Xie halted his steps, fixing his gaze upon Wang Mian's eyes, and began to speak slowly, abandoning the assault on a particular team member to instead engage you, the captain, in a one-on-one duel is perhaps the most foolish decision I have made in this contest. However, indulging in a bit of recklessness now and then is not without merit. The crux of winning this battle lies in unmasking a certain individual wearing a false face, rather than indiscriminately eliminating all opponents. Lin Chia was acutely aware that the most prudent strategy would be a collective assault on a vulnerable point instead of thoughtlessly seeking out duels. Yet, more than triumphing in this contest, Lin Chia yearned to uncover more about the divine proxies. A decade ago, the Seraph, without rhyme or reason, had cast a glance in his direction, leaving no words behind, yet designating him as a proxy. This left him with countless unanswered questions regarding his own divine origin, burdening Lin Chia's heart with uncertainty, as no one could provide clarity. Wang Mian, however, was the first divine proxy to appear before him, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. I know there are myriad questions weighing on your mind, Wang Mian remarked, resting his hand upon the hilt of his blade, speaking calmly. After this confrontation, regardless of the outcome, feel free to seek me out for a discussion. Thank you. Lin Chia replied sincerely, placing his own hand on the hilt of his weapon. Are you certain you still wish to employ that auxiliary tool for our duel? His gaze fell upon the black blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Using my own weapon hardly constitutes cheating, does it? Outrageous. Thank you for the compliment. Clang. Lin Chia made the first move. With a swift unsheathing of his blade, he darted through the ruins like a fleeting specter. Half a day has passed since the battle commenced, and night has enveloped the surroundings. Under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Chia's speed has become astonishingly swift. Wang Mian, witnessing Lin Chia's remarkable velocity, let out a soft exclamation. Moments later, the blade at his waist, the Yuan, was drawn with a smooth motion. The invisible realm of the divine abyss unfurled, and to Lin Chia's eyes, Wang Mian's speed of drawing his sword appeared almost blurred. Had it not been for his acute mental perception, he might not have even seen Wang Mian strike. Following this, an exaggerated wave of blade energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Chia. In the instant Wang Mian drew his sword, Lin Chia's terrifying dynamic vision had already anticipated the trajectory of the strike, allowing him to adopt a dodging stance early on. Thus, despite the astonishing speed of the blade energy, Lin Chia managed to narrowly evade it just in time. The blade energy brushed past the tips of Lin Chia's hair, severing a lock of black hair. After this textbook-level evasion, Lin Chia charged directly towards Wang Mian. Surprisingly, Wang Mian seemed taken aback by Lin Chia's agility, pausing for a moment before unleashing his second, third, and fourth strikes. A dense web of blade energy intertwined before Wang Mian, and Lin Chia narrowed his eyes, pushing his dynamic vision to its utmost limit. In his view, Wang Mian's movements gradually slowed, and he seemed barely able to discern the gaps between the blades. However, within moments, his eyes began to ache. Lin Chia forcefully blinked twice, and in the next instant, the intricate web of blade energy was upon him. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Chia abruptly leaned back, as if slipping, about to fall heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, he thrust his straight blade into the ground, barely stabilizing his backward motion, evading the lowest edge of the blade energy web. The sharp blade energy grazed past his nose, and Lin Chia could even feel the chilling aura emanating from it. Once free from the blade energy web, Lin Chia exerted force with his reverse grip on the straight blade, propelling himself off the ground and swiftly approaching Wang Mian. After the blade energy swept past him, Lin Chia distinctly felt his body loosen, and Wang Mian's speed appeared to diminish. The realm of time had been lifted. A brilliant gleam flashed in Lin Chia's eyes. Indeed, as he had surmised, given Wang Mian's current level, it was impossible for him to maintain the realm of time for an extended period. From the outset, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, relying on the other 4 team members to engage in combat. It was only when ambushed by Shen Qingzhu and others that he was compelled to strike once. However, that time, the realm of time lasted merely around 3 seconds. If Lin Chia's conjecture was correct, the duration of Wang Mian's realm of time should now not exceed 5 seconds, and each usage would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of mental energy. Hence, Wang Mian would refrain from striking unless absolutely necessary. The realm of time was exceedingly powerful, and given Wang Mian's current level, managing to sustain it for this long was already commendable. In the realm of the divine ruins, Lin Chia's mortal realm appeared to be somewhat incomplete. His mental acuity and dynamic vision, even when engaged for a full 24 hours, did not seem to tire him. This reveals that incompleteness can indeed possess its own advantages. Otherwise, he would be constrained to the limitations faced by Wang Mian, who could only exhibit his prowess as a true man for a mere 5 seconds with each strike. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the temporal divine ruins, Lin Chia surged directly before Wang Mian, his straight blade flashing forth with sudden intensity. Clang! Wang Mian's Yuan deftly intercepted Lin Qiye's blade, transmitting a faint tremor from the weapon into Lin Qiye's hand, yet that was the extent of its impact, lacking any acceleration. The Yuan was merely a commonplace blade capable of numbing an opponent's fingers. Does the mortal realm possess acceleration abilities? How are you so swift? Wang Mian inquired, perplexed as their blades clashed. He had assumed that with his strikes, he could have sent Lin Qiye out of the game. Yet Lin Qiye managed to keep pace with his speed within the temporal divine ruins. After all, being 003, a touch of prowess seemed entirely reasonable. Lin Qiye responded ambiguously. Indeed, Wang Mian accepted without suspicion, and in the next moment, the temporal divine ruins unfolded once more. Although the duration of the temporal divine ruins was brief, as long as there was an interval in between, consecutive activations posed no significant issue. Now, the cooldown period for Wang Mian's temporal divine ruins had elapsed. In Lin Qiye's perception, Wang Mian's speed accelerated again, his movements leaving behind afterimages. Wang Mian deflected Lin Qiye's straight blade, raising his Yuan for a delicate slash. This time, you cannot evade, Wang Mian stated calmly, gazing at the proximity of Lin Qiye. Clang. Lin Qiye effortlessly blocked the Yuan with his straight blade. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where's my blade's aura? What has happened to my formidable strike? He glanced down at the Yuan in his grip, noticing, to his surprise, that a strip of tape had been affixed to the blade. A sealing scroll? Wang Mian's expression shifted slightly. In his eyes, Lin Qiye's lips curled into a slow smile. Now, your cheat device is rendered useless. Let's engage in a proper battle. In the next moment, Lin Qiye pivoted the edge of his straight blade and actively struck towards Wang Mian. Chapter 86, Support Within the Temporal Divine Ruins. Wang Mian's speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Lin Qiye's straight blade. I understand now. This is merely a fleeting moment granted to you by that chubby boy from the Bailey family. Wang Mian realized the underlying connection, letting out a resigned sigh. However, not a trace of regret flickered in his gaze. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Very well. Let us face each other in a fair contest. He completely abandoned the strategy of unleashing a blade aura and closed in, engaging Lin Qiye in combat. As the black blade and the pale blue blade clashed in the air, creating dazzling sparks beneath the ethereal time god ruins. The speed of the offensive Wang Mian transcended the realm of human capability. Had another stood in Lin Qiye's stead, they might scarcely perceive his hands, let alone discern the trajectory of his blade. Even Lin Qiye, compelled to employ his dynamic vision with utmost concentration, coupled with his formidable reflexes, could barely withstand Wang Mian's onslaught. In this moment, Lin Qiye felt an immense gratitude for the tutoring sessions provided by Chen Mai and his companions prior to this encounter. Had he not endured the rigorous training with Chen Mai's wooden sword or practiced evading bullets, he would likely be unable to last even 5 seconds now. Amidst a dazzling display of flashing blades, Lin Qiye sensed a lightness in his body as the flow of time around him returned to normal. Correspondingly, Wang Mian's speed appeared to decelerate in Lin Qiye's eyes. It is my turn, Lin Qiye mused with a smile, raising his straight sword to launch a frenzied assault upon the now unenhanced Wang Mian. Within the confines of the time god ruins, Lin Qiye could not overcome Wang Mian. But with the dissolution of the ruins and the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer, he was poised to dominate the battle. The tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically as Lin Qiye's relentless onslaught bore down on Wang Mian, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Were it not for Wang Mian's exquisite swordsmanship, he would hardly have been able to endure for long. Seconds passed, and Wang Mian reopened the time god ruins, countering Lin Qiye with his own strikes. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, each momentarily seizing the upper hand, as they clashed fiercely for over 3 minutes. Aren't they exhausted? By Li Pang Pang. Having taken a break and seated on a rock, while wiping the sweat from his brow, pondered aloud. Beside him, Yugue sighed. I do not know if they are tired, but I have endured a day's worth of beating, and I truly am weary. While Li Pang Pang patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, it's all right, brother. Resting here is quite fine. Let them fight it out. Perhaps you can visit my home sometime. Yugue replied, boom. A blast of air struck the ground before the two, sending a wave that left Bai Li Pang Pang momentarily dazed. Hey, you two over there fighting. Could you possibly move to a more distant location? Spare the innocent. Bai Li Pang Pang shouted towards the fiercely engaged Shen Qingzhu and Xuanhua. Turning back, he inquired with concern. How are you, brother Yugue? Are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, Yugue reassured him. In the distance, Xuanhua, witnessing the two idlers resting comfortably, grinned with envy. I say, Why don't we call for a truce and take a break too? Shen Qingzhu contemplated for a moment, that's not out of the question. Shall we go? Let us go. On the other side, the swaying scales of balance in the sky cast a glance at the frenzied Chao Yuan below and sighed. Do we really need to go to such lengths? Haven't you tired yourself out from all that shouting? Perhaps we should take a break as well. Roar, roar, roar. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Yuan, whose voice had become hoarse from shouting, coughed a few times as the black flames engulfing him gradually subsided. His blood-red eyes began to regain their clarity. Let us go, Amaba. I'm utterly exhausted. With his voice strained, he could only manage a few quiet utterances and exchanged a glance with Tianping before staggering away. Before long, Rose and Molly, hand in hand, approached from the other side, laughing and chatting. Oh, why have you two stopped fighting? I was looking forward to a splendid spectacle, Vortex remarked with a hint of regret. What? Are you the only one allowed to slack off? Rose shot him a glare, tightening her grip on Molly's arm. It's rare to encounter such a dashing lady. I can't bear to part with her. Rose, your behavior may easily lead others to misconstrue our masquerade as something perverse, Tianping said helplessly, covering his forehead. How is pursuing true love perverse? Rose huffed. When we return, I shall change my code name. Change your code name? No longer Rose. From now on, I shall be called Lily. The expressions of those around them turned peculiarly awkward, and in a moment of surprise, Bai Li's hand trembled, causing the great sword he held to clatter to the ground. Molly discreetly withdrew her hand from Rose's arm and approached Bai Li, saying abruptly, Step aside, make some room for me. Oh, okay. Thus, the 8 of them crowded onto a stone, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the 2 combatants in the distance. Go, Captain. The captain is the most handsome. Vortex shouted at the top of his lungs. Bai Li, unwilling to be outdone, called out, Qi Yi, you can do it. Take him down. Captain, strike him. Rose echoed enthusiastically. Bai Li cheered, Qi Yi is mighty. Captain is incredible. Yugui followed suit. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Yi coughed as Bai Li rubbed his throat. Turning to the silent Molly, Shen Qizhu, and Chao Yuan. You should join in. I can't take them on alone. Shen Qizhu simply turned away, ignoring Bai Li. Molly touched her nose and finally managed to utter, I'm not familiar with him. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, after a moment of hesitation, hoarsely shouted, Lin Qi Yi, cough, cough, cough. You're amazing. Bro, let me handle this, Bai Li said sympathetically. No, let go of me. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Yi is awesome. Well, do you really need to go all out like that, brother? Qi Yi is truly impressive. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the 2 focused on their duel. Startled by the distant voices, after a brief hesitation, Wang Mian raised his chin and said proudly, You hear that? My supporters are more formidable than yours. Lin Qi Yi replied, after repeatedly unleashing the divine ruins, Your mental strength must be nearing its limit. I assent it? Lin Qi chose to disregard his ostentation and spoke slowly. Your body must be on the verge of exhaustion, isn't it? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Having fought for so long, my physical prowess has long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. You are merely a typical high school student. The fact that you have endured until now is quite surprising. I can still fight. Does winning this battle hold such significance for you? I am indifferent to the outcome. Lin Qi shook his head and replied calmly, I simply wish to give my all. Chapter 87, Playing Dirty Chief. Who do you think will win between the 2? Below. Over 20 instructors gathered around a screen, their eyes unblinking. Before Yuan Gang could respond, another instructor interjected, Isn't it obvious? Although Lin Qi is also a divine agent, he is ultimately a novice. He cannot win. Not necessarily. To be frank, while Wang Mian's divine realm is extraordinarily formidable, that strength is only truly unleashed when his realm is elevated. In the Zhan realm, his capabilities are severely limited. Moreover, with Yuan sealed, Lin Qi's chances are genuinely 50-50. True. If we were to replace Wang Mian with Athena's agent from the Phoenix team, Lin Qi would likely not last 5 moves. After all, that is a humanoid behemoth. And the disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by speed. Then what if Lin Qi actually wins? One instructor murmured. Are we truly to follow the chief's directive and end their training session prematurely? If that were to happen, the higher-ups would likely have our heads. Yuan Gang silently observed the battlefield between the 2 and gradually spoke. Let us watch a while longer. Until a victor emerges, it is premature to draw any conclusions. Giving your all? Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, a glimmer of appreciation appeared in Wang Mian's eyes as he nodded slightly. Very well. Clang. The blades in their hands collided. And at that moment, The Time Divine Realm opened once more. Lin Shiye took a deep breath, summoning his mental state to its zenith, if all went as anticipated. The outcome of their battle would soon be revealed. Yuan's blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum, prompting Lin Shiye to instinctively raise his sword to strike back. Just then, the eyes beneath Wang Mian's mask suddenly rippled with an invisible force. A tremendous divine pressure emanating from his gaze, crashing violently into Lin Shiye's mind. Lin Shiye had commanded countless individuals with the might of a seraph. Yet this was the first time he had been overwhelmed by another's divine authority. Almost instantaneously, as the divine pressure of the time god erupted, Lin Shiye's eyes also narrowed. Within his gaze, two piercing golden rays surged forth, resembling a pair of blazing furnaces, radiating an aura of terrifying divinity. In midair, the two gazes collided. A tempest erupted from the center of their stares, the raging divine pressure overwhelming the entire arena. Good heavens, why is it suddenly windy when these two exchange glances? Li Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. The scale remained fixated on the two figures in the distance, murmuring to itself, "Now, it is the deities behind them that are clashing." The divine might of the seraphim collided fiercely with that of the god of time for several seconds. As both combatants' eyes became bloodshot, their contest was no longer merely a test of personal strength, but rather a battle of the divine power that resided within them. With a sudden, muffled grunt, Wang Mian staggered back a half-step. Simultaneously, the temporal sanctum surrounding him began to shatter into fragments. Lin Shiye's eyes blazed with intensity as he stepped forward and swung his blade with sudden ferocity. This time, Wang Mian was unable to draw his weapon in defense. The pale blue edge of the sword sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character Wang in two. With a crisp crack, the mask shattered. Beneath it lay a face of refined composure, gazing helplessly at Lin Shiye before him. The onlookers sprang to their feet in shock, inhaling sharply. Even the instructors seated before the screen felt a jolt of alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Forgive me," Wang Mian murmured, locking eyes with Lin Shiye. Just then, ripples began to emanate once more from his gaze. Temporal sanctum, activate. The fragments of the shattered mask swiftly reversed course, hurtling back to Wang Mian's face. His reclining form gradually returned to its original position, and the assembled crowd resumed their seats, their expressions clouded with confusion. Lin Shiye found himself uncontrollably reverting, his blade retreating along its original path, the cracks on the mask beginning to mend, and his body returning to the moment before he had swung the blade. Lin Shiye's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. Time had flowed back 3 seconds to a moment before the outcome of their divine confrontation had been determined. Before he had struck, and before Wang Mian's mask had shattered. The onlookers appeared to have forgotten the recent events, still fervently cheering for the two, while only Lin Shiye retained the memory of what had transpired. No, besides Lin Shiye, the instructors who were intently watching the screen also comprehended the recent events. Did he truly sever Wang Mian's mask? Goodness. Fortunately, Wang Mian reversed time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Yet, can the reversal of time truly be wielded at the Zhan level? Just moments ago, Wang Mian had unlocked his realm, reaching at least the Chuan level in that instant. Does that not signify our defeat? Coughing, the instructors deliberated. As Lin Shiye did not sever Wang Mian's mask, we have not lost. Yet, he has unlocked his realm. Is that not a form of trickery? Can the affairs of scholars truly be deemed trickery? Must this training session conclude here for your satisfaction? The instructors erupted into a cacophony of debate when Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat, glancing at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The duel had come to an end. "Commander," Yuan Gang cast a glance at him and calmly stated, "The training must proceed. This is not merely for our dignity. It is for the future of these children." Indeed, Lin Shiye lowered his gaze to the knife in his hand before looking at Wang Mian. After a moment's reflection, he finally grasped the situation. "You are being dishonest." "Shoo." Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips and leaned closer to Lin Shiye's ear, whispering, "I concede. I have just lost to you. However, this new recruit training must take place. Do you understand my implication?" Lin Shiye's expression turned peculiar. "You wish for me to feign that I did not win? To act as if nothing transpired?" "Precisely." Wang Mian nodded and added, "But rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. Once this battle concludes, you may present yourself as the victor and request some recompense." Lin Shiye raised an eyebrow, proclaiming, "I am a person of principle. I estimate they could easily grant you a bonus of 500,000. My principles. Perhaps they might even bestow upon you a protective artifact. Ahem, then I owe you another favor. Wang Mian gazed into Lin Qiye's eyes, stating, "As the captain of the masked team, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Deal. Chapter 88. The promising future as the time limit expired. The battle came to an end. The voice of instructor Yuan Gang echoed through the loudspeakers of the base, resonating in every corner. The members of the masked team, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, finally exhaled in relief. "That was nerve-wracking. I nearly thought the captain would lose," Vortex remarked, patting his chest in a mixture of relief and fear. Yugui remained silent for a moment, expressing, "Why do I feel something is amiss?" "I share that sentiment." Rose chimed in, her expression somewhat strange, as if sensing the captain's time. "Ahem." Tian Ping coughed violently, casting a knowing glance at the others. The members of the masked team promptly sealed their lips, their expressions tinged with embarrassment as if they understood something unspoken. Bailey Pankang scratched his head in confusion. "What? Did not Chiye win?" "No, the time expired. He failed to deliver the final blow to Wang Mian's mask," Molly interjected, shaking her head. Bailey Pankang blinked in bewilderment, pointing at his monocle, but I distinctly saw Chiye strike. Out of nowhere, Lin Chiye clamped a hand over Bailey Pongpong's mouth and expressionlessly dragged him to a corner. Bailey Pangpang resembled a flower of youth abducted by a villain, wanting to speak, but rendered silent. "You saw everything?" Lin Chiye inquired helplessly in the corner. "Indeed. Let us pretend we did not witness it." Bai Li Pang was taken aback. "But Bai Li Pang, what do you think of these new recruits?" After pondering for a moment, Bai Li Pang replied, "Aside from a few, the rest are rather inexperienced. Do you believe it would be prudent to cancel this training session and let them face those mysteries across various locations unprepared? It should not be so." Thus, Lin Qiyi gently patted his shoulder, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and filled with compassion. "Even if I emerge victorious, I must feign that I did not win. I do not fight for myself. I fight for the future of these over 200 individuals. This, my friend, is vision." Bai Li Pang trembled, staring blankly at Lin Qiyi, and after a long while, he regained his senses. "So that's it. Brother Qiyi. I never imagined you to be not only intelligent and capable in battle, but also possessing such lofty ideals. It appears my perspective has been quite limited." Lin Qiyi nodded slightly. "This matter must remain confidential." "Rest assured, I understand." Bai Li Pang firmly thumped his chest twice, his gaze resolute. "Let us go. The duel has concluded, and it is time to assemble." Half an hour later, on the training platform, more than 20 instructors stood upright, flanked by all members of the masked team. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, looking down at the silent new recruits, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. "I am quite disappointed in you," he began slowly, his deep voice resonating in the night. Upon hearing this, the members of the masked team nearby shuddered slightly, bowing their heads in silence. 239 against 5. Aside from a scant few, the vast majority could not even touch the hem of the masked team's garments. "Your actions are sluggish. Your thoughts chaotic. You lack any semblance of strategy. I was not mistaken. You are indeed worthless. This behavior will only endanger your comrades." Yuan Gang shouted vehemently for an extended period, seemingly feeling a twinge of conscience. He added, "Of course, there are exceptions among you. Since you have lost, you will adhere to my previous instructions. Cast aside all your pride and self-esteem, forget your past, and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in this training. This training session will last for a year and is divided into 2 parts. The first part consists of the purest physical conditioning. For the next 6 months, we will employ a forbidden item to suppress the forbidden ruins within you, rendering your once prized special abilities ineffective, reducing you to mere mortals. During this period, we will employ various forms of torment to exhaust you both physically and mentally, pushing you to the brink of despair. You will experience hopelessness, suffering, and even contemplate ending your own life, but unfortunately, here, you will find it impossible to even consider such an escape. As for the second part, it will involve the practical application of forbidden ruins and tactical theory. Once you endure this half year, I will gradually elucidate the details to you." Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the new recruits before he turned and departed. "Savor these final moments of tranquility, novices, for tomorrow heralds your nightmare." The instructors followed Yuan Gang's lead and turned to depart, while the members of the masked squad adopted an aloof demeanor, vanishing into the night. The new recruits began to murmur among themselves. "I somewhat regret coming here for physical training," lamented Bai Li, patting his belly with a woeful expression. "Rather than that, I believe you should be concerned about another pressing issue," Lin Qiye slowly interjected. "What? The dormitory has just been demolished. Where will we sleep tonight?" Not only Lin Qiye, But the other recruits soon grasped the gravity of this predicament. They dashed back to the dormitory area, only to stand in shock at the sight before them. The dormitory, which had just been reduced to rubble, had miraculously returned to its original state. There was not a single crack on the walls, nor a speck of debris on the ground, and all their belongings and bedding were intact, devoid of any evidence of a fierce battle. How was this possible? The new recruits were utterly astonished. It had only been half an hour since they left, yet how was such a feat accomplished? Nearby, Lin Chia, deep in thought, stroked his chin and gazed into the distant darkness. Ahem, assist me. Wang Mian had already removed his mask, staggering as he walked, nearly losing his balance. Xuanhua and Taiping supported him on either side, exhaling a sigh. Captain, was this truly necessary? The dormitory could simply be repaired by the logistics team. Why resort to time reversal to restore it? Xuanhua furrowed his brow as he spoke. It cannot be said that way. Those 3 buildings were demolished by me, and one must take responsibility for their own actions, Wang Mian replied, shaking his head, his lips slightly pale, although there were no living beings inside. Reversing time by over half an hour imposed a significant burden on the mind. Taiping too wore a troubled expression. It's fine. I'll just have Kai prepare a bowl of soup for me upon our return. By the way, Captain, did we lose today? Rose could not help but inquire. Taiping shot her a glance, signaling her to refrain from discussing the matter at this moment. Wang Mian paused, and after a while, he gradually straightened up, turning to look at the bustling dormitory behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we lost and now owe a debt of gratitude. The younger generation is formidable. Chapter 89. Hell ding, ding ding. The sharp whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the silence of the dormitory area. Lin Xie jolted awake from his dream. Glancing at the Rolex that served as a makeshift table corner, his brow slightly furrowed. Is it truly this ruthless at 3 in the morning? He hastily donned his military uniform, flipping his slippers onto the sleeping Baile's face. The latter let out a few grunts, licked his lips, and lazily flipped over. Returning to his slumber, Lin Xie, indifferent to the commotion, tidied his attire while pushing the door open. As it was about to close, he casually remarked, I've heard that Molly has a penchant for women. Bai Lipong, startled like one awakened from a nightmare, bolted upright from his bed. His gaze drifted to the other empty bunk, and realization dawned upon him. Had they truly lost their minds? I have only slept for 4 hours, Chia. Brother Chia. Wait for me. Bai Lipong hastily donned his trousers and pushed the door open, only to discover a throng of individuals already rushing towards the training ground. Frustrated, he scratched his head and took off in pursuit. Under the cloak of night, Lin Xie moved with astonishing speed. By the time he reached the training grounds, only 3 instructors stood rigidly, while the other recruits had vanished. Instructor Hong regarded the first arrival, Lin Xie, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Following Lin Xie, the remaining recruits trickled in, and Instructor Hong held a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. When the last few recruits arrived, Instructor Hong surveyed the drowsy crowd with an expressionless countenance and spoke in a grave tone. Today marks the first day of your formal training. I shall impart to you the essence of discipline and execution. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of what they were engaged in, they were to assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the group, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now, all those who took longer than 3 minutes, step forward. Among the recruits below the platform, only a few complied, while the majority whispered among themselves. What if the instructor did not keep track of the time and was unsure of how long it took? A recruit inquired. Instructor Hong shot him a sidelong glance. You run 10 laps. The recruit, bewildered, protested. I was merely asking. I said run 10 laps. Do you not comprehend? Yes, sir. The brows of the other recruits furrowed in confusion, unable to fathom Instructor Hong's actions. Just then, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of solemnity, raised his voice. Report. Instructor Hong's eyes brightened slightly. Speak. What should one do if they are unaware of their time? Then rely on your instincts. Take a gamble. I have recorded the arrival times of each of you. You may wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If you are correct, there are no repercussions. If wrong, double the punishment. Understood. Have you served in the military? Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zheng Zhong. Lin Xie's peripheral vision caught sight of the middle-aged man, his gaze laden with complexity. Was he also a Special Forces soldier turned night watchman? Was it not the same when old Zhao first entered recruit training years ago? Instructor Hong nodded slightly, shifting his gaze away from Zheng Zhong. Let me reiterate. Those who exceed the time, step forward. Upon the conclusion of the statement, A significant portion of the new recruits stepped forward, with Bai Li, the corpulent figure, reluctantly joining them. Although he was uncertain of the duration he had taken, he estimated it had surpassed 3 minutes. In contrast, Lin Xie remained motionless in the formation, undoubtedly having spent no more than 2 minutes. Once all had settled, Instructor Hong extended his hand, indicating several individuals within the original formation. You, and you, step forward and position yourselves at the rear. The recruits singled out wore expressions of dismay as they trudged to the back, forming a new line. Those who had automatically stepped forward would bear a weighted load and circle the training ground 10 times. While those I had pointed out would carry a heavier burden and run 20 laps, with no respite until completion, those who arrived within 3 minutes may rest in place. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the ranks as they begrudgingly approached the side of the training platform, each shouldering a weighty pack and commencing their run around the silent training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xie leisurely remained seated, observing their exertions. Wait, I can no longer sense my forbidden domain. Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xie exclaimed. Neither can I. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. What is happening? It must be due to what Instructor Yuan mentioned earlier, an object capable of suppressing forbidden realms, I suppose. The sensation is utterly uncomfortable. Lin Xie paused, taken aback. What? You are unable to sense your forbidden domain? I just sprinted over here enhanced by the Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xie concentrated intently for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Unlike the others, he could still perceive his forbidden domain, both Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer, resided within him, albeit their efficacy appeared significantly diminished. His mental acuity had contracted from a radius of 20 meters to merely 2, and his dynamic vision had also suffered considerable impairment. Interestingly, the enhancement from the Starry Night Dancer seemed to be the least affected, as Lin Xie hardly sensed any aberration. He speculated that the object within the training camp, while capable of suppressing the Forbidden Realm, had a less pronounced effect on the Divine Realm, merely weakening it. Unlike the Mortal Realm, which relied on his mental strength, the power of this Starry Night Dancer stemmed from the night itself, rendering its suppression minimal. In essence, Lin Xie might be the only new recruit in the training camp still able to access his forbidden domain. However, Lin Xie was mindful of balance and refrained from recklessly exploiting the Divine Realm to alleviate his physical burdens. He had come to the training camp to enhance his abilities. If he were to rely on the Divine Realm to cheat, what would be the purpose of his presence here? In the distance, amidst the running group, a portly figure could be seen lagging behind, laboriously moving his legs, inching forward, while not far ahead of him was Shen Qizhu. Shen Qizhu did not appear to be incapable of running, yet he exuded a languid demeanor. Were it not for his occasional long strides, Lin Xie might have assumed he was merely strolling through his own garden. As he jogged, Shen Qizhu yawned once more. Hey, are you out for a leisurely stroll? Get moving. Instructor Hong glared at Shen Qizhu, unleashing a tirade of reprimands. In response, Shen Qizhu made a token effort, taking a couple of steps before once again meandering, seemingly indifferent to the instructor's words, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Enjoying your stroll, are you? Add 10 more laps. You will complete them today, even if it means collapsing on this field. Instructor Hong appeared genuinely furious, demanding that they finish within 2 hours or face an additional 10 laps, running until they fainted. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Instructor Hong on the training platform. With a disdainful spit to the side, he began to run earnestly. 30 laps took him an hour and a half in total, while Bai Li, the chubby one, also took an hour and a half for his mere 10 laps. However, Instructor Hong could see that he was indeed making an effort, with Shen Qingzhu's rebellious figure in front of him. Instructor Hong found Bai Li considerably more agreeable and refrained from prodding him further. When Bai Li finally collapsed on the ground, dawn's light began to creep into the sky. Except for him, everyone else had completed their laps. Lin Xie helped the nearly lifeless Bai Li back to the dormitory. The moment Bai Li touched the bed, he collapsed onto it like a puddle of mud, his sweat soaking the sheets, appearing utterly exhausted. Damn it, I've run more steps tonight than in my entire life. I need to sleep for a while. Just as Bai Li finished speaking, a sharp whistle resounded from outside. Chapter 90. The white bun and raw meat, are you kidding me? Bai Li lamented, his face a picture of despair as he dashed toward the training ground, somehow finding the strength to sprint despite having just been a heap on the bed. The night had faded, and Lin Xie, relying on his own speed, also made his way to the training grounds. Fortunately, his pace was not lacking, and he once again arrived within 3 minutes. This time, noticeably more people arrived on time. However, a few who had just completed 20 laps either lagged at the back or collapsed upon reaching the training ground, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. As one person fell, a group of medics rushed in with stretchers, swiftly hoisting the individual onto one like a sack of sand. Cheerfully oblivious to where they were being taken, their efficiency startling. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. The majority of you arrived on time this round. There has been progress. He continued, the next 20 minutes are your mealtime. Those who do not return here within 20 minutes know the consequences. With that, he turned and left with two other instructors without looking back. The new recruits exchanged glances, then simultaneously bolted towards the dining hall with fervor. Even the typically lethargic Bai Li Pang appeared invigorated, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surged to the front. His expression akin to one poised to devour the entire cafeteria. As the recruits stormed into the dining hall like a pack of wild tigers, they suddenly froze at the sight before them. The spacious hall was furnished with square tables, each adorned with two large bowls, one brimming with steamed white buns and the other containing raw meat, still bearing traces of blood. Confused, the newcomers wandered into the hall, standing beside the tables and glancing around. Where's the rice? Where are the vegetables? What is this? Raw beef? How are we supposed to eat this? Perhaps they will serve us hot pot to cook it? I doubt it. Lin Chiyi and Bai Li Pang stood by one table, the latter frowning as he lifted the two large bowls, seemingly searching for rice at the bottom. Chiyi, what do you think this means? He inquired. It means they want us to eat, Lin Chiyi replied. But how do we eat this? They want to even give us a sip of water with the buns. And this raw meat makes me feel queasy. They could at least provide a jar of lao gan ma. Lin Chiyi remained silent, merely gesturing towards the adjacent table. At that table, the former Special Forces soldier, Zheng Zhong, impassively grasped the raw meat, tearing into it with gusto. While using one hand to wipe the blood off and stuffing the meat into his mouth with the other, Bai Li Pang stared in shock at this scene, momentarily rendered speechless. Where is everyone? Someone come out. Xin Qing Zhu exclaimed, hurling the bun back into the bowl with a thud. Not long after, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen, his expression dark. Who the hell is shouting? He barked. Is this food meant for people? Who do you think you're looking down on? Xin Qing Zhu narrowed his eyes at the old man, responding coldly, if you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. The old man glared back, retorting sharply. Oh? Xin Qing Zhu raised an eyebrow, prepared to say more, when several individuals clad in gray cloaks entered the dining hall, holding masks in their hands. They walked directly through the center of the room and seated themselves at the round table at the back. At that moment, everyone fell silent. This time, they did not wear masks, yet all present recognized who they were. Well, look who it is, the old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 individuals. Old son, after all these years, you're still here cooking for the recruits? Wang Mian, with a refined appearance, stood respectfully upon seeing the old man. The other members of the masked squad also rose, nodding slightly in deference to old Sunday. This old body of mine can no longer venture to the battlefield, so I must make the most of my remaining energy in this shabby kitchen. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively, displaying a lack of concern. Having been away for so long, I truly miss your exquisite culinary skills, and once again, I must trouble you. Oh well, no need to dwell on that. I shall prepare a few dishes for you. Old Sun, with a spoon in hand, turned and headed towards the kitchen, completely disregarding the presence of the new recruits. With the masked squad around, the other recruits dared not interrupt Old Sun, merely furrowing their brows as they stared at the bowls of steamed buns and raw meat, frozen in place. Go ahead and eat, Lin Xie remarked, reaching into the bowl to extract a piece of steamed bun, taking a bite. The bun was quite hard and devoid of any flavor, resembling chewing on wax. I can't eat this, Bai Li Pang said, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the raw meat. If you don't eat, you won't survive today's training. Lin Xie continued to gnaw on the bun, speaking in a calm tone. Once we are on the battlefield, no one can guarantee there will always be food available. If you wish to avoid starvation, it is imperative to learn to adapt quickly. With that, Lin Xie pulled out a piece of raw meat, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes as he took a large bite. Bai Li Pang gritted his teeth and also retrieved a bun to gnaw on. Meanwhile, Molly, who had been hesitating at the side, finally made up her mind and began to chew on a piece of raw meat, while Chao Yuan, standing opposite her, unflinchingly devoured an entire chunk of meat, leaving the surrounding recruits in astonishment. Xin Qingzhu's expression darkened. After a cold snort, he too began to eat. Gradually, more recruits started to consume the food, Yet the majority remained resistant, unwilling to eat the items before them, preferring to endure hunger. In the second-floor room, Instructor Hong gazed down upon the entire mess hall, nodding slightly. Indeed, more recruits are managing to eat than in the previous batch. And there are a few promising candidates among them. Zhang Zhong is truly worthy of being a special forces soldier. He eats without even furrowing his brow. Lin Chia is commendable as well, but I was surprised to see Shen Qizhu join in. He is just a military ruffian. Old Hong. One must not judge based solely on appearances. I believe he has a somewhat prickly personality, yet he is not inherently bad. You hold him in high regard? People can change, and this year of training will transform many things. By the time they leave here, who knows what they will be like? Instructor Hong shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Speaking of which, in this day and age, is it truly necessary to maintain such strictness? A new instructor hesitantly inquired. Surely, it cannot be that difficult to the point of eating raw meat? Instructor Hong slowly closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing. Over 80 years ago, when the Watchmen were first established, we faced a great calamity, and food was scarce. Our predecessors gnawed on tree bark and chewed on grass roots, wielding knives and fighting fiercely. Even now, in our era of economic prosperity, some lessons must not be forgotten. Every new batch of recruits must eat raw meat for their first meal. It is already quite commendable that they were not given grass roots and tree bark. This is the tradition of us night watchers, as it has been in the past, as it is in the present, and as it shall remain in the future. Instructor Hong paused, opened his eyes to gaze out the window, and spoke slowly. Until the day arrives when this nation no longer requires the night watchers, these ancient traditions will be forever buried in history, along with the obscure secrets that accompany them.